Chapter 1. In the star observation room of the first season of the variety show The Heirs, the top-notch male star with excellent temperament talked eloquently to the video, with a clear and gentle voice, occasionally mixed with two witty comments, which made everyone chuckle, and his gestures were elegant and decent, becoming the focus of everyone's admiration. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also crazy about him, bang bang against the big wall for him foolishly. Ron sat on the edge of the soft stool, staring down at the water glass in front of her in a daze, pinching the handle with her white fingertips, out of tune with the laughter present. The frantic influx of news in her mind made her head ache, and she twisted her beautiful eyebrows and eyes. After maintaining this movement for a full 3 minutes, the dull pain disappeared, and the noisy laughter in the observation room also disappeared. The world finally quieted down. Ron breathed out lightly, but after drinking saliva, her world view was completely overturned. The influx of information showed that the world she lived in was a cool novel in the entertainment industry, and she had become a cannon fodder female supporting role with nothing but beauty and no brains. There are only 5 chapters about her plot in the novel. The female protagonist who has become a top-notch met the male protagonist, and the two attracted a large number of CP fans in the love variety show, secretly prodding and developing an ambiguous relationship. At this time, the brainless Vase Yuanyu loves and does not have a good career, so she will go home and inherit it. The news of the male protagonist with a fortune of tens of billions came, and he was ridiculed by the male protagonist's fans, abused by CP fans, ridiculed by the female protagonist's fans, and eaten by passers-by. What's even more amazing is that on the 3rd day after the photos came out, she was also a flying guest on the variety show The Heirs with the male and female protagonists. They were all star observers and wanted to comment on the performance of the 6 heirs in the variety show. The Heirs is the most popular variety show this year, and the topic of the whole network is constantly hot. She and the male and female protagonists on the same stage brought the popularity of the variety show to a peak. Tens of millions of viewers poured in. The live broadcast room collapsed twice. Just thinking about the plot of Shura Field made people's scalp tingle. The atmosphere is heightened to this point, and the director also wants to do something. Then, during the live broadcast, the host deliberately asked her a question. How long have you liked Cheng Gai-wan? I watched him so affectionately a few days ago, and my heart was moved. Is he so good-looking? In the novel, Yuan Ron blushed and remained silent. Before the crowd was excited by the heroine's boldness for 2 seconds, the male protagonist immediately replied, I have someone I like, and his eyes were still poking at the female protagonist, which perfectly demonstrates the good quality of the hero in the novel who loves the heroine physically and mentally. Ron was ridiculed by the crowd, and then in a big adventure session, she became a tall person who was slapped in the face by the heroine. After the variety show, she was hacked all over the internet and her career was completely ruined. Generally speaking, she is the cannon fodder tall person in the novel, the toad who wants to eat swan meat. Kind of outrageous. Ron has no feelings for top streamers. As for why there are rumors of admiration for top streamers, it is purely gossip paparazzi who read pictures and make up random pictures, and the aura of the plot is really strong. 3 days ago, she participated in an event held by the jewelry brand Kigarue. Most celebrities could only borrow jewelry from the brand to wear them. Only the male lead, Cheng Gai-wan, bought a brooch worth tens of millions. She took a second look at that time and captured this. The paparazzi of the scene immediately posted the picture on the internet. The event was held outdoors. At night, it was hazy and light rain, and there was an endless stream of stars coming and going. The atmosphere was great. Ron in the corner stared at Cheng Gai-wan with watery eyes full of love.jpg. The photos with great atmosphere and the paparazzi's exquisite ability to read and make up pictures, forcibly created Ron as an infatuated and secret love character. So far, the story about her in the novel has gone through 2 chapters, and there are 3 more tragic chapters waiting for her. Yuan Ron. The light laughter of the host resounded in the celebrity observation room, and the eyes of other people present also fixed on her. Ron raised her eyes. The apricot pupils twinkle slightly and are charming, revealing a bit of coquettishness in their cuteness. Thick black curly hair as thick as seaweed fell down to the fingertips. Under the deep black, the slender fingers were as white as suet. Under the bright white light, the whole person seemed to be glowing. The room was instantly quiet. Beautiful. No matter how many times I look at it, this face is breathtakingly beautiful. It's like spring light pouring into my heart in March, making my heart warm. Should I say it or not, this face is easy to poke me. I have been a fan of her for 2 years, and the resources are not good enough. Recently, there is a tendency to fall in love with brains. If it weren't for this face, I would have run away long ago. Caillou Sai Guanyds, don't touch porcelain without thinking about vases. No way, it's not like there are female celebrities rushing to get involved in other people's love affairs these days, right? Chen Gaiwan has shown his love to Yukai many times in the romance show. There are still people who are blind and can't see it, right? I beg the CP fan circle to be self-cute. The love drama is for the show. Our brother focuses on his career. The bullet screen scolded into a ball, but Ronyu calmed down. Her petite lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes were calm. Her fair fingers pushed away the water glass, her hair brushed against her fingertips, a little itchy. She brushed her curly hair behind her. No matter what a beautiful woman does, every move is pleasing to the eye. The host paused, and in the headset, the director urged her to go smoothly. Thinking that the next question would embarrass Ronyu, she squeezed the manuscript tightly and her throat tightened. The director is still urging. The host's heart was broken. No matter how entangled his heart was, his voice was still as gentle as water. I saw the photos that went viral on the internet in the past 2 days, and I was very moved. At that time, Ronyu was dumbfounded when he saw our male god. Did you think it was very beautiful? Not surprisingly, the barrage was full of scolding. Those who scolded the director team, scolded the host, and scolded Ronyu were mixed together. In the chaos, Ronyu finally said, "It's pretty." Netizens were stunned, and before they had time to express their surprise, Ronyu seriously added, "That brooch is beautiful." Audience, so the devoted one is looking at the brooch. Who trusts the horse? Ronyu recalled a little. The pendant style is like a stream of water. Pear-shaped diamonds are dotted sporadically on the row of round diamonds, and a round-cut ruby is wrapped in the middle, and it is matched with a white suit. Before he finished speaking, the entire audience on the internet was already stunned. Sorry, I can't help but want to believe it. Who could recount pendant styles so clearly? It is absolutely impossible to do this without looking at it 2 or 3 times infatuatedly. Ronyu, the white suit looks ruby red and purple, probably inspired by the red banknotes. It's beautiful. Who wouldn't love to see red banknotes? I even want to suggest that he put a check for hundreds of millions on his chest next time, which will be more honorable. Most of the live broadcast rooms crowded by tens of millions of netizens are people who eat melons. When they heard this explanation, they laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha, I was more infatuated than her when I saw the red banknotes. Three-eyed infatuation for brooches of tens of millions. Let me paste it directly. Ronyu is restrained enough about money, bushy. It's all an excuse, don't believe it. Protect the best Mr. Cheng. Ronyu, don't come to touch porcelain. One sentence made people associate Cheng Gaiwan's appearance with the red banknotes, and it didn't take long for ## relying on the super high popularity of the top stream directly on the trending search, and became the material of eating melons on the whole network. Later, Cheng Gaiwan's emoji package was circulated. On the photo of the red banknote, a few words were appeared. Who is more honorable than me? The black fan and the opponent laughed like crazy. There are top-notch jokes to watch, but who wants to watch the scandal of the third-tier star Ronyu? Besides, the most indispensable thing in the entertainment industry is gossip. The paparazzi can't believe what they say, but Cheng Gaiwan's funny looks are not as interesting. The live broadcast room was eerily quiet at the moment. Cheng Gaiwan's face was gloomy. The host hurriedly turned over this. Ronyu really knows how to joke. Now let's start the last session. Ronyu smiled. Well, it's a joke. Cheng Gaiwan's expression softened a little. After 3 years in the entertainment industry, Ronyu has subtly learned how to deal with people and how to deal with others. She should give the male protagonist what he should be given. She is too lazy to be an enemy of the protagonist, and has too many things to deal with. But just now she has to use a reason that can convince netizens to get rid of the plot of the novel. Judging from the portrayal of the male protagonist in the novel, he is not so small as to target her. Even if the male lead is suddenly OOC, it's useless to target her in the entertainment industry. She plans to announce her retirement today. The contract with the company has expired, and I had the idea of renewing the contract before, but now I just want to retire quickly and live a happy retirement life. No matter how rampant the male protagonist is, he won't be able to touch the deposit in her bank card. For million deposits in the bank will earn 150,000 interest every year. She yearns for a warm and slow life in the countryside, and her daily expenses are not large. This savings is enough for her to buy a house near the sea in a third-tier coastal city and start facing the sea. Spring is warm and flowers are blooming. The turbulent waves, the small single-family garden, the green grass and trees bring a fragrance, and sit on the small wooden table outside the courtyard to enjoy the breeze and sunset. Thinking of that scene, the corners of Ronju's lips could not stop rising. Calm. Then there is another problem. The last link of the heirs is also the final cause of Ronju's blackmail in the novel. The 5-star observers present all had to post a boring comment in their circle of friends. I have something to do, please call me. This is a big adventure game extended by the successors in the variety show who said that connections are very important. The game wants to test everyone's popularity. Within 5 minutes after posting to Moments, see if anyone calls you. If you receive a call, you must turn on the speakerphone and answer it in front of the entire network. Among the 5 people, she and the male and female protagonists both received calls. But here comes the problem. The heroine Yukai received a phone call from a wealthy girlfriend. This call not only exposed the noble status of the heroine, but the girlfriend also gossiped about the relationship between the heroine and the heroine on the phone, wondering how Ronju would respond. Thing. CP Fan Carnival, the whole network eats melons. Damn it, it turns out that the beautiful sister comes from a wealthy family like her top class. Fuck, a man is talented and a woman is beautiful, a match made in heaven, give me a knock. Ronju is what kind of stir, hurry up and get out. In the novel, the hero and heroine are envied by thousands of people. In contrast, she is a lot of cannon fodder as a tool person. After the heroine called, it was her turn. The call she received was also from her best friend, but the words were not pleasant. Don't wish to marry into a wealthy family. That kind of status is something you can't please, and you are begging to be on a variety show with him. What else do you have besides face? Think so is it superior? Her desire to be on the top is in stark contrast to the heroine's delicate status. There was a lot of cursing that night. It was miserable. Now, the big adventure is underway. The heroine Yukai received a call from her best friend. Perhaps because Ronju refuted the host's love remarks just now, the male lead had no chance to express his love to the female lead, and the rich girlfriend who was watching the live broadcast didn't mention the male and female lead at all, and only said excitedly, Yukai, I saw Jiyu Fusion. I just ran into him at the airport in Country Y, and he seems to be going back to China by special plane. As soon as these words came out, the whole network was excited. Even the heroine Yukai couldn't help but bend her eyebrows. Are you talking about the son of the richest man? During this period of variety shows, the heir has been saying how good he is. I really want to see the boss. In fact, there are ranks within the rich family. People with the status of Yukai and Cheng Gaiwan can probably be ranked in the upper middle, and the Jiyu family that Jiyu Fusion belongs to is undoubtedly the #1 Marishu in Marishu City, the top of the rich family. In terms of financial resources, no one in the whole country can compete with the Jiyu family. In terms of ability, Jiyu Fuchen is vigorous and decisive, and is the object of pursuit of all wealthy heirs. In terms of appearance, Jiyu Fusion kept a low profile and seldom appeared in public. When participating in financial talks, the organizer would refuse reporters to interview and take pictures because of him. The majority of people who eat melons don't know what he looks like, but judging from the news from the wealthy people, he is undoubtedly the proud son of heaven after New WA's meticulous craftsmanship, and he is absolutely different from the little muddle-headed children of other wealthy families. Different. In fact, there are quite a few handsome children from wealthy families, but those who are so shameless in front of Jiyu Fuchen, how handsome Jiyu Fuchen himself can be. No one cared whether Yukai came from a wealthy family or not. The whole network focused on the 3 words Jiyu Fusion mentioned on the phone. Only Ronyu suppressed his excitement and waited for the words of leaving the circle, and then packed his luggage for an instant trip. The beach, here she comes. As for Jiyu Fusion, a member of the Dinghao family who made the whole network excited, she didn't take it seriously at all. Ronyu doesn't think it's very lucky to be in a wealthy family. According to what she knows from the novel, no matter the hero or the heroine, after retreating back to take over the consortium later, they have meetings, social parties, and business trips from morning till night. Almost exhausted them. Does working for yourself count as part-time work? It's better to learn some financial management slowly. First put the money in the bank to earn some interest, and enjoy leisure by the sea is more comfortable. While thinking, Yukai hung up the phone. The host smiled and asked Yukai. It turns out that Yukai's family is also extraordinary. Can you tell us about Jiyu Fusion? The audience really wants to know. Yukai smiled and nodded. If there is a popularity ranking in the wealthy circle, the members of the Jiyu family are undoubtedly the upper echelons of the top circle, and the heir, Jiyu Fuchen, is the most unattainable superstar in the top circle. Being able to develop a relationship with Jiyu Fusion will not only be praised by parents and mothers, but also envied by friends. Yukai smiled and said sweetly, Jiyu Fusion has always been my idol, and I want to be as good as him. I was lucky enough to meet my father a few times at dinner parties. He is polite and farsighted. The host complimented a few words along the way, and everyone present became fans of the Dinghao family and the Jiyu family. Counting down the huge property of the Dinghao family and the Jiyu family, with a market value of trillions, anyone who sees it will have a longing for this family and dream of squeezing in. Even if it's a housekeeper or something, I am satisfied to see their mansion as big as their manor QAQ. The audience on the whole network thought eagerly. Ronyu is still thinking about what kind of flowers and plants to plant in the small detached house by the sea. The host cued her. Ronyu smiled politely, and met Yukai's slightly satisfied eyes, and Chen Gaiwan straightened his back, and the 2 rich men exuded an unattainable pride. Ronyu understands. The emotions of the 2 wealthy people looking down on her are always there, especially the male protagonist, who is full of dissatisfaction and arrogance that you dare to comment on my appearance. Ronyu didn't care. She put her phone on the table, clasped her hands together, and when she was about to say the 7 words I will quit the entertainment circle devoutly, the phone vibrated. She didn't post on moments. Bow your head. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. After hanging up with a frown, the 2 text messages sent before were displayed on the main page. It's just that she was immersed in the joy of living by the sea just now and didn't notice it. Article 1. I'm Jiyu Fusion. Hello, you were lost from the Jiyu family when you were young? You are the daughter of the Jiyu family who lived outside, and my younger sister. Article 2. The specific process will be discussed slowly after I return to China. The person who will pick you up is on his way. Unknown calls and text messages are the same number. The next second, the hung-up phone buzzed again. The whole network's attention is focused on her. The host reminded with a smile, you are new, answer the phone, remember to turn on the speakerphone. Chapter 2. In the eyes of everyone, Ronyu died. Does she believe it? How can it be? Taking a step back, even if the Jiyu family really had a missing daughter, suppose they suspected that it was her, but she didn't receive any request for a DNA test, and the Dinghao family was rumored to be miraculous, would they be so stupid as to admit their daughter home without even doing a paternity test? No way. Ronyu hung up the phone and quickly downloaded the app of the National Anti-Fraud Center. No one should try to cheat a penny from her. After finishing all this, Ronyu raised her eyes. Her face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Her black pupils were as bright as stars. I won't participate in the last small event. By the way, I will talk about it at the end of the live broadcast of the variety show. I've decided to retire. Goodbye. Leaving this passage behind, Ronyu got up and left while holding the mobile phone under the dumbfounded gazes. She was wearing a starry sky blue gradient long dress. The skirt naturally hung down with a hint of slack, and there were tiny flashes of light on it, like a galaxy that had been shaken off. Ronyu nodded and smiled politely, and turned around gracefully with a light flick of her skirt. The silky skirt blooms in the air, like a wave in the night ocean reflecting the Milky Way. Waves and Rawnyu's profile disappeared in front of the camera together. What is left to the majority of netizens is only her agile gait and slightly hurried back. It's not the skirt that's flirting, it's my heart, woo woo woo. One person's blood book, please don't quit the circle, I can continue to be a vase. What you can't get is always in commotion, and what you can't get is don't go. Some people who don't like Rawny are embarrassed to say something disappointing at this store after seeing her beauty. Half an hour later, # were on the trending searches. In the square, Yanga howled, and the fans who had just entered the pit vertically on the airs felt like a knife was piercing their hearts. Rational passerby fans began to analyze Rawnyu's plan after quitting the circle. Rawny is only 21 years old now, and she is in the prime of her youth. With this kind of face that is forced by God to enjoy food, it is definitely not difficult to become a second tier in the entertainment industry for a few years. Her problem is that she has not been exposed. The scandal with Cheng Gaiwan a few days ago made Rawnyu's popularity soar. No matter what kind of red it is, her popularity has been opened up, and later she will be whitewashed with her works and face. Not to mention that she was fortunate to participate in the recording of the last episode of The Heirs, the top variety shows of S, and can bring her a lot of exposure. And the rebuttals on variety shows are also funny. It's not a big deal to annoy Cheng Gaiwan and Yukai's top 2 fan groups. There are tens of thousands of passers-by in the entertainment circle, and there are also many passers-by who plan to enter the pit vertically. In general, it is obviously a good opportunity to express yourself and improve your reputation, but Rawny announced her retirement at a key point in her career. Is she crazy, or is there a better career waiting for her? But no matter how good a career is, it can't compare to the position of a first-line star in the entertainment industry, right? The reason for Rawnyu's withdrawal has become a big unsolved mystery this year. After Bai Yueguang leaves, there will always be crazy nostalgia. Just as Rawny announced her retirement, her previous beautiful photos and TV dramas were turned upside down. After watching it, passers-by and fans have only one word to comment: absolutely. It's ****** amazing. Why didn't I find this kind of beautiful and acting treasure fairy before? You call this nothing? Brain? Flower? Bottle? That night, Rawnyu's chatter flooded in with 20,000 fans, all of whom came to miss Bai Yueguang Rawny. Rawnyu's company and agent almost died of anger when they saw all this. Before, they thought that Rawny couldn't get angry and had no plans to renew her contract, but now they saw all this and their facial features turned blue with regret. Although it was unreasonable, the agent still made several phone calls to Rawny with great confidence, angrily reprimanded her for her bad behavior of withdrawing from the circle without permission, and yelled together with the leader to tell her to return to the company to renew her contract. Later, when the hard ones were not enough, the soft ones came. Even if she begged her aunt to tell her grandma, she didn't get a look from Rawny. At this moment, Rawny, who was looking for all over the internet, was looking down at the photo, not in a very beautiful mood. She seems to be a member of the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family. 10 minutes ago, after she hung up the phone and announced her withdrawal from the circle, the liar Jiyu Fusion did not call, but the fraud group seemed to be a gang, and not long after, she received a new call claiming to be Jiyu Fusion's little assistant Xia in China. Poetry. She said that Mr. Jiyu was on a business trip in country Y before receiving the news about her, and now he is on his way back to his country, so he can't pick her up in person, so he can only arrange for an assistant to pick her up for Marishu City. Not only that, she also sent a photo of her when she was a child, about 2 years old. She should have been alone in the orphanage at that time. The message from this photo is quite different. In the courtyard, a gentlewoman sat on a small stone table in the courtyard with a rattle in her hand, holding a chubby little daughter in her arms. Zai's face was twisted into a ball, and he stared angrily at the rattle in the woman's hand. He stretched his 2 little fleshy hands forward desperately, and the handsome man bent down to hug the woman and daughter. On the other side of the stone table, a 5 or 6-year-old boy was sitting properly, tilting his head and looking at Cub. Is her. It's not like her. Ronyu has seen photos of herself in the orphanage. At that time, she was about 2.5 years old. She was very thin, and looked timidly at the camera, without the agility and confidence in Shiashi's photos. It doesn't matter, the important thing is what it means to be a wealthy family. Although her awakening novel is a novel about the entertainment industry, it has many descriptions of wealthy families. It is a forced choice for the heroine and heroine to enter the entertainment industry. The male protagonist has an older sister, and the female protagonist has an older brother. The older sister and the older brother are the legitimate heirs. The two of them can only divide the family property with their status as wealthy families, and the power is never in their hands. Generally speaking, heirs without inheritance rights will start a business or develop their careers through other channels. The heroine and the heroine choose to enter the entertainment industry, and later become top-notch and secretly develop their family business. They will start a tearful drama of competing with their elder brother and sister for the right to inherit, and finally the two succeed in the happy ending. Generally speaking, the protagonist will eventually become the strongest in the world. The Jiyu family, the top wealthy family, is an obstacle that the protagonist cannot overcome. It is probably because the author described the family as too powerful in the early stage, and did not know how to solve it later, so he simply described the Jiyu family with the top wealthy Jiyu family fought for 10 years, and finally fell apart. Ending. When Ronyu thought of this sentence, her scalp tingled. 10 years, fighting for a full 10 years. How is this different from the ancient princes fighting for the throne and concubines fighting for the throne? Thinking about it carefully, how many concubines and princes can survive safely in the end? Shivering.jpg. Ronyu understood. She managed to withdraw from the circle and jumped out of the pit of the novel's plot, and now she was dragged into another even bigger pit by the family. She likes money, but if money will bring countless troubles, Ronyu will not be happy. Just like if you don't announce your retirement today, it will be very good if you continue to develop your career with another company, but Ronyu didn't do that. In the circle, it means that the plot is not out of the plot, and the plot is tantamount to trouble, but she only wants love and peace. Retirees shouldn't have so much trouble. Shiashi called again. Miss Ron, have you seen the photo? Mr. Jiyu has seen your photo in the orphanage and is sure that you are the lost young daughter of the Jiyu family. Ronyu's attention is not on this. Have you ever been to an orphanage? Yes, Miss Ron. Shiashi said politely. Miss Ron, can I prepare a car to take you home now? Ronyu paused for a while, then rubbed her eyebrows and said in a heavy tone, do I have to go back? Shiashi didn't expect to encounter such a problem, so she remained silent with a serious expression. Well, Miss Ron was much calmer than she imagined. It is embarrassing to say that Shiashi was excited for half an hour when she received the news of take Miss Ron home. Go home. Looking back at home. Back to the Jiyu family who proudly built a manor in Heiress City, where every inch of land is expensive. As an outsider, she couldn't help but want to accompany Ronyu back to observe the legendary manor with excitement, but Ronyu, an insider, can be so calm. Fortunately, people from the Dinghao family have all seen big scenes. The family's Versailles temperament of not being surprised by money flows in the blood. The real purpose of seeing Cheng Gaiwan's 10 million pendant should be to express disdain for his behavior of showing off the pendant, but even if she was misunderstood, she didn't say much bad about Cheng Gaiwan in the variety show. She is really so kind, so noble. I cried to death. After brainstorming, she seemed to set up the label Ronyu is so sacred in her heart. No matter what, the task arranged by Mr. Jiyu must be completed. Miss Ron, I can't decide on this kind of thing. How about you go back to the manor today, and when Mr. Jiyu arrives tomorrow morning, you can talk to him in person and express your appeal, and Mr. Jiyu will agree. It doesn't matter if you don't like it, just stay for one night. At the end, Shiashi added another sentence. Shiashi actually thinks that no one in this world would dislike the manor, but the eldest lady Ronyu, who has the blood of the Dinghao family, would. She is the Saint Ronyu. Adhering to the good principle of not embarrassing the workers, Ronyu agreed. She has a good impression of Shiashi, and she speaks politely, but her attitude is even better after she implicitly refuses. It's just that sending her home so late should be considered overtime, right? Thinking about it from the perspective of a worker, it seems a bit miserable. On the other side of the phone, she was so excited that she was about to jump up. Mao Mao, your master is promising. She is also someone who has entered a mansion. I've seen it, it's hers, bushy. But no matter what, there must be material for dreaming tonight. When going out to prepare the car, she thought of something, and hurriedly sent a text message asking, Miss Ron, do you have any requirements for the car? Simpler. Okay, Miss Ron. Looking back at Mr. Jiu's original plan when he personally picked up Miss Ron, Shichan let out a sigh of relief and kept it simple. The simple point in the mouth of Ding Hao family. Got it, Tilda? The place where the Heirs was recorded was in Luying City, only an hour and a half drive from Heiress City. When Ron Yu left the recording site at 4 o'clock, she returned to the hotel to pack her things, and after a short rest, she waited for Shi on the first floor of the hotel. In early autumn, I don't know when it will rain lightly and the breeze will blow. The long skirt she wore during the indoor recording had been replaced. She was wearing an ivory sweater, her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she had no makeup on her plain white face. Ron Yu glanced at the trending searches just now, and found that her photo was on the trending search list. She furrowed her pretty eyebrows, took out a black mask from her tasseled bag, and put it on. The hotel is located next to the film and television city, and there happened to be a crew filming here. Ron Yu kindly took the luggage and walked to the door to wait, leaving the sofa area for them. The waiting time is always extremely long. Ron Yu looked at the shooting scene inside through the glass door. It seems to be a tyrant's sweet pet drama, which is being staged to the plot of a man chasing a woman. She runs away from him, but she can't fly. Ron Yu didn't catch a cold. She retracted her head and continued to wait. After waiting for about 5 minutes, before she arrived, the manager rushed over in a rage, glanced at the scene in the hall, and angrily said in a low voice, "What's the matter with you? How many people want to enter the entertainment industry but have no chance, and you can't go down the ladder? In the entertainment industry, you have the opportunity to wear high-end gowns, walk the red carpet, be sought after by others, and earn a lot of money. If you don't want to stay in such a good place, what do you think about leaving the industry? Your head was bitten by a dog. After leaving the industry, what a good day you can have. Ron Yu, there is surveillance at the door. I suggest you speak politely. Also, you're blocking my way." The manager was at a loss for words, took 2 steps back suppressing his anger, and said angrily, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. You will regret it sooner or later." When he left angrily, the manager caught a glimpse of a car approaching in the distance from the corner of his eye, and said with a sneer, "Nowadays, all the cars used in filming dramas use this kind of luxury car, and only those who dominate dramas can enjoy it. If you have the opportunity to sit around, after quitting the circle, you will squeeze the bus and the subway every day. I think you have nothing to worry about." Putting this down, the manager waited for Ron Yu to beg him. The imagined plot did not happen, but the Maybach MPV business car, the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom and another 7-seater Maybach MPV business car, the 3 luxury cars parked steadily at the entrance of the hotel. After a while, the 2 bodyguards in black got off the car, and she trotted up to Ron Yu holding an umbrella. Behind them, the 2 bodyguards in black spread a long waterproof black blanket at the entrance of the hotel. The soft texture is different from the waterproof carpets on the market, and it is worth a lot of money just by looking at it. "Sorry Miss Ron, I'm late. It's raining, be careful to get your shoes wet, you go this way." Ron Yu silently glanced at her running shoes, and couldn't help but feel aggrieved by the carpet. The manager's face was ashen. When the filming crew saw this scene, Chi was stunned. "This horse riding is called Biazong. Look back at the TV series they filmed. It's all **** texture." Shi's eyes sparkled. "Miss Ron, are you still satisfied?" Ron Yu suddenly remembered the inquiry she sent not long ago. "Miss Ron, do you have any requirements for the car?" "Simpler." "Ron Yu, you call this simple? Sure this can be called easy?" Chapter 3. It was rainy and hazy. The black waterproof blanket that winds down the stairs covers the entrance of the hotel, and 3 luxury cars are parked at the end. Passers-by stop and look at it secretly from a long distance. The agent's head was rusty, and he no longer had the ability to think at all. He tried his best to reduce the sense of existence and shrunk to the corner. His whole body was stiff, and his face was burning with pain. Uncles, how could Ronyu have such a shocking scene? Did you rent it for money? But even if it was rent, he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the four burly men. She stood aside, smiling politely at Ronyu. She and the four bodyguards were the most comfortable in the audience. In the hotel, the female celebrity who was surrounded by a circle of people looked over eagerly. Her eyes shone with the excitement of rich women, hungry, sticky. Sensing the increase in the crowd of onlookers, Ronyu couldn't say anything more, so she stepped on the black waterproof pad. The bodyguard in black respectfully opened the door of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom for her. Needless to say, the interior of the car is spacious, and the floor mats are as soft as stepping on cotton. The calf skin on the rear seats feels delicate and smooth, making it comfortable and soft to sit on. Every detail in the car is well done, and it lives up to its expensive price. Even the roof is fantastic. Looking up is a romantic starry sky. At 6 o'clock in early autumn, the sky has dimmed, and there are no stars outside the window. She turned up the brightness of the panel on the roof, and the starry sky appeared, as if sitting in a Milky Way and traveling forward. Ronyu understands why wealthy families fight to the death for the right to inherit. Who would not love this unique enjoyment of luxury and luxury? After a brief enjoyment, Ronyu gradually calmed down. Staying in a wealthy family, even if she has no intention of fighting for power, she will be inadvertently dragged into the vortex of fighting for inheritance. People walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. In the novel, her uncle and aunt are not easy to provoke, and their children will also join in the infighting drama. But in the end it was all solved by Jiyu Fusion. The Jiyu Fusion described in the novel is decisive in killing and attacking and attaches great importance to power. The author almost wrote him as a big villain. Later, he probably felt that the male lead Cheng Jiyu could not beat him, so Jiyu Fusion directly became the background board. Just now she hung up his phone recklessly. It's the thriller of the year. At the same time, Jiyu Fusion, who was considered by his sister to be the big devil, was sitting on the private plane returning to China. His brows were furrowed and his expression was stern. The meals on the wooden table were not moved at all. The atmosphere in the entertainment suite was so heavy that Assistant Chen at the side didn't dare to take a breath. The last time Mr. Jiyu was so serious was because of a mistake in the cooperation with the international watch group Rufeng a year ago, which almost affected the further expansion of Jiyu's Bojan Group in foreign markets, resulting in a loss of tens of billions. But in the end, Mr. Jiyu resolved all the crises perfectly. In Assistant Chen's eyes, Jiyu Fusion is omnipotent, and nothing in this world can stump him. Jiyu Fusion is now uncharacteristically, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Assistant Chen was a little flustered. Amid all kinds of anxiety, he wished he could rush out and ask the special assistant who was waiting for news solemnly in the conference room. 10 minutes ago, Mr. Jiyu asked his special assistant to wait for news. Keeping this state for a full 10 minutes, how many billions of projects have been lost can make him so serious? Assistant Chen's whole body was tense, and he was extremely careful even in the way he swallowed his saliva. Okay. Outside the small window, a vast red glow appeared, turning half of the sky red, and the scenery was too beautiful to behold. It's a pity that no one watched it, and no one cared about it. In the suite, there was only the sound of the vibrating wings. A video call between him and his friend Fu Jizhen was broadcast on the high-definition TV 2 meters away from Jiyu Fusion. The heirs of the two Dinghao families quietly waited for a news. Realizing this, Assistant Chen's legs went limp. Hold, cut the mess quickly, no matter how big the storm is, let's talk about it quickly, please. Probably the special assistant heard his inner thoughts, and a minute later, Special Assistant Song knocked on the door and entered. Jiyu Fusion straightened up, raised his hand to take the thin thing that could not be called a document from Song Ti's assistant, and looked at it very seriously. Assistant Chen, it's time to talk. It's time for all the attention, tension, and death. Just when Assistant Chen thought that the special assistant was going to say that Jiyu's lost thousands of small targets this time, Song Teju smiled. Mr. Jiyu, Miss likes tonight's arrangement very much. She praised the phantom starry sky top twice for its beauty. Assistant Chen was stunned. No, Isn't it about losing money? Roles X is really good. Communicate with them and customize one for my sister. Jiu Fu Chen praised. In the future, I will replace the commonly used car at home with this one. Let the domestic helpers also feel the taste and hobbies of the younger sister. Oh, let's change his car to this one too. Brother and sister, he deserves it. Assistant Chen. The last time he was on a business trip to DB, Mr. Jiu saw dozens of Les X's on the street, and said lightly that this car was only liked by grown-up kids like his little nephew. Why did he fall in love with it now? He thought that the company was going to face an epic problem like almost bankruptcy, and it took a long time. This Assistant Chen of Shihua was pushed away by Songtae. Walking into the conference room, Assistant Chen still couldn't digest everything he had just experienced, and turned his head to ask, President Jiu, he must be a sister-in-law, right? Song Wen paused and glanced at him. Assistant Chen's heart trembled. Forgot, wealthy people don't like others to inquire about their gossip. Just as he was about to apologize, Song Wen said seriously, Assistant Chen, your wording needs to be more rigorous. Assistant Chen, huh? Mr. Jiu is not a sister-in-law, he is a sister-in-law. The younger sister is in front of Jiu Fusion, and they are all entry-level sprinklers. This is thanks to Mr. Jiu and Mrs. Jiu's devil-style training since childhood. Since the young lady was lost, the two of them have brainwashed Jiu Fusion every day, telling her how miserable her sister will be. If she finds her sister, she must be good to her. For more than 10 years every day, Jiu Fusion will go crazy, and no one in the Jiu family is innocent. Assistant Chen, it seems that some great secret has been discovered. In the entertainment suite, Jiu Fusion sipped his red wine in satisfaction. Jiu Fusion has perfect bones, slightly sunken eyebrows, long and narrow eyes with deep eyes, a straight nose, and three-dimensional and deep facial features, which is the standard appearance of a boss. The curvature of the jawline is perfect and smooth, and the dense and long eyelashes weaken the sense of alienation from above. When she blinks lightly, there is inadvertent softness. At this moment, the corners of her lips are slightly raised, and her tone is a little proud. Now you are the only one without a sister. In the video, Fujisen added lightly, Ronyu likes the high-cold type. Jiu Fusion's smile faded a little. Shut up, you're just jealous. When it comes to President Gao Leng BA, Jiu Fusion is upset. After getting news about his younger sister Ronyu this morning, he quickly asked people to search for her related news and interviews, watched it for 5 or 6 hours without blinking, and finally came to a conclusion. My younger sister likes the cold and paralyzed type. After the filming of Family was finished, Ronyu was asked what kind of brother do you like in an interview. Her answer was, it's just as good as in the movie. And in the movie, he just happens to be the type with a cold face and a domineering face. Jiu Fusion felt very bitter. Since he was a child, he has a lively personality. His father, Jiu Chen, thinks that this is not suitable for those in positions of power. He cannot restrain shareholders and high-level executives. He should keep a low profile, talk less and be polite when he is outside, in order to be able to talk more in front of friends. Bushi. In order to show the low profile of the Dinghao family, Jiu Fu Chen rarely appeared in public. Gradually there were rumors that he was an indifferent boss. If only he was the real boss. Very sad. JPG. The younger sister likes the bossy brother. Of course he wants to give the younger sister a supreme family experience. His younger sister, Jiu family Rongguang, whatever should be the best. If you're not the overlord, then pretend. It is also beneficial for him to deter the group of shareholders and executives. Acting, trivial. He will be the Oscar statuette for another 2 years. Jiu times Chongmai is invincible times Rongyu's #1 braindead fan times Fu Chen thinks so. Unfriendly to hang up the video call with his friend, Jiu Fusion went back to the bedroom to rest, hoping to meet his sister in the best condition tomorrow morning. The first rule of an excellent brother. Initial impressions matter. When Ronyu arrived in Merisu City, it was completely dark. It was dark at night, and there were only faint yellow street lights on the side of the road. Ronyu leaned on the headrest, and after driving for a certain distance, the speed of the car slowly slowed down. Xiaoshi, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was wearing a Bluetooth headset, and while answering the phone call from the manor housekeeper, she said to Ronyu, Miss Ron, we are almost there. Ronyu rubbed her eyes sleepily, and looked out the car window lazily. There were still faint yellow street lights, and the trees on both sides obviously increased. After driving all the way for an unknown amount of time, the car in front turned a corner. Ronyu cheered up a little. I don't know if it was designed on purpose, but this row of trees is dense and towering into the sky, and after turning a corner, the field of vision is completely widened. Lights flicker, from dark to bright. After passing through the wrought iron gate, the car drove another few hundred meters. The lights like fireworks exploded from a distance, and then the lights of thousands of families were lit, and the fireworks were just like that. The grass and trees are exquisitely trimmed, and a small turn is made, entering the dense ginkgo trail. The wind blows the fallen leaves and dances, which is a beautiful scene in the movie. After driving for another distance, I finally saw the endless stretches of brightly lit Western-style buildings from a long distance away. She stared dumbfounded at everything that unfolded in front of her eyes. Where do people live here? No. Is this a place where people can live? Shouldn't a small window be set up outside the wrought iron gate as a scenic spot to give people who dream at night like her more dream material? Just as Ronyu got out of the car, the delicate and capable young woman opened the car door with a smile, and said in a correct voice, "Welcome miss, come home. I am your personal butler Wei Wen, and this is Song Gushu, the old housekeeper of the Jiyu residence." Song Gushu is 50 years old this year. The meticulous black suit adds a bit of wisdom to the old man, and his voice is old and powerful, "Miss." After the serious old man said these 3 words, his eyes suddenly felt a little wet and hot. "This is your home." Ronyu paused. It can be seen that the butler should have missed her a lot in the past 20 years, but when he said these 5 words with affection, Ronyu still couldn't resonate. She couldn't believe that this mansion, which could be used to make aristocratic movies, would be her home. Butler Song, Mr. Jiyu and Mrs. Jiyu are not at home for the time being. Mr. Jiyu Xiao is on his way back. He will be home at 2 o'clock in the morning. You can rest well tonight. If you are not satisfied, you can come to me or Wei Wen. Ronyu nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Satisfied. The only dissatisfaction is probably, I will definitely have to walk a lot to get to her room later. At once. Quite tired. Not suitable for her kind of sports waste. It was getting late. Wei Wen didn't take Ronyu to visit the manor. After a brief handover with Shi, he respectfully led Ronyu back to her room. After walking through several corridors and taking an elevator, she finally arrived at her room. Along the way, Ronyu always kept an attitude of not looking at the surrounding objects and only walking towards the room. It's not that she doesn't want to, she is afraid. As the saying goes, luxury and money dazzle people's eyes. Ronyu asked herself that her personal character is not so noble. If she saw antique calligraphy and paintings that can only be seen in history books on the wall or in the corner, she would really go crazy and sink into this money-worshipping life that everyone despises. Inside, after returning to the room, Ronyu suppressed her curiosity as much as possible, washed up quickly and fell asleep in the room. She is very tired. Awakening novel memories during the day made her consume a lot of brain power, and she saw so many things beyond her ordinary life. She was exhausted both mentally and physically, and she just wanted to fall on the bed and get enough sleep. The bed was too soft, she closed her eyes and rolled several times on the bed, and fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up again, the room was still dark. There are sporadic lights emerging from outside the curtains. The big bed was leaning against the curtains. Ronyu got up sleepily, opened the curtains and took a look in a daze. Sober up instantly. Her room is on the 7th floor. The blue lake in the distance reflects the Western-style buildings, and near the Western-style buildings is a row of green bamboos in the ripples of the water. Both the sense of atmosphere and the beauty of white space. The row of ginkgo trees she saw last night was far away, perfectly separating the 2 low buildings in the distance. The buildings were intertwined with golden yellow, which was a rare bright color in this manor. For local tyrants, it is very simple to buy a large manor, and it is also very simple to put some miscellaneous items in the manor, such as sports fields and golf courses. But it is very difficult to make everything come together beautifully. Ronyu forced herself to regain consciousness. Can't fall. She came here only to clarify her future thoughts with the big devil in the novel and her real brother. Ronyu grew up in an orphanage and experienced 2 adoptions that ended without a problem. Among them, she was abandoned once. She has no feeling for the warm and loving family relationship in the eyes of others. She is used to celibacy. She has seen the prosperity of the entertainment industry and the extraordinary Dinghao family. In the final analysis, it seems that living in a small detached house by the sea is more suitable for her. After making up her mind, Ronyu glanced at the wall clock next to her. 10:30. She can really sleep. However, the life of being undisturbed while sleeping is really comfortable. Retirement starts today. Ronyu was only wearing pajamas, her suitcase was not with her, and she didn't know where the cloakroom was. She vaguely remembered that Wei Wen said she woke up last night and rang the bell to call her. Wei Wen came quickly. Almost as soon as she pressed the button, Wei Wen knocked on the door and entered. Maybe it was waiting at the door for her to wake up. Ronyu was a little embarrassed. Her voice sounded soft after waking up. "I'm sorry, I woke up too late." Wei Wen smiled politely. "Miss, you don't have to apologize to anyone. What time you sleep until is your private matter, and I have no right to interfere." She is so polite that she even welcomes Ronyu to sleep again. It is completely different from the big dramas Ronyu has seen, where the rich and powerful families are fighting each other and the domestic servants are divided into factions. In Xuangwen's novel, there is no mentally handicapped plot where the real daughter who wanders outside is ridiculed by the housekeeper after returning to the family. Maybe this is the quality that a butler of the Dinghao family should have. Ronyu is very happy. "Mr. Jiu Xiao is waiting for you in the restaurant. Would you like to wash and change?" Ronyu nodded. "Where are the clothes?" Wei Wen, wait a moment. She took out the tablet and tapped it twice, then stepped forward and handed the tablet with both hands. Ronyu took it with a confused look. 3 seconds later, the opposite side of the bed, on the 8-meter-long and 4-meter-high wall, the pale pink curtain shrank to the sides, revealing a giant curtain that was as long and wide as the wall. The giant screen showed a cloakroom of at least several hundred square meters. Various brands of clothes, high-heeled shoes, jewelry, watches, necklaces, hats, and other accessories occupy a small half of the cloakroom. "I'm very sorry, miss. After learning about your brand and design preferences, I hurriedly purchased 60 sets of ready-to-season clothes. There are also some haute couture and dresses on your left. If you don't like them, I will change them immediately. We will relay your preferences to the designer as soon as possible." Wei Wen looked guilty, as if it was a wrong thing for Ronyu to wear luxury brand ready-to-wear. "Miss, you can swipe on the tablet, click into the window, and zoom in to choose the clothes, shoes, jewelry, glasses, and other accessories you want to travel today. If it is troublesome, you can also click the button at the bottom. There are 4 major designs on it. The teacher will match the shape for you." Ronyu. Wei Wen must be a loyal fan of Shining X Warm. You can also save the shape and change it with 1 click. Outrageous. But there is a bit of liking in the outrageous. This kind of life, who can not love it? Chapter 4. It's a pity that Ronyu didn't have time to play the luxury version of the dress-up game, so she quickly chose the clothes, and her brother Jiu Fuchen was still waiting for her downstairs. Turn left to exit the room, and in the small living room at the end of the corridor on the 7th floor, you can see a very spectacular ink painting of rivers and mountains. Ronyu slowed down and went through it in her mind. It is confirmed that this is the 200 million ink painting that was bought by a rich man at a foreign auction some time ago. At that time, all the hot searches were discussing the whereabouts of ink paintings. Did not expect. Put this as a decoration. It is indeed much better looking than the 50 yuan fake painting she bought on a certain treasure. After the stimulation last night, Ronyu had a preliminary understanding of the extraordinary in the family. "I recited the great compassion mantra silently several times in my heart, calm down, and calmly followed Wei Wen down the 2nd floor by elevator." Wei Wen was overwhelmed with admiration. "I had a brief exchange with Xie last night. Xie said that the little lady is very sacred, but she didn't know what that meant at the time. I understand now. Last night, when she took the young lady back to the room, the young lady walked calmly, with a calm expression, and did not stop at the priceless decorations, as if it was an ordinary Chinese cabbage. Now, there are only a few ink paintings worth 200 million. After looking at it twice, he calmly commented, looking at this painting up close. It's really good. The indifferent temperament of don't care about money exuding from the whole body is simply extraordinary and refined. Who can stand this? Wei Wen posted on Weibo that night. My employer is a goddess, she is so charming. When Ronyu arrived at the restaurant at home, Jiyu Fuxian was explaining work matters to his assistant. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his sister's footsteps. Jiyu Fuxian put down the documents, stroking the diamond cuffs on the suit with his knuckle hands, and said softly, "Sit." The well-tailored black velvet suit gave him a little more poise, giving him a domineering demeanor. Ronyu didn't suspect him, so she sat down obediently. While quietly looking at it, she sighed secretly. Everything said in the Gossip Entertainment Forum is true. Jiyu Fuxian's face is very different from that of male stars in the entertainment industry. This face, this heavenly temperament, this casual and indifferent aristocratic air, has more than 10 million fans within minutes of his debut, and it is difficult to find meal replacements. She could already imagine a sensational scene where fans were yelling on Weibo, begging him to post photos and videos. Song Wen, the special assistant, sorted out the documents. Mr. Jiyu Lingjai stayed on the island for 8 months and complained all day long. Please let me ask you when I can let him come back. He should have realized his mistake. He has been obediently staying there for 3 months, staying at home all day, never going out of the door, studying sincerely, not daring to come into contact with dubious people, and sitting down if he couldn't bear it anymore, relaxing on the cruise. He is walking towards the qualities that the heir to a wealthy family should have. Ronyu raised her eyes, and there was a strange light in her watery eyes. If you don't want to be an heir, well, you will be dispatched to the island to suffer. Taking a cruise to relax is just an unbearable choice. Give her this punishment. She likes. It is 10,000 times more comfortable than her small detached house by the sea. Jiyu Fuxian saved the long speech he wanted to say, and finally dropped 4 words coldly. It shouldn't be. Song Wen understood, nodded slightly to Ronyu, and walked away quickly. Long before Ronyu came, Jiyu Fuxian asked people to remove the long dining table that accommodated more than 20 people, and only a small square table for 4 people about 1 square meter was placed in the Beiping restaurant. So empty that she thought she was eating on an airplane parking lot. Very insecure. Sitting opposite Jiyu Fuxian, Ronyu couldn't help but say, "The dining table has always been like this. Is it small and delicate?" She can see her brother as soon as she looks up, and the close relationship makes her a little uncomfortable. Jiyu Fuxian paused for a moment. If it's too small, change it to a bigger one. It cannot exceed 2 square meters, no matter how far away. There is no way to feed my sister. Ronyu wanted to respond smoothly, and her mind regained consciousness for a moment. No, I have something to tell you. Jiyu Fuxian put down the milk glass, clasped his hands together. Say it. Ronyu thought for a while, and said solemnly, "I don't really want to live here." Let her live here and be involved in the plot of the novel, and being dragged into the whirlpool would be better than rolling to the beach with her luggage for vacation. Ronyu lost all sense of expectation for family affection after experiencing 2 unharmonious family relationships. It's not good to throw out the feeling of being twisted into a ball by them and thrown back. Being bound by family affection is a terrible thing. To be honest, when I saw Jiyu Fuxian, Ronyu only had 2 labels for him: the older brother in blood, the vigorous and resolute boss in the novel, who holds the power of life and death for many people. Nothing else. There is no excitement or warm brother-sister relationship, only anxiety when facing a strange brother. Jiyu Fuxian was stunned. A place not to your liking? The Jiyu family has multiple properties. If you like, you can choose one at will, and we will move in. It's not because of the house. Ronyu bowed her head, not knowing how to explain. Jiyu Fuxian stared at his sister's hair, lost in thought. Ron just came home, and she doesn't have a deep relationship with him, so it's understandable that she doesn't want to live here. It's not a problem. If you don't have feelings, you can create opportunities to deepen your feelings. People like Lu Jing can be called 3 good brothers. He has no reason to lose to others. Now the question is, how to delay time, create opportunities, and wait for dad to come back from recuperation. Jiu Fu Chen was extremely considerate. Can you stay with your parents for a while? They should return to China in half a month. It takes about that long to recover after surgery. When it comes to parents, Ronyu doesn't know what to say. Jiu Fu Chen, they are very busy and may not be able to make video calls temporarily. To be precise, it is impossible. When he made a video call in the morning, Jiu's father was still weak, and no one could heal the postoperative trauma, so he could only recuperate slowly. Here's their picture, their gift to you. Ronyu nodded and took it. It is a photo of two people when they were young, with a baby in their arms. The corners of the photo are dark yellow with age, but they are well preserved. But, are you free? How could a boss who regards inheritance as so important have time to have breakfast with her? Jiu Fu Chen, I work efficiently. There is indescribable pride in the casual words. Ronyu took a sip of milk. You mean they are very inefficient abroad? No, I didn't say that. Jiu Fu Chen didn't dare to provoke his parents. When he got nervous, he completely forgot about the tyrant boss, like a big dog with teeth and claws. Recalling the episode just now, Jiu Fu Chen was silent for a long time. Without blushing and heartbeat, he said in a low voice, "Forget about this episode." Ronyu suppressed a smile and nodded solemnly. It's cute when my brother loses his temper. The dining table was quiet, and the two of them ate their breakfast seriously. To be precise, breakfast and lunch. It is already 11 o'clock. Jiu Fu Chen has always maintained a good habit of eating and sleeping without talking, and it is the same when eating with his parents, but today, he really wants to talk to Ronyu. Although Ronyu sat very close to him and could touch her head with his hand, Jiu Fu Chen always had a slight panic that she would leave at any time. Jiu Fu Chen casually started to look for topics. Have you quit the circle? Ronyu, who was buried in cooking, swallowed the soft pastry and replied in a low voice, yes. Eating too much, I have no strength to speak QAQ. It's tiring to say one more word. Jiu Fu Chen frowned. Follow-up matters for retiring from the circle. Ronyu pondered for a long time with her muddy mind, seeing Jiu Fu Chen's dissatisfied and gloomy expression. Her heart trembled. Jiu Fu Chen in the novel doesn't like others to make trouble for him, and all his energy should be used to stabilize the inheritance rights and develop Bojin Group. No, I'll take care of it myself. Ronyu buried her head and continued to eat, her big bright eyes raised to glance at him from time to time. Observation in the dark. JPG. The wealthy are really not easy to mix. The moods of the bosses are changing, and they finally understand why there is a saying that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Jiu Fu Chen's dark eyes were bottomless, staring at Ronyu who was sipping milk for a long time, falling into the abyss, filled with emotions. Ronyu left quickly after breakfast and lunch, for fear that Jiu Fu Chen would find her troublesome. After leaving the restaurant, Wei Wen quickly followed. Miss, do you want to go out? Meet someone. In the novel, it was written that her best friend called her in the live broadcast room with tens of millions of people, questioning her character, and insinuating that she seduced the superior, which directly caused her dismal ending of being blacked out all over the internet. And Ronyu only has one best friend, Lu Ming. They have been playmates who have talked about everything since elementary school, and they were admitted to the same school in college. Both of them are finance majors, and they often attend classes together. Later, Ronyu was discovered by scouts and entered the entertainment industry, and the frequency of chatting between the two has not decreased. It can be said that after 3 years in the entertainment industry, Lu Ming has always encouraged and supported her unconditionally. When her new movie was released, Lu Ming invited the whole class to watch the movie, and posted Weibo to praise her computer and login to contribute to her playback volume. Behind Ronyu, there is always a backing called Lu Ming. Such a backing will never hurt her. Maybe just like she was rumored to like the hero Chen Gaiwan, everything is caused by the master of the plot. Wei Wen, all right Miss Ron, I'm going to prepare the car now. Ronyu nodded, and paused for a few seconds to stop her. I will drive by myself, don't follow. Wei Wen was in trouble. Miss, we must send bodyguards to protect your safety. If you don't like being followed, can you keep a distance of more than 10 meters from you after getting off the car? Don't make them wear black suits. Wei Wen, okay. Ronyu had to sigh. Try to be as low-key as possible. Although the family's low-key is completely different from what she understands, but it's the same as I said yesterday. Wouldn't it be against the sky if I didn't say it? Never scare the deer. Miss, are you in a hurry? If it's convenient, I'll take you to the garage, and you can choose it yourself. Ron Yu is very satisfied with this suggestion. She can't go wrong with her personal choice. The so-called garage is actually more like a luxury parking lot. Dozens of luxury cars and supercars are neatly parked, and at a glance, they belong to her family. This feeling is a bit irritating. Ron Yu didn't know much about cars, and most of the brands were unknown. Wei Wen followed her and explained, "This is Mr. Jiu Xiao's favorite car, Alfa Romeo 4C. From the color and body curve, you know that the price is not cheap." Direct pass. Ron Yu looked for the license plate logo she was familiar with, for circles, three-pointed star, and blue and white letters. In the areas that Wei Wen mentioned, she only saw My XE, Bin X, and Lambo XNI. And the Phantom that picked her up yesterday didn't have the brand she was familiar with. When she caught a glimpse of a golden car from the corner of her eye, Ron Yu paused. In the corner of the garage, a golden supercar was parked there. Wei Wen, Mr. Jiu likes gold very much. He bought this pure gold cloth XDI Weilong. My wife thinks it is too ostentatious, so I asked the housekeeper to lock it here. And Mr. Jiu is not allowed to drive it. Ron Yu. Her father's preferences are really flamboyant and unique. A sports car with a solid gold exterior. Crazy. Miss, do you want to drive? Wei Wen said respectfully, "As long as it's you, you can drive any car you want. In this family, no one is more important than little miss." Ron Yu took a long breath, no need. After searching for a long time, she finally saw 4 familiar circles in the corner. Moved to tears. After checking on the internet, it was determined that only 1 million, and it was designated with lightning speed. When going out, Ron Yu asked Wei Wen, "Will you follow? If you need it, then follow along." Wei Wen is someone she is more familiar with. At the same time, Jiu Fusion in the restaurant was still in mixed feelings. A simple breakfast made a huge difference in his view of his sister. Ron was so young and forced to quit the industry, which shows how deep the water in the entertainment industry is. When she mentioned the entertainment industry just now, she didn't pretend to be weak in her voice, and she didn't wake up until noon today. She must have suffered from insomnia for a long time last night, and she silently endured the pressure from all parties in the dark until dawn. He has experienced this pain. All kinds of breakdowns weighed on his heart and he couldn't sleep, but when he wanted to help Ron still chose to face the difficulties and insisted on handling everything by himself. She really, after saying that she wanted to solve it by herself, Ron still secretly looked at him. Her watery eyes were full of sincerity, afraid that he would worry. She ate so many breakfasts, and pretended that everything was fine. "My sister has done so much, all for this family." Jiu Fusion had a sore nose for the first time. "My sister Wowtat. My younger sister can't be a pitiful little grievance. Our Ron Yu is the glory of the Jiu family and should be a fearless little princess." Jiu Fusion has a whole set of plans planned in his mind. Hearing that Ron Yu was going out, Jiu Fusion thought of the documents that had not been signed for Ron Yu, and asked the old housekeeper to call Wei Wen over. "Mr. Jiu Xiao," Wei Wen said respectfully. "Jiu Fu Chen, give these to Ron." A thick stack of documents. It's all transfer agreements of movable and immovable properties, and it's accurate to which jewel and which blue diamond. Wei Wen thought for a while, and was a little embarrassed. "Mr. Jiu Xiao, I don't think the young lady would want to sign these. It would be better for you to talk to her in person." Jiu Fusion. "After my observation, the little lady is a very sacred person. She doesn't like money." Jiu Fu Chen. Jiu Fu Chen's whole body tensed up. Besides money, what else can he give his sister? The restaurant was quiet for a long time. Wei Wen noticed Mr. Jiu Xiao's strangeness, so she didn't dare to say more. When she was anxious to go out with Ron Yu, Jiu Fusion handed the document and a black card to her at the same time. Jiu Fusion said solemnly, "Must make Ron fall in love with Qian." Wei Wen, okay. She understands. This is the only way for the Jiu family to keep Miss Fairy. Chapter 5. As Wei Wen expected, Ron Yu very calmly rejected the tens of billions of asset transfer agreement. Ron Yu was expressionless. She didn't expect to receive this kind of hot potato the next day when she returned home. Ronyu likes money, but she is afraid of trouble. Accepting this asset means that she is truly tied to the Dinghao family. Whether it is the struggle for inheritance rights in the novel, or the crisis brought about by a potential uncle, aunt, etc., it is not what a troublesome person like her wants to encounter. In addition to being afraid of trouble, there is a deeper reason. Ronyu hasn't really integrated into the family yet, so she can't persuade herself to accept this ill-gotten wealth. It would be better for me to sign a document refusing to accept the gift of property, Ronyu said softly. This can be regarded as directly expressing her attitude of not wanting to compete for family property with the overbearing elder brother who cares about power. Jiyu Fu-chen is happy working for the group. She is happy salted fish, a true two-way joy. Wei Wen was about to cry. Mr. Jiyu Xiao asked her to try her best to lead the little miss into the bad habit of worshipping money, but the little miss was not moved at all. Suppressing the pain in her heart, Wei Wen still maintained a polite smile on her face. Miss, then you accept this black card. You can use it to buy products around the world. In addition to purchasing hundreds of millions of real estate or sports cars, ships, etc., Mr. Jiyu Xiao is preparing for the little lady. What worries him is not the product, but how to send these things out. Documents and black cards, no matter what, you have to send a copy, so that Wei Wen can handle the business. Ronyu Hue misunderstood it, thinking it was a small reward given by Jiyu Fu-chen after he refused to sign the document, but seeing Wei Wen's insistence, she took it and put it in her jacket pocket casually. It's time for her and Lu Ming's best lunch. I don't know if it's Ronyu's delusion. The car she drove with the 4-circle mark is as comfortable as yesterday's Phantom. The interior is also spacious, and it's quiet when driving. The experience is superb. Ronyu and Lu Ming are at the self-service hot pot restaurant next to University B. Today, Ronyu wears a milky white one-neck puff sleeve sweater under her oversized retro dark brown jacket, and her waist-length black wide-leg pants perfectly show her supermodel-like long legs and slender waist. It's 2 points playful. Ronyu did not bring the expensive watches and jewelry recommended by Wei Wen, but only chose black and white contrasting pearl earrings. Lu Ming has always known that Ronyu is beautiful. Now she looks like a lazy lady out on the street, keeping a low profile but catching everyone's attention. Waving to Ronyu at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, Lu Ming rushed over. Big beauty, let me touch my waist. Ronyu dodged her sexy hand with a smile, but in the end she was still negligent. Lu Ming moved his hands up and down. Mimir touched it twice and asked, "Is it cold?" "Fine." After being a star for 3 years, her antifreeze ability has grown day by day. Lu Ming smiled, tightened her brown coat, and took her to the hot pot restaurant with his arms around her waist. Lu Ming scanned the QR code to order, and said, "I was busy with my tutor all day yesterday, and I went back to the dormitory at 12 o'clock in the evening and fell asleep. In class this morning, when the students talked about you, I realized that you have quit the circle. You are so fast, you can quit the circle when you say you want to, and you can save 400,000 dators at a young age. Not bad." Ronyu was slightly taken aback. "Didn't you watch the live broadcast yesterday?" "No, the tutor is so annoying." Lu Ming couldn't help complaining. "You don't even know how tired I was yesterday. Director Lee is a perfectionist. Yesterday I was looking for papers in the library all day, and I helped him make a form. How can I watch the live broadcast when I have time?" "Forget it, let's not talk about these hard things. You can take off the mask. There is no one in this store now." Because Ronyu is a star, Lu Ming came early to grab the corner position. There is a celebrity best friend. Lu Ming is very thoughtful. Ronyu's pretty eyebrows frowned. Yesterday when she hung up Jiyu Fu-chen's phone and said about retiring from the circle, she received a call from Lu Ming. It's just that after she left the live recording room, the phone hung up. She believed that Lu Ming would not lie to her. "Ronyu, did you lend your phone to someone yesterday?" "I was too busy to remember yesterday." Do and I seemed to say that her mobile phone was lost in the library, so she came to borrow my mobile phone to call her. At that time, Lu Ming was so busy that he didn't pay attention to it. "How?" Ronyu came back to her senses. "It's okay. I received your call yesterday afternoon. I thought you had something to call me." Lu Ming didn't care. and put meat into the hot pot again and again. I guess she pressed the wrong button. Come, eat hot pot, dry rice. Ronyu nodded, and said suddenly, don't contact her in the future. Do-and-I was her roommate when she was a freshman before she debuted, proper by Fumir. However, the relationship between her and Do-and-I has not been very good. During the military training period, Dai slandered her for stealing high-end perfume, spread rumors, and refuted them. During that time, Ronyu tried to be innocent, and she understood after this incident. Most people are not looking for the truth, they only believe what they want to believe. Lu Ming suddenly remembered the military training in his freshman year, and repeatedly revealed his camp. I was wrong, I was wrong, I was too busy at the time to care who the person talking to me was, and just perfunctory them away. Next time I will definitely know. I won't say a word to her in the future. We are invincible friends, rich woman. I am still waiting for you to make a fortune to support me, and take me to the island to live a happy retirement life. Ronyu smiled lightly. I'm trying my best. By the way, please recommend some financial professional books to me. I want to learn finance again. Ronyu went from childhood to university quickly. If she hadn't been dug into the entertainment industry by scouts back then, she would definitely have the title of a talented woman in the finance department of university. She would definitely have a chance to offer from the top 4 and top 500 in China. Lu Ming admired Ronyu. Since she was in school, Ronyu has been extremely planned and self-disciplined. As long as she decides to do something, she will complete it no matter how difficult it is. After entering the entertainment circle, learning acting skills, keeping fit, and learning dubbing, all the skills that should be mastered have not fallen, and the road to an excellent actor has gone further and further. Now netizens are still howling for her to go back. Lu Ming, okay, I'll make a book list for you when I go back. The two began to cook happily, and while eating, Lu Ming felt something was wrong. The 4 big men and the woman at the next table came to take a look from time to time. Lu Ming was vigilant all over, lowering his voice. Ron, let's call the police. The men and women at that table are all staring at you, I'm afraid. Ronyu looked over. Wei Wen nodded and smiled at her respectfully. The dishes on the table were barely moved, and the 4 bodyguards picked up 2 dishes from time to time with their chopsticks, but they didn't actually eat them. Probably a rule. Ronyu tilted her head and thought for a while, then sent a message to Wei Wen. Don't waste food, I'll treat you to this meal. Wei Wen, okay. The 4 bodyguards groaned and cooked happily and excitedly. Lumming. Ronyu doesn't intend to hide it, she still has troubles that need to be solved by her friend for many years. My biological parents found me yesterday. They are abroad and can't come back for the time being, but I saw my brother. Lu Ming pursed his lips with a serious expression. Family affection is Ronyu's only weakness and weakness. The pain brought by her native family has accompanied her for many years, but she has always handled it well. Are they rich? She saw Ronyu's new car today. To what extent? Ronyu paused, and said honestly, 4 bodyguards and a personal butler drove 2 phantoms. Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Let me be quiet, I know what you are struggling with. When Ronyu decides to quit the circle and start a life she really likes, no one can keep her, but the family that appears at this time will become a psychological barrier that she cannot overcome. Ronyu's affection for her family is like the 2 boyfriends Lu Ming met. The first one dumped her, the second cheated on her, and the 2 scumbags broke Lu Ming's heart. Once bitten by a snake and afraid of well ropes for 10 years, Lu Ming hasn't had a boyfriend in 2 years. Ronyu had more severe symptoms than hers. The first family appeared in infancy, and the second family appeared for 7 or 8 years, and the results were not good. The wall Ronyu built in her heart was much higher than hers. Generally, when encountering this kind of trauma, one should either heal slowly, or run away like Lu Ming, or face up to the difficulties with fire, and find another one. Lu Ming had no courage. It hurts so much to know the truth. Lu Ming was surprised when she heard that Ronyu would stay at home for half a month and wait for her parents to come back. She knows Ronyu. Staying for half a month means to a large extent that Ronyu has reconciled with the past and compromised with her family, but she has not fully expressed it. Ron gave herself a half-month deadline, which was her armor for self-protection. If her parents and elder brothers were like the past two adoptive parents, she would leave without hesitation. As for what he said just now, my brother may value the family property very much, it was just an excuse. Even having such an older brother can give Ronyu an emotional buffer. If Ronyu couldn't resist the passionate care and love from the beginning, she would be at a loss, embarrassed, or even scared. The wall of the heart needs to be broken slowly with one hammer and one hammer. As for the so-called drama of rich families fighting for family property, it is not a problem at all. Who would drag people who are lying on their feet into the center of the struggle? Why, invite salted fish to eat melon seeds and watch a show. Ronyu poked the kelp in the dish. Do you think it's right to do this? Lu Ming nodded, his voice was gentle and sincere. Ron, I don't think you should question yourself. You always know what you want, you know what to pursue, and you are very decisive. You have always been the role model I want to pursue. Actually, taking a step back, your brother matches you very well. Ronyu understood in seconds. Your brother is powerful, you don't like it. Every time he pushes you out of this inheritance battle, you get what you want and go in both directions properly. Lu Ming smiled suddenly. If he doesn't want to work, Xinyu brought you home just to let you inherit the family property, and you are finished. Thinking of that scene, Ronyu shivered. Don't talk about horror stories. I think you can relax and accept everything now. The worst thing is to ask them to take a few $100 million and run to that island to live. Lu Ming paused. Oh, remember to bring me. If you are rich, don't forget each other. Ronyu's expression was relieved, and the little chicken pecked the rice and nodded. Sometimes people in the game are not as thorough as onlookers. At first, I thought everything described at the end of the novel was disturbing, but now that I think about it, I am really lucky to have a career-hacking brother. Work hard to make money, and pay so much for this family. What's the matter with power and status? Jiyu Fuxian should. From now on, she will be Jiyu Fuxian's career fan, and she will be anxious about him immediately. Lu Ming's explanation is very useful. After eating the hot pot, she has to run back to help her mentor. Before leaving, he pulled Ronyu's coat and said, "Remember to support me when you get rich later." Ronyu nodded repeatedly and sent Xiaolu back to school. In her freshman year, because she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, she changed her major to study at the School of Film and Television of University. During her freshman and sophomore year, she studied professional courses while making movies. After going out for a trip, Ronyu was not in a hurry to go back. She wanted to go shopping in the mall and buy a few sets of clothes, one for her and one for Xiaoyu's best friend. As soon as he got in the car, Lu Ming sent a message. Ron, don't be afraid. If you fall this time, come to me quickly, and I will take you to eat delicious food. Before you fall, please enjoy the rich family life. This kind of experience is rare in the world. I'm almost sour into lemon juice. Ronyu's faint helplessness and worries disappeared in an instant. She took family affection too seriously, so she began to worry about gains and losses. Ronyu sent a nodding cute cat emoji. He also instructed, don't come into contact with Do and Die. She is not nice. Lu Ming, I will do whatever the rich woman asks me to do. While talking, Wei Wen came over, and Ronyu asked, can you check someone for me? She is not generous enough to allow Do and Die to continue to do things secretly, and more importantly, she may still be eccentric with Lu Ming. This is also one of the remaining problems in her handling of her retirement. Ronyu has 3 tasks at this stage: reading books to learn about financial management, dealing with minor problems after quitting the circle. Wei Wen frowned. Miss, please use this kind of vocabulary as little as possible. Ronyu was at a loss for words for a while, and then she raised her forehead with a headache. Help me find someone. Wei Wen smiled. You say. According to Ronyu's request to investigate Do and Die, Wei Wen did not forget the business that Mr. Jiyu Xiao asked. Miss, do you need to go shopping in department stores, 4S stores, sales centers, auction houses, or antique collectors, or find 28 male models to hold a private fashion show for you? Wei Wen smiled politely, but her face was filled with the eagerness of I beg you to spend some money quickly. Ronyu, there is no need for male models, you can go shopping in the mall. Wei Wen. She immediately forwarded the good news to Mr. Jiyu Xiao. Jiyu Fuxian was looking at the documents, and when he saw the news, He wanted to rush to Rongyu's side and bring a group of people to carry shopping bags for her. Let him see which shopping mall is so lucky to be favored by his sister. As long as you don't go to the shopping mall of Shen Mumming, who has been at odds with him since he was a child and has had grievances for years. He didn't throw Shen Mumming out at Jiyu's dinner last time. He had exhausted all his patience, if his sister was shopping in his mall. 15 minutes later, Mr. Jiyu Xiao, the little miss has arrived at the largest shopping mall under the Shen group. Jiyu Fushin. Oh, he forgave Shen Mumming. Chapter 6. The 270 degrees panoramic office with high ceilings on 3 sides has a wide view. Song Wen happened to come in to report tomorrow's arrangements, and there was a small problem with Country YS publishing project, so he was a little anxious. Jiyu Fushin was sending a message, so he glanced at him, say. Song Wen stepped forward to report. In the entertainment industry, the sales of games this quarter dropped by 0.5% compared with the same period last month. Jiyu Fushin listened, typing on the mobile phone non-stop. The overall strategy is okay. During the painful period of transformation, the cost of product publicity increased by 3.5% this quarter. Yes. When Song Wen heard one report after another, Jiyu Fushin seemed to listen casually, but he was able to give accurate suggestions and directions, and calmly pointed out a few minor problems in the bottleneck period of the subsidiary. Song Wen admired his natural self-confidence and pride, and he didn't blame the rumors that Jiyu Fushin was a legend in the entire business world. Jiyu Fuchen pursues efficiency extremely, and under the principle that time is money, he can call and never send text messages. Song Wen was curious about which heavyweight Mr. Jiyu was discussing cooperation with. Since he has been careful enough to type slowly to ensure that there are no mistakes or omissions in what he says, he must be negotiating an acquisition project with Country M. The cooperation of tens of billions is indeed more cautious than usual. Song Wen arranged the documents that Jiyu Fushin needed to review in order of importance, and while carefully observing Jiyu Fushin, he felt happy. I also learned a little business trick. When encountering unsure negotiations, you can resolve them through online communication. Now, Jiyu Fushin's chat interface actually looks like this. Ron is shopping. Fujishun, why did you change the name of the avatar to a simple one? Prepare for my sister to add me on WeChat. Fujishun, those who don't have a younger sister don't understand the good intentions of being a brother, and they don't have a common language with you. Goodbye. Fujishun. Jiyu Fushin clicked his tongue twice, showing off to someone who doesn't have a younger sister, without any sense of accomplishment. He set his target on Song Wen. I heard you have a younger sister. Song Wen's speech function was disturbed for a moment, who was so bored that he had a younger sister. Have you been heard by the boss, Mr. Jiyu? No. Song Wen replied honestly. Jiyu Fuchen nodded apologetically, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Oh, I have. Song Wen. Jiyu Fushin suppressed the raised corners of his lips, pretending to be casual and said, she is shopping with my card. Song Wen. The truth has surfaced. Mr. Jiyu is spreading rumors. In just 2 days, Song Wen had a new understanding of the term Sister Devil. Sister Devil, a kind of god-level figure who can maintain a high level before meeting his sister, easily deal with all kinds of monsters, and has a superior IQ. After meeting his sister, he loses his temper and falls to the ground. Speaking of the basin is a conservative estimate. According to the childishness of Mr. Jiyu, his brain should be thrown below -2 kilometers in the deep sea. Jiyu Fushin didn't care about the persona in front of the special assistant, he just wanted to know what Ronyu was buying and whether he was happy. Although Wei Wen offered to report the incident at first, Jiyu Fuchen restrainedly refused. Knowing that Ronyu is willing to use the black card to spend money when he goes shopping today, he is already satisfied. When I knew the location, I was so excited that I asked more questions. He respects his sister's personal life and privacy, and it is strange that his every move is reported to others, even family members. Jiyu Fushin sent 2 more messages to Wei Wen. You don't have to tell me these things in the future. Give Ron plenty of personal space. If she doesn't want bodyguards to follow her, don't follow her. Before the parents returned to China, except for the Fu family, the Jiyu family did not disclose Ronyu's information to any wealthy family. The family rarely dealt with media reporters, and it was even more impossible for the public to know about it. Ron is very safe, but it will be cumbersome if someone follows. Wei Wen, okay. Jiu Fusion held up his mobile phone and fell into a long wait. No consumption information of the black card popped up on the screen. Ron hasn't started spending money yet. Sitting in the luxurious office with panoramic views from 3 sides, Jiu Fusion felt a little melancholy, inexplicably envious of the housekeeper and bodyguards. Only they can accompany Ron all day. He unconsciously murmured, "Give this position back to Dad. It would be a good choice for me to change jobs." Song Wen packed up the materials and was about to leave when Wen Yang paused. "What are you going to do?" He quickly ran through the careers and companies that had promising prospects in the near future in his mind. Jiu Fusion spoke solemnly, "My sister's personal butler." Song Wen took a deep breath. "I wish you a successful application and a happy job hopping." "Well, I accept the blessing." In the shopping center, Wei Wen quickly understood what Jiu Fusion meant. The core is just one sentence: she has only one employer, the little lady, and she will definitely serve the little lady in the future. Even if Mr. Jiu Xiao's wish conflicts with the little lady's, she should stand by the little lady's side unconditionally. After confirming this rule, Wei Wen's work became much easier. Thinking of Ron's low-key, money-like dung noble quality displayed in the past 2 days, Wei Wen found an excuse to wait in the parking lot with bodyguards. Ron nodded repeatedly and suggested, "Drink some coffee and take a break." The respectful attitude of Wei Wen and the big bodyguards made her very uncomfortable. After they left, Ron finally recovered her previous shopping status. It's just that she walked around for about 10 minutes, and it was the first time she realized that it was so difficult to spend money. This shopping mall is one of the largest shopping malls in the country. Hundreds of brands have settled in, and the scale is huge. It is a paradise for shoppers. It's not far from University B. 90% of the girls in Ron's freshman year went here for ornamental shopping. They can only watch the kind that can't be bought. Everyone dreams of buying here, regardless of the price or quantity. Just one word when you meet someone you like: purchase. Ron was one of them, an integral part of her planned retirement. She went directly to the luxury goods area on the 7th floor, and visited dozens of big brands. Ron found sadly that all the things she liked were moved into the cloakroom by Wei Wen. She also has new products of the season that are not even available in brand stores. Wei Wen understands her so well. Skincare products and cosmetics are all high-end products that are personally matched by professionals according to her skin condition, and they are on the way to be transported by air. Ron doesn't have much love for jewelry, and the ones she likes a little in brand stores are also in the cloakroom. On the dangers of too large a cloakroom. When Ron thought of the anticipation and excitement in Wei Wen's eyes when she reminded her to spend the money just now, she felt a headache about not being able to spend the money. She had no intention of spending money to buy something she didn't like, so she thought about it carefully and decided to go to the 1st floor to buy some food before going shopping. She hasn't found a clothing brand store that Luming likes for the time being, and she will look for it when she comes over later. The demand is here, and there is always a place to spend money. Don't panic, there are many chain snack bars on the 1st floor. Just downstairs, the aroma of egg waffles overflowed, and Ron was a little greedy. A mango egg waffle, okay. Ron fumbled for her phone in her big coat. The pocket was empty. "Give me a hand." Just now, after paying the bill for eating hot pot, she conveniently put her mobile phone in her bag. When she got off the car, she felt that the small bag was troublesome, so she didn't take it with her. She completely forgot about the cell phone she threw inside. "Miss Sister." The clerk who was preparing to make egg waffles looked puzzled. Ron Yuan's cheeks were hot under the mask. Wei Wen and the bodyguard were not around. His left hand fumbled for something hard in his pocket. "Can I swipe my card?" "Certainly." The clerk reached out to pick up the card while typing. A white and slender hand appeared in the line of sight. The nails were crystal clear and shiny, and the thumb and index finger were holding a completely black card. The cashier clerk took it casually, and when he swiped it on the machine, he caught a glimpse of the card from the corner of his eye, and his hand trembled so much that he almost pressed a string of zeros. The black card is low-key and steady, with 88s embellished in gold. This sky-high mystery and wealth. This is the first time I saw a young lady who bought egg waffles with a black card. 2. The eldest lady doesn't need a black card to buy egg waffles. What else can she use? There are no 8 bodyguards for close protection, and the owner of the mall introduced respectfully, paying with a black card is low-key enough, isn't it? When I looked up at the beautiful young lady in front of me, I felt that her whole body was emitting a golden light. Novel of the wealthy family does not deceive me. The eldest lady of the wealthy family comes with her own BGM, standing in the crowd can easily catch everyone's attention. The clerk held back his envious saliva, and returned it with both hands after swiping the card. There is another one in front of you, wait about 5 minutes. At this moment, Ji Fusion sat on the office chair, clasped his hands, and stared blankly at the mobile phone placed on the C position of the desk with his head down. Ding tilde. The text message sounded. Ji Fusion picked up the phone with lightning speed. The first order came. How much? How much? How much it cost? There was a bright smile on the corner of Ji Fusion's mouth. Look down. Spend 20 yuan. Watched it again. Make sure there is only 1 0. Ji Fusion's smile gradually disappeared, his fingers became weak, and the phone fell on the desk with a snap. He waited with all his might for the first bill, like a clown. Ji Fuchen fell on the back of the chair and stared at the ceiling blankly, his facial features twisted together in distress. My sister really doesn't know how to spend money. The phone vibrated a few times, and Ji Fuchen opened it listlessly. The WeChat group called heirs who don't want to be heirs, for keeps popping up new messages. Li Jin, why are there so many troubles in life? Ji Fusion regained his energy. Ji, say it out and be happy. Li Jin, I heard that your sister has returned home. Then you must understand me. Ji Fuchen sat up straight, intending to have a long and sad talk with Li Jin about we are both degenerate people. Why should we meet each other before? A new message popped up in the group. Li Jin, Luke Swan's girl card was suspended by the old man, calling me to swipe her card every day, and I have to pick her up after shopping, which is very troublesome. Ji, get out. Li Jin talked about stand-up comedy for a long time in the group. After complaining about him as the driver's sister, he began to yell that he had dropped a certain first-line male star and first-line female star and became a fan of a new star. I didn't talk about the specific details, just said that the fan was very uncomfortable. Ji Fusion, Fujishan and Jian Huai in the group didn't bother to talk to him. Li Jin's only hobby is star chasing, a secret that only the 3 friends in the group know. 90% of the people in the wealthy circle don't pay attention to the entertainment industry. Li Jin's parents think this industry is too flashy. Before Li Jin's younger sister Luke Swan wanted to enter the entertainment industry, she was severely criticized by Li's father and mother. Li Jin naturally concealed his hobby of chasing stars to death. It's also funny to say it. The heir to a leading company in the IT industry, chasing stars and having to **** for nothing, can't spend a penny on it, accidentally sees idols in public, and pretends to be cold, so as not to be discovered by his parents and family. What a miserable man. But Ji Fusion never admits that he is envious of Li Jin now. Why didn't he know that Luke Swan was so motivated, let her brother carry bags, swipe cards, and pick up cars every day? Just thinking about it makes him envious. Ji Fusion was greatly shocked and decided to rush into the shopping mall to demonstrate to his younger sister what it means to spend money. When he left the office and walked to the assistant's office area, Song Wen followed subconsciously and reported the good news with a smile. The person in charge of the fund said that you have made a total of 1.2 billion in private wealth management business recently. Ji Fusion paused, like a slow motion in a movie, turned his head and slowly looked at Song Wen. A trace of pain flashed in his dark eyes. Earned 1.2 billion, my sister spent 20. Good, very nice. Ji Fusion gritted his teeth. Don't tell me this kind of thing in the future. Song Wen. After Ji Fusion said don't follow, I'll deal with private matters, he left the office building with heavy steps and drove all the way to the shopping center. This trip to the mall, he has a big task. Ron, who doesn't like money, finally agreed to spend money, but only spent 20 yuan. This move made Ji Fuchen afraid and distressed. I was afraid that the Jiyu family would not be able to keep their noble sister, and I felt sorry for the fact that the first sum my sister spent was only 20 yuan. I must have lived many days like this before, and it makes me worry when I think about it. He had to correct her money outlook. My sister won't buy it, so let him come. When the car was parked in the parking lot of the shopping mall, Jiyu Fuxian received a very important call from his parents who were far away abroad. There was a flash of light in the dark eyes, and Jiyu Fuqian quickly picked it up. It's time for his parents to teach his younger sister how to buy together. Chapter 7. In order for Jiyu Yuchen and Ron Liu to be able to talk to Ron Yu today, Jiyu Yuchen kept his face in good condition. He originally wanted to call Jiyu Fuxian to find out the truth, but he never thought that as soon as he got connected, he would make a call. Very strange request. In the video, Jiyu Yuchen was lying on the sofa chair, looking much better than usual. Hearing this, he slightly lowered his eyebrows. Teach you how to spend money? Ron Liu frowned. Her well-maintained face showed a bit of anxiety. What's wrong? You bullied her. How can I be willing to bully Ron? Jiyu Fuxian frowned. It's just. After hesitating, the phone fell silent. It's what? Hurry up and say it. Ron Liu hurriedly urged. She doesn't like money a little bit. Ron Liu and Jiyu Yuchen checked several times before they could be sure that the son said money instead of I. Jiyu Fuqian sighed. Dad, I think it was a very wrong choice for you to choose to go into business. Ron doesn't like money, and the development of the family business is useless. Our family can't give her the correct guidance and life direction that meets her values. If one of you was a painter and the other was a musician, maybe the elegant and low-key sister would like our family. Family atmosphere is very important, parents. Jiyu Yuchen's expression gradually became serious. Ron Liu felt that something was wrong, and put on an elder's attitude to teach. Fuqian, is it just to make some money for you to live a life of pleasure and luxury? What is the real value? Jiyu Fuxian should be very clear after being the heir for 3 years. Jiyu Fuxian and Jiyu Yuchen were stunned for 2 seconds at the same time, raised their eyes, fixedly looked at their mother/wife, and asked solemnly, otherwise, what reason could there be? Ron Liu, as the only normal person in the family, she chooses not to speak. Jiyu Fuxian concluded solemnly, in short, you chose the wrong career path at the beginning, which made me wrongly step into your footsteps. Please reflect seriously. Now, I will pay for your wrong behavior. Jiyu Yuchen, yes. Ron Liu, what are you going to do? If it wasn't for her husband's chemotherapy, Ron Liu really wanted to go back to China and take Yayo away. I always feel that my proud son has been kicked in the head by a donkey, and I can't let Yayo's IQ be affected by him. Take Ron to experience the joy of shopping and spending money, and let her sink in the life of money worship. Jiyu Yuchen made a simple comment, not bad. Ron Liu's head was buzzing with pain. Jiyu Yuchen, shut up. Jiyu Fuxian walked towards the 7th floor of the shopping mall, and said, Mom, I'm going to find Ron now. If you want to teach Dad a lesson, I suggest you leave the screen and meet the education. You can't let Ron see a disharmonious family. Just now he asked where he went to ask Ron's location, and when he heard her go back to the 7th floor for shopping, Jiyu Fuxian felt relieved, and at the same time realized a very serious problem. He doesn't have his sister's WeChat. He even has a little butler, him, but, when Dad comes back, he will resign when he is in better health. He couldn't stay in the position of CEO for a day. Dogs can't do this day. After Ron Yu finished eating the egg waffles, she went back to the 7th floor and continued to look for the shop that Lu Ming liked. The exterior of shopping mall looks like a continuous mountain range, and the interior is composed of 5 or 6 medium-sized shopping malls. Ron Yu walked for more than half an hour to go around the 7th floor, and finally found the store of Lu Ming on the other side. The Kohl store is very big, the brand is expensive, and there are not many customers. There are only about 9 people in total. Just as Ron Yu entered the store, the shopping guide walked up enthusiastically, welcome to Kohl. Customers by the store door subconsciously looked over. It's do and die. Ron Yu's eyes met her inadvertently. She pursed her lips and looked away, then turned her head and chatted lightly with the shopping guide. Lumming saw this autumn and winter fashion show on the internet a week ago. This season, the brand focuses on retro youth. The concept is both romantic and anticipating. There are several looks that Lumming particularly likes. It's just that if you like it, you can only like it, so you can only take screenshots and save it and silently open a certain treasure to buy clothes. The 3 jackets collected by Lumming are all in the window on the left side of the store door, and they are the main promotion models of the season. The shopping guide smiled. The store you mentioned still has the last set. As she said that, she put on her white gloves and walked towards the glass closet at the door of the store. When she was about to take out the middle suit, Do and I, who had been silently looking at Yu, said first, "I want this set, wrap it up. This size is not suitable for you." Following Do and I's shopping guide suggestion, "Here is a style. I want this set." Do and I handed the card to the shopping guide who followed her, and casually looked at Yu. "Sorry, the suit you like is mine now." The upturned coda proclaims her pride. The invisible flames of war are scattered everywhere, and the atmosphere is a bit weird. The shopping guide forced a smile and said to Yu, "Miss, if you want this one, we can transfer it to Citia, and it will arrive in about a day." Yu's tone was very light. "No, I don't want this one." Do and I. She'd just bought a set of clothes she couldn't wear just to make Yu angry, but it turned out that she didn't like this one. Do and I felt powerless and resentful as if she had punched cotton. Yu, the first and fourth items on the left, the second, seventh, and 10th sets in the third column on the right. The shopping guide smiled and fetched clothes for her. Do and I looked at Yu condescendingly. Yu is not a top star. How dare she spend so much after quitting the circle and losing her job? Most of the time, Yu is too lazy to take the initiative to get involved in the vortex of conflicts. When others come to offend, she usually reprimands them with 2 or 3 sentences or ignores them, watching the stupid jump up and down. But there are surprises in everything. She doesn't like Do and I. There is no need to be generous to her. Yu took the initiative to walk in front of Do and I, put her hands in her pockets, and stated calmly, "You called me with Xiaoyu's cell phone." Do and I withdrew her gaze and raised her chin. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yu professed to be a famous lady by Fumir. "Don't use too lowly methods, it's embarrassing." Do and I was taken aback for a moment, then said angrily after recovering, "Don't slander people." She has never liked Yu. When she was a freshman, she tried her best to steal her limelight and made everyone surround her. Later, when she entered the entertainment industry, she bullied her idol and hooked up with the lover of her idol Yukai. Who doesn't know that Yukai and Cheng Gaiwan are in love with each other? They are obviously in the same circle, but they still look at Cheng Gaiwan eagerly, and the live explanation is also ridiculous and disgusting. Looking at the brooch, "I don't feel ashamed, just a petty air. Take care of yourself. A brooch can keep you stared at for a long time, so short of money." Do and I smiled contemptuously, called a shopping guide, and bought 6 sets of clothes in one go, which was exactly one more than Yu's order. "If you don't have any money, you should save some money. You are not the same as my family." Yu originally wanted to add 2 sets of clothes, so she didn't want to fight for steamed buns. Hearing the last sentence, her heart suddenly calmed down, and she nodded in agreement. "Our 2 families are indeed different." "What are you talking about?" Do and I said, turning her eyes to see the people walking outside. She swallowed all her anger in her heart, and her expression and demeanor instantly became reserved. "Young master, who can resist this?" Seeing Do and I's rapid face change, Yu turned around suspiciously. Jiyu Fusion walked slowly. His footsteps were calm and powerful, his perfect facial features brightened and darkened under the faint light and shadow. In 2 simple steps, he walked out of the film texture, which absolutely made Yu want to suggest him to make a film debut. With this kind of face, it is a waste not to play a few more roles to benefit the majority of girls. Nuwa gave him such a perfect face. Didn't she let him hide in the office to make money? Oh no. If her brother enters the entertainment industry, the family will fall on her head. Then continue to work in the office and leave his face to Nuwa to appreciate alone. Jiyu Fusion paused slightly after seeing the shopping bag in Yu's hand, but he quickly realized it. He took the shopping bag from Yu with a serious tone. "Did you buy it with your own card?" Yu nodded. "This is a gift for Lumming, of course she has to use her own money. All this fell into the eyes of Ji Fuxian and the parents in the video, and it became the heaviness and grief of the younger sister/daughter who dared not use Ji's family money. Yayo, buy some more. A gentle female voice came out of the phone. Ji Fuxian introduced, this is mother. Ronyu was about to say hello to her mother, but Ji Fuxian stopped her. The important thing is not chatting, you go shopping first. Ronyu, I've already bought enough. And no matter how you look at it, greeting family members should be more important than shopping. Ji Fuxian lowered his head, clenched the shopping bag in his hand, and sighed in his heart. Looking up, he stared at Ronyu. I'll teach you how to buy. Ronyu. Under Ronyu's bewildered eyes, Ji Fuxian said indifferently, wrap up all the styles and colors of the new season in the store. Do and die. Shopping guides. Ji Fuxian turned his head calmly, looked at Ronyu and said solemnly, this is called buying. Ronyu. Leaving the shopping guide in a daze, packing clothes stiffly, Ji Fuxian and Ronyu left the Cole brand store. All clothes are delivered to your door. However, the address the brand delivers to the door is not the manor. Members of the family rarely shop at shopping mall, but there is always an emergency. In order not to reveal the identity and the address of the manor, there is a small villa 5 kilometers away from the manor, where all the express delivery is placed. It is a luxury version of the rookie station. Ronyu's identity cannot be revealed yet. Parents have explained that when they come back, they will hold a grand comeback banquet for Ron, and introduce the identity of sister Ronyu in front of all the wealthy families. Ji Fuxian had no objection. After leaving, Ji Fuxian remembered about his parents and held up his mobile phone to ask Ronyu to say hello to his parents. Before the in-depth communication began, a foreign language suddenly came from the video, and Ron Liu hung up the phone in a hurry. Yo, Mom and Dad are going to have a video conference, let's talk next time. Ronyu didn't think much about it. She could feel that her parents were hiding something, but the gentle conversation at the first meeting had made her realize that her biological parents were indeed different from the previous two adoptive parents. At least, the attitude towards her is very different. This is enough. After hanging up the phone, Ji Fuxian took Ronyu into several shoe and bag shops. Under the envious eyes of the shopping guides, Ronyu's expression became more and more numb. How to say? It felt like she was forced to take a field teaching class on how the top spends money. It was only a preliminary teaching in the Cole store, and the following ones became more and more exaggerated and weird. Don't buy it. Ronyu looked embarrassed. Ji Fuxian couldn't see Ronyu's expression under the mask, but he knew that she was tired from the voice, so he immediately took back his steps and walked to the elevator. In the process of shopping, he did not forget his overlord personality. Every time he spent money, every time he spoke, he was concise and clear, with an indifferent expression. Ji Fuxian was very satisfied with his teaching, turned his head and asked Ronyu, do you know how to spend money? Ronyu nodded obediently. The scene feels like the dean is lecturing. Ji Fuxian looked at the number keys of the jumping elevator, and said calmly, within tomorrow, spend 100 million to see it. When getting off the elevator, Ronyu was forced to cram a sentence into her numb mind. Today's homework, spend all 100 million, due tomorrow. Chapter 8. Ronyu is a top student, almost no homework will stump her. But today, she obeyed. Just lie flat and stop pretending, I admit defeat. All the way to the parking lot, Ronyu's head was spinning rapidly. She still didn't understand why Ji Fuxian came to the shopping mall suddenly, took her to buy during the video call of her parents, and even assigned such a weird homework. After much deliberation, when she saw Ji Fuxian walking towards the extremely low-key car she drove today, Ronyu had a flash of inspiration and finally understood the thoughts of the superior. The more she spends and buys in front of her parents, the more it shows that she does not have the quality that an heir should have. Keep letting her buy, and fall into a life of luxury and pleasure, and become an outlier among the heirs of wealthy families who are struggling to survive. Naturally, the position of heir will not fall on her head. The elder brother can maintain the power position, and can also make the family harmonious, so that there will be no terrible things like other wealthy families fighting against each other or even drugging in the news, and she can fully immerse herself in the happiness brought by the Dinghao family. I have done so many things, all for the harmony and love of this family. Isn't this the salted fish life she has longed for? Sleep until you wake up in the sun, do whatever you want. After understanding this point, Ronyu finally understood that from now on, the more she spends, the later she sleeps, and the smoother her travels, the happier brother BA will be. Okay, make sure Tilda. Ronyu fell on the back of the chair, and when she realized that there was a vast salted fish life waiting for her, she felt very comfortable. His attitude towards Jiyu Fu Chen was somewhat natural. When the car started, she finally asked her doubts that she had been holding back for a day. This car is very comfortable to sit in, the driving experience is very good, and the price is high. Why is there only one of the same brand at home? Jiyu Fuxian lightly tapped the steering wheel with his fingertips, recalling the origin of this car. After a while, the car drove out of the parking lot, the light turned from dark to bright, and Jiyu Fuxian's voice came along with the sunshine of November, casually and a little lazy. Dad liked the appearance and brand logo of this car very much at the beginning. Let me, it is refitted by the brand owner, and everything is equipped with top-end parts. Ronyu pursed her lips in silence. I consciously didn't ask the price, and didn't want to hurt my wounded heart, but it would definitely not be less than 10 million. After choosing for a long time, she only chose a mascot in the garage. Outside the parking lot, Do and Dai put away her mobile phone, and angrily sent the photo of the car she just took to Juma Luozedi. It's not a luxury car, how dare you pretend like that in the store just now? Most likely it was to anger her. Luozedi replied quickly, this car is only worth more than 1 million yuan. Want to buy it? The price is right, but this one is not suitable for you to drive. Do and Dai angrily told Luozedi about her grievances with Ronyu and what happened in the brand store. Luozedi chuckled, what does the little star do? But she is so anxious to quit the circle, so she found a rich brother, and seeing their nouveau riche's appearance, there will be no money going anywhere. Do something to anger you. The thing about swollen faces to pretend to be fat, when they get the credit card bills, they will know how to write the word regret, and maybe they haven't left for a long time, and they ran to return the goods cowardly. The rich second generation like them have received a good education since they were young. With this foundation, how could they do the kind of stupid things that don't treat money as money? Recalling Ronyu's brother's grandeur, Do and Dai felt guilty for a while, but was soon attracted by another matter. In a few days, I will come to Marisu City to participate in the 29th Economic Forum Conference. Many wealthy families will go there to exchange ideas. My father won the opportunity for me to go there and learn some experience. When I leave tomorrow, I can still visit you. Luozedi added. Do and Dai responded quickly, I'll treat you to a big meal when I come here. I want to go to that kind of conference too. I haven't had any experience in school financial management. It's so boring. Will people at the Jiyu family level also go? Of course not. Luozedi thought for a moment, I'll send you a website link later. You can use it as a practical exercise for beginners in investment. There are many big names in the forum, and there are payment problems. I will make some small investments, and I can accumulate practical experience in it. I am also on the website, and the ID name is Countless Camels. Do and Dai agrees. She has been trained as a future successor since she was a child, but she is too lazy to practice in college. This year, her father puts a lot of pressure on her, and she is almost depressed to death. I want to go to the Economic Forum partly because I want to see the appearance of the legendary successors of the upper class, and partly because of pressure. Knowing that the Jiyu family and the Fu family were not going, he lost interest, and turned to look at the link sent by Luozedi. The boredom brought by Ronyu slowly dissipated with Luozedi's explanation. They both firmly believe that what happened in Cole's store today may appear to be a loser, but they must be the real winners. After returning home, Ronyu sat in the study on the 7th floor and seriously thought about how to complete the after-school homework of spend 100 million. When Jiyu Fuxian came in, he brought a stack of documents that were thicker than in the morning. His steps were slow and heavy, and his walking posture was stiffer than usual. After standing still in front of the desk, he stared at her with an unspeakable expression on his face. Ronyu put down the pen and instantly understood what it meant. In the morning, she told Wei Wen that she would not sign the document for accepting the property, but she could sign the document for refusing the gift of the family property, to express her attitude that she had no intention of competing for the inheritance right. Brother, is this touching? Or is it the unbearable pain after knowing that she is going to give up her property? Well, the careerist Jiu Fu Chen has paid too much for this family, and these are all money he earned, so what's wrong with guarding his own property? It's time for her to give up something in exchange for peace in the future of the family. Ronyu lowered her head, with her white hands facing up. She tried her best to keep calm, but what she rejected was not Chinese cabbage, but tens of billions of property, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Give it to me, I'll sign. Jiu Fuxian raised his eyebrows in astonishment, and quickly turned to the place where he needed to sign, for fear that his sister would find out that he had added a lot of real estate after seeing the list on the first page. Here, and here. Ronyu gripped the pen tightly and rewrote her name stroke by stroke. The veins on the back of her white hands were slightly visible. When it was time to sign the last document, Jiu Fuxian couldn't help asking in a low voice, Ron. Ah? Ronyu raised her head, her face as delicate as a Barbie doll still had pain that hadn't dissipated. Jiu Fuxian hesitated. Don't like money very much. Ronyu pursed her lips, lowered her head and quickly signed her name, closed the folder without even looking at it. A set of movements was neat, and used her life's acting skills to suppress the coming pain and despair. Her tone was solemn. Yes. Dislike. I don't like it at all. Woo. Jiu Fuxian looked at her silently for a while. His long and narrow eyes were deep and complicated, and said in a low voice, for a while, the housekeeper will inform you of the dinner time later. You should do your work first. He didn't know how he came out of Ronyu's study, and when he was conscious, he had already descended to the 6th floor and sat in the study, and wrote a sentence in his notebook with mixed feelings. My sister is a saint. 3 years ago, when his father abdicated and handed over the position of chairman to him, he couldn't help being excited for half an hour when he sat in the high position and enjoyed boundless wealth. Compared with Ron, he was a bit unqualified, too vulgar. Look at the younger sister who felt pain after signing the property gift. But apart from money, he can't give Ron anything. Even if Ron doesn't like money, he still has to continue his money spending course, spend on the head, and let his sister spend it. Anyway, in the end Ron signed the document, proving that the teaching is useful and must continue in the future. Ronyu, who rejected tens of billions of family property, was completely decadent. After eating listlessly on the small square table, under Jiu Fuxian's deep gaze, he went back to his room and read novels on the sofa. Novel, a must-have item when you are depressed and bored. Ronyu didn't know how to spend 100 million yuan, so after thinking for a long time, she decided to start with her interest. It doesn't cost 100 million yuan to read a novel, but there is still a whole day tomorrow. When the deadline is reached, people can always burst out with unlimited motivation and potential. Ronyu liked to read novels when she was in school, but she had limited time and money for her studies and wallet. But now, she has nothing but time and money. After finding an interesting copywriter to start the scanning journey, Lu Ming sent her a WeChat message. Ron, I sorted out the book list and magazines, and sent you the Excel file. There are also a few must-see websites, as well as forums suitable for practical training for beginners. You can take a look. I still have a lot of printed papers here. Shall I send them to you? No need, I'll look for you tomorrow. I went to the mall today to give you a gift. Is that what I mean? Is it the one I love, Big Rich Woman? Cat covering mouth.jpg. Waiting for you tomorrow. After closing the WeChat chat interface, Ronyu opened the book list and glanced at it. There are 18 books in total, 12 of which she had already read when she was a freshman. But she has never seen the forum that Lu Ming mentioned. Ronyu is not in a hurry to go to the forum. Reading novels is more important. What she was looking for was this MOBA mobile game article. The subject matter was a bit cold, and not many people read it. It tells the story of a support player who is passionate about the championship. He is looked down upon by others, the team leader is not optimistic, and the team bully excludes him. After experiencing various difficulties, he finally reaches the top. The blood of unyielding struggle for the ideal, the spirit of fearless forward, the charm of not admitting defeat. and the pure faith can move people at any time. Ronyu was impressed, and slowly turned to the next chapter expectantly, wanting to witness that the protagonist became the first player to play offline for the first time after going through all kinds of difficulties, and officially started his professional journey. Gone. Ronyu. Reluctantly, she flipped through the catalogue, only to realize that what she jumped into was an unfinished shallow pit. This small setback will not affect Ronyu's pace of spending money for love. Ronyu sent a message to Wei Wen, quickly contact Liu Ying to buy the copyright of this film and television. There is only one requirement, the day is over, and the manuscript is released. She wants to see. It was the first time Wei Wen received Ronyu's urging message, and when she sensed the urgency of the situation, the usually calm person showed a rare panic. At any cost, at any cost. At 9 o'clock in the evening, there was an additional post in the Liu Ying forum. Help, is this true? Many readers and authors who eat melon click in to have a look. The copyright editor approached me and asked me if I would sell the copyright of a serialized article. I'm just a small street fan who earns 2,000 to generate electricity for love, let alone 1 million. I'll sell even 10,000. I couldn't believe it, so I asked the copyright editor if he was a liar, and the editor said no. It's just a rich woman who spent millions of dollars on copyright to read the article and urged me to finish it quickly. Chapter 9. The Green River Forum area is crazy. Old poster Gugu, are you sure that what you wrote is not dream literature? The little one who loves to generate electricity. I quickly got up and updated, praying that the rich woman would take a look at me. Is the landlord Gugu's manuscript box enough? If it is not enough, it is recommended to repay the debt with a daily code of 100,000, so as not to hurt the heart of the rich woman. Give me pointers.jpg. Be sure to cheer up. Use your updates and enthusiasm to keep the rich woman. A rich woman buys movies and TV today, votes for Bowen tomorrow, and directly buys the entire Liu Ying the day after tomorrow. The rich woman who spends money for love and the author who generates electricity for love are running in both directions. Woo woo woo, beat me to death. The future of Liu Ying is in your hands, hurry up and rush. One Pen, the author of The Strongest Assistant who shoulders the future of Liu Ying, felt the pressure on his shoulders, and happily and excitedly released the 180,000 word manuscript at one time. This is enough enthusiasm, enough to make a rich woman happy. Ronyu was pleasantly surprised by Wei Wen's efficiency. After watching it happily, she did not forget to cast 10 thunders to express her excitement when she saw the highlights. After reading the 36 manuscripts, a total of more than 100 minds were cast. I haven't counted them in detail. After reading them, I put them in my favorites and come back next time. The Strongest Assistant became the top 100 of the Overlord list, and the comment area was extremely lively. There are quite a few readers attracted from the home page Overlord list. Is this the text selected by the rich woman? Looking at the name, it must be. The first one on the list is the fat cat who works hard to spend money. Finally, a rich woman saw through our pain and understood our fragility. Qian spent millions to drain the author's manuscript box, the most enjoyable time chasing articles, who knows. Ronyu didn't have the habit of reading the comment section. After finishing the novel and closing the Liu Ying app, she still had serious business to do. Ronyu clearly distinguishes her current life. The strong assets of the Dinghao family can give her boundless wealth and enjoyment, and she is completely immersed in the joy of spending money, but this kind of life has many uncertain factors. Whether it's the black card, the 100 million bank card that Jiyu Fusion gave her to complete the homework, or the luxurious wardrobe of hundreds of square meters, the priceless jewelry inside, and the antique high-end clothes that Wei Wen is buying for her everywhere, they are all brought to her by the family. Except for the 4 million in the suitcase and the bank card, she has nothing else of her own. Realizing this, Ronyu felt a little uneasy. She didn't like others to control her own destiny. If the sudden she is not from the Dinghao family, everything is just an along, wouldn't it be cool? Oh yes. On the second day after returning home, why did no one mention the paternity test? Although the 2-year-old photo sent by Xie was indeed very similar to the photo of her in the orphanage, the similarity was as high as 98%, even so, there was still a 2% danger. Why do members of the Dinghao family who control billions of dollars of wealth look like idiots? Ronyu frowned, sighed and asked Wei Wen for Jiyu Fusion's contact information. Jiyu Fusion agreed quickly. The avatar, name, and background of moments are as simple as the boss she imagined. B.A. Zong's novels do not deceive me. It turns out that B.A. Zong is really like this in reality. Ronyu took the initiative to send an emoji. Fat cat, the cat is obediently waving. GIF. G. Homework done. Fat cat, no, there is something I want to tell you. G. Fat cat, shall we do a paternity test? G. Ronyu stared at the question mark in bewilderment. Why, isn't it a normal process for a daughter who hasn't seen her for many years to be brought home? Isn't it a normal process to do a paternity test? Why send question marks to question her IQ? The prompt the other party is typing was on, and Ronyu rested her chin on one hand, looking angrily at what Jiyu Fusion would send. G. You don't believe we are your family. Fat cat, I think you should question my identity now. G. Fat cat, there may be deviations based on the photos alone, and it is a comparison of the photos when I was 2 years old. What if someone looks exactly like me at that time? G. No kid can look so good looking. Ronyu, thank you, just take it as you are praising me. In the end, under Ronyu's insistence, the paternity test was still done. Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion's housekeeper sent the template to a professional organization, and the result came out a day later. Ronyu finally felt at ease, and silently opened the website Lu Ming sent her amid Jiyu Fusion's urging message to do homework that costs money. I feel that Jiyu Fusion's IQ fluctuates up and down. How did this kind of unscrupulous heir who didn't even do a paternity test double the family's assets? This unscientific. It feels like the family is in jeopardy, going bankrupt and collapsing at any moment. Before you go bankrupt, you can still earn a little bit. The forum Lu Ming sent is a niche website with not many users. There are a lot of payment questions on the homepage of the forum, and it is a communication platform for experts in the circle. Ronyu randomly clicked into 2, and the content of the answers were hidden. Only those who paid were eligible to watch, and the same was true for the questioner. Next to each small answer, you can see the respondent's personal experience, educational background, which investment projects he has participated in, how many times the answered question has been paid for, the number of likes, the number of fans, etc. And the most important thing is the inside of the forum ranking. There is a leaderboard in the middle of the forum. Only those whose answer content has been purchased more than 500 times are eligible to be on the list. The higher the number of purchases, the higher the accuracy rate, and the more fans and likes, it means these people are stronger. This is an invisible rule in the forum. Like the game ranks, it is divided into bronze, silver, diamond, and king. Experts in the industry answering questions here can not only enjoy the fun of making money, but also the thrill of slowly climbing the ranks. Ronyu registered an account to browse, didn't even bother to change the name, and kept the original username, user4388320. She majored in finance in college, and she worked very hard in her freshman year. At that time, she finished reading the professional books she needed to read in her junior and senior years. Suggestion: a long time has passed, and a small part of professional knowledge is still in my head. No more than beginners. Ronyu has a very good memory, and her learning ability is top-notch. She paid to read a few big names' interpretations of the recent industry, and the knowledge structure that she had gradually forgotten resurfaced in her mind. It is not comprehensive, but it is more than enough to buy stocks and funds. Grasping the recent direction of the industry, Ronyu exited the website and was about to look at stocks, when her eyes inadvertently glanced at the question that suddenly became popular on the homepage. Help me, everyone, which one to choose between Puxing Technology and Shirue? I have been arguing with my dad for a day, and I am about to fight. Ronyu clicked in and read it briefly. There are many people answering below. After analyzing the two companies, I came to the conclusion, Puxing Technology is still stable, with steady growth, and recent industry reports that Puxing Technology's driverless technology has made a breakthrough, and the stock will definitely rise slightly. Rise. Straight is a subsidiary of GU's Bojan Group, focusing on clean energy and new energy businesses. After checking the report, Bojan Group invests about billions in this company every year, and cooperates with many universities, magazines, and industry leaders around the world. The development trend in the new energy industry is good, but it is still far from the top level. In general, Puxun technology is more secure in comparison. Ronyu disagrees. Stray's achievements in the past 2 years have improved. World-class university professors have published 2 papers on environmental protection and electricity in well-known magazines. Ronyu just confirmed that this person is on the cooperation list of Stray. During this period of time, there are more and more discussions about new energy on the hot search list, and Ronyu always feels that something big is about to happen. She tilted her head and thought for a while, clicked on the answer column and analyzed briefly, and concluded that she suggested buying Shirue. The moment the answer was sent, Ronyu sensitively noticed a rectangular piece of red above the word Shirue Medical, which was the bright red of the rising stock. Ronyu rubbed her eyes, then wiped the screen back and forth to make sure that the colors really existed. It lasted for about 30 seconds, and the red color gradually disappeared. Ronyu was stunned. She carefully recalled the memories of the novel she awakened 2 days ago. In the original novel, after she was cannon fodder, she was scolded for 4 days on the hot search list. Skyrocketing. 10 minutes later, Ronyu recovered. Even the setting of living in the novel world can be accepted, and it seems nothing to be able to see the future investment direction. Perhaps, this is the world's compensation for her miserable life. Ronyu suddenly wanted to know, if she was abducted at the age of 2, might it be the fault of the master of the plot? Unfortunately, there is no answer to this question. Retired Tsuneyu didn't want to think about such a mysterious topic, so he asked Wei when to prepare a bath with essential oils and have a good sleep. While taking a bath, I was bored and used my tablet to read the forum just now. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion because of her answer. Most people are skeptical, not to question her answer, but to question her identity. First-level users also come to pay to answer. Not free. Answer 300 times, steal money. Although I didn't see what it was, I suggest latecomers not to click in to send money. I spent money to watch it, but I was also complaining. It's nothing worth looking at. Let's talk about Shirahao. A novice with a brain that thinks about money and goes crazy. Camel, you are the only one who gave him money. Ha 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 ha. Camel continues to carry forward the spirit of the rich second generation. See the favorite post, buy all the answers. Ronyu frowned. She didn't know that she could answer questions for free. As for the answer of 300 yuan, it was just the system default. These people are purely off the mark. Respondents who don't have a small mark on the leaderboard will be labeled as novices, and no one will be given a chance to survive. It's a bit boring. Ronyu received a prompt message when she wanted to quit. Someone else bought her answer. A user named Xwan really wants to get rich sent her a private message. I think you are right. I will buy Shirue for the last 800 yuan, and bless me to make a lot of money. Just let my brother use it to chase stars. Seeing the master being besieged, the user Xwan really wants to get rich went straight to the countless camels jumping up and down. Don't blabber, I want to buy Shirue. What an idiot. If you don't buy it at the opening tomorrow, you are a grandson, and I will buy Puxun for 2 million. Oh, don't cry and call daddy when you regret it. When Xwan really wants to get rich was offline, countless camels were still there, complaining about novice idiots who didn't listen to the new. Ronyu saw that Xwan really wanted to get rich, trusted her with the last bit of money to buy her, and wanted to invest all her family property in Shirue, so she imagined the poor girl has no pocket money, and was forced by her brother to buy her. There is a tragic story about a desperate fight to make money by speculating in stocks. Protecting the poor is everyone's responsibility. The little pitiful still defended her desperately. Ronyu frowned and replied to those who questioned her in the building. The analysis has been presented, believe it or not, judge for yourself. After replying, she hurriedly went offline, and Ronyu fell asleep on the bed after skincare. There is still a highlight waiting for her tomorrow. Spend 100 million, and the progress is about 1/100 completed. There are more than 98 million waiting for her to spend. The next day, I slept until 10:30 and got up. The career tyrant boss brother has already spent 2 miserable hours at work, And what's even worse is that it's not counting commuting time. Ronyu felt guilty for a while, turned on the super large and large TV, watched 2 short dramas during skincare, asked Wei when to serve breakfast to the restaurant on the 7th floor, went out to check Weibo beautifully, and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. As she swiped, a piece of news caught her attention. She knows how to spend money. Chapter 10. Ronyu does not intend to use the money to invest. Buying Straight's medical stock can indeed make you rich, but retired salted fish cannot have the ability to make money and invest, and she cannot possess any qualities related to heirs. Ronyu did all the investment matters secretly, and she didn't even ask Wei when to prepare the book list sent by Lu Ming last night. Even with the ability to predict the future development direction, Ronyu concealed the investment very well. In ancient plot dramas, this is called Tibetan clumsiness. Ronyu, who didn't want to be the heir, kept this in mind. The news that Ronyu got on Weibo in the morning was related to her hobbies in college. When she was a freshman, she watched the mobile game MOBA Glory competition for a year under the leadership of Lu Ming. There was a female esports player in it, ID 39, and her career was mid-laner. They both liked them very much. After entering the entertainment circle, Ronyu was busy with her studies and filming, and had no time to watch the competitions. Her enthusiasm for esports and her passion for winning the championship gradually disappeared, and she was extremely busy all day long. Everything related to the competition was told by Lu Ming. Lu Ming said that Sanjiyu changed to another club. Her career path is much more difficult than others, not only facing the disapproval of her parents, but also the audience's doubts. From a general point of view, 70% of the audience didn't quite trust Sanjiyu, a female esports player. Extreme Operations said that other mid-laners can also do it, but a small mistake can spray her 3 blocks. Obviously, other players behind have bigger problems, so they just stare at her if they don't scold her. Sanjiyu is not as crazy about business as the other contestants. She doesn't talk much, and she can't be seen in business activities. She doesn't broadcast live, and even Weibo is forced to open by the club, so she doesn't have many fans. But from the game assistant, we can see that she is online all day except for the training match, and she is much more sincere than those players who say I want to win, but I want to win the championship, but I want to run away to have fun. She was sincere and just wanted to win. Now that various competitions are becoming more and more entertaining, Sanjiyu has not achieved good results after playing in the new club for 2 seasons, and both fans and audiences are scolding. The club is not a living Buddha. Under the pressure of public opinion and the random command of the club's top management, Sanjiyu became a substitute. After 1 season, the original top 4 teams became the top 8. The owner of the club lost his underpants and couldn't support Adian for long, so he decided to sell the club this season. But teams without results are hard to sell. Judging from the analysis in the esports circle on Weibo, the club is very likely to sell the seats for the competition, that is, the qualification to participate in the competition, and replace all the club members. Seeing this, Ronyu didn't feel anything at all. It is normal for clubs to buy and sell. What moved Ronyu was the comments under the club's official blog. Many people were recalling the details of their pursuit of esports in the past 2 years, and fans from other clubs also ran over to mourn. Ronyu and Lu Ming once watched the offline games of esports competitions. The shock brought by the offline games is very similar to watching the Asian Games and concerts. Tens of thousands of people applauded for a player's kill, shouted for the extreme operation, and screamed frantically for the team to win the crystal. Amidst the high-pitched screams, Ronyu sat in the crowd and could feel the throbbing in her heart. Countless people have the same hobbies as her. Every time they screamed, they expressed their inner feelings fearlessly and sincerely. Joy and joy. When the screams rushed out of their throats, their hearts trembled and the blood in their brains boiled. They expressed their joy at that moment purely, loudly, bravely and passionately. When Ronyu checked Weibo, she felt such happiness and passion for a long time. But in this world, there are always people who will sing the opposite. This club is gone. If it wasn't for buying Sanjiyu, the club wouldn't have stopped in the semifinals. Admit that Sanjiyu had something at first, but then he was too timid to die. It's okay, go back and take medicine if you're okay. Where did you go blind? You didn't play in the new season of March the 9th, so you love to scold. Looking at my face in the mirror, there must be a lot of things I want to say. When esports fandom gets sprayed, no one can scold him. Spray it, anyway, this crazy club won't last long. The player you love will become a substitute. If you are not happy, hurry up and collect some money and buy this club. Usually rushing with the club one at a time, laughing to death, now it's gone. Ronyu frowned angrily, blushing. She was getting angry, and quickly logged into the trumpet and replied, "The club is still there, and I'm buying it." The other party sneered back. "Don't step on a horse and daydream. Boast. I can do it too. I'm Bojan's boss, I won't pretend anymore. I have tens of billions of subordinates, and I am still angry with you today." Ronyu is even more angry. The career-mad brother takes 8 days in the morning and 8 in the evening to 8 years of the year. He is bitterly in front of the heir, and now his name has to be borrowed to pretend to be a proper tool. Start protecting the best brother in the world. Then, take a screenshot and send it to GU Fusion. Pufferpuffing.jpg. I met this person QAQ while doing my homework. Tell my brother to let him protect his reputation, and help us solve the problem by the way. Hee tilde. A coquettish younger sister is the best life. After a while, GU Fu Chen replied. 3 minutes later, a person appeared in the comments section of Yuda Gaming. At Bojan Group, please don't impersonate the boss's name, he doesn't like it very much. I hope everyone knows that Mr. GU is very polite, respects other people's dreams and lives, and will not insult other people's careers. Am I crazy or the official blog of Bojan Group is crazy? The genuine Bojan Group, not a fake. Bojan Group's official blog has tens of millions of fans, and our Xiaopo club has only 200,000, I'm trembling. Who invited this great **** here? Shivering +1. There was a rich woman who said she wanted to buy the club just now. She couldn't be from the GU family. No way. Soon, Yuda Esports official blog posted a Weibo, and the happiness of the official blog can be seen between the lines. Thank you everyone, we have a new boss. Then, quickly followed the Weibo user, the fat cat who spends money hard. Everyone, with Bojan on my back, I'm **** insane. Whoa. Is it really Bojan? I can't believe it. Rich woman, screaming. There is a rich woman who sees our fragility. I love you, rich woman. The names of rich women are so proud. This is my dream life. Pay attention to the new boss. Our boss can't have so few fans. All stand up, let us shout the name of the rich woman together. In the future, please give Fat Cat a rich woman a face. Ronyu turned off Weibo and sent an emoji to brother BA. Kowtow and Neil.jpg. Gee, Ron. Fat Cat, where is it? Gee, you can't do this big gift. Fat Cat, it's just an expression pack. Gee, neither do emoticons. Ronyu didn't understand GU Fusion's brain circuit, so she decided to ignore it. 2 minutes later, GU Fusion sent a new emoji. Gee, quickly kowtow and point to Miss Ben. GIF. Gee, save this one. Fat Cat. Ronyu didn't want to talk to GU Fusion. She'd better see how much money was spent, and whether the homework was completed was more important. After breakfast, Wei Wen came up to report on the progress of spending money today. Chapter 11. Miss, due to my lack of ability in business, Miss Xie will handle your business needs in the future, and this has been agreed by Mr. Jiu Xiao. The purchase of clubs and seats cost 89 million, and Xie flew to Citia to handle the contract matters, and you only need to sign online then. Ronyu nodded with satisfaction. The only sad thing is that there are still more than 10 million yuan left unspent. Ronyu blinked her eyes slightly. Let Xie change their residence, change their equipment, raise their salaries, and stop those weird business live broadcasts. Next, train hard. If the funds are not enough, then, go find my brother. Unreasonable and very strong. She has finished her homework, and the cost of extra textbooks will have to be summed up. She didn't have a dime. It makes sense. Ronyu, who didn't know that she had become a billionaire woman, thought miserably. After confirming that the 100 million can be spent, Ronyu opened Word to make various expenditures, named the file Ron used spending homework and sent it to GU Fusion. The last time I was so serious was when I was doing data homework assigned by the teacher in college. GU Fusion glanced twice. Good. GU Fuchen was calm on the surface, but his heart was already so happy that he wanted to go to heaven. Open the notebook and quickly write in the diary. In the past 2 days, his relationship with Ronyu has improved by leaps and bounds. The younger sister not only took the initiative to add him as a friend, but also sent him an emoji. It's still the kind of super cute cat expression pack. As cute as a sister tat. No, I will use this QAQ brother and sister cowmoji in the future. What's even more surprising is that my sister knew to ask him for help when she encountered a problem today. She was not a poor little girl who was bullied. What satisfied GU Fusion the most was the moving picture he sent today. What a cool and uncommon emoticon pack. Only this type is worthy of his sister. GU Fusion really wanted to go home early and have dinner with Ronyu, but Shirue Medical had a lot of things to deal with in the past 2 days, so he had to work overtime and hold online meetings. After the first homework that cost money was over, GU Fusion assigned a second homework. This job is relatively simple. Spend 500 million yuan. There is no time limit. Just to let my sister enjoy the fun of spending money. He asked assistant Chen to transfer 500 million yuan to Ronyu's homework card, and then turned to work. The homework this time is more like pocket money. As for why the younger sister is not allowed to spend her own money, GU Fusion has a unique understanding. After finally fooling Ronyu into signing the agreement, knowing that there was an extra 100 billion in the account, the younger sister who doesn't like money must feel very desperate. It doesn't matter. Don't look at those, and you won't feel hopeless. He assigns homework little by little, and slowly adds the money. When it reaches tens of billions, my sister should be able to face her account calmly. Now, quickly earn money for Ronyu Hua. When Ronyu received 500 million in credit, her head hurt a little, and she was relieved when she learned that it was not homework. She still has an unlimited black card in her hand, so she doesn't need to transfer the money, let alone face so many zero reminders in the text message. Thinking of that number, my heart couldn't stop beating. It's not that she wants to, it's purely because of a physiological reaction. 2. How can you be worthy of 500 million yuan if you are not excited? On the third day after returning to the wealthy family, Ronyu's life is colorful every day. No worries, only happiness. In order not to be an heir and live a happy life, spend some money in your spare time, and earn some extra money secretly. Exciting yet exciting. She didn't forget to give Lu Ming a gift today. Asking the domestic helper to put the clothes in the trunk of the car, Ronyu randomly chose a matching look in the cloakroom, picked up the armpit bag and set off with her girlfriends and do and die. She can guarantee that her life will not be affected by do and die, but she cannot prevent do and die from going to Lu Ming in the school. Lu Ming said that do and die found her after returning to school yesterday, and mocked their girlfriend's relationship bitterly. Ron Yufei went to a branch to become a phoenix, and won't want you, which made people want to punch her twice. How to deal with do and die's matter, Ronyu planned very clearly. A few days of living in a wealthy family made her realize the deterrent power of her family background. A place with a clear hierarchy like the inside of a wealthy family is very sensitive to wealth and status. All she had to do was to reveal her family background a little, to scare do and die, and to emphasize that Lu Ming was her best friend when delivering clothes. In the face of family and friendship, Ronyu will always become very naive and stingy, but this is not a bad thing. When faced with things or people who don't care, a person can be generous and don't bother to pay attention. It is precisely because she cares and feels precious that Ronyu will do her best to maintain the friendship with Lu Ming. Be stingy. She has to show off her girlfriends in front of do and die fiercely. When traveling, Ronyu still chose the 4 laps in the garage. Although the internal cost is expensive, it is considered the cheapest in the eyes of outsiders. If someone recognizes her, it can be explained clearly. However, when I got to college, I encountered some problems. Her car was hit lightly. Everyone was fine, but the front of the car was dented. Ronyu was a little dazed. This was the first time she encountered such a thing. She was convinced that it was the other party's fault. Just now she parked the car and was calling Lu Ming on the side of the road. The car in front didn't stop properly, so she backed up suddenly. Ronyu frowned, and when she wanted to talk to the owner of the other car, Do-and-Dai and a man got out of the car and walked to the car behind. After seeing Ronyu standing aside, Do-and-Dai said something in Luo Zedi's ear. Luo Zedi smiled. Is this the Ronyu you mentioned? This car is only 1,000,000 yuan, so I can afford it. Make an offer. Luo Zedi said lazily. Ronyu, you can look down on me, but you can't look down on the chihuahua in the garage. It also wants to save face. Chapter 12. Ronyu is a reasonable person. I don't care about the price, just look at the damages order for compensation. Luo Zedi had just bought this car for a week, and it hadn't been insured yet, so he had to pay for it himself if something happened. Luo Zedi originally thought that Ronyu was stupid and didn't know about loss orders, but he didn't expect to understand this. It's just that there is an additional process to find an insurance company, which is very troublesome. Luo Zedi, make a price at will. Don't waste my time with those foolish things. I'll give you 100,000, okay. Do-and-Dai nodded in agreement. Yuan, I'll give you 100,000 for the repair fee of tens of thousands of yuan, which is a lot of net profit. There's no need to cling to it. We have to go to eat, and the battle will be settled quickly. The last 4 words were spoken in a commanding manner, and Ronyu's attitude became colder unconsciously. Follow the rules. Luo Zedi laughed angrily. Okay. Don't have to go through the process of 100,000 yuan. I want to see how much your broken car is worth. Ronyu also wanted to laugh, and after contacting the insurance company, he put the phone back into the bag unhurriedly. The one who made the mistake was wild and arrogant, and those who didn't know thought you recognized Elaine Shen's dog as the master, otherwise how could you be so consistent? No matter how much the car is, follow the rules and pay according to the price. When you show your self-contained and superior attitude of thinking that everything can be settled with money, you should first think about whether you can really settle with money. Luo Zedi laughed instead of being angry when Ronyu scolded him. Don't you know that famous saying, to have money is to be able to do whatever you want? 15 minutes later, the insurance company's technicians arrived at the scene, carefully studied the internal structure of Ronyu's car, and found that things were not as simple as imagined. According to the procedures, the staff asked about the cause and effect of the collision between the 2 vehicles, and Luo Zedi rolled his eyes when he was asked. Just tell me how much it is. Haven't the people from your insurance company seen the $1 million RSQ8? An ordinary car has been inked for so long, isn't it? Luo Zedi met Menkin's idiot at the investment forum last night, and was in a bad mood. The hairboy from Merisu City asked him to come over to play and relax, so he brought Do-and-Dai along. It was not easy for a group of fake Xiao to get together for a gathering, but they happened to encounter such a mess. Luo Zedi was extremely irritable today. Do-and-Dai patted him on the shoulder. Forget it, she doesn't want to give more money to privately. Now we can pay less by going through the process, and we can't be wronged. Luo Zedi made ahem. When talking to friends, Luo Zedi's tone is always good. The employees of the insurance company have encountered a lot of disputes. Facing Luo Zedi's obvious impatience to vent, they can only grit their teeth and endure it silently. The technical staff heard the quarrel, walked over to the colleague and whispered, "This car is not ordinary, very unusual." Colleagues looked at him in astonishment. Luo Zedi, have you researched anything yet? If this person's skills are not good, just change him. Don't waste everyone's time. The technical staff lowered their brows and looked serious. The fixed damage of this car should reach 600,000, or even more. The headlights seem to use cutting-edge products that are out of stock in China. Now both headlights are broken, the bumper is cracked, and there are many places to repair. Luo Zedi was stunned for a moment, and then chuckled. It's better to notify the company to change someone. This man is sick. This car has been remodeled, and all the accessories are top-of-the-line accessories used by the head office in the top luxury car series. It is estimated that it will not be less than 10 million. Do-and-Dai, how is it possible? There are more than 10 million people who don't want to buy a luxury car, and spend 10 times the price to modify an ordinary car. Who would do that? The 2 employees of the insurance company looked at Ronyu, who was standing aside. His eyes were burning with golden light. She will. This is true low-key, real rich. Ronyu coughed twice to change the subject. Can you issue a fixed loss order? I still have something to do. The technician withdrew his fiery gaze, nodded and shook his head. There are still a few parts that have not been seen in China. You need to make a list of the internally modified parts and send them to me. Okay. Ron Yu opened the document Wei Wen sent just now, and asked the technical staff to take a photo. Then he gave Wei Wen's contact information to the employees of the insurance company. If you have any questions, please contact her. Is that your assistant? Ron Yu, it is. Ron Yu put away her mobile phone and was going to find Lu Ming in the library. When she was walking towards the library, she happened to pass by Duan Dai and Luo Zedi, who were petrified in place. She took 2 steps and stood in front of Duan Dai. Duan Dai knew that Ron Yu must have swaggered and slapped her in the face when she came here, and triumphantly reported that she had slandered her for stealing perfume. Duan Dai felt uncomfortable all over, holding her breath and staring straight ahead without looking at Ron Yu. She thought this broken car was worth $1 million just now, but now it's worth $1 million. The price is not terrible. What is terrible is the mentality when building this car. If you don't have some money at home, you definitely don't dare to spend it like this. At least, her family didn't dare to be so handy. When Ron Yu opened her lips, Duan Dai spoke at the same time as her, but she didn't want to hear her arrogant retaliation. Don't be complacent, we can afford to pay hundreds of thousands. Don't bother Lu Ming in the future. The two were taken aback at the same time. Ron Yu was the first to come back to her senses. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned. Xiaoliu is in the final stage of her postgraduate entrance examination. Don't disturb her, let alone say some stupid things that are plausible and use the heart of a villain to judge the belly of a gentleman. I won't talk to her anymore. This kind of vicious language, bad intrigue, keep it to yourself. She and I will always be good friends. Don't try to affect her with your friendship philosophy, life experience and values. If you continue to do this, it will not be as simple as a verbal warning. At the end, Ron Yu's attitude became more and more cold. Duan Dai's whole body stiffened, and she couldn't tell what it was like. Luo Zedi stood in front of Duan Dai. Speak well. Ron Yu's tone was light. Don't get in the way. I won't talk to something that recognizes Elaine God's dog as its owner. Luo Zedi's good temper was reserved for Qingmia and her friends, who always attacked outsiders hard and had a very bad temper. Hearing this, she was about to argue, but unfortunately Ron Yu didn't give him a look, and just walked in the direction of the library in a daze. Just as Luo Zedi was about to step forward, the people from the insurance company hurriedly called out, Mr. Luo, please leave a contact information. I will give you the damage statement in the afternoon. Luo Zedi suppressed his anger, threw a business card over, turned to Duan Dai and said, no wonder I can't get along in the entertainment industry. My temper is really bad. Duan Dai opened her lips slightly, and said something after a while. Stop talking. She had thought that Ron Yu would show off her family background proudly, just like she did when she was a freshman. But Ron Yu didn't. When she could be ashamed, Ron Yu chose to protect her friend. This made Duan Dai keep recalling her past actions, feeling as embarrassed as if she was looking for a hole to bury in. When Ron Yu chose to protect Lu Ming, she had already lost. The family she is proud of, the wealth she enjoyed since she was a child, and the unique experience of the wealthy family are not worth mentioning to Ron Yu, let alone Ron Yu has an elder brother with an outstanding temperament and a good relationship. Luo Zedi noticed Duan Dai's frustration, suppressed his anger and said, don't think about it, it's all her fault when we go to a dinner party. I won't go. Duan Dai was annoyed. She was so stimulated that she just wanted to go back to school to study and inherit her father's family business. After arguing for so long, no matter how good-tempered Luo Zedi was, he couldn't bear it anymore. He just said it's up to you, and was taken to the company by the people from the insurance company to work for a long time. It was so annoying to death. I only thought about the investment forum when I left the insurance company. Before, he boasted that he would invest 2 million in Puxian. But now he doesn't have so much cash on hand, but his words have been released, and the group of people who don't vote on the internet will definitely laugh at him, so they can only find it at home. After a stern reprimand, the money was about to come, and Luo Zedi's mood was extremely irritable. Fuck. Nothing goes well when riding a horse from morning till night. Ron Yu didn't tell Lu Ming that she had arrived, and sneaked to the library to surprise her. Lu Ming sat in the library all morning, his hurt and his eyes hurt, and he was very happy when he knew that her gift package for a rich woman had arrived. Pass the takeaway milk tea I ordered when I came to the library in the morning to warn you. After leaving the library, Ronyu took Lu Ming back to the car to get clothes. The insurance company had already left, and there was only a wrecked luxury car in the parking space. The people from the insurance company said that they had contacted Wei Wen, and they would arrange to tow the car back to the company for careful pricing. Ronyu had no objection. What happened to your car? Just had a little accident, promise, your clothes. Lu Ming picked up the clothes like a baby, and looked her up and down. Seeing that she was fine, he didn't ask any more questions. When Ronyu stood at the door of the dormitory and waited for Lu Ming to put his clothes back in the dormitory, he looked up at the dormitory building where he had lived for a year. Living in a dormitory is a lot of trouble. If you meet a roommate with a different personality, friction will inevitably arise. In the past year, she often heard Lu Ming express her dissatisfaction with the the bed many times because of getting up early to go to the library for the postgraduate entrance examination. It was about 2 months before the Lumming exam. After Lu Ming came out, he took her hand and went to eat at a small stall outside the school. Ronyu thought for a while and said, "I'll stop by and buy something later." "Okay, what do you want to buy?" Ronyu, room. Lu Ming, don't say house in the tone of buying Chinese cabbage. "I'll buy it for you." Ronyu's old age plan was to buy a small detached house by the sea and grow some fruits and vegetables to live a happy and organic life. She knew that Lumming's development direction and living conditions were different from hers, so she also planned to come over on Saturdays and weekends, or Lumming to go to her place to enjoy a short vacation. Lu Ming and Lu Ming's parents gave Ronyu a lot of help in high school. At that time, she was already living alone. Sometimes no one held a parent-teacher meeting, and Lu Ming's mother would open it for her. "What's delicious? Hot sauce, something like that. I will also make a copy for Lu Ming to bring to her." Now she should give back to them. Ronyu thought long-term about buying a house. Lu Ming took the postgraduate entrance examination of B-Datong major, and her grades are very good. Her tutor is very optimistic about her. Maybe she will live here for 3 years in the future, and buy a house next to B University, so there will be no troublesome conflicts in the dormitory. Lu Ming did not accept this generous gift. In the end, Ronyu could only buy the house in her own name and give it to Lu Ming to live in. "I bought a second-hand well-decorated set. It is 10 minutes away from the school, and I can ride a shared bicycle to get there, which is very convenient. The price is not low, 6 million. This time Ronyu frankly spent the money for the second homework. Ronyu interpreted the second homework as splurging. Generally speaking, she wanted to be like other playboys, to be a lady, to spend money and buy without brains, fully showing her unsuitable to be an airside. Buying a house that you can't live in is very squandered and dandy. On the way back, Lu Ming clenched his fist full of motivation. Ron, I will work hard and feed you in the future." Ronyu smiled and nodded, her clear eyes were curved, and her sweet heart melted. Lu Ming hugged Ronyu's waist. "Woo woo woo woo. It feels so good to know a rich woman. There is a house to live in, and a slim waist to touch." When approaching the library, Ronyu suddenly remembered, "I think Shirue's stock can be bought." According to the time in the novel, it should be the day after tomorrow. When the market opened the day after tomorrow, Straight's shares exploded. In order not to attract attention, Ronyu didn't buy too much, and only bought 600,000 shares. But she is not in a hurry, she is earning money slowly. Lu Ming has some living expenses, but not much. He nodded repeatedly when he heard the words, "Okay, I will believe everything you say." She will buy it when she enters the library. She has always believed in Ronyu's ability. Ronyu said yes, it will definitely work. But Shirue is a subsidiary of Bojin Group, right? Before Ronyu could speak, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he said to himself, "When I graduate from graduate school, I should be eligible to enter Bojin." Ronyu was taken aback. "Do you know Jiu Fusion?" "Oh no, you seldom pay attention to these things, so you probably don't know. Let me tell you, Jiu Fusion is super awesome. He has been in office for 3 years. Not only has he surpassed the Fu family to become the richest man, he has also expanded many foreign sectors. Our teacher has always it is said that he is a legend, a natural heir, and Shirue's development of new energy is also a move after he took office. Ronyu's facial features wrinkled together. This is the brother in the IQ basin. Is he your idol? It is. Why don't you change someone? Ronyu couldn't say a word. She felt that her brother was at the risk of collapsing the house in terms of IQ. She was not a good candidate for an idol. For a big family, their heirs should be excellent, such as Fu or something. Lu Ming, Lu Jin, Jian Kouai, Fu Jizhen. Aha. Oh, they are all my idols. Ronyu. Besides the four of them, there is also the goddess Qi Jian. The 5 arrogant heirs, the 5 most powerful families in Huagyo and even the entire continent. After confirming that Lu Ming is a fraternity, not a only fan, Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief. When Lu Ming was sent to the library, Lu Ming's small mouth was still babbling, and he was excitedly telling the glorious past of the 5 heirs. By the way, he returned it to Ronyu tweeted a public account dedicated to gossip about wealthy heirs. Ronyu clicked in. Good guy. Each article is read and liked more than 100,000 times, which shows that there are a lot of fans. A post just posted yesterday was, IT Tycoon Lu Jin, how a mature and steady heir stabilizes his empire. The article praised Lu Jin so much that it was different from the other 3 heirs of the 4 major families. Lu Jin was characterized by maturity and stability. He showed amazing determination in junior high school and was extremely precocious. Just like reading a story, Ronyu read with gusto, and became more curious about this heir whom he had never met. When she got home, Wei Wen asked her where she had dinner, and Jiu Fuxian was socializing at the company. The restaurant on the 7th floor. The restaurant on the 2nd floor was too large, and she didn't like eating at the airport. After eating, Ronyu stood to digest the food, and then followed up to read the 3 updated chapters of The Strongest Support, watching her rekindle the fun of the game. Quickly download the game, log into the WeChat area code and play the ranking. 2 hours later, I was beaten so badly that I wanted to curse. Either she couldn't choose the position she wanted to play, or she was scolded by others for no reason, and she didn't even give her a blue buff when playing mid laner, and the jungler came to eat her money. Ronyu shut down the game angrily. On WeChat, the manager of the newly added team this morning asked her, Boss Chubby Cat, do you want to change the name of the team? Ronyu was so angry that she didn't have the mood to speak. Feel free. Tonight is their last live broadcast. After this time, our live broadcast contract with the platform will be terminated, and we will focus on training in the future. The training team has been formed. The team manager noticed the depression of the boss of the rich woman, and asked a little nervously, Boss, what are you dissatisfied with? Ronyu sighed, No, ranking is poisonous. Boss, the team members are live broadcasting for the last time today. Let the team members play with you. For professional players as sparring partners, think a little beautiful. Since they didn't train, Ronyu didn't pretend to decline, and Mimir enjoyed the joy of 4 professional players leading her to lie down and win. I want 39. No problem, her strength is very good, but the previous management intervened and we couldn't do anything about it. Taking advantage of the off-season, he will strengthen training and continue to run in. Sanjayu's starting position is very stable. Ronyu opened the game happily. At the same time, Sanjayu, who hadn't broadcast live all the year round, was also pushed out of the shelves, and the live broadcast of the 5 people was uniformly changed to play low-ranked games. Fans heard that they were going to hit the gold rank, so they were in a hurry. It's hard to find a new boss, don't be sad, low ranks can't improve abilities. I heard that after playing games with the boss. The moment the live broadcast room opened, the bullet screens were all swiping. All stand up to welcome the Bodhisattva. Without the rich woman, we would not be where we are today. Ronyu. It doesn't have to be like this, / At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiu Fuxian returned home in a good mood. In the morning, my sister sent him an emoji package, acting coquettishly. In general, the relationship between brother and sister has grown by leaps and bounds. No one can get involved in the harmonious brother-sister relationship between him and his sister. On the way home, Lu Jin sent messages again and again in the Heirs WeChat group. Lu Jin, there is an article that praised me. I want to save it and show it to my idol later. She and I are both being praised by others. Jiang Huai, it is recommended to let that star go. Fujishan, are you talking about this? Fujishan, have a drink. At GU Fusion. G, go home to accompany my sister, no time. Fujishan, did she just buy a team? G, how do you know? After a while, Fujishan shared a link in the group. GU Fusion clicked in. In the barrage full of praises such as the rich woman is great and the boss takes the blue buff, GU Fusion heard the voices of 3 little fresh meats and a young girl. The 4 of them played games with ID for Mao Mao who worked hard to spend money. GU Fusion understood in seconds. This is Ron Ron. On the game screen, Mao Mao, who is working hard to spend money, made the latest speech, Sanjuyu, Bobo Bobo, *3, *. The younger sister GU Fusion was struck by lightning. Is this the retribution for pressing my sister to spend money? Watching her talking to someone. Bobo Bobo. Just in time, new news popped up in the group. Fujishan, heart, can I have a drink? GU Fusion, is this what people say? Jiang Huai, this is our sister. G, who are you dating? This is my sister. Fujishan, see you at the old place at. In the chaotic battle for sisters and drinking invitations, the star chaser Li Jing couldn't help but interject. Li Jin, don't care about sisters or not, why don't you ask me who my new fan is? He is already extremely eager to try to attract attention and want to inadvertently comfort Ron Yu. Why didn't they pay attention to him? Chapter 13. Li Jin only answered 3 indifferent sentences. Not interested. Li Jin's heart turned cold. GU Fusion stared at the live broadcast room, felt the joy of his sister in the game, sighed slightly in his heart, and went home to Fujishan's private winery in no hurry. By the way, I called Jiang Huai and Li Jin. Li Jin, heh, you don't care about my star-chasing life, I won't go. G, up to you. Li Jin proudly waited for someone to come down the steps for him. 10 minutes later. Li Jin, I reluctance to share with you my experience of getting along with my sister. Jiang Huai, please don't come. Fujishan's winery is not far from the GU family's estate. GU Fusion didn't come here to drink. The scene in the live broadcast room stimulated GU Fusion. He deeply reflected on the relationship between the 2 of them after Ron Ron returned home, and tragically found that Ron Ron didn't like him within reason. He is far from a good brother template. It's okay to force my younger sister to spend money and let her accept some values that she doesn't like. If you come home late from work, you don't care enough. Apart from being the overlord brother that Ron Ron likes, he can't do anything else. The more GU Fusion thought about it, the more something went wrong. However, the main line of spending money on the head to let Ron Ron immerse himself in hedonism cannot be changed. For the sake of the overall situation, he can only do this, and he can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. Since Ron Ron likes to play games, why not just learn how to play? After GU Fusion arrived at the winery, he didn't drink a drop of wine. When Li Jin and Jiang Huai arrived, he quickly asked them to play the game and attack with the whole army. Jiang Huai was not happy. GU Fusion, I'll give you a 10% discount on the land west of the city. Jiang Huai immediately held up the phone with both hands. Okay, benefactor, invite me quickly. Jiang Huai loves money very much, and he is bound to take part in anything that can make money. He is the most enterprising person among the 4, but he is a miser, and he doesn't spend a lot of cards in his pocket. With a fortune of hundreds of billions, he usually never treats a few people to dinner, and spends as much as he can. Li Jin described the new idol while playing the game. Why don't you pay attention to who is my fan this time? She is different from the previous stars. Really, she is very holy. Jiang Huai, your fan filter is too thick. Every time Li Jin became a fan of someone, he always described the other person as having no flaws. At first, Jiang Huai didn't know what a filter was, so Li Jin fooled him into clicking on it to watch the video and contribute. After reading it, it's not that the acting skills are bad or the lines are not good, but Li Jin's portrayal is too good. It seems that it's a pity for the Oscars not to win the Golden Award for this acting skill. I expect to reach 10 points, and then I will be disappointed when I watch something with 5 or 6 points. Li Jin is a star chaser, fast up and down. The longest fan was half a year, and the shortest 3 days. Probably this is the joy of the prostitute party. If you climb the wall fast enough, you will always be happy. I'm serious this time. Ji Fusion stared at the game teaching, and said seriously, I play jungle. Jian Huai, then I will assist. Fujishan, top order. Li Jin, I didn't go whoring for nothing this time. The three raised their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and made eye contact. After confirming his eyes, he met the person he loves. Ji Fusion put down his phone and looked at Li Jin fixedly. Where did you get the money? As the person in charge of the Lu group, it is actually not difficult for Li Jin to spend some money for his idol, and it is also easy to avoid the unexpected cross-examination of his parents or check his consumption records. Just withdraw some money from the bank card and convert it into cash, and then buy for the idol. However, Li Jin has never done this. On the one hand, he listens to his parents very much. The legendary father and mother will not use deceitful methods to do things they object to. On the other hand, his fans are not that deep yet. But this time is different. After Li Jin watched Raw News' last live broadcast event, there were only 4 words that could sum up his thoughts at that time. Wanian at a glance. It's not entirely because of Raw News' good looks, her attitude of confidence, calmness, unruffled and unrestrained determination in the last live broadcast room moved Li Jin even more. I have to boast that the agility Raw News showed when she said she was going to retreat from the circle was like a chivalrous girl who drew her sword and turned around and swung her sword with ease. It's very bad. After watching the live broadcast, Li Jin watched Raw News' past TV dramas and activities. After watching it, I feel that this female star is more worthy of fans. She is fundamentally different from other stars. In the Vanity Fair of the entertainment industry, she doesn't fight or snatch, and she volunteers to be a foil to other people when she is on variety shows. When the program team cues her, she can easily become the focus of the field with a joke or an outstanding performance. Out of the mud but not stained, it's her. It's a pity that Li Jin got to know Raw News too late. As soon as he became a fan of idols, he ran away and quit, leaving him crying at night to rewatch Raw News' previous TV series and miss him crazily. But Raw News' previous resources were very abusive. It seems that there are only a few things to watch, and all the TV series have been packaged by him and are still rewatching pitifully. Probably because of the memory of Bai Yueguang who retired from the circle, Li Jin had the idea of not going whoring for nothing for the first time. But where the money will come from is the question. His younger sister Lu Xuan fell in love with a scumbag because of her previous love, and her parents were hurt by running away from home. Li's father and Li's mother immediately deactivated her card, and she did not undo it after she came back. The poor have only 2,000 yuan. Li Jin made a deal with his younger sister Lu Xuan. As long as Lu Xuan gave him 2,000 yuan to chase stars, he could swipe his card for his sister and drive her a supercar. Parents are both sharp-mouthed and tofu-hearted. Although they were stuck, they didn't stop Li Jin from secretly poking and helping his sister. In this way, Lu Xuan has the money to buy things, and he doesn't need to spend his family's money to chase stars. It's the best of both worlds. Lu Xuan had better attention. She entered an investment forum, gave Li Jin 900 yuan to chase stars, and the remaining 1,000 yuan to invest, and the money was rolled over. From now on, Li Jin has a steady stream of money to pursue stars, and Lu Xuan has a steady stream of credit cards to swipe. The two of them are very happy to work together. Speaking of this, Li Jin glanced at Ji Fusion, TSK, secretly making money. Shirui didn't share with us about his big things. It's because my sister found out from other people's analysis on the internet. Ji Fusion, I don't have any brains at all. Let's give up the position to your sister. Li Jin, fuck. He is busy with the Lu Corporation all day long. The Lu family is mainly engaged in IT, and they focus on different information points. How can they have the leisure to pay attention to what a small subsidiary of the GU family is doing? What I said just now was purely a joke. The small profit from the skyrocketing stock market is not enough to attract them, so they cannot make a lot of money with this kind of investment. But the money for chasing stars is still needed. GU Fusion was a little interested. What's the ID of that person? I don't know. My sister said that she is an initial user, very mysterious, speaking for the first time. GU Fusion didn't ask any more questions, and continued to hit the canyon, started the man-machine training mode in the game, and didn't forget to urge Lu Jin, who was beside him, playing a game. Lu Jin realized belatedly, "You haven't heard me say who the fan is. The wonderful experience of how you made money is more attractive to me, and it doesn't matter who you are a fan of." Jiang Huai said, "Jiyu Fusion, no one is better than my sister, so it's not worth asking." Lu Jin focused on Fujizhen. Fujizhen remembered what Mrs. Rawn said when he was young, frowned slightly, and continued playing the game without answering. Lu Jin wanted to go crazy. What kind of bad friends are these? Jiyu Fusion, come and play games. The money you earn from chasing stars is earned by Shirui. Indirectly speaking, I am your money-making father. Lu Jin, angry, but he was right. There is no way for 4 people to row 5. Jiyu Fusion shared the game information with the Jiyu family group. Come 5 rows. The one who came in was Jiyu Zexi, the youngest son of Uncle Jiyu Fusion. Jiyu Zexi is a game fan, and is often scolded by all the elders for playing games every day. But this time, Jiyu Fusion initiated a game group in the group, and no one dared to say anything. Jiyu Zexi was so excited that he changed his trumpet with lightning speed into the game. After knowing who the other 3 were, Jiyu Zexi immediately became obedient and carefully told them about the professional skills of each hero. At the end of the game, Jiyu Fusion had a good impression of him. When Jiyu Fusion came home, Ronyu had just finished playing the game. From gold to diamonds in one night, she was so happy that she wanted to buy some diamonds and come back to celebrate. Buy it if you say it. Only diamond can match her prominent gaming status. She sent a message to Wei Wen, "Help me see what good blue and red diamonds are available recently tilde. Okay little lady, what is the purpose of buying it? So that I can determine the size." Ronyu pondered for a while. "I haven't thought about ores yet. It can't be said that because of playing games, I suddenly fell in love with Diamond BA." Wei Wen didn't think there was any problem, and returned quickly, "Okay, then buy them all, and then cut them properly after thinking about them." Ronyu is more and more satisfied with her housekeeper. No matter what ideas she thinks are outrageous, Wei Wen can always accept everything calmly and never question it. Even if she wants to build a film and television city in the manor now, Wei Wen probably finds someone to draw pictures and prepare to start work without saying a word. When Ronyu was about to wash up, she thought of the poor little girl who was forced by her brother to make money and invest so that her brother could follow the stars last night, and went to the forum to see how the situation was going. In the forum, discussions about Shirue and Puxing have reached a fever pitch. The post she replied to was highly discussed. The reply floor has reached the 480th floor, not counting the building in the middle of the building. This is the most popular post since the establishment of this niche website. It is mainly due to the 2 million overweight of Countless Camels. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Countless Camels fulfilled his promise to buy Puxing for 2 million. Everyone in the forum was shocked. He replied to Ronyu's camel NB under the building in the middle of the building. In reality, there are not so many rich second generations, and there are even fewer people who say that they will spend 2 million yuan. It didn't take long before the onlookers in the forum who never spoke began to leave messages and eat melons, praising the vigor of the camel, which is inexplicable. There were also some doglegs following the camels. The super high popularity has attracted the top 10 investment giants on the ranking list. Like the innumerable camels, 6 of them are more in favor of Puxing, which is stable and profitable. However, there are 4 big bosses who bought Ronyu's reply and felt that what she said made sense. After checking the information from multiple sources, they were more inclined to agree with her answer. In any case, a simple question-answering payment has evolved into a lively park between the 2 parties. Ronyu went from an unknown initial user 4388320 to the most popular person on the site within a day. In the forum, 80% of them were waiting to see Ronyu's joke. After Ronyu went online, she briefly glanced at the disputes on the internet. She was very calm and ignored them. Stress resistance is the most useful thing she has learned in the entertainment industry. When she was a celebrity, she encountered much more criticism than this, and things always come to a conclusion, and now she goes out and says that Shirue will rise, which is of no use except to lead to more intense conflicts. Calculated according to the time of the novel, in the original novel, on the 4th day after she was hacked by the entire internet, the news about new energy became a hot topic, and Shairue's stock soared. It has only been 2 full days since the live broadcast, which means the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Counting the night of the live broadcast, this is the 3rd day she has been home. Time passed quickly and slowly. Ronyu yawned sleepily, and walked to the cloakroom with several hundred square meters to choose clothes slowly. This is the fun she just discovered today. Pajamas are in the middle row on the right. The pajamas were neatly arranged in 3 rows, and there was a small tag on the hook of each piece, which marked the serial number of each piece of pajamas, and clearly stated the style and fabric of the clothes, which was even clearer than those in department stores. It's such a joy to have a choice. Ronyu happily picked one, and took a shower cap from the wooden cabinet next to her when she left. Ronyu turned a corner, walked through the intricately designed antique haute couture area, and walked past the jewelry shining in the glass window on the right-hand side. After she left, the automatic sensor lights in the cloakroom went out, leaving only 8 dimly colored small desk lamp. After washing, Ronyu bent down casually on the recliner, put on a mask and watched TV. Watching it on a giant screen gives you a really different viewing experience. The room is like a private cinema. If it wasn't for the money-spending world outside to attract her, Ronyu could stay in the room for a lifetime. While concentrating on watching TV, the room bell rang. The display screens in the bedroom, study room, living room, cloakroom, and room corridors light up at the same time. In front of the screen, Jiyu Fusion stood up and asked softly, Ron, can I come in? Ronyu pressed the door open button smoothly. After pressing it, she remembered that the computer she had randomly placed on the small coffee table had not been turned off. It lit up the investment forums she had browsed. Jiyu Fusion's footsteps approached. Ronyu. If her brother finds out that she looks at investment websites, Ronyu instantly imagined a plot of the hidden and clumsy prince was discovered to have real abilities, and he fought fiercely with the prince on the spot. Not only is the family disharmony, but even her happy retirement life is gone. Chapter 14. Fortunately, Jiyu Fu Chen politely knocked 3 times before walking through the corridor into Ronyu's bedroom. Ronyu took advantage of this time to quickly close the webpage, and put the papers and magazines she got from looming into the dark green bedside cabinet, where there were also professional books she bought at the bookstore today. Everything is ready. Jiyu Fusion came in for no other reason, but when he came home, he saw that the lights on the 7th floor were still on, and wanted to see Ron and say goodnight. Sibling communication is very important. After deep reflection, Jiyu Fusion kept this point in mind. After entering the room, Jiyu Fusion saw the huge screen lit up, and his long and narrow eyes became more thoughtful. He reviewed the game just now, and the root cause of his estrangement with Ron was that he didn't know Ron's hobbies, so he couldn't prescribe the right medicine. As long as he knows what his sister likes, and he likes it again, the brother and sister will have a common language, and the relationship will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Now is a good time to find out what my sister likes. A recently released light comedy-style modern drama is playing on the giant screen. The main character is a tyrant who happens to have a younger sister. The person who was originally just to say goodnight abruptly stood where he was and watched the TV series for 2 minutes. Ronyu thought for a while and asked politely, "Do you want to watch it together?" Of course, this is also polite. In the novel, Jiyu Fusion, the heir of Dinghao, is a workaholic. He spends 16 hours of 24 hours a day on work. He can be called the king of introversion in the CEO world. The entertainment activities are lackluster, similar to the overbearing hero in this TV series, even more monotonous than the hero. How can they watch such things that represent a waste of time for them? Ronyu doesn't like this kind of life, and the bossy male lead or the bossy brother is not the type of people she likes to meet. The reason is simple: I don't like to talk to Mr. Gao. She made a movie before, playing the protagonist's sister. The elder brother in the movie happened to be the cold and domineering type. Ronyu didn't feel anything during the filming. The painful thing was that after the filming, he was faced with a lot of interviews and publicity by reporters. People always ask her what her ideal brother is like. Ronyu, a conscientious worker, has no right to speak, so she can only read according to the script given by the company, and for the sake of publicity, say something like liking the brother in the movie. It's a bit miserable to think about it. After going against my will for so long, once I get home, that guy is a boss everywhere. My heart is broken. Can. Ji Fu Chen responded suddenly. Ron Yu froze for a moment, immersed in the memories of the past, but still didn't realize what happened. Television. Ji Fu Chen reminded her. Ron Yu came back to her senses. Ji Fu Chen sat on the couch generously, concentrating on studying the modern overlord romance drama in front of him. After watching for a while, Ji Fu Chen frowned and looked at her. Aren't you going to sit down and watch? Ron Yu. Help, she's just being polite. Ron Yu didn't dare not listen to Brother Buz's words. Sitting on the other side of the sofa with a soft cat pillow in her arms, Ron Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she felt the eyes on her disappear. After being nervous for a while, I gradually began to immerse myself in the wonderful TV series. Although this drama is a romantic drama with the boss, Ron Yu watched this purely to see the cute interaction between the second male lead and his sister. The second boy is a loyal dog and a cute big dog. His sister is a cute little sunshine angel. The two cuties are bickering with each other. They are so cute. Ji Fu Chen focused the whole time, and when he saw the interaction between the male lead and his sister, his whole body froze. 10 minutes later, the second episode ends. During this period of time, he wanted to push his sister to discuss the plot with her countless times, but he took into account his overlord personality, so he endured it with difficulty. Knowing that his sister was going to sleep, Ji Fu Chen didn't watch it for too long, and reluctantly ended the warm time watching TV with his sister. When he got up and was about to leave, the bright light of the crystal chandelier fell on him. His eyes were deep, and he looked down at Ron Yu as if after pondering for a while, he asked seriously, "If you were Tong Jie, would you like this type of brother?" Tong Xuning is the cute older brother in the TV series, and Tong Jie is his younger sister. Of course I like it. Ron Yu suppressed the excitement in her heart, several times wanted to be yelled at by her younger sister who was so cute, but Ji Fu Chen was here, so she had to endure it. The answer is yes, but it cannot be said. She wants to protect the pride of the bossy brother and promote family harmony. Ron Yu shook her head, with a proud expression of "My brother is the best in the world. I feel so childish, it's better to be a bully." Ji Fu Chen pursed a smile, and said in a daze. Before closing the door and leaving, Ji Fu Chen did not forget about the game. "I like playing games very much, come with us next time." After finishing his speech, he carried forward the boss's cold attitude of not being able to refuse, and left after closing the door, without giving Ron Yu a chance to refuse. From now on, carry the overlord to the end. As long as he walks fast enough, my sister will have no chance to play games with those little fresh meats. Ron Yu caressed the pattern on the door unconsciously with both hands, and looked out. Ji Fu Shen's back has disappeared at the end of the corridor. She closed the door, lay on the big bed and stared at the ceiling. I don't know if it's because it's easy to emo late at night, but she thinks a lot, and the thoughts in her head are like a wild horse running wild. Brother Buz's innate sense of alienation is true when he treats others, and his temperament is daunting, but his attitude towards her is sometimes very gentle. Like a cold Persian cat, clumsy and dull, learning how to get along with the same kind. She really likes the naive and cute elder brother in TV dramas, but she doesn't hope or even fears that Ji Fu Chen will be such a person. People are very contradictory, want to be close and afraid. The elder brother in the TV series is too enthusiastic. If Ji Fu Chen is such a person, Ron Yu will definitely run away, far away. The current way of getting along with brothers and sisters who are not close or far away, it is very comfortable to slowly find a balance in the alienation. Too much will not work. She could not return the same love. After the college entrance examination, Xiaolu asked her what she expected from her biological parents. Her answer is, an ordinary family can live in harmony. Lu Ming asked why not look forward to a family where everyone loves you. This expectation seems more normal. Ron Yu didn't answer at the time, but now she can. Because there is so much love. Like a wave, it will catch her off guard. Too much will not work. She could not return the same love. Ron Yu closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the shadows of the past two families. They asked her why she didn't win the first place, why she couldn't be as good as her neighbor's sister, and why she didn't appear in the mathematical Olympiad. The adoptive parents rarely give her love. She is just a tool under the rule of carrying on the family line, raising children to guard against old age. The better you are and the harder you work, the love and praise you are looking forward to will appear. But even though she tried her best to be as good as others said, the second adoptive mother still abandoned her. In their eyes, she is just a tool. Love is such a precious thing. How can one person have so much? Ronyu picked up the furry cat pillow and buried her head in it. She is very satisfied with the current family situation. Alienated and cold elder brother, seems to care about her parents. Ronyu had a severe headache, controlled not to think about it, lit the aromatherapy, played a piece of soothing pure music, and gradually fell asleep. I slept until 10 o'clock the next day. After returning home, she didn't get up too early. Wei Wen got used to it, and even put a line of high-quality pajamas in her cloakroom at noon, and asked her with a smile, "Miss, if your cloakroom is not enough, what about the one in the back? A piece of land can build a new one for you. Please feel free to expand your wardrobe boldly." Ronyu understood. It's like recharging game currency, and the game activity of drawing new clothes in a row of 10 crazy games. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ronyu walked around the cloakroom twice more. The feeling of the whole department store is mine alone is really wonderful. You don't have to choose which one to buy, compare, or carefully think about which one to buy. The discount is more cost-effective, and the whole person can come down freely. This is life. But after one trip, the number of WeChat steps is 2,999. A bit tired. The 500 million for the second operation only cost 6 million. There are also a lot of boring wealthy lives waiting for her. But today and tomorrow, Ronyu doesn't plan to go out. Partly because I wanted to enjoy life in the manor, and partly because I was tired from going out 2 days ago. Although I didn't walk a few steps, I was tired from driving and riding. Lazy and too lazy to take it for granted. In addition, I am tired of spending money, and I want to spend my time learning investment as a hobby and enjoy the joy of making money. Of course, this needs to be kept secret. Ronyu asked Wei when to set up a big tent on the hillside, where she wanted to camp and bask in the sun, and read a book along the way. She fell into the recliner, and the sun set, warming the floor. When you are tired from reading, you will lazily fall asleep facing the warm sun, enjoying the momentary temperature of the sun shining on your cheeks. It is very beautiful to think about it. Ronyu did the same. Wei Wen was well prepared. Camping barbecues, fruits, snacks, blankets, everything you can think of is available. Ronyu put the laptop on her lap, ate a couple of strawberries from time to time and looked at the documents. After logging into WeChat, I found out that Lu Ming had sent her a message in the morning. Mother Ron Liu also has it. She replied to Ron Liu's message first, and chatted trivially for a while. In the past 2 days, my mother has been chatting with her every day, and they are all talking about basic necessities of life. There are not many chat records, they are every day, most of the time it is text, and there will be voice in the morning. There is a 12-hour time difference between Ron Liu and Jiu Chen, which means that her mother sends her voice messages every night. After Ron Liu washed and fell asleep, Ronyu switched the chat interface to Lu Ming. Ron, are you the initial user on the forum? Yesterday Lu Ming listened to Ronyu's suggestion, and used all his pocket money to buy Shirue. When he went back to the dormitory at night to check the latest developments in the industry, he accidentally saw a hot post on the forum. Combining Ronyu's suggestion and response time, Lu Ming is very sure that the initial user is her. Ronyu didn't hide it from her. It's me, but don't tell anyone Tilda. It's so noisy now, everyone is scolding you. I'm so angry. Ronyu chuckled, netizens follow suit. Hurry up and learn. No, let me fight with them for a while. Study, PubMed, come on, OK /o/. After making sure Lu Ming was coaxed, Ronyu reluctantly logged into the forum, wanting to see what happened. At 11 o'clock last night, a user named One Road was frantically fighting with people in the post. Dozens of battles, verbal battles, many people ran to her reply building to insinuate, was it because she was scolded that she did not dare to show others with a big name, but only dared to argue with them with a small one. The two sides have been arguing until this morning. Lu Ming seemed to be beaten into her brainless fan, and Luochio's henchmen scolded them a lot. The latest reply to the post comes from countless camels. With such momentum, why don't you vote for Shirue when you ride a horse? I threw 2 million into Puxian, so I trust Shirue. Why don't you invest more? Ha 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 mentioned investing money, and said that Shiruhao's henchmen disappeared. If you don't have money, don't pretend. Ronyu re-registered an account, and sent a message under the user ID of a cat. I'll buy it, don't make noise. In the comment area, attach a screenshot of the purchase just now. Everyone looked at it. Fuck. At least 20 million? Rich people have such eclectic ways of stopping quarrels. At this moment, everyone on the forum seemed to see a scene. On the helicopter, a prouder cat slapped the money in the box outside with a clatter of fleshy paws. The red banknotes flying all over the sky are all used to block the mouths of people on the forum. Pride, you are the real pride. I unilaterally declare that the winner of this war is Shirui. Laughing to death, I feel that the funny guy who buys Shirue is the sailor invited by Shirue. I don't want to worry about Shirue. A cat still needs a leg pendant. Even a real cat can be used as a pendant. There are fewer cursing comments in the forum, and everyone is guessing the identity of a cat. Ronyu went offline and immersed herself in the leisurely life of camping and studying. The day passed quietly. When Jiyu Fusion came home, Ronyu was already sound asleep. He returned to the bedroom melancholy, feeling that his relationship with his sister was getting closer and further away. During this period of time, he was busy with Shirue's affairs and had no time to accompany his sister. Everything in Shirue New Energy was going according to plan, but he was free tomorrow. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jiyu Fusion sent a message to Songwen. Tomorrow I will not go to the company, everything is online. Use all the time to develop a relationship with your sister. Happy gaming. The next day, Ronyu went straight to the camping place as usual after waking up. The air was fresh and sunny, and she felt so happy lying on the big recliner with her pillow in her arms. For Ronyu now, autumn sunshine is more precious than diamonds. Diamonds can be bought, but the sun is uncontrollable. In order to welcome the stock market, to confirm whether the memory of the novel and the red increase seen in the eyes that day were real, Ronyu stared closely at the Weibo trending list. As long as the hot search comes, the stock is bound to skyrocket. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Straits officially announced the company's new breakthrough in environmental protection power. At 9:05, Bojan Group forwarded it. At 9:15, the most popular search terms reached the top, and the number of views quickly exceeded 100 million. At 9:30, 8 national official media commented on the news, and Shirui accounted for 8 of the most popular searches. Ronyu doesn't know where the stock can go, but yesterday she invested 20 million in a fit of anger, so it should be able to rise a lot. Lu Ming sent a voice message. Click on it, a passionate and shocking voice. Ah, Ron, what you said is true. Shirui has risen, so awesome. Ronyu chuckled, put the way of investment in her hand on the small table, and when she answered Lu Ming earnestly, she caught a glimpse of a tall figure inadvertently. Her hands stiffened, and her smile gradually disappeared. Look back. 3 meters away, Jiyu Fusion stood on the cobblestone path. The sun illuminated his deep and narrow eyes, and the shadows were stretched very long, creating a sense of oppression. Ronyu followed his gaze and saw 7 or 8 professional books scattered on the small table. The eyes met inadvertently, and Jiyu Fusion smiled faintly. Ronyo, what are you laughing at? Chapter 15, 1. Ronyu was terrified by Jiyu Fusion's smile, and forced herself to calm down in a panic. Calm, but how to calm down QAQ? Once the vest is dropped, retirement is over. Either they are considered to want to fight for the family property and get involved in the war of tearing up, or they are pitied by their family members and start a pitiful life as a worker. But even if he was like the previous Jiyu who was sent to live on a sea island because he didn't have the quality of an heir to a wealthy family because of his poor performance, it was much better than living a life of fighting against each other and working as a worker. After thinking about it, I blame myself for not living up to expectations. During this period of time, spending money was not enough, so I asked my brother to go to the shopping mall to personally urge her to spend money in his busy schedule, and diligently assigned money spending homework, step by step, leading her to the negative teaching material of the taught so much in the past 2 days. She thought it was too troublesome to spend money, so she spent the whole day basking in the sun at home, secretly learning how to invest and teaching her friends to trade stocks. Presumably, Jiu Fu Chen was completely disappointed with her behavior of not being dude, salty fish, and useless enough. Jiu Fu Chen in the book is ambitious and loves power and status. He also values family affection and has a very good relationship with his parents. After she came back, Jiu Fu Chen really did everything and tried his best to play the role of brother. He watched it with him last night. Maybe he thought boring TV show. Between power and family, Jiu Fu Chen has a good balance. She never begged, let alone liked, and never thought that her biological brother would let go of his power for her and choose the path of family affection. Don't do this, she can't afford it. Ron Yu asked herself that she didn't sacrifice anything after returning home, and refusing tens of billions of property was just refusing something she thought didn't belong to her. Jiu Fu Chen's choice was beyond Ron Yu's expectation. Jiu Fu Chen walked up, with a stiff expression on his face, trying to restrain himself, stood in front of her, picked up a copy of The Way of Investment, flipped through 2 pages at random, and asked in a low voice, "Like watching these? Do you want to come to the company for actual combat training?" Investment, the intersection of his and his sister's hobbies. This is the common language. Common language. Ron Yu was stunned for a while, then shook her head like a rattle after regaining consciousness. Her fluffy curly hair was shaking in the air, her watery eyes were full of sincerity and fear. Between family affection and power, Jiu Fu Chen could choose family affection enduring the pain. Ron Yu was shocked, but she had no time to digest it. Let retired employees go to the company for actual combat exercise. Thank you, this is worse than sharking her. Ron Yu looked up at him secretly, her head turned quickly, thinking seriously about how to redeem all this. I'm not good at these things. There are big guys on the forum saying that Shirue's stock has skyrocketed, but, wait. Jiu Fu Chen interrupted suddenly, with a stern face. Boss. An answerer in the small forum deserves to call his sister a big boss. Jiu Fu Chen looked at her condescendingly, with an arrogant self-confidence that there are no big bosses in front of me, they are all rubbish. Ron Yu. Who are you? Jiu Fu Chen nodded lightly, put on the chair casually, pointed to the chair and motioned her to sit down and spoke slowly. Excited to rub hands. JPG. Ron Yu took a deep breath, her head buzzing with pain. Suddenly, she felt that as long as she wanted to fight for power, with her golden finger, the combined IQs of the 2 Jiu Fu Chens would not be able to beat her. Is this the time to worry about who is the real boss and weak elementary school students? Why did it take 10 years for the Jiu family to fight among themselves in the novel? It's not that the power struggle is too fierce and you come and go, but everyone's dishes are evenly divided. Chukao is Chukao, and when it's time to explain, I still have to explain. After sitting down, Ron Yu continued, that big, Ron Yu frowned, and rolled her eyes silently in her heart. That guy who is not as good as you said. She said that straight stock would skyrocket, and many people in the forum didn't believe it, so they all besieged her. My good friend from college saw that the besieged, boy. Ron Yu paused, my friend was scolded too. A netizen chose the Puxing shares that are opposite to the guy's, invested 2 million at once, and clamored on the internet to let the guy and my friends vote. Very arrogant. I am very angry, but I don't know how to refute him, for suppress him and buy 20 million straight shares in a fit of anger. Ron Yu stretched out ***** and emphasized again, 20 million tilde. I didn't expect Shirui to really skyrocket. My friends are very happy to see it. Yes, that's right, she's a good for nothing, a brainless person who only throws money at the other party when she's angry, and she's worth 20 million. The skyrocketing stock price of Straits was purely accidental, and they definitely did not have the IQ to go out to work. If it doesn't rise, it's really not worthwhile to lose money. If you lose money, you will only feel a little guilty. She is very good at prodigal tilde. After buying stocks yesterday, my friend recommended a lot of books to me in order not to let me waste money in the future. I read them when I have nothing to do. I really don't know these things, and I don't understand them at all. Ron Yubo he wrote the book, and said with a pitiful face, "I just want to doze off after reading one page. I don't understand a word, and I will never read it again." Ji Fuxian had a complicated expression and remained silent for a long time. Ruan Yu felt cold. "Don't believe me yet, QAQ. Ruan Yu was moved with emotion and reasoned, "I am not suitable for investment work at all. I don't understand these things, and my head hurts." Observing Ji Fuxian's expression secretly, Ruan Yu whispered, "I like money, I just want to spend it, and the homework will be completed soon after spending money." Ji Fuxian's expression suddenly became unfathomable, and the slightly trembling hands hanging by his side revealed the emotions he was holding back. After a long time, he nodded and said in a low voice, "Okay." Ji Fuxian didn't stay long, put down his book and left quickly. Ruan Yu fell on the recliner and breathed a sigh of relief. "Not fit for work is telling the truth. But I still like to make money." Now that she is sure that she can predict the future investment direction, Ruan Yu will never give up this golden cake. No matter what Ji Fuxian's attitude towards her is now, she is willing to hide her clumsiness like the prince in ancient times, and not compete with the prince for position, but she must have the ability to maintain the basic life alone. "You want to compete with me for the family property in the quagmire." When he left just now, his pace seemed to be quite fast. Seeing the books on the table, Ruan Yu frowned. Familiar is enough for her before, but it is easy to go from simple to extravagant, and difficult to go from extravagant to simple. Time to earn more retirement money. There are constant messages from Lumming on WeChat. People, people, people. The rich woman who invested 20 million will earn blood. Shirue has become the focus of the entire network. Environmental protection power is something that the whole world is paying attention to. The industry is developing well, and many investors are bound to flood in. A large amount of funds poured in, and investors rushed to buy. The stock soared unexpectedly. Internal affairs. Extremely happy, fellow researcher knows that I bought Shirue yesterday, and is drooling with envy. We are calculating how much money Shirue can make this time. The boss of the company is probably going crazy with excitement. Ha 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 ha. My fellow researcher said that Ji Fuxian may be so excited that he counts how many more golden houses he can build at home. Ruan Yu, actually not very excited. As always, he was calm, even when she mentioned Shirui. He didn't mention that it was his own subsidiary. It's no wonder that he is a person who has been up and down in the Golden Sea. Such a small benefit can't move his heart at all. But, how much can I earn? She's layman and she cares. Ruan Yu was silent. Ji Fuxian in Lumming World is the same as the kid who just sternly corrected who is the boss. Confused for a while, Ruan Yu clicked on the WeChat official account, found the gossip official account recommended by Luming to her, which was dedicated to rich families, clicked on the page and kept scrolling down, looking for past tweets. Ruan Yu skipped Li Jin's tweets that she had read the day before yesterday, and after scrolling for a while, she really found articles related to Ji Fuxian. When talking about Li Jin, the title was extremely long, What Business Empire, Low-key and Calm. In the process of scrolling down, Ruan Yu also saw titles about other wealthy families, all of which were words such as dog blood, rich family, tearing force, wonderful, love triangle, using various keywords to grab readers' hearts, but Ji Fuxian's article only has 7 words. Ji Fuxian, business legend. Before clicking in, you can feel the low-key and mysterious oncoming attack. When her white fingertips were about to touch the screen, Ruan Yu suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. Well, yesterday, Wei Wen delivered the paternity test results to her. There was no shocking reversal in the TV series. She is indeed a child of the Jiyu family of the Dinghao family. Is it not good to watch the gossip push of my biological brother? After all, reason could not overcome curiosity, and Ruan Yu finally couldn't help but click on it. In the article, there was not a single comment about Ji Fuxian's private life, and the whole thing revolved around a series of actions he took after taking over Bo Jian from his father Ji Yuchen. In the higher position, Bo Jian's top management teamed up to attack, and even expressed their distrust of Ji Fuxian in public places and in front of reporters and media, forcing Ji Yuchen to return to Bo Jian. Under tremendous pressure, Ji Fuxian not only insisted on reducing real estate development and shifted his focus to the entertainment industry, but also ventured into the international luxury goods territory without fear of tigers, intending to seek cooperation. All kinds of measures have abandoned the former main business, and instead focused on developing what can only be called small troubles in the eyes of the previous generation. 3 years later, the total value of Bojan in the entertainment industry ranked first, grabbing the biggest piece of cake. Bojan has more and more voice in Loose Group, one of the 3 major international luxury companies, and domestic designers have a place for development. At the end of the article, the author commented, "The heirs of a wealthy family want to create another giant on the shoulders of giants. It is actually very difficult to realize self-worth. All efforts are easily overshadowed by the aura of the predecessors. Only Jiu Fu Chen, when it comes to Bojan, you will not go back to Bojan, the origin of the group, thinking about how many generations the group has been rich, and what the previous heirs did. Jiu Fu Chen spent 3 years engraving his own name on Bojan's glorious history. And 3 years ago, I was in the Gossip Giants, and I am still the same 3 years later." If you like this article, click to read and bookmark Tilda. Ronyu has not recovered from the shock brought by the article, and her fingers have obediently clicked on it and put it in the favorites. The function of watching is a small window showing what you have seen. When you click it, you will be able to find out what you are looking at. She didn't realize what she had done until she woke up, and hurriedly cancelled watching as if she had a guilty conscience. After being liked, the shock that the article brought to her diminished by 2 points. Ronyu turned off the notification. Her head was in a daze. Everything said in the article is true, and information and data can be found from various sources. So, the mysterious heir known as a legend by the business world is actually a childish child who wonders who is the real boss in private. Ronyu couldn't help but see a serious image of his 3-year-old brother in a black suit. There are billions of cuteness. However, if those who worship Jiu Fu Chen as an idol find out about this secret, they will probably bleed. The comments at the end of the article, Jiu Fu Chen, business legend, are all. The real version of the domineering president is capable, good-looking and rich, better than the domineering president in the current TV series. Can this be said? Help! Why is he so good and there is no messy gossip news? I found that many of the things I use now are products of Bojan, ha ha ha. The best heir? None of them. A true heir to a wealthy family, with excellent self-cultivation and temperament. Later, Ronyu finally found out that only in front of her, the bossy brother Jiu Fu Chen, would he be as childish as a primary school student. It's still the kind that is hopeless enough to drag her to become childish together. Wei Wen came over to remind her that it was lunchtime, and Jiu Fu Chen was waiting for her in the restaurant on the 2nd floor. Ronyu put away her mobile phone, chatted with Lu Ming, and took the sightseeing car in the manor to the main building. On the way, Lu Ming said that the forum is now a mess. Since Shirue's news hit the hot searches, the melon eaters in the forum quickly moved Shirue's matter into the post. Ronyu belatedly clicked in to have a look. The number of her unintentional paid answer purchases has exceeded 600, and the number of fans on the forum has increased very quickly. There are also exclamation posts floating on the homepage of the forum such as "Fuck, it's true, the initial user is the hidden boss. There's something about this initial username." Actually, several big cows later agreed with his words, but no one believed them. Countless camels smashed 2 million down, protected by a pile of leg hair, thinking that they will have meat to eat with the rich second generation. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect a rich woman to buy them for 20 million and shut up. At first I thought it was cool, but when I thought that the rich woman might lose money, I felt distressed. I didn't expect the last cat to become the biggest winner. Bo earned a lot, drooling.jpg. It can only be said that everything about Shirue has traces to follow. With good analytical skills, a careful boss can discover it. Let's not break or stand. Pupshin's performance has always been very good, and most people's thinking has solidified. The newcomer generally feels obscure. She sees things from a different angle than ours. We can learn. Many big cows have also seen those, but everyone is not sure that Shirue will definitely rise. If the initial user dares to say that, will there be any way out? They are quite right. Ronyu knew that there was an element of luck in it. She knew little about Kuziran, but the boldness of the newcomer made her choose the right path. The memory of the novel awakened after sending the answer, and the small red square that appeared in front of her eyes all confirmed her thoughts. This time it really hit the ***** luck. For the financial world, she is just a novice user carrying a novice gift package. The first time she lost a whole set of God-level equipment due to game bugs and luck, but I have to say that seeing the full set of equipment drop the moment when I bought the gold coins and the God-level equipment, I was really happy. It also gave Ronyu a faint momentum, the thrill of fighting the boss to pick up equipment. The first time buying stocks was just luck, the second time, she planned to go into the industry she was familiar with. This time, use your own money to make more money. Ronyu scrolled down again. I saw a fairly familiar name, Xuan really wants to get rich. Following the boss to buy Shirue's view, I guess I made a lot of money. I remember a sister named Xuan who really wanted to get rich. She was the first to rush up to confront the camel, and said that all the money was spent to buy Shirue. Holy shit, it really made her rich. Change her name immediately. Xuan really wants to get rich was the only big injustice who spent 300 oceans to buy the answer on the night when the incident broke out, except for countless camels. At least that's what many people called her at the time. Now that everyone thinks about it, they can't wait to slap themselves twice. The god of wealth has already arrived at the door, and they chased the god away by shouting and drinking, but if they listen to the phone, even if they buy 200 yuan, they can have an extra meal this week. I can't think about it, but when I think about it, I feel regretful and my face is greener than stocks with daily limit. I regretted it for half an hour. I missed the opportunity to get rich, and I feel that I am not qualified to eat instant noodles. Think about it, now the worst estimate is the camel. If you buy Shirue for 2 million, you can bring a Rolls-Royce back now. Happiness is built on the pain of others, you can say this to me. Ha ha ha. Last night, the rich second-generation young master was full of vigor and swearing, but I didn't see anyone this morning. Where did he hide and cry? There is no need to be so sarcastic. Yo, the rich second-generation young master is flattered when he is angry, but he can't be scolded if he falls down. Where did young master Jingi come from? I am not used to him. Why don't you recall when you laughed at the initial users? Go out to bask in the sun more. Dry the water in your brain before speaking, okay? Luozedi stared at everything in the forum, his stomach ached with anger. Not a single good thing has happened lately. Ronyu was compensated 800,000 yuan in the car crash. After his father found out, he was scolded, and his bank card and car keys were confiscated. The family thought that 2 million was given to him 3 days ago, enough for him to go crazy for a while. Who would have thought that he would spend the 2 million to buy stocks? I'm still embarrassed to sell it now to get the money back. I've been living in the small house in Marisu City for the past 2 days, and I'm waiting for the economic exchange conference in a few days. Why are you still reading these? Fazia came over and handed him a glass of wine. Be careful, there is nothing wrong with it anyway. Luozedi was having a party with his friends, and some people who rarely interacted with each other saw Luozedi sitting in the corner in a sad mood, not drinking, and asked with a light smile, "What's going on today?" Luozedi didn't even lift his eyelids. The people present are all either rich or noble. Luozedi's family background can be ranked high. The young master who took the initiative to chat with him has a good family background, and wanted to make a friend, but unexpectedly encountered a cold nail. His face was a bit ugly. Sit down elsewhere. Luozedi was in no mood to respond. Today's game is from Luozefa's team. Both sides are his friends, and anyone who offends them will lose face. We're all friends, don't do this when you come out to play. Luozedi didn't want to stay here at all. When Fazia knew about this, his consolation had no effect at all. It would only make Luozedi feel embarrassed from the bottom of his heart, and the irritability in his heart had nowhere to vent. Blame him for talking too much. 2 days ago, he told Fazia what happened in the forum as a joke, and laughed at how stupid the 2 people who tried to confront him were. How proud I was then, how embarrassing I am now. For the past 2 days, he has been staying in the hotel with Fa. Today, he sent a message about the children's birthday, and set up a game, which lasted from day to night. Last night, Luozedi responded immediately. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a lot of people came. Those who played games, those who played chess, while Luozedi sat and chatted with a group of friends, chatting about posting a novel to the forum. Luozedi laughed and mocked after repeating it. It turned out that just as his mother finished speaking, a person who was checking Weibo said that Shirui was on the trending list. The surrounding people were all as quiet as a chicken, and quickly dispersed after laughing dryly. Everyone knows that Luozedi loves face. Some people feel happy when they hear words that embarrass him in front of him, but they don't dare to show it in person. Luozedi wished he could violently drive everyone out. If he didn't feel that leaving would mean admitting defeat would be more embarrassing, Luozedi would have run away long ago. Stop talking, Luozedi replied coldly. Fa Xiao has no patience, no hobby of putting a hot face on a cold butt, so he puts a glass of wine in front of him and leaves. He was alone in the corner. The young master who came to strike up a conversation just now heard about the forum from nowhere, chuckled twice from a distance of 2 or 3 meters, looked at Luozedi with strange eyes, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Why hasn't he even fought a rookie before? In the crowd, the young master chuckled. Others hurriedly interrupted and perfunctory. Luozedi vaguely heard it, and when he raised his eyes, the group of people surrounding the young master had long since disappeared. They probably coaxed the young master to go to another place because they were afraid that the two sides would cause trouble. The war was resolved invisibly, but the sarcasm thrown lightly made Luozedi's emotions suppressed to the extreme, and no one could vent when he stepped on the horse, and that feeling was extremely annoying. Luozedi was full of suspicion, his face was ugly, and he always felt that other people's eyes seemed to be on him, as if they were being pricked by needles, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Luozedi couldn't bear it and left directly. After he left, the conversation in the party became louder. The opportunity to get rich is so gone, he has to suffer to death. Wherever you are, you have to save face and suffer. I have been in the forum for so long, I am not as good as a newcomer. Everyone laughed together, and Fa Xiao stood at the door with a slightly stiff expression. After thinking about it, I still sent him a message, don't think too much. How could Luozedi just pass by like this? When he returned to the hotel and logged into the forum to start his questioning, Do and Dai sent a message. Are you okay? Aunt said that because of the problem with the car that day, Uncle stopped your card. If you don't let you pick it up that day, it's fine. Luozedi suppressed his temper. It has nothing to do with you, it's all Ronju's problem. She insists on making a big fuss. There hasn't been any new news for a long time, and Luozedi has no time to guess what Do and Dai is thinking, and he is all on the forum. Countless camels, Puxian's stock has not fallen, and it is not considered a loss. Everyone makes judgments based on past experience, and it is inevitable that there will be some errors. I admire the initial users who can express new ideas uncharacteristically, but there are many people who have similar ideas to him, right? Why is he so convinced that Shirue will rise? Is it a company insider? The finger pointed at Ronju again. Before Ronju could reply, a few investment experts in the forum came out to say good things. There is no need to make things so rigid. Maybe we still know each other in real life. Whether it is Shirue or buying Puxian, neither stock will lose money. I asked Shirue's friends, only the technical core knows this, and they signed a non-disclosure agreement, so that it won't be leaked because of a small problem. Everyone takes a step back. There will be many opportunities to communicate with each other in the future. Let the management come out to negotiate. The last 2 days have been too hostile. A word of injustice for the newcomer. There were not so many people defending him back then. After talking, they quarreled again. Ronju's head hurts from watching, afraid that Lu Ming will come up again when he sees these, so he replied under countless camels. It's not someone from Shirue, it's not a great god, it's pure blindness, let's go. In a word, the innumerable camels that make the theory so aggressive are not human inside and out. Originally, the camel didn't care about it. He was the one who was infinitely arrogant 2 days ago, and he was the one who was beaten to death and tried to fight for face. He wanted to save face. Ronju was too lazy to argue with him, and lightly gave him the answer that Luochio wanted. Luozedi was stunned. How can this horse riding make him quarrel? Like a lunatic who uses force to solve a problem, rushing to his opponent, he was about to punch him with a left hook and a right hook, and beat the opponent hard to make people apologize, but the fist didn't go down, and the hostility hadn't vented yet, the opponent lightly said sorry 3 character. More annoying than not saying anything. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that user 4388320 didn't take it seriously at all. Only Luochio and other people in the forum jumped up and down like clowns, and everyone else watched as if they were watching a joke. Countless camels got stuck in the mud. He didn't earn back the face he wanted, but gave everyone another plan to laugh at him because of his remarks. Losing is not shameful. The shameful thing is to lick your face after losing and say you didn't lose. Luo Zeddy gritted his teeth and closed the forum. WeChat received a new message from Duan Dai a minute ago. Although I don't like Ronyu, she was right that day. It was us who hit her car. We didn't know the real price, and thought we could solve it with a little money, but we were educated by reality. At first I was also very angry. At least I used to treat her as an enemy, hated her for no reason, and resorted to some methods that I myself felt disgusted. But she's not as bad as I thought. I thought she would take the opportunity to humiliate me that day, but she didn't. Ronyu didn't take it seriously, because we took it too seriously. If you get angry on the forum, you will be educated offline. Luo Zeddy couldn't bear it anymore, and slapped the phone to the corner of the wall. The screen instantly shattered. After venting his endless anger, Luo Zeddy returned to his senses and realized one thing. Hell, he has no money for a new phone right now. When Ronyu arrived at the restaurant, she repeatedly confirmed that the matter on the forum had subsided, and Lu Ming saw that there was no chance to waste precious time for the postgraduate entrance examination with others, so she prepared to go offline. Just before going offline, a small red dot lit up in the private message. She was the second to buy her answer, and after listening to her words, I bought Shirue's Xuan really wants to get rich. She sent several messages in succession. Boss is so powerful, take me and take me. Ronyu replied, it's just luck. Luck is also a part of strength. You underestimate yourself. My brother even praises you for being the first to send out these. You are definitely superior. Let's make a lot of money together. Ronyu was taken aback. It takes so much money to chase stars. I decided to start my own business, not be restricted by the family, earn a lot of money, and never have to ask my brother for it. Beautiful sister, take me with you. I will give my brother to be your husband when the time comes. He is handsome and can make money. He has no other bad habits except star chasing. The dream husband of thousands of girls will never fool you. Ronyu, how do you know I'm a girl? There are more male users in the forum, and now most people refer to her as the original user or him. You are very gentle between the lines. Ronyu flipped through the chat history. Did she misunderstand gentleness? Xuan really wants to get rich. When will we make money together? You can invest whatever you want. I will pay the principal, and then I will share with you 6 or 4. You 4 and I 6 are no problem. You pay for your brains and I pay for it. As much as you want, I will find a way. Ronyu was confused. Named Xuan really wants to get rich. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say such rich and powerful words? Pointing serious condemnation.jpg. Xuan really wants to get rich is still urging her, acting like a baby in all kinds of fancy ways. Ronyu didn't directly refuse. The invitation of Xuan really wants to get rich can perfectly solve her dilemma of not being able to show up easily. She will not only speculate in stocks all her life. There are tens of millions of investments in the industry, and a lot of money is waiting to be earned. There will always be times when she needs to negotiate and solve problems. This is a great opportunity. Ronyu didn't accept it in a hurry, and wanted to test the seriousness of the other party. The other party urgently needs to make money for his brother to chase stars, and then says that his brother is very rich and is the dream lover of thousands of girls. The inconsistency is incomprehensible. Generally speaking, my family background should be pretty good, and I have a lot of confidence when I speak. It should be that the little princess who had a conflict with her family came out to earn living expenses. The first success gave her a taste of the sweetness, so her head became hot and she sought the next cooperation. This could easily turn into a whim of fishing for 3 days and drying the nets for 2 days. Talk later. Ronyu put down her phone and had lunch. The dining table in the main restaurant on the 2nd floor was replaced with a larger rectangular dining table. Really just a little bigger. It is not the same concept as Wei Wen's. The garden at home is bigger than other people's, the garage is bigger, the cloakroom will be bigger is not the same concept. Everything in the Dinghao family is big, but the dining table in the main dining room is pitifully small, and the dining table in her restaurant on the 7th floor is twice as big. There's something weird about this family. Ronyu mentioned it once, but never mentioned it again. She didn't eat much in the main dining room, only when Jiyu Fusion was at home. She only ate here twice in the 5 days since she came back. It doesn't hurt to be smaller. When Ronyu sat down in the restaurant, Jiyu Fu Chen asked for food to be served. During the process, he kept secretly looking at the little poor sister, and confirmed that Ron's mood had improved and she was in normal condition, so he was silently relieved in his heart. Just now Ron was stammering about everything about investment. She couldn't understand the investment book. She lowered her head and scolded herself wrongly, saying that she was stupid and knew nothing, but she didn't dare to ask the best role model in the industry in front of her, and only dared to ask some messy people in the forum. Later, when Ron said that she was not suitable for investment and would no longer read investment books, Jiyu Fusion was briefly disappointed. Missing the opportunity to have the same hobbies as Ron, Jiyu Fusion was very disappointed, but he respected and trusted Ronyu more. Until Nguyen said, "I like money, I just want to spend it." At that moment, Jiyu Fu Chen was struck by lightning. It turned out that those were all lies. My sister lied to him, deceived him terribly. She would rather make up a lie about like money than trouble others to lead her into the investment gate. Ron likes it, but he has no confidence in it. He only dares to study secretly in a place where he can't see it, and blames himself from time to time. Jiyu Fusion burst into tears on the spot. "No problem. Invest slowly." Ron doesn't have self-confidence, so he creates confidence for her. Recently, Marisu City will hold an economic forum. Many wealthy children and noble daughters who want to inherit the family business will participate. This is a good time to accumulate contacts. Not only that, but Bojan, Lu's, Fu's, and Jiang's car companies from the 4 top families will send an outstanding talent to the scene to communicate. It can be said that there are many big names in the industry at the meeting. You can accumulate experience in the past and pave the way for her future investment career. Even if she just wants to have fun and just learn some knowledge, it is very valuable, which is different from the small fights in the forum to answer questions. Besides, Jiyu Fu Chen had other plans. Li Jin's family has had a private study class since the last generation. 2 sessions a week, starting at 8 o'clock every night, 2 hours each time. Industry experts and bigwigs come to give lectures. It was the turn of Li Jin's generation, with the participation of 6 family heirs: Jiyu Fu Chen, Li Jin, Fu Jizhen, Jiang Huai, Qi Jian, and Wen Juqi. Speaking of teaching, it is more like an exchange of experience between heirs and heirs. Many CEOs and executives from the world's top 500 will also come to exchange insights. Every lecturer is different. This is a private customized communication class that only members of the Dinghao family are eligible to participate in. The 6 families belong to different fields. Even if there are overlapping investments, it is a healthy cooperation. The family relationship between the previous generation and the previous generation has continued to this day, and the relationship has been very good for several generations. This is because they grew up together and have a close relationship. It is not difficult for Ron to join this course, but what worries Jiyu Fusion is whether Ron is willing to deal with these people from the outside world. Ron sleeps until 10 every day and wakes up at 10 o'clock every day. In the first 2 days after returning home, she will go out to buy and buy. In the past 2 days, she simply doesn't go out of the door, and she is a bit negative and world-weary. Jiyu Fusion sighed inwardly, and asked the old butler to go to the wine cellar to bring a bottle of red wine. He wants to drink away his sorrow. Since the rectangular table is not big, the chef at home only prepares 8 dishes, 1 soup and 1 dessert for each meal. The glaze printing plate, each plate has a small portion and is delicately placed. The old butler personally poured wine for Jiyu Fu Chen and Ron. The deep red wine in the transparent goblet swayed gently, with a mellow fragrance in elegance. Ron didn't think much about it. She took a sip of her wine and ate seriously. She prefers Chinese food. There are many domestic cuisines. No matter how you eat, you will never get tired of eating. Suixiang sesame chicken is eaten with meat on the belt, with sweet and sour dipping sauce. It is tender and delicious. Stir-fried shrimp is light, smooth and tender in the mouth. Crab noodle lion head is soft and tender, and the fragrance of the crab spreads all over the taste buds after one bite. Raw you can eat 3 at a time. Raw ate comfortably, and Jiyu Fusion, who had no appetite, ate more under her influence. Desserts are almond tofu and sweet-scented osmanthus cake that Raw likes. After the almonds are peeled and filtered, they are poured into milk and agar to cook, then put in the refrigerator to refrigerate, and cut into small cubes that look like tofu. From a distance, it looks like smooth and tender tofu, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Jiyu Fusion glanced at the empty disc in front of her. Do you want another one? No. She is not a pig. But I have the same hobby as a pig. I get sleepy after eating. I must have gained weight in the past 2 days after I came back. Ronyu got up immediately. I'm going for a walk. Jiyu Fusion wants to take a walk with Ron, but he has more important tasks on his shoulders, and he needs to make a good plan on how to enhance Ron's self-confidence. Let the old butler take you around the manor. Jiyu Fusion hesitated for a moment, then said for a while, play games together tomorrow night. Continue to contact technology today. Ronyu's head twitched. What time is it? This time Jiyu Fusion did not hesitate at all. 7 o'clock. When Ronyu left the main restaurant, Jiyu Fusion thoughtfully took the elevator back to the study on the 6th floor. When he reached the 6th floor, he had already made all the plans in his mind. The Economic Forum meeting 4 days later is a good place for Ron to strengthen her investment confidence. After Ron has established the most basic confidence, she will be taken to participate in investment courses, and everything is just right. The 4 days of free time allowed him to deal with issues related to the investment class and Jianguai. The internal members of the investment class were selected early on, and there has never been a precedent for plugging in halfway. The decision is in the hands of Lu's father. He has a good relationship with his father and will not become an obstacle. However, Lu Jin, a star chaser, is a restless existence. When Lu Jin was chasing the stars, he was not afraid of the heavenly King Laosa coming. Ronyu was a celebrity before, and had dealt with many colleagues. As far as he knew, Ronyu had a quarrel with a certain male star who Lu Jin was a fan of. With him, Ronyu's impression points will decrease. More importantly, Jiyu Fusion will not. Chapter 15, 2. Knowing who is the celebrity he is currently popular with, if it is Ronyu's opponent, her sister will also be targeted by Lu Jin when she successfully attends the investment class. First of all, one must know who Lu Jin's top fan is. The question on the phone was too deliberate, and he needed Lu Jin to speak out on his own initiative. Tomorrow's daytime playtime is a good opportunity. After solving this point, Jiyu Fusion ticked off the investment class, and his eyes wandered to the Economic Forum conference. The invitation letter is easy to handle, just ask the organizer to write one, but the key is who will accompany Ronyu. In order not to expose Ronyu's identity, he can't come forward for the time being. Jiyu Fusion turned his attention to Jiyu Zexi, who was playing games with him recently. They are all from the Jiyu family, and they will see Ron sooner or later. At the same time, not many people know about him, and his career is neither high nor low, so he can give his sister face to a certain extent without making her the focus of attention. Jiyu Fusion sent his name to Songwen and asked him to investigate, but within a minute, he got a reply. Mr. Jiyu, you probably don't like this person. He is Miss Ron's black fan. When Songwen routinely investigated the information of all the younger generations of the Jiyu family half a year ago, he was deeply impressed by Jiyu Zexi, who had been a celebrity fan. A few days ago, when Miss Ron came home, she had forgotten about it. When Jiyu Fusion mentioned this name, Songwen vaguely remembered the black fan. After looking through the information, she was sure that it was Ronyu's black fan. Also worked for 3 full days. Young man, the road is going astray. Jiyu Fusion, our Jiyu family, and Ron's black fans, are. Investigate the fans of all members of the Jiyu family. Songwen, is this battle going to force black people to become fans? Let Jiuzexi come to see me tomorrow. Songwen, okay. Later, Songwen made a phone call with Jiuzexi. Jiuzexi thought that he had gained trust by playing games with Jiu Fu Chen, and nodded excitedly. Songwen couldn't help but give him some pointers. You are young, you can't go astray. Pornography, gambling and drugs are not involved, and the standards are good for young people. Songwen was silent for a while, and then emphasized solemnly, in the Jiu family, fans are very important. Jiuzexi, it seems that I understand, but it seems that I don't understand. Saved a life, what the asterisk is this? Could it be that Jiu Fu Chen is chasing stars recently? Jiuzexi immediately checked Jiu Fu Chen's Weibo, Moments, and INS. It's all related to work. The only thing related to daily life is that I posted a picture of a fat cat 3 days ago. The cat seemed to belong to Jianguai's family. He saw the housekeeper hugging him when he attended the party of Jianguai's family. Jiuzexi meditated at home all night, and struggled to get out of bed at 12 o'clock in the evening. After reading the reply from Bojan Group in a small esports club 2 days ago, I finally understood. Bojan Group's reply this time is to protect a user called a fat cat who works hard to spend money. The cat in Jianguai's family is about to debut, and Jiu Fusion will call him over tomorrow, just to test whether he can push a cat to become a new top player in the entertainment industry. The cute pet industry is developing rapidly, and the annual sales are soaring exponentially. It is not uncommon for Jiu Fusion and Jianguai to break into the pet industry hand in hand. As the major shareholder of the 3 entertainment companies, Jiuzexi smiled confidently. Pan Mao's Weibo has been opened, and the crazy character set of working hard to spend money has been made. What is impossible? From now on, he unilaterally announced that the chubby cat who works hard to spend money will become the most powerful cub in the entertainment industry. The next morning, Ronyu was silent for a long time as she watched the surge of millions of fans. This is the beating. Chapter 16. Jiuzexi bought the fans. The reason is simple: if you want to become a top streamer, you must first keep up with the number of fans. We must have a face in the cute pet world. After that, we will do some welfare activities for fan drainage and operation. The main reason is that Jiuzexi hasn't got the relevant materials about cute pets yet, so he can't use the cute appearance of chubby cat to attract the masses, so he only thought of this method for the time being. Jiuzexi wanted to ask for credit, and sent a private message to at. Most of the millions of fans are live fans, and they will not be weighted. Will comment and forward. Of course the price is outrageous. Jiuzexi's good attitude is comparable to that of a certain treasure's customer service, and he is so attentive that he almost chases after Ronyu to say, "Kiss, give me a 5-star praise." Ronyu happened to scan to the private message interface, and paused with her fingers. True love fans spend money to buy fans for her. Thanks, don't do this again. Jiuzexi was slightly puzzled in his disappointment. He didn't know who the operator under the skin of the official blog was. Was it Jiu Fusion's intention or Jianguai's or the subsidiary's leadership? No matter what, the most important thing is to see Jiu Fusion now. Ronyu stayed at home for 2 days, remembering yesterday's vow that she would complete the money-spending task as soon as possible, so she turned on her mobile phone and prepared to spend money. The person Jiu Fusion wanted her to stand up for was very clear. The profligate young lady only knows how to spend money like crazy every day, and doesn't do anything serious. This person's position is very satisfactory to her. Last night, my mother made a voice call. During the conversation, Ronyu praised Jiu Fusion so much that she inadvertently revealed that she had read the investment book, and repeatedly emphasized that she could not understand, and had no investment ability. Don't read if you don't understand. Comfort finally heaved a sigh of relief. But mother seems to be very busy, in a trance. She seems to hear the word doctor. Ron Liu hangs up quickly after realizing that someone is coming, saying that she has something to do. Her attitude with her mother has always maintained a distance that is neither too far nor too close, which she likes very much. Before Ronyu read the news on the internet, the parents would cry with excitement after finding the child who had been abducted for a long time. The scene was very moving. Ronyu saw that she cried several times. It's just that Ronyu felt weird and a little embarrassed at the thought that things would happen to her. After being separated from her second family, she no longer has such deep feelings for her parents. Maybe the current family may feel unfamiliar and impersonal to others, but she loves it so much. It was Saturday, and Jiyu Fusion went back to the company to deal with Jiyu's ex's affairs, uncharacteristically, without taking a break. Hearing that her brother had to go to the company to work overtime pitifully, Ronyu felt distressed for 2 seconds and then worked harder when spending money. It doesn't cost much, and my brother's status is unstable. Ronyu went to Honor first and paid 2,648 for the game. The reputation of Glory's #1 prodigal rich woman rests on her. After buying skins, drawing Glory crystals, and going to all the places where you can spend some money, Ronyu rubbed her sore fingers, rolled around happily on the big sofa, and ended the game shopping beautifully. Before, she was able to buy skins, but she didn't dare to be extravagant because she wanted to save money. She would always think twice about buying things. She had to complete a certain task before she was willing to reward herself with something. In the end, she bought the skins, but the long struggle and pressure, the joy of buying skins, is wasted. How can it be like now, to spend money without any scruples, completely ignoring what will happen in the future? Many limited skins have no return to factory activities, and they cannot be bought even if they have money. Ronyu was sad for 2 seconds. I can only wait for the next time. There are still too few places for Glory to spend money. Ronyu clicked into the skin shopping mall and kept scrolling down to make sure that all the skins were bought. Seeing the tens of thousands of coins that had not been spent, she nodded her nose sadly. If she doesn't buy anything she likes in the live broadcast shopping festival later, and the small money can't be spent, she will go to play online games of Wangyai. Wangyai, as the name suggests, 100 million online players. Although it's just an exaggeration, it's enough to show how expensive this company is. The Krypton gold in the game world is not a small amount. Tens of millions or hundreds of millions is not a rare example. If she has time to play in the future, she will definitely become a legend who will shake up half of the online game world with Krypton gold. In junior high school, Nyahan and Fantasy Eastward Journey were popular all over the internet, and it was said that X was full of blood in fighting, and the famous saying "if you are a brother, come and kill me" is still circulating today. Ronyu had heard about this at the time, but because of her studies and pocket money, she could only restrain all desires to study hard. When she was in junior high school, the teacher always liked to talk about "you are the worst class I have ever taught and study hard and get into a good high school, the worst rocket class," and the word "study hard, it will be easy to go to college." Her ears are almost calloused. Knowing that it would only be an illusory expectation, Ronyu still took this sentence as a spiritual pillar. Ronyu knew that she was different from others. Classmates who do not study well will be scolded by their parents, but the parents will still support them after scolding. But she can't. She has no qualifications to fail. Even if she is interested in dancing, the outside world, and the games discussed at the same table, Ronyu will restrain herself. When the classmates talk about a certain star during the break, she will bow her head and do the questions, and prepare materials for the tutoring work on Sunday. Ronyu had a plan when she entered the entertainment circle: make some money to retire early and start retirement, and use the next few decades to embrace the unsatisfied regrets of the past 2 decades. Every day now, she is making up for the happiness of the past. It's time to start the second homework. On the eve of the live shopping festival, many anchors were selling goods live from morning to night. Ronyu was looking for a live broadcast room with a small number of people, so as not to encounter something she likes and be robbed by others and unable to buy it. After searching for a while, she couldn't find it, but the name of a live broadcast room caught her attention. "If I can afford it, I lose." Others are eager to press their heads to let the audience place an order and buy it for me. This live broadcast room has become a clear stream in the consumer shopping festival. Anchor, the name is too arrogant. She likes. Within a few minutes of entering, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased. The barrage area was also very active. Whoa! Look not to buy series. This has become my luxury entry-level knowledge lesson. Ha ha ha, the name of anchor, can be completed. The female anchor smiled sweetly. Everyone is free whoring, we don't have KPI. Juju has just over 6 million fans in the live broadcast room, so he is considered a big anchor. Her live broadcast room is different from ordinary live broadcasts. It is not a live broadcast in the true sense. Of course, thousands of skincare products, hundreds of thousands of bags, and millions of jewelry can also be bought by rich women, but compared to other live broadcasts, Juju's live broadcast room is not so good. The positioning of Juju's live broadcast room should be to show the products of major brands live, which can be regarded as a free brand promotion activity. Through live broadcast, it helps brands dig deep into young users and convey brand value. There is a list of today's live broadcast products on the right side of the screen. Cosmetics, bags, mystery products. Dang 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 tilde. Now we are going to introduce our mysterious product. As I said before, our last product of this issue is different from the past. For this product, the team and I flew across the country for a whole month, and now we are coming to the end. Mysterious gift package. Friends who want to quit the live broadcast now stop quickly. Dabar tilde. Juju cutely crossed his hands in front of the camera. Ron Yu withdrew her small hand like a guilty conscience, walked to the small living room on the 7th floor, and cast the screen to the LCD TV, lying on the sofa and watching slowly. Too many TVs at home. The giant screen can only watch dramas, watch movies, and watch live broadcasts. It is better to use LCD TVs, more luxurious than a million watches. Why am I watching so intently? Waited too seriously, missed the face towel next door, saved 29.9 by crying. Juju, hurry up and say it. Woo woo woo, I'm so anxious. Twist, twist, twist. Ayers million bag. CS high-end. But many of these have a purchase threshold, and the bags have to be distributed. It is impossible to put them in the live broadcast room and sell them. Juju talked about the last product in a miraculous way, and many people watched the excitement. Juju smiled. Our last model is a private jet. Private jets tilde, and there are more than one. The staff in the live broadcast room opened the off-white curtain behind Juju, revealing the LCD screen hidden behind. On the screen, the drone is taking aerial photos in the sky, overlooking the open ground. The 3 planes are neatly arranged, coupled with the powerful BGM in the video. The symphony is one wave higher than the other, bringing people an indescribable shock. Some cheap private jets can also be bought for 40 million, but private jets are no better than luxury cars. Few planes are used, coupled with the limitations of maintenance and parking areas, resulting in more people who can afford to buy private jets, but fewer people actually buy them. Who would use 40 million to buy a chihuahua that is almost equivalent to a pure ornamental product? With this money, it would be even more delicious to buy an emerald to hang around your neck as a display. Fuck. As the saying goes, if the poor play cars and the rich play watches, who can ride a horse and play airplanes? Fuck, it's awesome. There's a private jet that's so awesome. Juju set up 3 of them. Whoa. The first aircraft, the Legacy, is the most expensive, with a market price of 200 million. Juju pointed at the screen. The cabin volume is about 48 cubic meters, and can accommodate up to 13 passengers tilde. The cabin is like a small home. Oh no, how can I use my small broken house to touch a porcelain private jet? The leather, carpet, and solid wood furniture in the cabin are all top grade, and my family can't afford it. Most importantly, after buying this plane, you can also print your name or other logos on the middle of the plane. Juju said excitedly. Everyone, think about this scene. Above the sky, the sun was setting and the sky was full of red clouds. A plane flew over from the sea of clouds, its wings were gradually dyed red, and the light moved out inch by inch. The plane with your name on it, or simply printed on you. The plane of the favorite sentence sails into the distance in brilliance. Your name, across my sky. Super romantic. Families. Damn, I'm heartbroken. If it's me, be sure to print my name on the outside to let everyone know that this plane is mine. Yes, I'm that tacky. Juju, be sober, this romance will cost 200 million. The romance of the rich is so unpretentious, who loves it? Juju said excitedly. Before introducing the second plane and the third plane, we must thank our beneficiary father, Chixiao Airlines, for displaying these 3 planes for us. Now let us appreciate the reception 2 planes coming down. Laughing, Juju has given up selling and just lay flat, and started to admire luxury airplanes with us. Ha ha ha, the team has no intention of selling it at all. Does that mean you can buy a private jet if you buy it? Let's take a look together. Anyway, I have the dream material for tonight. Ron, you didn't watch the barrage, but listen to Juju's explanation with full attention. Heartbroken, before entering the live broadcast room, she seemed to have abandoned all worldly distractions and had no worldly desire to shop. After entering the live broadcast room, she felt, want to buy everything. Ron Yu hasn't considered buying a private jet since she got home, and she doesn't use it much after buying it, so it's a waste to let it go. Today, under Juju's beautiful and very substituting explanation, she was moved. So what if you don't go out? Can't you buy it back and use it as a beautiful decoration on the apron to benefit the public? The 200 million ink painting is placed at the end of her corridor on the 7th floor, and few people except her can see it, but the plane is different. 200 million planes are parked there, enjoying the enjoyment of all human beings. Bushy. Each of the 3 planes has its own advantages. The first plane is a bit more expensive, but its advantage lies in its large cabin volume. The second plane is 100 million yuan, and its interior design is very futuristic, like navigating in an interstellar world. The third plane small and exquisite, only 80 million yuan, very cost-effective. Some domestic stars, most of them use this. She doesn't need to fly, but the romance of navigating the interstellar world must be. Yanfei's troubles must be resolved. But, which one should I buy? Ron Yu was confused. The first one is a bit romantic, and the cabin area is very large. It feels dreamy to sleep on it at sunset, so I want to buy it. The second one is a bit dreamy, the interstellar world is addictive, I want to buy it. The third one is a bit more practical, and it is the first choice of many celebrities. It is the most cost-effective, and I still want to buy it. In the live broadcast room, Juju praised the plane. It's not a problem that the plane can't be sold. It doesn't affect my love for it. To have this kind of high-end product stationed in my live broadcast room, I would have lost my family members. Nearly 400 million planes are here. Do you feel that my live broadcast room is shining red now? Report anchor for drinking fake wine, ha ha ha. Little assistant quickly dragged Juju down. If the trouble continues, I'm afraid she will be so proud that she will dance on the spot. The 3 planes are so proud that they have settled in. If a rich man really buys them, the KPI of the team will directly explode, and Juju will probably go crazy. Don't talk about the anchor. Anyone watching this scene will go crazy. If you are not crazy, I'm sorry for the red money. At this moment, Ron Yu is still struggling. Her head is in a daze. The little fair face was twisted into a ball, and the cheeks bulged unconsciously. It feels like buying popsicles when she was in junior high school. She wanted to buy one of all kinds of flavors, but her pocket was empty, and her pocket money could only allow her to choose the one she liked the most temporarily among countless types of popsicles. Every time after the selection, Ron Yu ate the ones in her hand and looked at the ones in the freezer, vowing that when she had money, she would buy the other ones and eat them all. But here comes the problem. Why is she bothering about money? The last few minutes before the end of the live broadcast. Okay, family members, if you can't afford it, you have to go through a formality. Our 3 planes are already on the link. There is only 1 plane for each model. The first plane is 200 million yuan. The total number of planes is 380 million, and the products we watched together today are so awesome. Then we will go through a process. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it, listen to it. In order to let the rich enjoy the joy of saving money, our plane also has a discount package. Now the first plane is 200 million yuan, the second plane is 100 million yuan, the third plane is 80 million yuan, and the package of the 3 planes is 50% off, an immediate discount of 24 million yuan. Juju joked about the reduced price package, and continued, wait a minute to download the link. Anyway, there will be no one. Before Juju finished speaking, The little assistant shook Juju's hand tremblingly, and stammered, "The product, sold out." There was a moment of silence in the studio. The anchor Juju petrified in place, and blinked in a daze after slowing down. Is there such a par in the process? It seems that Chixiao Airlines didn't arrange for them to hype in the live broadcast room, pretending to sell the plane, right? The little assistant shook his head blankly. The plane is really sold. They don't know how to sell it. It seems a little easier than selling vegetables in the vegetable market. Juju's light white index finger tremblingly ticked off. 1. The little assistant swallowed, and shook his head cautiously. Juju heaved a sigh of relief. It's just a prank. No, it's 3. Juju, the little assistant emphasized, 3 were sold. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room left collectively, and the screen was empty. 3 minutes later, my horse language function is directly confused. Who is it? Who secretly spent so much money? Where is the rich man throwing money here? Show his true body and let me worship. Long Aocean from the money-spending world is here. There is nothing Long Aocean can't afford. Juju opened his lips to speak, but he opened his red lips slightly but couldn't say anything. His language function was completely degraded to that of primitive people, and he could only cover his face with his hands and shake his head back and forth excitedly. The performance of the live broadcast room is second. What shocked and excited Juju was that when she used to broadcast live broadcasts, although the brand side did not have a hard and fast rule to set up KPIs, in order to carry out the follow-up cooperation smoothly, the team naturally hoped to sell as much as possible. In order to better promote the brand, Juju spends a long time collecting information and learning relevant knowledge with the team before each live broadcast, and tries his best to pass on the brand culture to everyone during the live broadcast. Over time, Juju's live broadcast room has become an introductory tutorial for luxury nanny level. Even so, not many people bought it. This time, Juju and his team didn't even say a word of copywriting and marketing terms related to selling aircraft, but the aircraft was sold just like that. How can people believe this? 5 minutes later, Juju took a deep breath, and asked again, didn't you cooperate with Chixiao Airlines, and in order to promote the company's brand, send someone to pretend to buy 3 planes to digest internally? The little assistant shook his head positively. 3 planes were bought by a rich woman. Rich woman asks for a post. I'm super obedient. I don't know why, but I thought of the rich cat woman who spent a lot of money to buy the team a few days ago. Rich women have appeared one after another recently. I can feel their happiness just thinking about it. Why can't these 2 be one person? The fat cat and rich woman seems to belong to the GU family. There are many planes on the GU family's apron. Whether it's a fat cat or a rich lady on a plane, ladies, you are my god. Could it be a hype? Overestimated. She doesn't have such superb acting skills. The peerless rich woman who bought 3 planes in one go was hotly discussed in the live broadcast room. The focus of the incident, Ronyu, after placing an order for 3 planes, Alan's intense joy swept through his brain nerves, and after several minutes of happiness, he suddenly felt a little guilty, because sanity is back. Lu Ming complained to her before, saying that every time he entered the live broadcast room, he just took a look at it with a spectator attitude, but he wanted to buy everything after looking at it, and bought a lot of miscellaneous things on impulse. Ronyu didn't understand at the time why some people would buy things that they didn't need after entering the live broadcast room. Today she understands. Anyone who has been in the live broadcast room with goods knows that the anchor's mouth is full of honey, and his glib tongue is extremely pleasant, which always makes the audience have a consumer mentality of buying is earning. Ronyu, who was debating which plane to buy, got overwhelmed and bought the whole thing after hearing that the package would save 24 million. I have to say, that moment was really cool. It seems reasonable to think that there is no need to place an order for the 3rd plane. The 80 million deposit has already been paid. Ronyu struggled for 2 seconds, but did not refund it. While being shocked by his behavior of spending 400 million yuan in one go, he also felt a little guilty for wasting tens of millions to buy a plane that was average except for the right price. She really likes to buy, but it doesn't mean that she will spend money randomly and unreasonably. So far, She has bought things that she likes or is interested in. Ronyu opened WeChat with a bitter face, and sent 2 messages to Jiyu Fu Chen under the drive of guilt. Fat Cat originally wanted to buy a private jet, but the mouth of the anchor, the devil who emptied her wallet, she is too good at boasting. I couldn't resist the temptation to short-circuit my head and bought all 3 planes. Fat Pan Mao, share the live broadcast room if I can afford it. I lose, this is it. It's not her fault, it's the anchor who can say QAQ too much. After sending the message, Ronyu felt that the heavy burden in her heart was lightened. She ate strawberry mousse in small bites. The palm-sized glass bowl was small and cute. The sweetness of the cream and the sourness of the strawberries reverberated in her taste buds, and she gradually relaxed. The guilt and burden of spending the wrong money also disappeared. Ronyu fell on the sofa, shaking her head to read the team documents sent by Xiaoxi. When she thought of something, her whole body was suddenly on high alert, and her expression gradually became serious. What is she apologizing for? Ronyu's face collapsed. Her current personality is a profligate spendthrift, and accidentally wasting tens of millions. Isn't it the same as when she accidentally spent hundreds of dollars online to buy a dress she didn't like? What a normal thing to make a fuss about. The career tyrant has always seen it, and most likely will start to correct her personality. Ronyu quickly withdrew the message. It's 10:30, the career tyrant doesn't have time to look at his phone, right? Ronyu did enough mental training, leaning on the cushion to read the team report sent by Xiaoxi. The document briefly introduces the basic details of the team, the reconstruction of the training team during the off-season and the internal training of the team. In the quiet small living room on the 7th floor, the mobile phone on the white marble coffee table vibrated. The voice is very soft. Ronyu shook for no reason, leaned forward slightly while hugging the soft pillow, picked up the phone from the coffee table, and tapped it casually. Amber's bright eyeballs purred and turned, and her clear water pupils widened unconsciously. The round eyes were like a frightened kitten. It's not Jiyu Fu Chen's news. From a text message, end number 8888 arrives, 1 billion yuan. 10 small goals. Jiyu Fu Chen's news arrived later. Continue Alin. Chixiao Airlines is an industry owned by Jack. His parents are good friends with our parents, and I will introduce you to them later. Buy a few more planes and use them as a gift for him. Brush amount? Ronyu pursed her lips with a complicated expression. Speech with high emotional intelligence, brush volume. Low EQ speech, buy too much. Which store will set up planes to swipe orders for sales volume? Doesn't it hurt him to say that? As for the meet and greet, if you have a friend who needs to buy an airplane to increase the amount, it is better to cut off the trumpet as soon as possible. A poor ghost like her can't afford it. Fat Cat, alright. Jiyu Fu Chen stared at Ronyu's reply on the screen, lost in thought. In front of the desk, Jiyu's Exi stood with his hands hanging on his sides and bowed his head, exactly the same posture as a bad student when he was criticized by the head teacher in the office. Have you ever been a black fan? Jiyu Fu Chen turned off his phone. His tone was light. Ronyu's shadow flashed in Jiyu's X's mind, but he shook his head immediately, and answered honestly, I have never been a black fan, but I just don't like certain celebrities. Ronyu happens to be in this camp. Jiyu Fu Chen's eyes darkened slightly. He is not unreasonable. The nature of star work determines that they will inevitably receive various evaluations during the work process. Others may have some unfavorable comments for Ronyu due to poor information, but the insiders of the Jiyu family must not do so. Jiyu Fu Chen didn't ask any more questions, but glanced at the chair in the middle of the office. Sit. The more concise the tone, the more it can reveal the displeasure of the superior. Jiyu's Exi panicked a lot. In terms of family seniority, he has to call Jiyu Fu Chen a cousin. However, their cousins rarely meet each other, except for the uncle who will arrange a gathering for all members of the Jiyu family during the Chinese New Year. Everyone has their own entertainment at other times. Parents gather a lot. In their younger generation, the relationship with cousins not very intimate. In addition, Jiyu Fu Chen is in charge of Bojin, so he socializes a lot on weekdays, and his network of relationships is not in the same circle, so they are naturally more distant. Thinking of this, Jiyu's X's heart jumped into his throat. Being in the same office with the most unfamiliar acquaintances at most, Jiu Fu Chen is obviously in a bad mood now, and it is obvious that there is nothing good waiting for him. He still doesn't understand why Song Wen emphasized fan nationality yesterday. It can't be because he has a wrong fan background. Jiu Fu Chen plans to teach him an Amway lesson, right? As soon as he sat down, the panorama office suddenly became dark. It was dark inside the French windows with high ceilings on three sides. The place facing Jiu Zexi lit up a big screen, and a line of words lit up on the screen. Super sweet Ron Yu-san sculpture moment cut. Jiu Zexi, is it really a peace of mind? In the video, Ron Yu participated in various variety show cuts. There is the cuteness with bulging cheeks after a big mouthful. There is the effort to run and avoid pursuit. There is the clumsiness of sitting in a corner in a daze. Jiu Zexi hesitated to speak and looked at the screen, then secretly turned his head to observe Jiu Fu Chen carefully. Jiu Fu Shen's mood improved obviously, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Fuck. Did he know something terrible? The person in charge of the Bojan group of the Dinghao family now has a crush on a celebrity, or a celebrity who has retired and has been found out for a long time. Even more frightening is, he had expressed his dissatisfaction with Ron Yu before. What are they? A positive battle between only fans and black fans. Jiu Zexi wanted to cry. At best, he can only be regarded as a limited edition passerby. Ron Yu appeared on a variety show before, and everything presented in the editing was that Ron Yu was pretentious and sophisticated, which dragged down the entire team. Jiu Zexi expressed a few words of dissatisfaction angrily, but there was really nothing else. Have you seen enough? Jiu Fu Shen's voice was low. Reluctantly, he glanced at the screen for the last time, and when the screen went black, he swept towards him condescendingly. Jiu Zexi's heart trembled, his throat was dry. It's over. Peeking at the parties was also discovered. Jiu Fu Shen's voice was still deep. Right, a letter of guarantee. Absolutely help my cousin to keep the secret of a celebrity fan. Jiu Fu Shen frowned and gave him an extra look. After watching the video. Jiu Fu Shen's brows and eyes tightened. After watching the video, you don't have any insights. If it wasn't for Jiu Zexi to really know Ron Yu, Jiu Fu Shen would have wished to write 10,000 words. The feelings he wrote are not exaggerations, but the true feelings of loving his sister. Yes, right. Jiu Zexi swallowed, sat on the conference table on the other side of the office according to Fu Chen's instructions, huddled into a ball and wrote his impressions word by word. It is not so much the afterthought, but rather a 2,000 word Ron Yu Kyo essay. At first, Jiu Zexi was quite nervous, and he was completely immersed in it as he wrote. Carefully recall everything in the video just now. He praised Ron Yu from multiple dimensions such as demeanor, clothing, and performance in variety shows. The more he wrote, the more he liked it. The more he wrote, the more satisfied he was, and the more he wrote, the more he wished he could go back and slap himself a few times. Ron Yu in the collection doesn't fight or snatch, sitting in the corner is so cute. How could she be so pretentious and do things that drag other people down? Shabby editor, I am at odds with you. After he writes a few thousand words of praise and perfectly expresses his inner joy, he will definitely go back to the variety show team to settle the score. Jiu Zexi handed in the homework, thinking of the mistakes he made before, tried to explain. Cousin, I don't really hate Ron Yu. He also didn't dare to say that passers-by turned fans, for fear that Jiu Fu Shen would think too much. Jiu Zexi voted for 3 entertainment companies just for fun. Among the children of wealthy families, he is one of the few who pay more attention to the entertainment industry. He has watched many times the battle between fans and blacks, wars among fans, and the battle between the top class and the top class. It added a lot of excitement to his unpretentious life. As far as he knows, Wifan doesn't like his half-hearted wall-climbing passers-by, or passers-by who turn from passers-by to fans. Jiu Fu Chen frowned, his face darkened. Don't call me brother. Jiu Zexi felt a chill in his heart, wishing he could go to the rooftop and cry for the wrong choice of fans. I only have one younger sister. Jiu Fu Shen corrected solemnly. Jiu Zexi, Jiu Fu Shen, from now on, pay attention to your words and deeds. Ron didn't even call her brother, How could this sacred title fall into the hands of others? Ji Zexi didn't dare to have an opinion. Before leaving, he thought of one thing, walked to the door of the office and backed away. Cousin, do you have any plans to enter the pet industry? Ji Fuxian glanced at him. Ji Zexi, then I bought millions of followers for Chubby Cat, who spends so much money. Did I do something wrong? This person is inextricably linked with Bojan and the Jiu family. At least, Jiu Fuxian definitely knew him. He had to tell Jiu Fuchen about the fact that he accidentally bought fans for the other party. Jiu Fuchen covered the pen and raised his eyes. Say it clearly. Jiu Zexi explained the cause of the incident in detail. The fat cat who worked hard to spend money finally thanked me. It shouldn't be a problem. He rationally did not ask who this person was. Jiu Fuxian's long and narrow eyes flashed with deep thought. He held the phone tightly and said in a deep voice, "She thanked you?" "Yes." Jiu Fuchen frowned. "Don't buy her fans in the future." Jiu Zexi quickly responded. After he went back, he quickly followed the user at "Did you come back today?" Starting today, there is another person in Raw News camp that misses by Yuguang. Staring at the number of followers, Jiu Zexi hesitated for 2 seconds, and searched for it on Weibo. After much deliberation, I still have to explain to her what happened in the morning. Type a name in the search bar and click users. The first is her. The familiar Weibo avatar was about to click on her to private message her. Seeing the number of fans, Jiu Zexi had a black question mark face. In the morning, it only has 1 million fans, and she bought them all. But now, 1 million has become 3 million. Who did this? 10 minutes later, there was an additional message on his WeChat. "Ji, you cheated on me?" Jiu Zexi's hands trembled, but before he could panic, he received another message. "Ji, she didn't thank me, smile.jpg. Jiu Zexi, case solved. It was Jiu Fuxian who was so serious and seriously emphasized not to let him buy fans. Good guy, don't let him buy it. Turn around and buy 2 million for yourself. Ox, you are awesome. Chapter 17. Jiu Fuxian happily bought 2 million fans for Ronyu, and told her the good news, only to get a sentence from his sister, "Don't buy it. It hurts very much." But it didn't hurt for long. He thought about it carefully. Ron's actions were normal. The first time you receive a gift from millions of fans, you will be happy, but the second time you receive the same gift, you will get bored. It's because he didn't find a good way, and was too eager for quick success. After much deliberation, it is still reliable to play games. Tonight, I will be in 5 rows with my sister, and I will spend a lot of time with him waiting for him. The originally scheduled training time yesterday afternoon, because Fujishan and Lu Jin were temporarily delayed by something, their game training had to be moved to this afternoon. Jiu Fuxian didn't invite Jiu Zexi, turned around and invited someone from the Jiu families back in the friend list, and played games in 5 rows. They didn't turn on the team voice in the game, but turned on the voice call of the WeChat group chat, which they always did when outsiders were around. No one knows their true nature except each other. It's pretty self-aware. After the 2-hour training match, Jiu Fuxian took the initiative to chat with Lu Jin in private. "Ji, already off the fan?" In order for Ron to attend the investment class smoothly, Jiu Fuxian must find out which celebrity Lu Jin is chasing now. They played the game for 2 hours, and Lu Jin uncharacteristically didn't mention any topics related to star chasing, which inevitably made people think too much. "Lu, don't spread rumors. I have found the spiritual garden." "Ji, Lu, oh, I joined her Keokeo. There are a lot of like-minded people in it." In the past, Lu Jin was very lonely on the road of star chasing. When he wanted to vent his excitement, he could only talk to 3 friends, but none of them were star chasing, and they had no common topics. It was okay before. Lu Jin went up and down even faster. Even if he doesn't have a common language with his friends, he still enjoys watching some highlight cuts, and his star chasing mood will not affect his daily life. But this time is different. The Bai Yueguan who left in a hurry became his heartache on the way of chasing stars. Lu Jin knew that Jiu Fuxian, Fujishan, and Jian Kuai had never pursued stars or bothered to pursue them. After the Amway plan failed twice, he suffered from no one to praise Ronyu with him, so he finally set his sights on Keohua. The first time he knew this circle was in the barrage while watching the drama. Lee Jin ignored it. His star-chasing journey has always been lonely and secretive. Later, at a dinner party, a delicate woman in her 40s angrily reprimanded a little girl, saying that she only knows how much time she wasted when shopping every day. Inadvertently hearing about the other party's family affairs, Lee Jin hurriedly left in embarrassment. The perception of Keohua is not very good. What is the significance of signing in, posting, and making data? Businessman Lee Jin couldn't see the value of these, until this time, after investing in Raw News Keohua, he finally felt the charm of the word Keohua. It's like a residence. Bring together a group of people with similar interests and explore something or someone they like. These two words are no different from football groups, investment groups, and alumni groups. They essentially allow like-minded people to find their spiritual home. Lee Jin can praise Raw News wantonly here. Not only can he get feedback from others, but they will also dig out more materials and tidbits that even he didn't find. All in all, it was amazing. Lee Jin has already regarded this place as his spiritual garden. Raw News seemed to be free and unrestrained, as if she didn't care about anything, and said that when she retreated from the circle, she was very moved by her determination to turn around and leave. Lee Jin looked back at Fu Chen. Are you regretting it? Also moved by her indifferent quality and wanton and free and easy chivalry. Gee, thank you, I have a younger sister, don't praise others. Lu, after you watch her video materials, you won't say such things. Ji Fusion wanted to sneer back, but when he thought that he didn't know who the fan was, he held back for 2 seconds and asked, so, who is the wanton chivalrous woman? How could Lee Jin let go of this good opportunity for Amway and Jiu Fu Chen to enter the pit vertically together? I'm at the company, and I'll show you her magazine posters and video dramas. Jiu Fu Chen didn't want to waste time, but no matter how he contacted Lee Jin later, the other party refused to talk to him. In the end, he had to ask Song Wen to prepare a car and go to Lee's building. Song Wen was secretly delighted after receiving the news. Every once in a while, Jiu Fusion, Jian Kuai, Fujishan and Lee Jin would go to each other's company to learn and observe, learn from each other and make progress together. Recently, Mr. Jiu's younger sister controls his upper body, and he really needs to be stimulated by other outstanding people in power, commonly known as involution between CEOs. Look at Mr. Lu. Work overtime on Saturday to come to the company to handle things, full of dedication. Look at their president Jiu again. Let alone Saturdays. I work at home on Fridays. I only come to the company on Saturdays to deal with my sister's black fans and give them an Amway lesson on turning black fans into fans. Jiu Fusion quickly scanned the documents that needed to be read, and left work early after making a few comments. Song Wen followed behind him and stepped into Lee's building with a learning attitude. Office on the 38th floor. Song Wen chatted with Lee Jin's special assistant about recent events in the industry. Jiu Fusion was taken to his lounge by Lee Jin. You didn't rest today, Lee Jin. They have returned to China. Jiu Fu Chen understood. When Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu were at home, they kept Lee Jin under strict control. He wanted to spend time chasing stars and doing super chats, but it was difficult for him. Let Song Wen know that the leaders of the two big groups work overtime on Saturdays not for work, and it is estimated that they will turn their eyes to the sky. Jiu Fusion, what material? Where is it? Lee Jin took out a large cardboard box from the safe, and gently took out the rare edition magazines inside. This is the first photo book I took, and I bought it from someone else at a cost. A total of 2,000. Lee Jin felt a little heartbroken thinking about it. Jiu Fusion came over and hadn't seen the cover. He paused when he heard this. 20 million. Lee Jin. 2,000 yuan. Jiu Fusion, forget it. You can only chase stars with your own money. This is also Lee Jin's attitude towards star chasing. Jiu Fusion vaguely felt that the word chasing stars meant a lot to Lee Jin, but the reason was not known yet. Look at our Raw News. The first photo book has the temperament of a free and easy chivalrous woman. Jiu Fusion's long and narrow eyes were slightly sluggish, and when he raised his eyes, there was no bottom to his dark eyes. His hands gradually became stiff, and after regaining his senses, he quickly stepped forward to ****** the photo book from Lee Jin's hands, and glanced at him in disbelief. Ronyo? Li Jin said solemnly. Yes, the female star I'm a fan of is Ron Yu. You may not know her well, Li Jin said again. Ji Fu Chen had no time to talk to him. No one knows Ron Yu better than him. The younger sister does have all the noble qualities that a fairy should have, but she was still a poor little girl who was wronged and needed his protection. It can be seen from the matter of investment. Li Jin, she just quit the industry some time ago, and her reputation is mediocre. You can't blame her. Those investors in the entertainment circle only want to make money. They are blind and have no aesthetics, and they don't have the level to appreciate Ron Yu. So you see, with their push, internal entertainment is about to end. On this point, the two heirs of the family reached an unprecedented unity. Thinking of something, Li Jin smiled lightly. How about it? My new female star is indeed as I said. Ji Fuxian shook his head. Li Jin's face darkened, and he was about to refute, but Ji Fuxian interrupted him in a deep voice. You still haven't accurately portrayed her excellence. Li Jin was slightly stunned, and nodded heavily after a long time. When I read 2 more ancient texts and increase my artistic skills, I will probably be able to find a suitable description. When Li Jin's special assistant came in to deliver coffee, Song Wen secretly peeked in at the door. Seeing Ji Fuxian's serious face, he felt relieved. After Li Teju came out, he smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Wen sighed. Mr. Jiyu has been a little passive and slack lately. After being provoked by Mr. Lu, he will definitely be rolled up when he goes back. Li Teju agreed. Mr. Lu has 996 every day these days. There was more pity in Song Wen's eyes. You want to follow? No. Li Teju's tone was proud. Today is an emergency. I came here yesterday because I didn't finish some things. The company has 5 days off and 2 days off. Mr. Li calls 996 alone. What a boss. If he doesn't make money, it's God's will. Song Wen was heartbroken. It turned out that he was the clown who was forced to work overtime with his boss. But considering that Mr. Jiyu just gave him a flat this year, he can bear it any longer. In the office, in the eyes of the special assistant, the 2 overlords who are doing a good job in their careers are sitting in the lounge watching Ron Yu's TV series highlights. Her acting skills are really good. Li Jin couldn't help but sigh. Ji Fuxian recovered from the video and felt a deep crisis. Li Jin must not be allowed to see Ron. Otherwise, there will never be a place for him next to my sister in the future. More importantly, Li Jin has watched more videos about Ron Yu than him. Homework done better than him. Don't go to the investment class. Going to the economic conference can still cultivate the younger sister's self-confidence. Now there is a more important question to ask. Ji Fuxian sat next to Li Jin. His voice was low and hoarse. You can't be her boyfriend fan. If so, beat him to death now to avoid future troubles. Li Jin was taken aback. How can it be? He just simply likes the chivalrous temperament exuded from Ron Yu. Of course, it is very good to be a family member with her, and he can see her every day, but not a boyfriend. Ji Fu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Li Jin looked at Ji Fuxian suspiciously. Why are you so nervous? I'm not nervous. Li Jin lightly said. Could it be? Ji Fu Chen's throat tightened. The doors and windows in the lounge were closed. In order to have the best viewing effect, the surroundings were dark and the room was dim. In the blockage, time slowly passed by. The ticking sound seemed to be able to hear the sound of the second hand moving. For Ji Fuxian, who was waiting for Li Jin to continue to speak the next half of the sentence, this period of time was extremely tormented. He felt Li Jin's scrutinizing eyes falling on him back and forth, his brows and eyes twitched, and just as he was about to explode, Li Jin smiled and asked, "Could it be that you took the words of the previous generation seriously?" Ji Fu Chen felt relieved. What do you mean? Li Jin turned on the crystal lamp in the lounge, straightened his tie and suit gracefully and calmly, raised his lips slightly, and raised his chin provocatively at Ji Fuxian. My parents always say, if you find your sister, let me marry you as your son-in-law. I know I'm excellent, but you, the Ji family, can't get me. Ha! Ji Fuxian laughed mockingly. Remember what you said, my sister won't marry at the age of 40. Get lost, narcissist. After finishing speaking, he strode out of Li Jin's office. When Ji Fuxian came out, he walked out of Long Aotian's domineering aura that his relatives did not recognize, and Song Wen immediately followed. In the elevator of Li's building, Song-wen took a sneak peek at the expressionless Ji Fusion, and opened the car door respectfully for him after reaching the parking lot. After sitting in the car, there were only the driver, him and Ji Fusion. Song-wen said implicitly, "Mr. Ji, everything in Li's today is an eye-opener for me. The boss of 996, the employees who are off work normally, and the rising market value, everything is so orderly, I really admire it." The corners of Ji Fusion's lips tightened, recalling the complete set of star-chasing equipment in Lu Jin's lounge, watching the giant screen of the video, and the photo books and magazines he bought after joining Keohua. His face darkened a few degrees. He did really well. Song-wen suppressed his inner excitement, and deliberately said with a serious face, "We are only a little behind, and as long as we focus on one goal, we will always be able to catch up with them." Ji Fu-chen raised his eyebrows. "That's right." Song-wen chuckled, and after about 5 seconds of silence in the car, 2 voices sounded at the same time. "I'll put together your recent itinerary right away to make more time for work. Push away all the useless entertainment, and find someone who is very good at chasing stars to meet me. Ji Fu-chen." Song-wen. The driver sighed and looked at the 2 people in the front view mirror. The cross-channel chat was able to chat so smoothly before, as expected of the people who have worked together for so many years. Really are. There is no tacit understanding. Ji Fusion glanced at Song-wen, but there was no emotion in his eyes. Song-wen saw the voice in Ji Fusion's eyes. "Let me work? You try?" Song-wen felt bitter. He is a little special assistant, and he takes the special assistant's money to ****** the boss's heart. Mr. Ji, although Bojin is in a state of prosperity these days, the ancients have said that they are prepared for danger in times of peace. If we don't work hard, the Liu family, the Fu family, the Jiang family, and even the Qi and Wen families may surpass you. Although you are friends, you should hope that Miss Ron gets the most money, right? Song-wen thought for a while, then added solemnly, "This is the only thing you can give Miss Ron." Ji Fu-chen's complexion changed slightly. He hesitated for a while, and nodded unwillingly. His tone was a bit dull. "Work during the day, chase after stars at night," which pushed the wine game away. He is bound to use the night time to catch up with Lu Jin's status in Keohua, become the #1 fan of Ronyu in the circle. Song-wen reluctantly followed Mao. "Okay, Mr. Ji. Remember to find someone who loves star chasing." "I understand, Mr. Ji." The car drove all the way to Jiu's house. When Ji Fu-chen was about to get off the car, he suddenly reminded, "Remember to read the fan books. You must master the super words." Song-wen took a deep breath. "Good boss, I will definitely send you a professional who can master Keohua as well as PPT. Intensify." Watching the figure of the sister demon boss gradually drifting away, Song-wen felt a headache. Who will save his boss? When Ji Fusion arrived home, Ronyu was taking care of potted plants with the gardener in the garden. Hearing that the servant said that Mr. Ji Zaya was back, he hurriedly ran out with the potted plant in his arms, passed through the back garden, crossed the lake, then crossed a cobblestone path, and finally ran to the main entrance of the Western-style building. "This home is really far away." "Too far." Ji Fu-chen handed over the handkerchief he was carrying. "Wipe it." Ronyu took it and asked out of breath, "Is there no other means of travel in the manor besides the car, such as bicycles, cute little electric or electric balance cars?" Ronyu really can't stand the need to drive from one side of the house to the other. Getting in the car always gave her a feeling of leaving and going to a distant place. It doesn't feel like home. Ji Fusion thought of the highlights of Ron's filming that Lu Jin had seen. "Then I'll buy you a horse." Ronyu tilted her head. "Are you serious?" Ji Fusion nodded, then added after a pause, "I don't tell lies. Especially to my sister." Thinking of that scene, Ronyu shook her head like a rattle drum. "I just want a bike. It is very comfortable to be able to go for a drive in the manor." Ji Fusion's plan to buy a horse unfortunately failed. Naturally, the bicycle my sister wanted had to be arranged. This was the first time that Ron asked for something on his own initiative. Ji Fusion regarded this matter as very important, and planned to choose it himself without asking others. The hyacinth in your arms. Ji Fusion had been paying attention to it for a long time, And Ronyu hugged it all the way when he ran over just now. Ronyu nodded heavily, with a smile on the corner of her mouth. The eyebrows and eyes are curved into two sweet crescents, a smile flows on the fair and delicate face like a Barbie doll, and the curled eyelashes tremble slightly. You gave me a lot of things. I don't know what to give you. I went out this afternoon and bought this. She shook the flower pot in her hand. The flower language of Hyacinth is rebirth, and it is also her favorite flower. Brother Bazon gave her money and arranged homework that cost money. Ronyu took these as a means to maintain family harmony and avoid family power struggles. In the afternoon, Jiyu Fusion inexplicably bought her 2 million fans. Family has nothing to do. I don't know why I did this, but after thinking about it, maybe it's like what the true fan who bought her millions of fans said in the morning. The more fans she has, the happier she is. No matter what the reason is, she should give some gifts. So this happened. Jiyu Fuchen froze for a moment, his hands hidden in his pockets trembled slightly. He felt Ronyu's inadvertent alienation since he came back, and he also noticed sensitively that she hadn't called him brother so far. They both tried to put on an appearance of harmony to hide the rough seas beneath it. Jiyu Fuchen didn't blame or feel that Ronyu did something wrong. He didn't know what happened to Ronyu in the past, and he didn't investigate. He even asked people not to ask about Ron's past experiences when they went to the orphanage to see the photos, but only asked about the photos. He wants to know Ronyu's living conditions in the past 20 years, but he doesn't want to learn about it from strangers. Jiyu Fusion has been waiting for Ronyu to speak for himself. If she didn't want to talk, he and his parents wouldn't ask either. He always respects her, always put her first. This point has always been rooted in his heart since he lost Yayo 20 years ago. Jiyu Fuchen always thought that it would be a long time before Ron's world would open a small door to him. But now she gave him a pot of flowers. First gift for him. The tip of Jiyu Fusion's nose was slightly astringent, and there was a faint heat in his eyes, but he concealed it very well. Thank you, I like it very much. Jiyu Fusion said restrainedly. Ronyu folded her hands behind her back, smiling like usual, with a light in her eyes. Just as long as you like it. Jiyu Fusion didn't dare to look at her anymore, and quickly walked into the room. I'll put it in the room. Ronyu has no doubts about him, tilted his head and looked. I don't know if she was thinking too much, but Jiyu Fusion's back always felt a little panicked. She didn't have time to think about that. The phone alarm is ringing. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. She set an alarm clock for herself to remind. At 7 o'clock, I have to play games with Brother BA in 5 rows. In the living room on the 6th floor, Jiyu Fusion suddenly became aware of the game when passing by the study. He didn't have the time or emotion to be moved, and his whole body was instantly filled with panic. 5-row game. Playing games with Lu Jin, who claims to be someone the Jiyu family will never get. The 5th row is usually played with wheat, and with Lu Jin's fanaticism, it is impossible not to hear Ronyu's voice. It is even more impossible for Jiyu Fusion to give up the great opportunity to play games with Ronyu. At 6:50, Jiyu Fusion received 2 messages. One is from Ronyu, one is from Lu Jin. Fat cat, when to play games, I'm ready. Lu Jin, call your sister tonight, right? Then we start the game directly. Jiyu Fusion, oh, think beautifully. From now on, he wants to put out all the petty thoughts of boyfriend fans, don't give them a chance, and stick to the principle of sister remarry when she is 40 or don't fall in love and get married at all. What good things do men have? Being so ruthless, he even scolded himself. Holding his mobile phone, he went up to the 7th floor and knocked on Ronyu's door. Chapter 18, 1. Ronyu debugged the game operation bar, and admired the character skins she had, full of a sense of accomplishment, clicked into the star element bar for a little bit of matching, saved and exited happily. There are quite a few people who have added her as friends. Most of them were fans of the team who were excited to see her and her teammates after 5 rows that day, and tried to add it. Rich woman boss, please ask for a friend seat, I'll be a wild thief. Is Sanjuyu really the first season of the season? Tat boss, I am not dreaming. Secretly roar a fat cat and run away quickly. RG's logo looks good. Boss Mao Mao is invincible. Boss, when is the 5th row next time? I still want to see your happy ranking. The team name has been changed to RG, The full name is Royal Game. She and the club have discussed the new name, which sounds very domineering. Ronyu closed the friend interface and realized a very important thing. The last time she played ranked with the members of the RG team, because the members turned on the live broadcast, in order to prevent others from discovering her identity, she turned on a voice changer when she turned on the voice. Ronyu's voice is naturally sweet, unlike the Bake Antelope, which is mellow and crisp, and a bit waxy. When she speaks, she habitually softens the end of her voice, which is a bit coquettish and very recognizable. The voice changer made Ronyu's voice a bit colder, and it was completely different from her own voice. No one mentioned her name in the barrage that night. You need to use a voice changer to play games with the members of the RG team, but of course you don't need to play with GU Fusion in the 5th row. It's not that Ronyu didn't dare to talk to them, it's mainly that she didn't want to. GU Fuchen has already asked her to help Jianghuai's Airlines in sales of aircraft, and it must be a matter of time before they meet. They will know who they are without a problem. Ronyu knows a lot about herself. In the eyes of the other 3 tyrants, she is at best a good friend's sister, a kind of polite and alienated identity. Maybe we'll meet later at family reunions or dinners, auctions, charity galas, and develop into polite nodding acquaintances. But GU Fusion is the overlord, and there will be 3 overlords in the game tonight. That is to say, tonight, she will play a competitive game with the 4 tyrants, a very emotional game that makes people's blood rush and they will swear when they lose. The lively and passionate atmosphere is very contradictory to the high coldness of the 4 calm and domineering bosses described in the novel. Ronyu thought about the game scene. She rushed forward excitedly, and when she was about to get the first pentakill in her life, the overlord said, "Well, not bad." Losing so badly, and seeing that someone is about to win the Dragon King and usher in a disastrous end, the wild blood and dragon grabbing reached a high burning moment. When the Jedi came back to show the charm of the game, the overlords responded lightly, "I lost buff at the beginning of this game, and I will resume it later." She was so excited in the audience that the sharks took the tower to order crystals, and the overlords calmly fought against the wild to eat the first star on the line. How could this give her the desire to speak? Nevertheless, Ronyu is looking forward to tonight's game. The above is based on the plot of the novel, the push of the official account, and the description of the images of the 4 overlords on the internet. No one knows what it will be like to play the game. Ronyu rubbed her hands excitedly. Everyone likes to eat melons and watch gossip, and tonight's game is a good opportunity to watch. It's quite interesting. When Jiu Fuchen found Ronyu, she just thought about the reason for turning off the mic. Before Jiu Fuchen could speak, she said bluntly, "The variety show I like has been updated, and I plan to turn it on as the background sound. I won't turn on the mic when I'm playing games." Jiu Fuchen held back the reason he had thought up, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and the corner of his mouth raised inadvertently. "Okay, I'll pull you into the room." In the WeChat group, Li Jing kept urging, "Game, Jiu Chen, where did you go?" Furious.jpg. Chen is Jiu Fusion's nickname, and when he grows up, few people call him that. Only Li Jing kept this title. Calling him that way was either a joke, or deliberately attracted Jiu Fusion's attention. "Gee, you dare to call that in front of my sister? I will take you with me before I go to hell." Lu, some people are in a hurry, some people are afraid that if the halo of the boss is lost, my sister will not love him. Fujizhan, stop making trouble. At G, pull my sister into the game room. G, it's my sister. Jianghuai, sister Jiu Fusion, her bossy brother, can play games now. G, yes, my sister won't turn on the microphone tonight. Lu, why? Lu, afraid that my voice is too nice. Sister Chen is infatuated with me. Fujizhan, Jianghuai, Li Jin, there is still time to build a steel giant armor. Remember to put it on next time we meet. If you need me, I will give you a 10% discount. Jack, the ability to resist beating is comparable to Iron Man. Jianghuai at, email protected. Fujizhan, needs to be as strong as a cosmic magic cube. You can find me a powerful strike weapon. 50% off. Lu, why are their discounts lower than mine? Jianghuai, I just want to do my part to beat you up. Land. The reason Li Jin was so active tonight was purely to impress Jiu Fusion. Today he was showing off in front of Ji Fuxian. The female star he chased left Ji Fuxian speechless, and finally he watched Rongyu's cut in the waiting room with him. Li Jin has climbed the wall of so many celebrities, and has been hurt by 3 dog friends countless times in his star-chasing career for so many years, saying that his fan filter is too thick and ignores his Amway stars. What an honor it is to finally turn the tide against the sky and reach the pinnacle of life in minutes. Being able to pull Ji Fuxian down from the altar to pursue stars with him is undoubtedly the greatest achievement in Li Jin's star-chasing career. Thinking of this, Li Jin became extra excited. However, he is still sensible. After entering the game and opening the mic, he instantly becomes a low-key and calm person in the eyes of the official account. The last time they played games together, Ji Fuxian mentioned that his younger sister recently liked a cold and overbearing character, and the other 2 naive ghosts maintained a unity with a tacit understanding. Partly because she didn't see Sister Chen Chen and couldn't let go for the time being, and partly because Sister Chen Chen liked the boss, and in order to hurt her friend Ji Fuxian, she deliberately maintained this image to compete for Sister Chen Chen's liking. In short, the more unhappy Ji Fuxian was, the happier they were. Ji Fuxian was naturally aware of the purpose of the bad friends, and his head was buzzing with anger. However, there were no obstacles in the game communication, and everyone agreed to give most of the resources to Ronyu. The accounts of the 4 of them are all newly created, their ranks are not high, and the opponents encountered in the 5th row are not strong. In addition, their IQ, learning ability to draw inferences from one example, and data analysis ability are indeed far beyond ordinary people. The refresh time of the ultimate move is completely a small case. You can always catch them once when the opponent's ultimate move is free, and the winning rate is very high. Ronyu enjoyed it very much. When qualifying with a few professional players in the team, she was in the onlooker state of mind most of the time, listening to the 4 professional players pitting each other and exposing each other's weaknesses. I was a little embarrassed because I couldn't get in the conversation and couldn't get the stalk between them. It's different from Ji Fuxian's 5 rows. They take good care of her, not caring for the weak, but based on the courtesy of a gentleman. I used to play games with the team's professional players, often because of their superb skills of 1v3, I didn't feel a sense of participation, and I won all the time. Today is very different. They pay attention to her finances and allow her to make up the line appropriately. When she has finances, she must wait for her big C shooter to come before starting a team. Daddy Bao is right, her daddy in the game Tilda. The game experience is really good. After playing for an hour, Ronyu was in a relaxed mood without any burden, which she did not expect. But something happened in the last game. The last shooter that Ronyu played as usual used a more expensive Xingyuan skin. The joy of playing games is here. After choosing the character, choose a beautiful dress for the female goose. After entering the game interface, her skin is so beautiful that the 4 overlords are simple with her. They use 78 brave skins or 168 legendary skins, and there is one called Jiangxue. Jiangxue overlord is even simpler, using free companion skins. Ronyu is very familiar with the river water. The support he played, Ronyu spent a lot of time with him as a shooter. He played 7 or 8 games before, and each time he used 28 yuan or free skins. Probably because I don't care about the skin. Everyone has their own hobbies. Ronyu is not entangled. After entering the game, she went straight to the bottom lane, intending to have a level 1 boss park with the enemy shooter, when the enemy's speech appeared on the phone screen. All, Coke Sprite, Boss Chubby Cat, I am a fan of RG. All, I steal the house and I am super awesome. Is the cat still missing the leg pendant? I fight wild thieves. More than your bison. Ji Fuxian who is playing wild. Grab a job with him, right? Very good. Die. Ronyu looked sad. Hurt my brother's face in front of the boss's brother. How dare you? She immediately stopped operating the villain's hand and clicked to open the dialogue box and typed seriously. All, Sagittarius gets red thank you. Mao Mao is typing. She didn't move. Ronyu. All, cats who work hard to spend money, no need for oars, play the game well. The 5 rows of passers-by on the opposite side are all fans of the RG team. How could they let her go so easily when they met a living rich woman boss? All, And Sprite top score, Boss Mao Mao, your support has no skin and no card face, which has lowered the level of V10 players. Kick him out and replace me. I can match your skin in different styles. All, score with Sprite, stick with Mao Mao Boss. All, Coke Sprite, just that. Ron Yu, with a mood that watching the excitement is not a big deal, went to the chat area in the state of eating melons and watching the show. Someone openly provoked the boss, teasing him that he has no money. So exciting, Bushy. Thinking about it carefully, the ones who challenged President BA were all fans of her RG team. Fans pay for the behavior of the boss. Ron, you can't laugh anymore. Or, Mao Mao, who spends money hard, play games well. Please, don't even look at who you are facing. Stop talking about provoking the 4 overlords, or you will be the next very good. You managed to get my attention. Then quickly switch all to us to ensure that only 5 of them can see the following information. Our side, Mao Mao, who is working hard to spend money. Fans of the team are a little excited. Sorry, they should be playing tricks. Mary was quiet for a while. Ronyu grows silently and eats money, just wanting to end this quickly and slip away. 10 seconds later. Our side, Jiangshui, oh Jiangshui, it's all right. Our side, gee, he is quite right. Our side, it's land, not road. Add a friend for support. This person has good observation skills. Our side, FFF, he has lowered the overall Krypton gold grade and can be replaced. As soon as Jiang Huai finished sending, he saw the 3 replies following him, and fell silent. For the sake of Chinchin's sister and Jiyu Fusion selling land at a discount, Jiang Huai gritted his teeth and endured it, and settled the score with these dog friends after playing the game. He said that it's okay to hurt himself, and they didn't want to get involved. In the last game, the 4 overlords were eager to win, frantically reported the time in the headset, and recorded the opponent's skill CD accurately. The line of troops was well operated, and the teamwork was excellent. I stole the house and I'm super awesome was caught several times by Jiyu Fusion. His mentality was about to collapse, and he kept saying, I was wrong, don't catch me and give me a chance. Or, I stole the house and I am super awesome, I don't want to lose face in front of the boss. It's a pity that the 4 overlords still didn't show mercy, and even arrested him a few more times in retaliation, and finally defended the dignity of the overlord with their strength. Jiyu Fusion, hee hee. I still want to express myself in front of Ron, in my next life. The pleasant game time was over, and when she exited the lobby, Ronyu received a game friend request from FFF, land or road, Jiangshui. After Ronyu clicked to agree, she went offline directly, and her avatar went grey. The team still has things waiting for her to deal with. To say that the handling is wrong is to be precise, it is a waste of money. Esports teams are a very expensive project. Most team owners buy clubs because they have related game projects or sports projects. They just use esports teams as a means of promoting their companies. Even if the esports team loses money every year, the added value and commercial value brought by the team can still allow the bosses to maintain the team and continue to operate. There are only a handful of people like Ronyu who buy a team purely for Aiden. There are many places to spend money in the future. This season, the esports team, which has been renamed RG, did not perform well and entered the off-season ahead of schedule. Everything the team is doing now is preparing for next season's competition. Ronyu is considering moving the team base to Mauraisu City and building RG's main arena here, and then she can bring Lu Ming or invite Jiyu Fusion to watch the game offline. Watching games offline is the same as watching concerts, super fun. After the team manager knew Ronyu's thoughts, he and she immediately selected 5 commercial buildings that could be used as the team base. Ronyu chose the place with the highest cost, the largest land area, and the most beautiful place. The team manager was excited for a while, and couldn't bear to reply, "Boss, the team's performance this season is unclear, and the players are not in good condition. I dare not promise you any good results next season. You earn a penny, the commercial value is very low, everything you invest is no different from burning money, and you will lose a lot of money." The voiceover is, "Bodhisattva, save some money, please. Fat cat, are this." The team manager was heartbroken, wiped away tears, lowered his head, and swished his nose and tears on the dugong grid, typing, plans 1 and 2 are both very good, although the area is not that big. In fact, to meet such a bodhisattva boss, everyone in the RG club was so happy that they died. In the past 2 days, the dream they had was a row of lucky cats and a row of living bodhisattvas at the team gate. Boss Pang Pang Mao is too nice to make people feel flustered. They don't need them to live broadcast to make money, and they don't want them to participate in various business activities, so she sticks to the training game. This is the ideal boss that the team members and the training team have been pursuing. But the better the boss, the more afraid they are. What if the boss runs away? The team manager conducted a series of rational thinking around the site selection, trying to save money for the boss. There are not many members in the club, and option 1 is the most cost-effective. Before sending it out, the boss's unpretentious reply appeared on the screen. Fat cat, hobbies are originally used to burn money. Why would anyone want to make money with this? Team manager, boss, you are crazy. He deleted the words that had not been sent word by word, and replied, as long as you are happy, we will strengthen the training in the next time, and let them transform into a real strong next season. Ron Yu was satisfied, and instructed, tell she, don't save me money. She also thought about taking the copyright to shoot a passionate TV series with esports theme after the esports article she was chasing was over. Find the most powerful director, and let those top performers work for her, and those who have no acting skills, can't memorize lines well, and make plays will be removed. She is the boss, she has the final say. It was the first time for the team manager to receive such a crazy request, and he nodded excitedly with tears in his eyes. Their little broken team has been ups and downs for so long, and finally welcomes the eldest lady who can see through their scars. Thinking about it, I am very excited. In the evening, the official blog of the RG team posted a new Weibo. At RG Gaming Club, we are going to change base picture. The picture is a row of lucky cats of different sizes and shapes newly bought by the team manager. Ha 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 ha, how much did our rich lady cat spend? Can you do it? Can you let our bodhisattva boss spend less money? Boss Chubby Cat, let me spend less. Who do you look down upon? I went to the live broadcast yesterday and saw that a rich woman bought 3 planes for 400 million. At that time, someone mentioned our Mao Mao boss. I wondered if it was the same person. Fat Mao Mao should belong to the Jiu family. I don't think she is a rich woman. The Jiu family is too low-key and mysterious. I can't figure out who they are. Seeing that everyone was trying to guess the identity of the fat cat who worked hard to spend money, the official blog quickly replied, everyone, don't guess. The boss is very low-key and doesn't like others to talk about her. The fans immediately posted something else, suppressing this building within a building. Follow the fat cat to have meat to eat. No matter how many rich women there are, they will unswervingly support Pang Pang Mao for 100 years. Besides spending money, Ron Yu is also busy making money. 2 days later, news about Shiarue is still at the top of the hot search list. The hundreds of millions of readings of the entry and the millions of discussions brought people to the grand scene 2 days ago, when the storm caused by Shiarue swept the entire new energy industry. In the past 2 days, stocks have continued to skyrocket. Ron Yu bought 600,000 shares in a private account. Didn't buy more out of caution. Later, due to a dispute on the forum, Lu Ming was not allowed to fight with others, and he raised another 20 million with his brother's money. Now the stock has skyrocketed 5-fold. Ron Yu took out a small notebook and kept separate accounts for the personal account and the bank card given by GU Fusion. The private account can increase by 3 million, and she plans to sell it after 7 days. At that time, there will be about 6 or 7 million. Time to use that money for your next investment plan. Ron Yu went to the forum to see the previous response of Xuan really wants to get rich. In order not to expose her identity, she urgently needs to set up a company by herself to handle various matters within the company that need to be seen. Xuan really wants to get rich. I have approached her many times in the past 2 days. The latest private message is from a minute ago. I don't know why, but I always have a premonition that you will become a generation of investment tycoons. If you have money, make money together, okay. I earned a lot of star chasing money for my brother, and he happily gave me the black card. A black card is a black card. Originally I didn't want to reveal my identity, but, Dante forced me to beg you. Luke Swan had a bad time these 2 days. The main reason is that the initial user 4388320 in the forum ignored her. Lu Jin still doesn't know that she wants to escape the clutches of her family and make money with the initial users. In fact, there are many people in the financial industry who are more stable and easier to cooperate with than the initial users. These people will more or less value the status of the Lu family, and they are more interested in her. For the first time, Luke Swan didn't like this kind of compliment. She wants her parents and brother to know that she can make a lot of money without using her family relationship. The relationship between her and her family is harmonious most of the time, but after this card suspension incident, Luke Swan realized one thing. It is very important to have your own private money. Everything in Luke Swan's body is given by the Lu family. They can give her a lot of wealth, and they can also take it away. Although it is not a good thing to be cheated by a scumbag, but at least the next time there is a family quarrel and her father angrily says that she will stop her card, she will be able to leave without hesitation. Thinking about it is very relieved. The purpose of Luke Swan's wanting to make money is actually to be angry, angrily wanting her parents to see her resistance. User 4388320 does not know her, let alone that she is from the Lu family. Her desire to get rid of the influence of the family and make a lot of money can be successfully realized. It's just that Luke Swan didn't expect that the initial users would be so difficult to convince. Worrying about her, Ron Yu stared at the private message for a while. There is a hint of little princess spoiled by the family between the lines, which is not the quality that a good partner should possess, but she is quite cute. User 4388320, let me think about it again, I don't have much hope. Swan really wanted to get rich and get back quickly. You wait. Ron Yu smiled, trying to tease her. This Swan was very much like the cat her neighbor had when she was a child. She was coquettish and arrogant, and she would return to her cat's litter after a little rubbing, with an arrogant look of everyone is not as noble as me. Ron Yu is allergic to cat fur, and every time she can only watch other people teasing cats from a long distance, she is very greedy. User 4388320, okay Tilda, but what are you waiting for? Wait until I get a lot of startup capital, I'll smash you to death with money, smash you into tears, crying back and begging me to cooperate. Then I agree. Ron Yu smiled lightly. I imagined the scene of the stunned cat is waving its little meaty claws, and comes to scratch people ferociously. Ron Yu was instantly overwhelmed by Swan's desire to get rich and happy. After thinking about it for a while, she replied seriously, I'll think about it seriously, and I'll give you an answer in a few days. In fact, she doesn't seem to need to be so serious about making money. Her goal is not to replace the GU family and become the richest man, just earn a little private coffers in the way she likes, and there is no need for such a great pressure. It's actually nice to have a lovely partner. Ron Yu wants to plan the follow-up investment direction, and after sorting out her thoughts, she will ask Swan if she can get on her boat. On the private message page, many people have approached her in the past few days. Some wanted to ask her privately to ask questions, and some wanted to invite her to answer questions. Ron Yu flipped through them casually, and clicked on a message inviting her to join the internal investment group. Our group is the top 30 people in the rankings, a small group for internal communication, and the WeChat QR code has been sent to you. Small groups are somewhat useful. Ron Yu created a WeChat account and entered the WeChat group with the most original profile picture. At the same time, she wrote down her new WeChat Vest account information in the small bookkeeping book. Name, user 4388320. Uses, communication number for investment. The WeChat account that Ron Yu used when she was an artist has been abandoned. On the day she quit the industry, she used her private account before entering the entertainment industry, which can be regarded as a complete farewell to life in the entertainment industry. In order not to run out of brains, she still wrote down the WeChat IDs of her celebrity days in a small notebook. Name, Nguyen. Uses, accounts in the entertainment industry. Putting the small notebook into the small safe in the bedside table in the bedroom, Ron Yu casually collapsed on the tatami and read the WeChat group messages on the tablet. Many people have noticed her and expressed their warm welcome. Some asked about her information network and how much money Shirue made in stocks this time, and if she knew the rich Catwoman who spent 20 million for him in the forum. Ronyu didn't care at all. She joined the group to share the news in the group. These are big investors, and the information shared is of high value, which saves time and effort compared to searching the world by yourself. After only 5 minutes into the group, they mentioned an event she didn't know about, the 29th Economic Forum Conference. Marisu City has a highly developed economy and has gathered many entrepreneurial talents. The Economic Forum Conference is an unofficial event. Every year, many investors and companies will join in cooperation and share experience at the conference. The Chi family is the host and organizer. Ronyu vaguely remembered that in the Air Idol group mentioned by Lu Ming, there was an heiress whose surname was Chi. What it was called she forgot. Ronyu dived and watched for a while, and summed up some useful information. Not only the Chi family was mentioned in the group, but also the 4 great families in Marisu City. This year, Bojan will send a big cow from the head office to give a speech. The group has been boiling for a while, and other top 500 companies will also send corresponding talents. Many heirs of wealthy families regard this as a good opportunity to learn and communicate. The economic conference is held in a 5-star hotel. According to the rules of previous activities, the entire 3-story conference hall and banquet hall will be reserved as a communication place. Each small conference hall will have speakers. Students from different industries and investors will go to different conference halls to study. Generally speaking, it is roughly an opportunity for people in the industry to meet each other. It can be said to be a year-end ceremony in the financial circle. But it is not so simple to want to participate in the economic conference. Must be a big cow of the 4 major families or the management of the Chi family, a technical talent, or an investor from all walks of life, a rich second generation who is capable of investing, or an entrepreneurial person who has a project in hand and needs investment. The organizer will screen the list 1 month before the start of the competition, and send the invitation letter to the invitees 1 week before the event. Ronyu is a little interested in this. She has been to year-end ceremonies and award ceremonies in the entertainment industry many times, but not in the financial industry. She is curious and wants to see investment projects, learn from other people's experience, and watch financial ceremonies that she has never seen before. However, considering her current personality in the GU family, Ronyu can only let go of this curiosity for the time being. Ronyu quit WeChat, the initial user, and relogged into Ron's account. As soon as I boarded it, a screen full of information jumped out. There were questions and reprimands from managers, questions from leaders, and news inquiries from directors and actors who had worked with him once or twice. Ronyu knows that she won't stay in the entertainment industry for long, and leaves immediately after each filming. She has no intention of maintaining a deep relationship. This industry is not suitable for her. Ronyu is a little obsessive-compulsive. She can't see so many little red dots on the screen. She patiently deletes the unscrupulous company's questions one by one, and when the director sent a caring greeting, she replied, "I didn't log into WeChat after quitting the circle a few days ago. It's nothing, I just want to quit the circle. I wish you all the best in the future." Copied this sentence and sent it politely to everyone who asked why. If they were to say they cared about her, they might indeed have such thoughts when they saw the news of her resignation, but if they were to say they cared too much, they wouldn't. They are all ordinary colleagues. Ronyu copied one by one, and when she reached the last message, she paused with her fingers and deleted the copied words. Director Pei Yinan, retiring is a waste of such a good condition of yours. You can think about it carefully. Director Pei Yinan, if you want to come back, I will find a way to find resources for you. Pei Yinan was the director of Ronyu's first film debut. At that time, Ronyu had just debuted and played the heroine's best friend in the movie. She didn't have many roles as the 4th female lead. At that time, her acting skills were still young, but because she worked hard in private and was willing to learn, coupled with her good looks and smart expressions, she was also affirmed by many seniors. Pei Yinan felt that she was a talent that could be created, and out of love for talent, he invited her to act in a movie after the filming was finished. This time, She is not the female fourth who sits dryly and waits for the protagonists to finish their performances before it is her turn to film, nor is she an insignificant person who is manipulated and deleted at will. The heroine played by Ron Yu. This is a literary film with a very low cost, and Ron Yu starred in it with almost zero pay. What impressed her most was wearing a white dress and standing by the open window in the cold winter, smiling and waving to the opposite side of the balcony. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, broken with positive enthusiasm. That was Pei Yinen's favorite shot. The smile is fragile with warmth. A trance-like expression could see her whole life. After the filming, she fell ill for a long time, and her agent scolded her for not taking good care of her body, so she had to postpone several business activities. But the film, which has paid a huge price, has not aired so far. Ron Yu used to look forward to seeing this movie on the big screen, but now she no longer has such an idea. She has retired. I don't want to live a life of being judged. She is very satisfied with her retirement life now. Ron Yu replied, "No, I have quit the circle." Ron Yu logged into Ron's WeChat account to find the contact information of a director. For the second investment, Ron Yu plans to invest in the entertainment industry, which she is more familiar with. Wouldn't it be better not to be an artist and be their boss? Rubbing hands excitedly. JPG. Live variety shows are very popular in the entertainment industry recently. It took a long time to prepare, but after the broadcast, the results are quick, the return on investment ratio is high, and the variety show game can be adjusted in real time according to the live broadcast data. The requirements for the team are very high, but it is very good for investors. In the novel, there is a couple of sentences about a popular campus live broadcast variety show. In the early stage, because of lack of money, the broadcast was bleak. Unexpectedly, the number of online viewers of the live broadcast skyrocketed in 2 days, and it became the dark horse in the live broadcast variety show that year. As for why this variety show was mentioned, it was because in the original novel, the tall man who was also the cannon fodder female supporting role had appeared on this variety show as a regular guest. The campus live variety show that appeared as a background board did not introduce the process in detail, and Ron Yu could only speculate on the specific news of this variety show based on the limited information. She searched the internet just now, and there are many marketing drafts for campus live broadcast variety shows, but Ron Yu felt that there was no potential to explode. After searching for a long time, she finally found a campus live variety show that was compared and belittled in a corner. Just now, Study Hard. The director of the variety show team is Wu Wei. The marketing account criticized and looked down on this variety show, saying that another campus live variety show was more topical. Top Process Gaiwan and Acting School Yuchi, the double giants lineup joined the campus live variety show Youth We, laying the foundation for the success of this variety show. Now, Study Hard, that appeared at the same time, has no advantage at all. The 38-line lineup with amateurs, dilapidated classrooms, and unresonant posters will definitely cause the failure of this variety show. Some people in the industry said that Just Now was originally planned to be broadcast in half a month. Study Hard, because there is no sponsor, it has to be postponed. Those who should study hard are not scumbags and amateurs, but the team and the people who plan this variety show. I don't understand why there are such boring variety shows. Ron Yu commented on Right Now, Study Hard. I am very interested in the variety show theme. She turned to Wu Wei's personal Weibo, and there was a particularly interesting text. I made a very bold idea. I invited 5 celebrities with poor academic performance and bad temper in the circle, and then asked 5 high school students to conduct one-on-one devil training on them in variety shows. Ron Yu didn't understand. How boring is this? Who wants to look at the stars who are highly praised by others? Entertainment. What's the point of stars not being used for entertainment? Bushy. It's up to the amateur students to teach violent celebrities a lesson, forcing them to recite ancient poems and texts, and enjoy the fun of being a student. Ron Yu knew that the marketing draft was most likely bought by the team of Youth We Are, and they just bullied Wu Wei, who was soft-spoken and had no background support. This situation is very common in the entertainment industry. Ron Yu had never worked with this director before. After much deliberation, she had to drag Pei Yinan, whom she trusted more. Ron, director Pei, do you have the contact information of variety show director Wu Wei? I have a friend who wants to invest in their project. After sending the message, I waited for a while, but did not get a reply. Ron Yu went offline and switched back to her own WeChat ID. Gee, do you have time tomorrow? Fat Cat, nodding obediently. JPG. Gee, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the designer will come to your home to design a bicycle model for you, and you can tell him your ideas. Fat Cat, wow tilde. She gave Brother BA a small potted plant, and he returned her a bicycle. This wave of business is profitable. Wash and sleep, happily waiting for tomorrow tilde. At the same time, GU Fusion's small group was extremely active. Jian Huai, Sister Chen Chen bought 3 planes from our family. Ji, remove the 2 words in front of sister. Jianguai, when can I meet the Bodhisattva? Jianguai, by the way, didn't you say that Bodhisattvas don't love money before, and suddenly they are so crazy? Ji, I forced her to buy it. Jianguai, Lu, brother Chen Chen, is the GU family still short of a younger sister? Let me come here. Lu Xuan passed by and snatched my phone. Don't bother. GU Fusion didn't want to talk to them. Fujishan, I heard that she is interested in investment. She can be invited to our class. GU Fusion paused. At first, he did plan to let Ron come over to take classes with them, but all the plans fell through when he found out that Li Jin was chasing Ron crazily. Let Ron meet Li Jin, and the next day he will come to the door with a bag and stay at GU's house in a shameless manner. Swear that you won't get married. Dog letter. Jack responded enthusiastically. Jianguai, let the Bodhisattva sister come quickly. Don't dislike the good Bodhisattva who is the assistant of the companion skin and bought me 3 planes. Fujishan, Qi Jian and Wen Juki are also there. Fujishan's endless words moved GU Fusion's mind. It is impossible for Ron to stay at home and not socialize all the time. The social network in this circle is not big or small. There are many people who want to make friends with the GU family. GU Fusion can help his sister resist most people who don't need to socialize, and give her the friends who need to know, but he can only manage. Chapter 19. Ron Yu held her head high and held her chest high, with an air of arrogance. Anyone who looks down on my bicycle worth hundreds of dollars will receive my fierce counterattack. The battle to defend ordinary bicycles begins now. Ron Yo, rush. A billion. Right. GU Fusion thought deeply, probably knew what it was, looked down at his younger sister who was more angry than puffer fish and more arrogant than panda, silently chuckled, asked the domestic helper to ask the designer to leave, then turned to answer Ron Yu. Yes. I'll change clothes and come over. Ron Yu nodded solemnly in response. Her head was spinning quickly, and her mind was full of cool scenes of attacking the evil rich people later. It's time for them to taste the pain that money can't buy. Ron Yu's mentality is completely forced out by her wealthy life these days. Every day after returning home, she lived a happy life, but every day she encountered evil things that refreshed her view of money. She was clearly mentally prepared, but she was still numb by the money, and what was even more angry was everyone except her is well received. Even Wei Wen, the personal butler, can calmly say it only cost 100 million today. Ron Yu didn't understand. She has spent so much money, why do they still rate her as only? Feeling weak and helpless. Who do you look down on? There are too many times, and it is inevitable that some mentality of wanting to fight back will arise. Brother BA Boss has educated her for so long, so it's time for her to educate him. Before leaving the house, GU Fusion suddenly came to a video conference. It seemed that there was a problem with Country YS business, and she needed to wait for half an hour. Ron Yu didn't feel anything, but felt a little sympathy. The heir of the family also needs 996, which is so miserable. After handing over the coat to Wei Wen, Ron Yu wandered around on the first floor. GU Fusion was used to getting black coffee when he was working, and this kind of thing was always complicated for domestic servants. When the old housekeeper walked towards her with a tray, Ron Yu was stunned for a while. The old butler was still meticulous in his suit, his white hair added to his age, his smile was kind, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened his sense of intimacy. Miss, do you want to deliver coffee to Mr. Jiu Zaya with me? Lao Song's steward handles a lot of things on a daily basis, and his subordinates coordinate and manage several private housekeepers to gather the needs of the employer on weekdays, as well as the internal operations of the manor. Ronyu didn't see him many times, but she had a deep impression on him. Ronyu still remembers the tears in the kind smile when they first met. In the past few days, when we meet by chance, the old housekeeper will put down his work and smile at her. It is not a purely respectful and polite smile, but respectful and emotional, but kind but not excessive, and his emotions are well controlled, perfectly showing the housekeeper professionalism. Ronyu has a good impression of him. Meeting the old housekeeper's kind gaze, the thought of rejecting him disappeared completely. When Ronyu was about to take the tray with both hands, the old butler smiled and replied, "I'll deliver it to the door of the study for you." In other words, her task was to deliver the coffee from the door of the study to Brother Baz's desk. What the purpose is self-evident. If you think about it carefully, being a housekeeper is also quite difficult. Not only do you have to worry about the internal affairs of the manor, but also the previous relationship with the employer. If it was her, she would have watched the Dinghao family's indifferent way of getting along with her with the mentality of eating melons, so she didn't have this heart. Ronyu did not refuse. She also doesn't want her past experiences to bind her, but it is difficult to escape from the past, and she has to take it step by step. Fortunately, the people here did not force her. There is no emotional kidnapping, and the old-fashioned family uses love to force their children to be filial. Just thinking about it makes Ronyu angry with brain congestion. Jiyu Fusion lived on the 6th floor. When entering the elevator, the old butler said casually, "Mr. Jiyu Xiao will not stay here until you come back." Ronyu heard this for the first time. Then where does he live? For the convenience of going to the company, Mr. Jiyu Xiao lives in a villa area near Bojin. The old housekeeper paused. "Mr. Jiyu and his wife live here, and Mr. Jiyu Xiao stays here temporarily when he is free during festivals." The documents and necessary supplies that Jiyu Fusion put in the villa were sent back by Jiyu Fusion on the day Ronyu returned home. The elevator stops on the 6th floor. This is Ronyu's first visit to the 6th floor. It is completely different from the minimalist design she imagined that the boss should have. The entire floor is designed in warm tones, which looks very warm. There is a light blue background panel on the left side of the living room wall, and a layer of off-white semi-blackout curtains are covered on the dark blue in the middle, and other colors hidden underneath can be vaguely seen. The glass door was open, and a gust of wind from the balcony moved the small curtain. Ronyu subconsciously swept over. There are many crooked crayon drawings neatly hung on the light blue background board. Under the meticulous and neatly arranged hanging method, the crayon drawings appear even more crooked. At first glance, you can tell that it was drawn by 3 or 4-year-old kindergarten children. "Miss, do you want to visit?" Ronyu turned around and smiled faintly. "No need. That should be Jiyu Fusion's writing when he was a child. Ronyu also painted these when she was in the orphanage. A pencil drawing of a family holding hands. Some things are required, some are voluntary." The old butler led her to stop at the door of the study. "I'll go downstairs and prepare a car for you." Ronyu, simpler business model. The old housekeeper nodded and smiled, tapped on the study room for her, rang the video doorbell and said softly, "Mr. Jiyu Xiao, your coffee is here." The living room, bedroom, study, and cloakroom on each floor of the manor are large, so video doorbells are also installed inside. After all, no one wants to yell "your coffee is here." It was so inelegant that I couldn't help laughing at the thought of that scene. Ronyu's thoughts were flying all over the sky. A voice in her ears interrupted her wandering thoughts. "Patter." The door opens automatically. "Come in." The sound that came out was lazy and inattentive, like the sigh of a dog basking in the sun. "Ligia." Ronyu raised her eyes slightly, and subconsciously glanced at the doorbell. This is completely different from the usual indifferent tone, and she thought that Brother BA Boss would use the way of automatically opening the door to express his meaning silently. "Boss BA, if you can refine it, you can refine it, and if you can be silent, you can keep silent." The housekeeper handed the tray to Ronyu and left. The door opened a crack. Ronyu stuck her head out and looked in. The study room is covered with a thick navy blue blanket, which looks very comfortable when it is fluffy. There is an off-white iron shoe rack on the left side of the room, on which several pairs of disposable slippers are placed neatly. There is also a small wrought iron table on the side of the shoe rack, which is probably specially used for the servants to store things. Ronyu lowered her head and shook the cashmere slippers on her feet, sighing lowly. I didn't expect that there are so many rules when entering a study. Mr. Baz's life is indeed much more refined than hers. Ronyu lightly put on disposable slippers. The fluffy carpet was soft and warm. Ji Fusion's study room is very large, and he has to pass a small corner to see the main hall. This kind of design should be the overall idea of the interior design of the manor. Once entering the door, visitors must not be able to see the overall layout of the room at a glance, and it must show the mysterious beauty of blank space. The interior of the study room is dominated by warm colors, which once again refreshed Ronyu's understanding of the term overlord. Ronyu withdrew her gaze and walked in gently with the tray. The plush carpet soaked up all the noise and there was nothing underfoot. Ji Fusion fell casually on the couch in front of the desk, leaning his head on a cat pillow with his head tilted and eyes wide open looking forward. Because of the leaning, the head tilted unconsciously, and the angle of the cat pillow with the tilted head was unprecedentedly uniform. The cat and the person tilted their heads solemnly, looking cute and a little silly. Ji Fusion stared at the tablet, sliding the screen up and down with his knuckle fingers. All his attention was on it, and he noticed that someone came and said casually, "Put it on the table." Without raising his eyelids, he focused on checking the report sent by Country Y. Ronyu put the tray on the off-white coffee table unskillfully, and served the coffee slowly, lest the coffee would spill out. After finally taking it out, fearing that Ji Fusion would not be able to reach it, he thoughtfully moved the coffee towards him. Ronyu's hands are fair and slender, the nails are round and smooth with a touch of luster, in stark contrast to the dark black ear-mounted coffee cup. When Ji Fusion casually glanced at it, his hand moved up little by little in the direction of the finger of the coffee cup. His gaze met Ronyu's clear and sincere gaze, and his eyes met. There was an embarrassing and weird atmosphere in the air. 3 seconds later, Ji Fusion threw away the tablet and sat upright with lightning speed. At the same time, he pretended not to care much and threw the pillow behind the sofa, tidied his suit, and returned to his previous domineering appearance. However, a group of people panicked inside. Ronyu suppressed a smile, pretending not to see, picked up the tray. "I'm leaving." Ji Fusion nodded lightly, with a dignified temperament, bent down and raised his hand, and calmly picked up the coffee cup, exuding an outstanding overlord aura from all over his body. But in Ronyu's eyes, this move was like a brainwashing bag issued by the overlord with his movements, desperately showing it in front of her. She almost didn't say I'm the boss, I'm really the boss 3 times in a row. The calmer and more indifferent, the more it can reflect his urgency at the moment. Kind of cute. Ronyu left the study slowly, and when her figure disappeared around the corner, Ji Fusion let out a long breath, and was about to put the prop coffee cup pretending to be the boss back on the coffee table, when a head popped out of the corner. Ji Fusion's whole body tensed up immediately. He squeezed the coffee cup tightly and pretended nothing happened. Ronyu clasped her hands against the wall, poked her head out and said with a smile on her face, "You're not wearing slippers, Tilda." Ji Fusion's face was flushed, and he retracted his feet without slippers, and pressed them under the sofa tassel cushion on the edge of the sofa like stealing a bell. Careless. How can President BA not wear slippers? Ji Fusion thought it was the old housekeeper who came in, so he was a little more casual, but now the person concerned regrets it very much. But my sister doesn't seem too annoying. Recalling Ronyu's deliberately teasing smile when she left, Ji Fusion was confused. Did my sister think she was a joke, or did she just want to laugh? Before going downstairs, Ji Fusion sent a text message to Fujisen in a very complicated way to seek comfort. "Ji, my sister may not like me anymore." Fujisen, did she like it? Ji, forget it. No. I want to say, you don't understand. Fujisen, I didn't ask either. Ji, do you have any language habits or actions that can highlight the overbearing temperament? Fujisen, what do you want to do? Ji, I remember you have a habit of pulling a bow tie. Use it for me, and don't use it in the future. Fujisen, if Lee Jin was here, he would definitely send a bunch of emojis to blow up the screen and make a roaring voice. Why does the overlord have a habit of robbing, Jiyu Chen Chen, please wake me up. Meeting such a Jiyu Chen Chen is more troublesome than dealing with major shareholders. Fujishan took a deep breath and wanted Jiyu Chen Chen to be more rational, but the other party obviously didn't give him this chance. Ji, your consent has been received, goodbye. Fujishan. But if Jiyu Chen Chen looked at him and replied, the communication between the two of them would not be so smooth. Today is also the day I want to blackmail bad friends. Chapter 20. Half an hour later, Ronyu finally met Jiyu Fushin, the cute and indifferent bossy brother. In order to protect her brother's fragile self-esteem, she was very face-saving and didn't mention the matter in the study. She didn't like talking, so Jiyu Fushin also kept silent, and got into the car very calmly to buy a bicycle. It would be even better if he didn't get nervous when he saw her. The old housekeeper prepared a business car, Bentley, which is standard with the boss. Jiyu Fushin didn't let anyone else drive, and sat in the driver's seat by himself. After fastening the seat belt, Ronyu turned on the navigation, poked the phone screen and said mysteriously, "Follow the navigation." Good. 15 minutes later, the car pulled into the parking lot. In early winter, the weather has cooled down. Ronyu is wearing an embroidered knit tie-neck dress with an umbrella-shaped oversized tailoring trim and a quilted knitted skirt. When getting out of the car, she picked up the tunic coat of the same color as the skirt and put it on. The short shawl-style neckline made the whole person delicate and cute, without losing the original noble elegance. The pearls looked like a young lady who had just entered a noble academy. She didn't wear earrings and necklaces, and her outfits were as simple as possible, with a houndstooth tweed shoulder bag as the only accessory. Walking on the road, it still attracted a lot of attention. Ronyu didn't want to wear a mask, so she picked out a wide-brimmed hat when she came out, and grabbed a large scarf to cover most of her face. Her face was buried in the scarf, revealing only a pair of clear eyes that rolled around. Let's go, let's take a billion-dollar car. In order to crack down on the hateful rich people, Ronyu emphasized the word billion. Jiyu Fushin was very surprised for his face. Heiress. Ronyu was a little proud, of course. It's time to surprise the BA boss brother and stun his BA boss eyes. The billion travel tool that Ronyu took Jiyu Fushin on is actually subway. That's right. Expensive, faster than a sports car. When getting off the escalator and entering the subway station, Ronyu looked back at Jiyu Fushin's expression. Very calm. All right. Even if the cute bully boss is not cold, he still has a brain, and he can come up with the right answer after a little analysis. Have you ever sat in this? Jiyu Fushin observed the underground structure and shook his head honestly upon hearing this. Ronyu dragged him to the topographic map of the subway, pointing to Jingbi Station on line 3. Let's go here now. Jiyu Fushin pursed his lips, a little unresponsive. What are you doing here? Ronyu. I don't know what to do when I come out. Why are you coming out with me? Ronyu is in a very complicated mood. Why is the shrewd and capable boss like this? Why is he like this? Buy a bicycle. She dropped the sentence dryly, and went to buy subway coins without complaint. This is the first time for my brother to take the subway. Let him feel the touch of yuan subway coins. It's very easy to buy a subway ticket. Ronyu stood in front of the automatic ticket vending machine and explained to Jiyu Fushin while operating. First look at the subway number you want to go to, then click to select the station and scan the code to pay for it. Jiyu Fushin pointed to the card on the top of the ticket vending machine and asked, "Is this a subway card?" When Ronyu was speaking, she felt a little embarrassed by the inadvertent glances from the people next to her. Like a poor sister and her good-for-nothing brother who doesn't work hard and doesn't know the 5 grains. But she still nodded seriously. Yes. Every once in a while, there will be different types of bus cards. The ones you see are this year's commemorative cards. Buy me one. After a pause, Jiyu Fushin said again, use your own money. Ronyu changed a bank card to pay in doubt, gave him the subway card she bought, and asked curiously, are you going to take the subway in the future? No. Souvenir. Ronyu took another look at him. Unexpectedly, my brother is still a person who pays attention to the sense of ritual. There are not many people when entering the subway, and there are few people coming up this station. Ronyu found a seat and sat down with Jiyu Fushin. The subway was moving fast, and her figure was reflected in the black glass window. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Ronyu buried her head firmly in the scarf and lowered the brim of her hat, for fear that someone would see her face. Being a star is not good, it is inconvenient to go out. Diagonally opposite, two young men were hesitantly holding their mobile phones. They had been in this state since Ronyu and Jiyu Fu-chen sat down 2 minutes ago, pushing each other to let each other come over, with unstoppable smiles on their lips. No way, the beautiful sister is so beautiful. The attitude of wanting WeChat is obvious. Jiyu Fu-chen was very upset. Don't they have a sister? Why should they keep looking at his sister? After all, Jiyu Fu-chen is the heir who has been in the business circle for several years. Even if he is dressed in a warm manner today, the unpleasant aura emanating from his body is enough to deter them. After the two young men met Jiyu Fu-shen's eyes, their hands trembled. Don't look at my sister. In the speeding subway, Jiyu Fu-shen's loud threats sounded. The two young men trembled in their hearts, and they looked at each other and ran away, as if the subway parkour was reflected in reality. There is no doubt that sister-in-law can say such words on such an occasion. If you don't run away, are you waiting for the sister-in-law to grab the collars of the two of them to settle accounts? The sister accuses her violently, not to mention passers-by. The younger sister's boyfriend is not taken seriously, so she can beat her up. Ronyu tried to hold the scarf to cover her cheeks, rolled her eyes twice, and confirmed that there was no one else in the carriage except the two of them, then lowered the brim of her hat and let go of the scarf, smiling happily and proudly. There was an older brother in the family at the time, but the relationship between the two of them was not good. Although her own brother is extremely indifferent, he is the type of boss she doesn't like, and he may be a fierce villain in the novel, a superior who values power very much, but he will stand up for her, and because of leaning on the crooked cat, Mao Mao on the pillow, there is a side different from the overlord, so he is embarrassed and nervous, but indifferent but cute. It is not the paper man described in the novel, he is a living person. Ronyu's eyes sparkled. Thank you. Jiyu Fu-shen put his hands on his knees, and replied solemnly, you're welcome. This time, the brother-sister relationship developed rapidly. He was sure. It's not far from my sister calling my brother. From Jingbi Station, go directly to the first floor of the department store. It is a feast for foodies. There are many kinds of snacks, grilled skewers, rice noodles, and clay-pot rice. There are many people standing at the door. Jiyu Fu-shen seldom went out for shopping, and only went straight to his destination, never staying on the first floor. People coming and going on the first floor more or less had some snacks in their hands, or sat down directly in the store. Jiyu Fu-shen thought for a moment and asked, egg waffles. Ronyu adjusted her eyebrows and eyes slightly. Her voice was full of pride. The egg waffles here smell like saccharine, so they must not taste good. The egg waffles sold at the stall outside our school are much more mellow, delicious and convenient. She suddenly thought of the persona of the profligate young lady, and changed her voice. It's remote. Jiyu Fu-shen, huh? This is an advantage. My sister said yes, so be it. There is a bicycle shop on the top floor of this department store, and a private cinema is opposite. When she was a freshman, Ronyu and Lu Ming came to visit together. At that time, she wanted to buy a bicycle to ride around the school. In her spare time, she would ride a bicycle around the school to relax or something. However, a few hundred yuan was still a sad figure for them. I can buy it, but I can't bear it. When I was a child, learning to ride a bicycle was a must-learn for the neighbors, and they rode in the alleys on the training wheels. Compared with electric bicycles, Ronyu thought this travel tool was more lifelike. She won't ride too much, just 2 laps around the manor. If you want to go for a ride, you can ask the driver to drive a supercar and take her to the high speed to show off. Enjoy the ultimate experience, extraordinary feelings. There are not many people in the store. Ronyu picked out a pale pink old-fashioned lightweight road bike with a brown imitation rattan basket on the front, and it only cost 480. When seeing the price, Ronyu's heart trembled for 2 seconds. This bicycle can be regarded as a low-priced model in the store. There are thousands of mountain bikes, but there is no small bamboo basket, and Ronyu doesn't like it. She's an old country dweller who wants to buy an old bike with a small frame. Confident.jpg. Ronyu thought of something. Buying a cheap bicycle has not reported to Brother BA. The last time I bought a 20 yuan ice cream mango egg waffle with a black card, Jiu Fu Chen was so anxious that he put down his work and skipped work to teach her how to buy, showing Alan's charm. The newly bought bicycle is also cheap, 480 and 20 yuan are not worth mentioning. Cabbage leaves in the eyes of Mr. B.A. The world is wonderful. In just a few days, she went from a retired salted fish who was frugal and poor and worked hard to earn a living on interest, to a comfortable life where she would be screamed by her brother for buying cheap things. The money was paid by Jiu Fuxian. Yesterday she gave her brother potted plants, and his brother bought her a bicycle. Obviously, Ruanyu's thrifty behavior did not arouse Jiu Fuxian's slightest joy. Ruanyu covered her face with a scarf in one hand, and waved her white index finger in front of Jiu Fuxian with the other. This is the last time I spend a little money, and I will try to spend more money in the future. The staff member who was billing was stunned for a moment, rubbed his ears and continued writing. Must have heard wrong. Next second, I worked really hard. It took a lot to buy a plane in the live broadcast room, and the second homework is almost finished. With a click, the pencil in the staff member's hand broke. Ruanyu and Jiu Fuxian looked over at the same time. The staff swallowed while holding the card on the table. She knew about buying an airplane. At that time, the co-rental roommate was watching the live broadcast, and excitedly dragged her over to watch together, saying that a super-rich woman spent 400 million to buy an airplane. It is not a plane that is a live broadcast prop, nor is it a toy plane for children, it is true. Fly machine. It's the first time I've seen other people spend a lot of money like this, and the feeling of not treating money as money is so exciting. It's so sour, and anyone who has watched the live broadcast will understand. Now, the rich woman who treats money as money is in front of her. A living rich woman. The staff looked up quietly. The eldest lady is very beautiful. I can't see her appearance clearly, but her clothing and temperament are enough to explain everything. But the rich woman who spent 400 million yuan in one go came to the store and bought a 480 yuan bicycle. Miss, what kind of bicycle do you want? Don't rush to travel by plane. When Ruanyu finished writing the address of the courier villa, the staff quietly took a look. Famous wealthy area. Awesome. She is worthy of the status of eldest lady. The distribution service brother is not here on leave today, and the other brother is far away. But if their products are delivered within the city, they will usually be delivered on the same day. Every time there is no way to deliver, she will go. Let another employee in the store take care of her. She went out to deliver the goods. This trip was a little more exciting. She had a reason to visit the luxury villas in the wealthy area openly. She had to tell her roommate the good news. Ruanyu didn't stop after shopping, but followed the crowd down the escalator, and when she turned and walked down the escalator, two people walked towards her. She lowered her head and subconsciously walked sideways. Ruanyu heard the sound and swept over in confusion. As soon as Lu Ming made a sound, he regretted it. He caught a glimpse of the familiar eyes under the wide-brimmed hat, heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "It's really you. I thought I had misidentified the person just now." Jiu Fuxian strode forward and stood beside Ruanyu the first time Lu Ming stopped, protecting her in a protective posture, and then moved slightly to stand side by side with Ruanyu. Lu Ming went shopping with his fellow researcher Jiang Li today to relax and watch a movie at the private theater on the top floor. This department store is not far from the school. Its private theater is well known. The decoration style of the theater has attracted many young literary and artistic young people. There is also a cafe next to it. The school's post bar wrote more than 10 pages of Amway Post replies to this theater, a well-known internet celebrity check-in spot on campus. More people come on Sunday. Lu Ming and Jiang Li naturally noticed the noble man beside Ruanyu. When coming up from the escalator, Yania Jiang Li noticed him from a long distance away, and he couldn't see clearly, but the feeling of standing there was very exciting. The lights in the shopping mall are bright, and the glass handrails at the corner are clear and bright. He is wearing a midnight blue coat. The color tone is like the sea when the sun is approaching the night after sunset. Together, black high-necked hot-style innerwear, same color slacks, the boss's standard big back at work is put down, fine short hair covers the brow bone, the right hand hanging by the side is holding a black mobile phone. in the extreme black in contrast, the white fingers with distinct bones are more slender. As the escalator moved up, his profile became more and more clear. The jawline is smooth and the eyebrows are curved. The brow bones are three-dimensional, but the soft bridge of the nose weakens the overall toughness and alienation of the facial features, making them softer. Even though the lights in the shopping malls are all the same, but it always feels that there are more falling on him. He is standing sideways, waiting for people motionless, and there are many people secretly looking at him. Seeing him standing with Ronyu, Lu Ming raised his brows and eyes to indicate the man's direction with piercing eyes. Who is he? Ronyu was instantly powerful. 2 days ago, Lu Ming swore that Jiyu Fu Chen was her idol, still ringing in his ears. Although Lu Ming has many walls and has fans of several heirs, this is really not a good opportunity to reveal her identity for her to pursue the heir. Not to mention there was someone she didn't know next to her. Ronyu tilted her head towards Jiyu Fu Chen and pointed in Lu Ming's direction. This is my good friend, Lu Ming. And Jiyu Fu Chen can't say her real name here, and her surname is Ron. Adhering to this principle, Ronyu tentatively introduced, this is my brother, Ron Chen. When he heard his brother, Jiyu Fu Chen was very happy, and the next Ron character made him subconsciously raise his eyebrows. Ronyu noticed that Jiyu Fu Chen didn't seem to like this name very much, and suddenly realized that his own name was 3 characters long, and couldn't think of any other words for a while, and another Chen popped out of his mouth unconsciously. Looking at Jiyu Fu Chen with a questioning gesture, he said the word. Thus, Jiyu Fu Shen's introduction became, this is my brother, Ron Chen Chen. Jiyu Fu Chen. Chapter 21, 1. Lu Ming and Jiang Li didn't expect that the noble son with outstanding temperament would have such a cute name, and he wanted to laugh when the filter was broken. Ronyu gave a guilty smile, pursed her lips and stood up obediently, looking down at Jiyu Fu Chen secretly like a thief. One sentence directly caused Brother Ba to fall from the altar. Jiyu Fu Chen sighed inwardly. The shameful nickname his sister accidentally said completely ruined the domineering persona he had so hard to build up. But he couldn't get angry, and even felt that the way his sister was guilty of peeping at him was so cute. Facing his sister's friend, Ron Chen Chen said in a pretentious manner, well, my name is Ron Chen Chen. Ron Yu. She was eager to end this embarrassing meeting, so she turned to Lu Ming and said, I'm going home first, let's get together next time. Lu Ming has a lot of happy events that he wants to share with Ron Yu. A piece of abandoned land in the family was bought by a noble lady at a high price. Her mother was happy all day long, and the most surprising thing was that she became friends with that lady. Ron was right, they all have a bright future, but now is not a good time to chat. Lu Ming could only nod with a smile and say, okay. Ron Chen Chen didn't want to hang around in front of his sister's friends with a shameful name, and followed his sister to the escalator in a hurry. Before Ronyu took 2 steps, she caught a glimpse of an acquaintance out of the corner of her eye. Jiang Li. Lu Ming. Du and Dai came out of the private movie theater, and when she saw Jiang Li, she called out to her. Next to Du and Dai was Luo Zedi, a bamboo horse who regarded Erlang Shen's dog as its master. Ronyu didn't like him at all. Lu Ming didn't dare to talk to Du and Dai, because the social network between people is very complicated. Research friend Jiang Li lives in the adjacent dormitory with Du and Dai, and they are familiar with each other. Jiang Li, who had a holiday between Du and Dai, had to maintain the relationship between friends. Du and Dai chatted with Jiang Li, Lu Ming stood alone, and Ronyu stayed with her for fear of her embarrassment. Luo Zedi next to him glanced in Ronyu's direction. Ronyu covered her face with a scarf. Her eyes widened in dissatisfaction. What are you looking at? If you can't reveal your identity in front of strangers and retort back, you don't have to show mercy to Luo Zedi. She didn't want to maintain a decent relationship with him. Luo Zedi recognized Ronyu, and his appreciative eyes instantly turned cold. TCH, why is it you? Ronyu was speechless, seeing her still despise her. Eat something good to nourish your brain. Jiyu Fu Chen kept a straight face, and said in a gloomy voice, shut up. Luo Zedi panicked in his heart, because Qingmei Du and Dai was still here. He forced himself to calm down and let out 2 soft sighs, very imposing, but he didn't say anything disrespectful after that. Du and Dai felt the tit-for-tat atmosphere here, and hurried over. After seeing Ronyu clearly, Her smile froze, her eyes flickered and she was embarrassed to look at her. And she tugged Luo Zedi's elbow. Let's go. Jiang Li and Lu Ming clearly felt that Du and Dai's princess temper had eased a lot in the past few days. The whole person seems to have awakened. Bai Fumia's princess temper is still there, but she has learned to be down to earth and consider from the perspective of other people. I heard that she has gone to the company for an internship these days. If it were normal, Du and Dai would inevitably be ridiculed when she saw Ron Yu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she used to regard Ron Yu as an imaginary enemy. Now seeing Ron Yu calmly say the words "let's go" is already the biggest change for her. Ron Yu realized this, and she didn't care too much. What did other people's lives matter to her? She just wanted to go back and lie on the sofa to log into the WeChat account of Ron to see if the director replied to her. Making money and spending it is her top priority. Seeing that Jiang Li and Du and Dai had finished chatting, and that Lu Ming didn't need to be alone, Ron Yu poked Ji Fuxian's elbow. Let's go. Ji Fuxian wanted to know who the man who was rude to his sister was. After Ron Yu said so, he could only nod his head and say no problem. I don't know the name and look it up slowly. He has plenty of time. After Luo Zedi learned from Jiang Li that the person who was posing as a bombshell was called Ron Chen, he chuckled twice. There is no Ron family in the wealthy circle at all, and even if there is no such person's surname, he pretends to be coquettish. Why are we in such a hurry? Make an appointment with the Jiu family to discuss investment here. Jiu Fu Chen paused, then go to the cafe, Du and Dai urged. As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in the VIP elevator on the top floor. Jiu Zexi put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the cafe listlessly. Cafes and private cinemas are small businesses under his name. Du and Dai and Luo Zedi were introduced by a friend and said they wanted to cooperate with his film and television company. There is no one who is not willing to make money. Jiu Zexi saw the family background of these two rich second generations, and reluctantly agreed. Du and Dai's family's assets have just exceeded 10 billion, and their main business is clothing. The two affordable brands on the market are all her products. However, after more than 10 years of development, the brand image is deeply rooted in the hearts of the older generation, and bought by young people. Phew. Now what her family has to do is how to make the brand younger, and wants to cooperate with several popular artists under his banner, sign endorsements, business, and carry out a complete set of traffic packaging. It was actually a trivial matter, and it was not Jiu Zex's turn to meet and discuss it in person, but Du and Dai and Luo Zedi went to find a friend of his, and Jiu Zexi reluctantly came over for the sake of a friend. He didn't sleep well last night, and he doesn't have much energy today. Yesterday, Jiu Fuxian called him to the Bojan headquarters to attend the Amway class of Turn fans. After Jiu Zexi went back, he found the program group of the variety show that Ron Yu was on, and found that Silly Variety Show was his film and television company. Produced in the company, he was so angry that his eyes were dizzy. The management who were involved in the incident at the time was severely scolded. Fuck, what ratings are missing? For the sake of the topic, edit Ron Yu, who doesn't fight or snatch, into a masterpiece who disrupts the variety show and drags the legs. You feel your conscience. Really touching. Do you have a heart? Just touch here. Spicy eyes. Now immediately re-edit the previous variety show clips, tell the public, and restore Ron Yu's innocence. Reason? There is no reason. Ron Yu's big fan. I warn you not to mess with her. Aren't you afraid of big fans? After scolding the people in the variety show group, he cut the trumpet to join Ron Yu's super talk. The video played in Jiu Fuxian's Amway class moved him very much, but Jiu Zexi couldn't explain the details. Perhaps because she knew that she had quit the circle, everything broadcasted online and the scenes he saw could only be memories of the past. She would no longer appear on the screen, and there would be no new material about her on the video site, so she announced her retirement when circling. He was decisive and moving, and the slim back turned around freely, but in those few frames of the scene, there was a touch of loneliness and fragility. Jiu Zex's attitude towards Ron Yu is very complicated. On the one hand, it is the awe and fear brought by Jiu Fuxian, a top-only fan, and on the other hand, it is regret. What you can't get is always in turmoil. This sentence is true. Ron Yu doesn't have many Kaohua fans, but everyone is very active. In the Kaohua post, there are many videos, pictures and texts for new fans, all of which come from a male fan named Star. This male fan has only been in Kaohua for 4 days, and he quickly became the core of Kaohua by virtue of his intimate knowledge of Ronyu. Ronyu's Kaokeo has a small number of people. At first, there were a lot of people on the night she announced her retirement, but as time went by, the number of people in Kaohua became less and less. Now there are about 5,000 live fans who check in every day. Star can become a core member of Kaohua in just a few days, which shows how active he has been in the past 4 days. Jiyuzexi originally thought that this person might be Jiyu Fushin, but when he saw that funds are limited, I can't buy magazines for the time being, he completely gave up his idea. After thinking too much, no matter how popular Jiyu Fushin is, he won't be reduced to running around and talking about superstars. With his financial resources, it's almost enough to use money and resources to get Ronyu to return to the entertainment industry. Star is very enthusiastic. Just as Jiyuzexi posted a post asking what materials and TV series could be supplemented, Star sent a series of video websites. He signed it and started to watch it immediately, and saw it at 3 o'clock in the morning. After getting up at 9 o'clock, I hurried to the agreed place with Duan-dai and Luo-zedi. Jiyuzexi yawned sleepily. Mr. Jiyu. Luo-zedi called him with a smile. Jiyuzexi had seen this person in a photo sent by a friend, so he nodded casually as a greeting. Feeling drowsy, he couldn't help yawning again. He walked forward and signaled Luo-zedi and Duan-dai to go to the cafe with his eyes. When he was about to finish yawning with his back behind his back, he saw a familiar tall figure inadvertently. He forgot to turn sideways after a meal, and his yawning posture remained unchanged. In the eyes of everyone, his mouth gradually opened into an O shape, his eyes were still staring round and round, and his face showed 3 Os at the same time, challenging the limits of human beings. Ronyu. The corners of Jiyu Fushin's lips raised slightly, a half smile. Very well, it's him again. Luo-zedi, what's wrong with Mr. Jiyu? Before Jiyuzexi could answer, Jiyu Fushin and Ronyu walked up the escalator and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Jiyuzexi recalled Jiyu Fushin's smile and eyes just now, and licked his dry lips in a panic. Who are they? Jiyu Fushin kept a low profile outside, rarely revealed his real name, and there was no right or wrong, but the look in his eyes just now told him that the group of people present definitely had a story with Jiyu Fushin. Luo-zedi, a starlet and her brother. Brother? What's the name of the star? Luo-zedi doesn't understand why Jiyuzexi cares so much about them, but thinking that Jiyuzexi is the major shareholder of the 3 entertainment companies, and Ronyu and her brother's clothes and temperament are excellent, maybe they want to bring them into the entertainment circle. That way it all makes sense. One is Ronyu and the other is Ron Chen Chen. Jiyuzexi, Ronyo. I have all my heart for the sharks, and I missed an excellent opportunity to chase stars. But what the asterisk is Ron Chen Chen? If they are brother and sister, then Ronyu is the lost cousin. This is definitely a big deal. Calm down. Jiyuzexi tried his best to calm down and said, what's your relationship with them? Told him that he was a good friend. Jiyu Fushin's threatening eyes and smile were definitely just his overthinking. Luo-zedi thought that Jiyuzexi wanted to ask him to invite those two into the entertainment circle, and subconsciously separated the relationship. It's not good. Ronyu's car hit me before. She insisted on going through the process. There are many things. Nobody likes this kind of staff. Jiyuzexi snorted softly. Well, he stood with the enemy who had off his cousin. It's not too late to book the grave now. Lu Ming and Jiangli had already entered the private movie theater, and for a while there were only a few passers-by going up and down the escalator. Only Jiyuzexi, Duan-dai and Luo-zedi were left. Jiyuzexi knows his cousin's temper, and people like Luo-zedi must be left to him to deal with. He didn't say much, but said in a stiff tone, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Duan-dai hurriedly asked, then about the spokesperson's cooperation. Find another home. Joke, cooperate with them. Does he think his life is too long? Hurrying up the elevator and walking towards the parking lot, Jiyuzexi chatted with his friends while walking. What kind of bombs did you send me? Quickly send me the information of Luo-zedi and Duan-dai, Speed, speed, speed. What happened? It's just a cooperation. It's like seeing a ghost. Worse than a ghost. Hurry up and give me the information about the bomb. Someone will come to me later. On the way home, Ronyu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Who was Mr. Jiyu just now? Is he very powerful? Jiyu Fusion responded lightly. It's just a child, the youngest son of my aunt's family. Ronyu stroked. I am his cousin. Well, you can also call him Mr. Ron if you want him to. A great title. Ronyu blushed. There's no need to take this opportunity to joke about revenge on her. Ronyu clicked on the memo and carefully read the records inside. Recently, she doesn't like to keep track of things in her head, so she writes everything on it. And there is also the itinerary sent to her by Wei Wen. Investment plan on the 12th of November, looking for director Wu Wei. Go to Sea City to eat spicy hot pot on the 13th of November, and the new season of Mrs. Deadly will be released. The 14th of November Economic Forum. The itinerary sent by Wei Wen is, the 12th of November, meet with the designer, cut and try on high definition. The 13th of November, LS 2022 to 2023 Autumn and Winter Haute Couture Fashion Show, held in Paris, with an estimated flight time of 10 hours. If you participate in this event, you will depart by private jet at 8 p.m. on the 12th. The 14th of November, Countrywide Jewelry Design Exhibition. Ronyu has a lot of free time every day because she has not disclosed her identity in the circle, had afternoon tea with the celebrities in the circle, and did not send invitation posts from various brands. Ronyu made a little comparison and felt very ashamed. Her wealthy life is unpretentious and down-to-earth. Fly to other places to eat hot pot. The itinerary arranged by Wei Wen. Watch the show in the high-end show. Well, Wei Wen made a good arrangement, but she just didn't go. Flying 10 hours to see the show, is she crazy? Delete. The jewelry exhibition was also deleted. Buying jewelry and diamonds is not as important as eating spicy hot pot. I have to have beautiful clothes, and then let the brand send the high-end clothing of the season for her to choose, and then just return the ones I don't like. I will definitely fill the 500 square meter cloakroom by the end of this month, and then enjoy the real version happily. Shine X Warm Life. Now the progress is 50%. Ronyu first logged into Ron's WeChat account to see if director Pei Yinan replied to her. At 6 o'clock this morning, Pei Yinan replied to her, I don't have her contact information. I asked someone to help you. I will contact you if I have any news. The latest one is from half an hour ago. This is her contact information, 158XXXXXXXX. Wu Wei is currently worrying about variety shows. I heard that she went to Marisu City to meet an investor. If you want to meet and talk with her, you should be able to find her in the Film and Television Exhibition Hall of the Economic Forum. This is the place that many insiders who can't find investors look forward to most. It is held twice a year, giving many directors and film and television creators the opportunity to realize their dreams. Are you sure you don't want to return to the entertainment industry? Ronyu kept the contact information well, and refused cleanly. No reply. Director Pei Yinan was worried. You are so young, your standard of living should be greatly reduced after blocking this road. Retiring from the circle is not an excellent way to deal with scandals. There are many people waiting for you to come back now, and you have the potential to become popular. I'm currently working in a relatively large entertainment company, and I'm doing a good job in the direction of film and television IP. The largest shareholder is a member of the Bojan Group, who is very rich. If you come back, don't worry about resources. Ronyu knew if she could explain clearly, director Pei Yinan would persevere in persuading her and explain seriously. I don't like being judged. I'm doing well after retiring. Very good, very good. Pei Yinan replied after a long time, even if there is a chance to see them missing her on the screen. The Missing She is the second collaboration film between Ronyu and Pei Yinan. It was the first time that she was the heroine, but due to various reasons, it was backlogged, and it was not released after 2 years. The investors back then had already forgotten about this film. The cost was small, the loss was not much, and not many people remembered it. Ronyu asked the question that had been buried in her heart for a long time. Why was this movie suppressed back then, and there was no chance of it being released? Pei Yinan didn't answer for a long time. Ronyu didn't force her. she added Wu Wei and sent her a text message, quit WeChat and went to the most commonly used personal account Fat Pang Mao. Lu Ming sent her a few messages, telling her something that surprised her. Luo Zedi is the countless camel who keeps jumping around on the forum. After she left, Luo Zedi and Du and Dai failed to negotiate a cooperation with that little Mr. Jiyu, and the two had a small quarrel because of this. Du and Dai had never felt this kind of anger in Luo Zedi, and she was so wronged. After telling Jiang Li hurriedly left from the private theater to comfort her, but Lu Ming had no choice but to follow. Du and Dai aggressively mentioned the recent car collision with Ron Yu, and Luo Zedi lost face because of a stock bet in the forum. Luo Zedi eagerly pulled her to do something together. It just so happened that Du and Dai was an intern at the company recently, and her father saw that her attitude was very good, so he gave her the information of a sub-product at home, and planned to let her start exercising. She had a task, so he entrusted her with Luo Zedi. Someone contacted Jiyu's exi. Luo Zedi was still angry when he left, and told Du and Dai not to contact her for a while, and both parties calmed down. Luo Zedi was obviously the one who was the least calm. Not long after they left, a mutual friend of the two called Du and Dai to ask what happened, and said that Luo Zedi took him to the economic forum to find investment projects, trying to prove himself. The friend felt that he was angry and called Du and Dai in a panic. Everyone understands that Luo Zedi is not doing it to make money, everything is to save the face lost in forums and gatherings by pretending to fail. Ronyu remembers the economic forum. In the past 2 days, the investment group has been lively, discussing matters related to the economic forum, and the bigwigs who went to give speeches and share experiences have surfaced one by one. The Chi family announced the list of experts for this session on the official website yesterday. There are also big bosses who wrote Ronyu's professional book. There are idols in every walk of life. Ronyu is not as enthusiastic about them as idols, but the experience of participating in the same forum with the big guys who wrote textbooks is quite novel. I kind of want to go, but I still don't want to mention it to Wei Wen or Jiyu Fuxian. She wasn't afraid that Jiyu Fuxian would decide that she wanted to fight for the family property after knowing that she intended to study investment. The enemy is not scary, but the scary thing is that Jiyu Fuxian's brain is broken. He loses his ambition, gives her the position of president, and forces her to work at 996. When Jiyu Fuxian found out that she was reading the investment book the day before yesterday, he planned to do the same. He also asked her if she wanted to go to work in the company. It was she who guaranteed that she would spend a lot of money in the future to escape the catastrophe. The more Ronyu thought about it, the more something went wrong. Jiyu Fuxian seems to have no ambitions recently. On Friday, Shirue's stock skyrocketed. He actually stayed at home for such an important day. Although he went to work in the company on Saturday, he got off work very early and came back to eat and play games. Today, I only worked for half an hour before I went out to buy a bicycle with her, and I was still lazily leaning on the pillow with no slippers on, looking like I was enjoying myself. Something's wrong. How could her brother be so unprofessional? Where did the big villain in the novel who killed decisively and regarded status and property as his life go, come back to me? Horse.jpg. Red light, the car slowed down and stopped. Jiyu Fuxian took this opportunity to glance at the phone screen, and there was indeed a message from Jiyu's exi on it. He turned his head and asked, "The person who came to provoke you in the mall is called Luo Zedi?" Ronyu secretly glanced at his phone, but couldn't see anything. "How do you know?" Jiyu's exi, "A message from that little Mr. Jiyu." So, Ronyu didn't speak again. Jiyu Fuxian frowned and turned off the phone, tightened his hands on the steering wheel, and asked softly, "Do you want to go to the economic forum?" A little confusion flashed in Ron Yuqing's eyes, thinking that she had heard it wrong. She repeated suspiciously, "Economic forum? This is an economic exchange conference for people in the business circle. Many people in the industry will go and learn a lot. Ron likes investing and has the same hobbies as him. It will be a matter of time before he comes to the company for practical training." Ron's back tightened slightly. Noticing his younger sister's nervousness, Jiyu Fuxian knew that Ron was too embarrassed to bother others, and had been secretly studying in the field of investment. His voice slowed down and comforted him. "I know you don't like this. No wonder. Ron Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Luozedi will attend the economic conference. You can dispel his arrogance if you go. Since the younger sister doesn't want others to see through her love for investment, Jiyu Fusion can only retreat and use Luozedi as a shield. Ron Yu had no intention of making trouble for Luozedi at all. Let Luozedi lose several million and lose face in front of his friends is already quite miserable. Talking to these people is tiring, and her precious retirement life should not be taken up by getting angry with weird people. But when Jiyu Fusion said that, Ron Yu didn't refuse. She doesn't care whether Luozedi will go to the economic forum. She just wants to participate in the year-end ceremony in the financial circle with an attitude of appreciation. The year-end ceremonies in the entertainment industry are all about wearing evening gowns and walking the red carpet, cold and hungry, and most of the time they have to sit underneath to act as applauding robots. Every time an award is awarded, the recipient comes to the stage to give a speech of thanks, and then leaves in a hurry after speaking. An announcement. In contrast, the economic forum is interesting. Everyone is talking about profitable projects, real industry outlets. That is not an economic forum, but a pile of gold and silver. Who doesn't love money? But you can't show too much joy in front of Jiyu Fusion, or you will be in danger of being dragged to the company as a worker in the next second. Ron Yu nodded emphatically with a small face on her shoulders. Jiyu Fusion, I will send someone to accompany you. Don't be afraid. Ron Yu was puzzled. Why should she be afraid? Jiyu Fusion didn't give her a chance to ask, and asked, what do you think of Jiyu Zexi? Jiyu Zexi is the only person in the Jiyu family who knows Ron Yu's existence. He is the major shareholder of the 3 entertainment companies, and he is very familiar with the operation of the entertainment circle, fan circle, and Kaohura. Songwen searched carefully and found that he was the most suitable, but he has dark spots. This person has been Ron's black fan for 3 days. Fanji is not very good, but fortunately, he reformed quickly. Today, he sent Luozedi's information to him wisely, trying to clarify his Fanji. Quite a kid. For the time being, Jiyu Fuchen can be regarded as he once went astray, but now he has changed his ways. Luozedi was flattering him, and it was perfect for him to take Ron to the economic conference. Of course, it depends on Ron's own wishes in the end. Who is Jiyu Zexi? Ron Yu was suspicious, thinking of something. That little Mr. Jiyu. Well, Jiyu Fusion added, because he was not satisfied with your performance in a variety show. He was your black fan for 3 days. Ron Yu, and now? She remembered that variety show. The program crew edited it randomly, and made her a delicate and flirtatious character. The topic of the variety show soared. Everyone was enjoying the heat of the variety show, and the world where only she was injured was achieved. Later, she went to watch the edited version and almost died of anger from her performance. It can only be said that the 3 views of scolding her are still fair. No. Jiyu Fusion frowned. The Jiyu family will not have your black fans. He has already walked on the right path through various educations. Ron Yu. Why are you forcing people to change their fan status? Ron Yu doesn't care who follows. She just wants to do her own thing after entering. According to what Jiyu Fuchen said just now, Jiyu Zexi seems to be a fool. Luozedi is afraid of him, and with him to deal with Luozedi, she can wander around and end up clean. Just follow. However, this does not mean that Ron Yu will forgive this 3-day limited time black fan. Black fans dealt with Luozedi, who was jumping up and down. Black and Black's attack. Very good. Just him. Jiyu Fusion nodded, and sent a message to Songwen, telling Jiyu Zexi what to do, and asking him to accompany Ron Yu to attend the economic forum the day after tomorrow. When she was about to get home, Ron Yu thought of her precious bicycle. Can I go to the delivery point to see? Later, she wants to ride a bicycle around the house twice. There is warm sunshine at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is a good weather for cycling. I'll call the butler. At this moment, Xiao Li, the staff member who delivered the bicycle, found Qingquan Villa according to the address. The villa is a single-family building, standing next to a bunch of commercial buildings. Qingquan Villa has about 2 floors. It is an antique building with ancient features. There are 2 large stone lions standing at the entrance. The gate is open. Exquisite. The cost is expensive. No wonder the rich lady can throw 400 million in one go. So exquisite on the outside, the decoration on the inside is evident. There is no security guard and no one at the gate. Xiao Li tentatively walked in and collided with the delivery man who was walking towards him. The man glanced at her. Delivery. Xiao Li nodded while admiring the courtyard. Yeah, who can sign for it? Go inside and enter the main house. There is a woman in her 40s, just look for her. Xiao Li was a little embarrassed. Wouldn't it be nice to go to the main house? She thought she could leave by putting the things outside. The man glanced at her again, and asked strangely, what's wrong? You just go. After signing the form, they will send someone to move the things in. Xiao Li nodded, and had no choice but to walk in with the manifest. The further you go, the more people there are inside. When Xiao Li entered the main house through the courtyard, the door was open, and there were 7 or 8 deliverymen similar to her standing busy inside, but their clothes were more refined. This is Cole's ready-to-wear for the season. Everything you want to order is here. I'm sorry, some goods are not available in the store, and they were transferred from abroad, so I wasted a lot of time. The middle-aged woman was neatly dressed, polite. It's okay, the young lady didn't remind me. MS bags need to be ordered. We have been delayed for a while. Please sign here. The store manager who delivered the goods said with a smile on his face. Thinking of the scene when her elder brother brought his younger sister to sweep their store a few days ago, her heart is still agitated. Big customers, standard big customers. Xiao Li was a little confused. She belatedly discovered that all the people who are busy here are to deliver goods. Moreover, depending on their brand, it is either a big name ready-to-wear that costs tens of thousands, or a bag that costs hundreds of thousands or millions. It turns out that the lady who bought the plane usually buys things in piles, similar to the way she buys a case of Coke. Good, I'm so envious that I want to cry. The middle-aged woman saw Xiao Li and smiled politely. What is the goods you delivered? During this period of time, Mr. Jiyu took the little lady to buy a lot of things, and there are always many people during the day. When Xiao Li saw the luxury of other people's homes, he suddenly had the idea that his own products were ashamed and unspeakable. Moreover, the big-name delivery staff are different from small shops like hers. There must be more than 2 people going to each brand store. When they come, they still have brand gift boxes and seasonal brochures in their hands. Senior figures. She smiled mischievously. A bicycle is outside. This is the manifest. The middle-aged woman took the ticket, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes when she saw the price on it. 480 yuan for a bicycle. Just in case, the middle-aged woman spoke cautiously. Are you sure it's here? Xiao Li couldn't be more sure. The wealthy young lady who bought 3 planes and a box of luxury goods bought a selfie in their shop. Okay, car. The middle-aged woman was still about to talk when the phone on the table rang. You say, bicycle. The middle-aged woman looked up at Xiao Li. Yes, it's already here. Cole's clothes and MS bags have also arrived. Okay, I'll prepare right away. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged woman accepted the receipt with a polite attitude. I misunderstood just now. The little lady did go to the store to buy a bicycle. It was hard work. After the delivery work was over, Xiao Li left with people from other brand stores. When they arrived at the gate, a simple Bentley slowly stopped at the gate, and the people in the villa area quickly put the bicycle into the trunk. From the windshield, you can see the beautiful woman on the co-pilot happily looking into the trunk. She is not wearing a hat, and her eyes on the scarf are shining. A middle-aged woman appeared randomly and said with a smile, Miss, another batch of products has arrived. Ronyu was confused for 2 seconds. What product? Jiyu Fusion reminded, I bought something at shopping mall last time. Ronyu suddenly realized that those things were bought by Brother BA. Although there were many products she liked very much, but now all she could think about was riding a bicycle around the lake in the sun. She nodded casually. You will send them over later. The black Bentley drove slowly into the distance and disappeared from everyone's sight. The eyes of the store managers of the major brands focused on Xiao Li in an instant, and their eyes were full of envy. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the mysterious little lady loves bicycles. No matter how unique the design of the luxury goods in their store is, no matter how novel the style is, and no matter how much time it takes, there is no need to buy a bicycle worth 480 yuan. Takeaway qualifications. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Xiao Li has never been so proud. The mysterious young lady doesn't like top luxury goods, but loves their 480 yuan cheap bicycle. If the news gets out, this bicycle will sell like crazy. When she got home, Xiao Li suddenly thought of something. The place where she delivered the goods didn't seem to be occupied, and Miss Mystery and her brother took the bicycles and left. All in all, she had a bold idea. That exquisitely decorated, uniquely designed and aesthetically pleasing place is not just their delivery station, is it? This time it was really installed by them. That night, Xiao Li posted the news on Weibo, and everyone responded like this. Damn it, it was installed by a dream material today. Woo! Xiao Li, QAQ, she also wants to joke. But what she said was true. Before dinner, Ronyu happily rode a bicycle around the manor. This is also the first time she has actually visited her home. I have been home for several days, and today I found out that there is a super large library behind the main building. It is said that my father likes reading very much and has a hobby of collecting books. I can't tell that the father who likes pure gold sports cars has such an elegant and calm side. After riding the bicycle, Ronyu went back to wash up. The designer arranged by Wei Wen had arrived at Jiyu's house and was waiting for her in the living room on the 7th floor. Ronyu casually changed into a set of casual home clothes. The C family arranged by Wei Wen this time is a century-old brand that Ronyu likes very much. However, after changing the main designer in the past 2 years, the clothes tend to be a bit rotten. The one who came to introduce Ronyu was Lai, the domestic designer of the C family. Lai smiled. In half a month, we will hold an autumn and winter haute couture fashion show in Heiress City. Your viewing position is in the second row, which is relatively hidden. Do you need a seat for you? Miss Luke Swan, Miss Chi Jian and celebrities from other families will also visit. The haute couture fashion show is the second place for young ladies to socialize, and it has become a commonplace in the fashion circle. But most of the time, the ladies who are invited to go in pairs. This year is the 110th anniversary of the C family. The autumn and winter haute couture fashion show will be more attentive than ever. Luke Swan, Chi Jian, and Wen Juki have already accepted the invitation letter. As the most powerful of the Dinghao family, the Jiyu family has always been the focus of attention in the wealthy circle. Lai accepted the task of the group and asked her to try her best to invite Miss Ron to visit. When Ronyu heard that she was going to deal with other people, she waved her hands again and again. No. It's hard to deal with a bunch of strangers. Ronyu refused neatly and didn't give Lai a chance to save her. Lai could only concentrate on introducing her this year's C family's clothes and tailoring them for her. The brochures sent by Lai are all paper versions, which record the popular styles of the brand in various eras over the past century. Ronyu watched attentively. Half an hour later, Wei Wen sent Lai away, and when she came back, she pressed the elevator and went down to the main restaurant on the 2nd floor with Ronyu. In the elevator, Wei Wen couldn't help asking, "Miss, aren't you going to the fashion show?" Miss Luke Swan's brother and Mr. Jiyu Xiao are very good friends. The implication is she and Luke Swan will meet sooner or later. Ronyu recollected and thought of something. Which Xuan is Xuan? The daylily of the daylily. Ronyu thought of the cute little princess Xuan on the forum who wanted to get rich. Xuan really wants to get rich, but at first glance, she is a silly, sweet little princess who was pampered and raised by her family. The family has financial resources, and she will say domineering words that use money to knock her out. Ronyu, there seems to be something wrong. What kind of person is Luke Swan? In fact, she wanted to ask Luke Swan if she was short of money, but this was too straightforward. Miss Luke Swan came to Jiyu's house 3 times. She is very lively. Mr. Jiyu and Mrs. Ron also like her very much. But, Wei Wen paused, walked out of the elevator with Ronyu, and lowered her voice. Miss Luke Swan has been arguing with her family recently. Forward. Chapter 22, 1. In terms of face-changing speed, no one is as fast as Lu Jin. After Lu Jin finished speaking, she pursed her lips and looked at Jiyu Fusion seriously, as if what she said was very logical and normal. He got up naturally, and his slightly trembling hands revealed the excitement he was holding back. Ji Fuxian didn't bother to talk to him. Standing up, just about to pick up his coat from the hanger, Lu Jin took the first step and picked up his coat earnestly. Under Ji Fuxian's watching eyes, she put on the coat for him with a smile, and patted the dust on his shoulders in a serious manner. Brother, last time we talked about getting married. Roll. No rush, we'll talk about it next time. It's not impossible to get married. Ji Fuxian didn't want to pay attention to him, and left him in a hurry after throwing him a cold look. Tonight, Lu Jin was undoubtedly the happiest of all. After returning home, my parents were sitting in the main living room watching TV. The show was the popular variety show The Heirs some time ago. Luke Swan, who had just returned home for a few days, was watching a variety show with Lu's father and mother. Lu Jin suppressed his excitement and sat down. He poured tea for his father, strawberries for his sister, and took coffee from the servant and put it in front of his mother. The meal was as busy as a tiger, but everyone still stared at him. Lu Jin glanced at the variety show and couldn't help it anymore, pretending to be unintentional and asking, "Mom, the daughter of the Jiyu family has been found, right?" Mother Lu immediately looked at him. "Did you see it?" Father Lu took a sip of tea on the ground, but there was a gossip in his eyes. "Is she good?" Lu Jin raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Uncle Jiyu and Aunt Ron didn't mention it to you. The two families are aristocratic families and have a very good relationship." Father Lu snorted. "That old naughty boy, Jiyu Yuchen, was afraid that we would see his precious daughter first, so he kept the information about his precious daughter secret. I can't see it myself, and I don't want others to see it. This is the decision of Jiyu's parents. A few friends thought it was outrageous, but the daughter is a slave, there is nothing she can't do." After the youngest daughter of the Jiyu family went back a few days ago, the Lu family, the Fu family, the Jiang family, and the Qi family wanted to see the little girl when she was a child. "Yao princess, I tried my best to endure it." He didn't even send a gift, for fear that Jiyu Yuchen would lose his temper when he came back. It's not that they are afraid of the Jiyu family, it's just that their good friend Jiyu Yuchen just finished the operation and is still recovering, so they have to give him some face. "Mother Lu, don't listen to your dad complaining. Tell me, have you seen her?" Lu Jin hesitated. "It doesn't count." "Father Lu, don't tell me, if you reveal something more, Uncle Jiyu might be jealous." Jiyu Yuchen couldn't control the younger generation, and felt ashamed to lose his temper in front of the young people, but he did the same thing with them. Lu Jin knew that it was necessary to keep it a secret, so she suppressed her excitement and said nothing, but for a while, none of the four members of the Lu family could watch TV anymore. Lu's father and Lu's mother watched variety shows with more careless gazes, and it was a pity to discard them if they were tasteless. The stories of these 6 people are not as interesting as listening to the stories of the daughter of the Jiyu family. Lu Jin couldn't help saying, "Mom, does what you said still count?" "What?" "Joining, every time you tell me to marry into the Jiyu family in the future." Lu's father and Lu's mother all turned their heads to look over, and repeated in a trembling voice, "Joining? What are you thinking?" Lu Jin's tone was serious, and he talked with the attitude of someone who has experienced it. "There are many son-in-laws who are married now. Parents, your thoughts must not be old." Father Lu let out a sigh. Lu's mother frowned slightly, with faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Her temperament was outstanding. "Lu Jin, what are you thinking? Didn't he say everything he thought?" "Joining?" Lu's mother's voice was light, but her words were full of lifelity. "You can get in as soon as you want. It doesn't matter whether the Jiyu family is willing or not. The implication is, you don't even have the qualifications to marry." "Lu Jin, you are not polite at all." Lu Jin didn't want to talk to them and left angrily. Tomorrow and Monday, after quickly finishing the business, go to Jiyu Fuxian, take his car back home to chase stars. When you meet for the first time, you must choose a handsome dress that matches his appearance. When Lu Jin was choosing clothes in the cloakroom, Lu Xuan knocked on the door twice, and before Lu Jin could open her mouth, she opened the door and walked in. "Elder brother." Lu Jin shook her hands, knowing that nothing good would happen. "Give me the card. Let the butler prepare what you want to buy." Lu Xuan grabbed the corner of his clothes and acted like a baby. "Brother, my only brother, it's really urgent to get a card." Before, she firmly wanted to take a chic path of doing her own business without relying on her parents and elder brother. At that time, I told the initial users that any amount is fine, but recently I feel that the attitude of the initial users has softened. Luke Swan was thinking about cooperation, so she planned to show her sincerity to the initial users with the principal. But where will the principal come from? She has just graduated and has been pampered by her parents since she was a child. She has never worried about money and family business. After graduating, he rejected the request to join the company and opened a gallery for his ex-boyfriend. Not to mention the blood loss, he was taken by the ex-boyfriend for giving money. Luke Swan was so angry that she cried when she knew that her ex-boyfriend was stepping on two boats. She is rich and beautiful, so how could it be so difficult to find a puppy who is sincere and good to her? Luke Swan's family's plan to raise a puppy fell through. Her parents froze her card when she ran away from home. She couldn't stay outside, and finally returned home pitifully. After returning home for half a month, I went out to socialize and shop every day to recuperate my emotional injuries. Meeting initial users on the forum was a turning point in her languishing life. Brother, I want to start a business. Luke Swan lowered her head and said coyly. She has no money at this stage, and wants to do big things with the initial users, so she can only borrow some money from her brother, and return the money to him when she earns it. This is barely dependent on her family. Li Jin, this is a good thing. As long as you don't get cheated by the scumbag again. Start a business alone or cooperate. What is the specific direction? Do you have a project plan? Li Jin saw Luke Swan's head getting lower and lower, and sighed softly. It's okay if you don't have anything. Tell me about the direction you are interested in. I will let the assistant pick 2 people to help you. Only by finding something for Luke Swan to do can she cancel her silent plan of raising a puppy. Luke Swan defended in a low voice, I have a partner. Li Jinxing was afraid that it might be another boy who relied on his face for food, so he hurriedly asked, who? Luke Swan, it's a girl. She knew that the initial user was low-key and didn't want to reveal her identity, but she would inevitably be questioned by Lu Jin and kept it a secret. She grabbed the corner of Lu Jin's clothes and continued to act like a baby. Brother, if you give me 100 million, just 100 million. Lu Jin's brown windbreaker was in his hands, and the corners of a shirt with black and white vertical stripes were crumpled by Luke Swan. He lowered his head and glanced at the folds. Luke Swan chuckled, retracted her hands in embarrassment and shook them in the air, and said unwillingly, I will make money in the future, and your star-chasing wallet is on me. Li Jin frowned, isn't the partner a little boy? Luke Swan pursed her lips, no, and why do you say boy? It's a little milk dog. Little milk dog, a heartless trash puppy, but she firmly believes that she will find cuter ones in the future. Li Jin glanced at her, took out the check and wrote while saying, trust you once, if the other party is a jerk, don't call me brother in the future. Luke Swan collected the check and bouncingly shook her hands to leave, but was stopped by Lu Jin when she was about to leave. Luke Swan. Luke Swan turned her head and asked with a smile on her face, what's the matter, brother, my god of wealth? Lu Jin gestured to the 2 sets of clothes in his hands. Which one do you think looks better? Luke Swan, are you going to meet someone important tomorrow? The one on the left, the grey coat is mature and stable, killing the audience in seconds. Luke Swan thought that Lu Jin was meeting a big business figure, so she firmly chose this one. Lu Jin also likes this one quite a bit. Besides, Jiyu Fuxian said before that his sister likes the overlord type. Lu Jin is not a fan of boyfriends, but when she sees idols, she can't help being excited. She wants to marry her purely because with this identity, I can see more idols. In the future, going to the Jiyu family's name will be a lot smoother, and I don't really have the idea of getting married. Is there anything else? I'm leaving. I have a very important question for you. Brother, tell me. Luke Swan, who received the money, was very talkative. Even if there were 10 more questions, she would answer them patiently. Lu Jin pondered for a moment, and his expression became more and more serious. Infected by the serious atmosphere, Luke Swan clenched her hands with a serious expression, and waited cautiously for her brother's question. You feel? Luke Swan pricked up her ears and listened intently, her eyes focused on Lu Jin. What do you think? Am I really not qualified to join the Jiyu family? Luke Swan. You have. You are the most suitable person to marry. This sincerity is moving. Satisfied, Lu Jin waved her hand and added another 20 million to Luke Swan. Luke Swan's affection for Miss Ji Yu's family, whom she had never met before, soared. That night, she changed Lu Jin's WeChat note name to the god of wealth who is trying to get married. The next day, the Ji Yu family, Ron Yu flew to City C to eat spicy hot pot according to the plan. In early winter, having a hot pot that you can eat as soon as you want is happier than anything else. This trip took a few hours back and forth, and it was already 8 o'clock after happily eating hot pot. Ji Yu Fuxian had already gone home, and Lu Jin, who wanted to go home with him, was driven away before getting into the car. 7th floor. Hearing that Ron Yu was back, Ji Yu Fuxian went up to the 7th floor and handed her the invitation gift box personally delivered by the Chi family. The economic conference starts at 1 p.m. and ends at 7 p.m. and there will be a small banquet after the end. If you want to go, let Ji Yu Zexi take you. Ron Yu took it with both hands, and looked at it twice. The gift box is very delicate, and the word Chi is printed on the cover in dark patterns. Opening the gift box, besides the invitation card, there was also a pen with the English abbreviation of Chi Group printed on it. The invitation letter is all black, revealing mystery in its calmness. There are dark lines printed with auspicious clouds on the front. When turned under the light, the dark lines float and sink with the light and shadow, like turbulent waves, implying the unpredictability of the financial world. Ron Yu opened the invitation letter, and wrote a few lines on it in gold. Indicates the venue, time, and lounge number. The inviter Ron used cursive, writing freely and boldly. Is this written by Miss Chi? She still didn't remember the name of the Chi family heir. Ji Yu Fuxian bent down and glanced. Yes, generally speaking, Chi Jian would not care about small things like the Economic Forum conference. This time, Ji Yu Fuxian temporarily asked for an additional quota, and Chi, the organizer, noticed something, and took the initiative to ask Chi Jian for instructions. Chi Jian personally invited her, which shows her sincerity. Ji Yu Fuxian glanced at the time. I'll take you there tomorrow, you should rest. Ron Yu blinked her almond eyes, tilted her head and asked, tomorrow is Tuesday, don't you want to go to the company Tilda? Professionalism, boss, your professionalism. Nothing in the morning. Ron Yu lowered her head, her hands twisted into a ball. Brother Ba not only learned how to be absent from work, but also became more and more proficient at being late and leaving early. Ron Yu is very experienced in this. This kind of thing cannot start. Once you start your life in the future, you will be like a wild horse that has run wild, and your ambition will run away, and you will not be able to pull back even 80 horses. Taking advantage of Ji Yu Fu's knowledge of King Wan, Ron Yu wanted to pull him for anything. It's only 8 o'clock. Ron Yu raised her eyes burning. It's still early, let's watch a movie. Then she took Ji Yu Fuxian to the private theater at home, and watched Wan Wang's favorite inspirational movie Life in Dog Blood. Dog Blood Life tells the story of the real young master who was left out since he was a child. After returning to the wealthy family, facing the threat of a group of people, he climbed from the bottom to the position of the highest step by step. She deliberately chooses a dog blood movie that competes for power and position, just to remind the overlord brother Ji Yu Fuxian that although she signed an agreement to refuse assets, it doesn't mean that she has no ability to fight for power. Okay, roll me up, work hard, otherwise she will be in danger of taking his place at any time. As the saying goes, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Now that her brother has relieved his internal troubles, she must create some conflicts to stimulate him. When she reported to her about the work of the team this morning, she went zip a little, saying that Song Wen is very sad recently. Lu Jin, the CEO of Lu Group, works hard at 996 every day, and our boss is getting worse every day. These are all deliberately revealed by Song Wen to Xie. The purpose is to hope that through Miss Ron's line, Ji Yu Fuxian can be more normal and stop being crazy. Okay. Ron Yu listened in her heart. Ji Yu Fuxian seemed to be watching it seriously, and Ron Yu was satisfied, staring at the chicken leg that the hero in the movie was gnawing on, and swallowed. Originally, she was not hungry at all, but why did he eat so deliciously? Suck. Ron Yu licked her lower lip, suppressing her desire for honey-glazed chicken legs, and watched a movie on the sofa with her hands folded around her chest. Hold back. Can't interrupt my brother's emotions that ignite his career. Ronyu watched this movie for the first time 2 years ago. At that time, she was focused on admiring and learning the actor's acting skills. She didn't feel how delicious the food in his hands was. Today, watching it, in her eyes, the power struggle between rich and powerful dogs has become a gourmet competition. The scene of the impoverished male protagonist eating pancakes on the street stall is so delicious that she can almost smell the aroma of eggs mixed with chicken tenders, ham, sausage and vegetables in the pancakes. The sole match of meat and vegetables is only in the small pancake fruit. She even thought of a slogan for pancake fruit. In addition to the pancakes and fruits, the crossbridge rice noodles also look very good, and they and suck, and the hero's noodles are very fast. Later, after the male protagonist returned to the wealthy family, the others ate Western food. He took his partner to taste the all-braised prawns. The sharp peppers are squeezed together, and you can feel how exciting the taste is just by looking at it. The first time you enter the mouth, the numbness and spiciness explode in the taste buds. The shrimp meat is extremely chewy, and each bite is delicious. Wonderful, wonderful life. But the male lead kept refusing to eat it, and unconsciously took the peeled crayfish to chat with his partner. Ronyu was anxious to death. Give me to eat. What does it mean to chat with shrimp meat? You give it to me. Let alone 1 million. She voted for 10 million. When the hero finished chatting and finally raised his hand to put the lobster into his mouth, the plot skipped to the next scene. Ronyu, don't pretend to eat it, just don't eat it. Stars in the entertainment industry, where is your professional ethics? Are you worthy of the big lobster in your hand? Ronyu nestled on the sofa, her eyes spit fire. After 1 hour and 20 minutes, the movie finally ended. The male protagonist has not eaten all the time, and his expectations cannot be met. Ronyu's desire for food is loaded to the maximum. At the end of the movie, she really wanted to drive a supercar and go out to buy crayfish. Fortunately, she still maintained the last sliver of reason, remembering why she watched a movie and endured this hour of suffering. Ronyu turned on the light in the private theater, and said with a smirk, "This movie is so good, it gave me a lot of inspiration. She has achieved this level, so Ji Fusion should change, right? The next time she meets Songwen, she must complain. For the whole Bojan group, she paid too much QAQ. Especially her stomach has suffered too much hunger and pain that shouldn't be endured." After finishing the hint, Ronyu nodded heavily to Ji Fusion, opened the door and walked quickly to the elevator. "Wei Wen, I am here. Miss, you said. I want to eat crayfish, pancakes, rice noodles across the bridge, fried chicken drumsticks, barbecue, fried cold noodles, small octopus balls. Buy them secretly, and don't let others find out." Wei Wen, okay. 40 minutes later, Ronyu sat in the small restaurant on the 7th floor and secretly ate barbecue. The oily beef skewers are sprinkled with a lot of cumin pepper. The outside is burnt and the inside is tender, and the taste is soft and tender. It feels like eating meat with big mouthfuls. So happy. Ronyu was so happy that she was rolling on the sofa. Woo woo woo. There is nothing happier in this world than eating whatever you want. Wei Wen swallowed while watching. If the little lady does some eating and broadcasting when she is in the circle, I feel that she can gain a lot of fans because of it. She feels so invested in eating, so happy. Ronyu waved at her. Let's eat together. She couldn't eat so much by herself. Good things cannot be wasted. Wei Wen had no experience of eating with her employer, not to mention that it was past 10 o'clock, and the already well-insulated mansion was getting quieter. When she came back, she could only see that Ji Fusion's study on the 6th floor was still lit. The domestic helpers have returned to the residential area to rest. Ronyu pushed the mutton skewers and chicken bones to the other side of the table. Eat, eat. Unable to resist the temptation, Wei Wen sat down and took 2 tentative bites. Ronyu took a sip of water and took a bite of the pancake fruit. Now that so long has passed, the outer layer of pancakes spread with mung bean noodles and eggs has softened and is not as crisp as it was just out of the oven. Wei Wen put down the barbecue sticks and frowned slightly. The owner of the stall suggested eating it as soon as possible, but it still took a lot of time for me to come back. The time is a little rushed this time. Next time you want to eat, I invite the owner of the stall to come and make it for you. It can also be learned by the chef at home. Ronyu waved her hand. It's all right. Ronyu is already very satisfied to be able to eat as much food as she wants in a few minutes. She remembered something, put down the pancake fruit with a stern face, so serious that Wei Wen shivered. Ronyu approached Wei Wen, coaxing her mysteriously. If someone finds out, you have to say that you ate these things. Wei Wen. It was the first time for her to help her employer carry such a strange blame. Ronyu's cheeks turned red from Wei Wen's stare. She pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. If Jiyu, my brother, finds out that I eat these things, I will have to do a new round of expensive homework. The watery clear eyes blinked at Wei Wen, and the two hands were twisted together unconsciously, with a hint of frustration and coquettishness in the extreme entanglement. Please, my good steward. The little lady is acting like a baby, who can resist it? Wei Wen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and ate several skewers of beef. What I eat is what I eat. Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief, and gave Wei Wen half of the octopus ***** and big lobster. After eating omelets last time, she did homework that cost money for the first time in her life. The bike she bought yesterday was her reward for doing her second homework. Ronyu now roughly understands Jiyu Fusion's plan. Spend a few $100 million, and she can be rewarded for spending a small amount of money, such as eating at a roadside stall or buying an unpretentious bicycle. Ronyu's life recently is very rich and exciting. I bought a private jet and enjoyed it when I went to Sea City to eat hot pot. I can toss and turn on the big bed of the plane without shrinking into the seat. Simple. But she has nothing to spend money on for the time being. All her needs have been met. If she was fined to spend money for eating at a small stall at this time, she would really go crazy. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiyu Fusion was still sitting in the study. He was thinking about how to tell his sister. Ron said that today's movie gave her great inspiration. The leading actor in this movie is not bad, but most of the plots involving business circles and business wars are ridiculous. Ron took this as the material for her study, and the road took a detour. But my younger sister likes it, and Jiyu Fusion doesn't want to disturb her interest. After thinking for a moment, he sent Songwen a message. Contact Wenjia tomorrow and ask their film and television company to find out if there is a good commercial war script. If not, ask a screenwriter to write an original script. The main content should revolve around the lost real daughter and return to the wealthy family, starting from the bottom step by step, the experience of climbing to the position of the highest heir. Songwen happened to be still awake. Seeing this news, my heart skipped a beat. It's only been a few days. Has Jiyu Fu Chen gone mad to the point of leading his younger sister to Bojan? Or next time, he can directly call Miss Ron the boss. Anyway, this prosperous world will belong to her one day. Lying flat and rotten. JPG. Songwen didn't understand. Miss Ron, who just came home, is so noble that she doesn't even love money. When the position of heir is placed in front of her, she probably can only get the 4-character evaluation of stay away from me. Other wealthy families are fighting to the death for the position of heir. Why is the Jiyu family different from others? Why? The position of the heir is hot to us. As long as the rich brothers and sisters of the Jiyu family are a little bit ambitious, he doesn't have to worry so much. Li Jin's special assistant sent him a message to show off every day, saying that the boss 996 every day. Seeing the boss's busy schedule, the company's revenue up, he was so happy to die. On the other hand, Bojan. The family is big and the business is big, and there is a prosperous world. Outsiders who don't know why Bojan has achieved the slightest achievement, what they don't know is, Bojan's core is rotten. It's completely broken. No matter how much he wanted to complain, Songwen could only respond with okay. Not long after he replied, he received another message from a person surnamed Jiyu. Jiyu's Exi, tomorrow, I will pick up my cousin at Jiyu's house. Jiyu's Exi is now at Jiyu's house, and the only person other than Mr. Jiyu, Mrs. Ron and Mr. Jiyu Xiao who knows Ronyu's identity. He was excited all day to be able to accompany Ronyu to participate in the economic forum. It is said that chasing stars is difficult, but Jiyu Zexi never thought it would be so difficult. In the past 2 days, Ronyu's super chat was very lively, and a fierce competition was launched around the early morning sign-in event. Keahua sign-in is a very common and simple activity to record how long you like your idol, but in the past 2 days, Keahua has completely changed its taste. Every night at 11:50, there will be a lot of posts about watching dramas in Keahua, betting on who can grab the reputation of the #1 check-in tonight. It all started 2 days ago. That night, the male fan star and the male fan the only brother were staring at the sign-in page. Later, the only brother won and proudly posted a picture showing him the first sign-in in Keahua, accompanied by a line of text. "I am always #1. Very cool, very proud." Jiu Zexi knew without thinking, this person was definitely Jiu Fusion. He spent 3 full hours digesting the news that Jiu Fu Chen was a naive ghost, and then spent another hour trying to restrain himself from sending the news to others. Jiu Fusion's stickers did not attract the attention of most people. As a cousin, Jiu Zexi offered precious praises and comments, "It's amazing, I'm definitely a true fan." Jiu Fu Chen was so proud that he wanted to go to heaven, and he replied with 4 words, "Of course." Suddenly, a scene of a proud Shiba Inu raising its noble head and looking up at the sky at 4 to 5 degrees appeared in his eyes, revealing its graceful profile and noble jawline. Probably the same as when Jiu Fu Chen replied to his message. "When I came here, things hadn't fermented, until the male fan star suddenly joined the debate, yelling that he is the most true fan." Later, under the help of Keahua fans watching the excitement, Jiu Fusion and Star naively launched a 0-point registration competition. Fighting for the title of True Love Fan, Rush to the Duck. "My life is up to me, sign in first, I will destroy the sky." This is not a simple competition, this is a battle to defend glory, but the day before yesterday, Star suddenly abstained and joined the battle again last night. The entire game was full of twists and turns, and the competition was fierce. In the eyes of Keahua fans, it was as exciting as the World Cup. Jiu Zexi watched the whole process as a melon-eating crowd, and a sentence flashed in his mind all the time. "You guys are so boring, naive and a waste of time. A sign-in page, as for so many dramas." Jiu Zexi couldn't help but worry about Bojan. Although Jiu Fusion is using a newly registered Weibo account, if one day he accidentally discusses the account and exposes his account, from then on, in order to compete for the title of true fan, "I am so boring that I don't sleep every night, and I participate in the check-in on time at 0 o'clock. The title of Overlord in the game will fall on his head. At that time, Keahua will collapse, and Weibo will collapse. Not only Jiu Fu Chen, but the whole Bojan will become the focus of discussion on the whole network. The bossy brother doesn't sleep every night, and stays on his sister's super chat sign-in page every day." This sentence is very exciting just by looking at it, let alone this happened to the indifferent boss Jiu Fusion. Jiu Zexi was worried that Gui was worried, and he didn't dare to complain in front of his face. He finally had the opportunity to meet his cousin Ronyu, and he still had to seize it. Songwen replied quickly, "Tomorrow, Mr. Jiu will personally send you there." Jiu Zexi, "Okay." The cousins are all participating in the primary school student sign-in page competition in Keahua. Isn't it reasonable to skip class and send Ronyu to the Economic Forum conference? Even so, Jiu Zexi still couldn't hide his excitement and howled 3 times towards the ceiling. "Brother Ming Tian will be my driver." This kind of treatment can be boasted for a year. Ronyu ate well last night and slept soundly at night. When she woke up, it was already 9:30. She washed up and sat in the small restaurant on the 7th floor to have breakfast. The cook and the domestic helper in the family have become accustomed to her behavior of sleeping so late and not getting up. Jiu Fusion didn't spend much time at home, and he wouldn't ask about his sister's situation at home when he was away. He sat at the dining table and waited for no one. Later, when he heard his sister woke up at 9 o'clock, he thought for a while. He has seen interviews with his younger sister in the entertainment industry. In the interview, she confessed, "When I was filming, I would get up at 6 in the morning. Now it has become a habit. I feel uncomfortable when I get up late. Now that I'm home, my routine has changed." Ronyu looked at the time after breakfast, it was 10:15. She went back to the cloakroom and slowly chose clothes. To attend the Economic Forum conference today, The invitation letter is exquisite and high-end, so the dress should naturally be more formal. Besides, Wu Wei will participate in the economic forum. As an investor, she has to pretend to be a bit more attractive, and go there to see if there are any directions worth investing in. Yes, try the style of the super lady today. Wei Wen said that the indoor temperature of the venue will be kept at 19 degrees. After picking and choosing, she finally took out a long black knitted dress, with a string of pearls hanging around her waist, which showed her waist very much, and the hem was made of black tulle. When she walked, the skirt swayed and carried the wind. I also took a medium-length black woolen coat and chose large earrings with metal accessories, which are the bright colors in this set. It is conspicuous, noble and good-looking. In the end, Ronyu picked out a pair of red-soled black high-heeled shoes, and put on light makeup after matching them. I was busy with miscellaneous things again, and it was lunchtime when I went downstairs. Ronyu put the woolen clothes on the hanger, sat in the dining room and thought about what she had done this morning. The final conclusion is, I didn't do anything, and I ate 2 meals inexplicably. Confirmed eyes, this is the idle life that retirees should have. Jiyu Fuxin came down later than her, and his eyes lit up when he saw his younger sister's dress. No wonder everyone in Kaohua said that the younger sister was fed by God, and she had a beautiful face. Every time there is a red carpet look, a magazine shoot, or a mix of TV dramas, there will be a wave of fans vertically into the pit. But is my sister's cloakroom enough? Do you want to expand it further? Ron is so good-looking, of course she has to wear new clothes every day for 365 days a year. Jiyu Fuxin suddenly felt the joy when Luxuan changed the doll's clothes when she was a child. Unscientific. Why didn't anyone give him a Barbie doll when he was a kid? Look down on their boys. I will buy Barbie dolls later and come back to try matching. After lunch, Jiyu's Exi had arrived at Jiyu's house. When Ronyu and Jiyu Fuxin came out, Jiyu's Exi stood by the car and pretended to glance in the direction of the mansion without any intention. Ronyu's dressing style today is completely different from before. This is his sister, the real cousin. Jiyu's Exi thoughtfully opened the right car door for her, covered the upper edge of the door frame with his hand, and waited for Ronyu to get in the car. Before Ronyu could wait, a beautiful hand and a car key appeared in his vision. Jiyu Fuxin lightly tapped the car key, and said in a calm tone, "Drive." The natural domineering aura made it impossible to combine him with the people who happily participated in the signing contest last night. Jiyu's Exi, he. Acting so cold is actually just to cover up his petty thinking of not letting him sit with his cousin. Knowing Jiyu Fuxin's true face, Jiyu's Exi's level of awe towards him now plummets, but superficial respect needs to be done. When Ronyu came, she answered a phone call and walked very slowly. Jiyu Fuxin arrived before her. When she put her phone back in her bag, tightened her coat and walked to the front of the car, Jiyu's Exi showed her an awkward yet polite smile. Ronyu was a little confused. Jiyu's Exi gripped the car keys tightly and turned to walk towards the driver's seat. He was a little excited when he saw his cousin up close for the first time. His head was blunt. Relying on his years of driving habits, he opened the door with a bang. The driver sitting in the driver's seat looked over with a confused expression. Jiyu's Exi, he lowered his head and scanned the car keys in his hand. Maybach logo. And this car seems to be a stretched version of Bentley. Fuck. Was swayed by Jiyu Fuxin. Look up. Ronyu glanced at him with a complicated expression, shook her head doubtfully and got into the car. Obviously confused by his strange behavior. Jiyu's Exi, he stood outside the car, shrunk his hands like a clown in the cold wind. Inside the car, Ronyu looked at Mr. Jiyu outside the car strangely, and asked, "Does he like driving so much?" The driver sat inside and opened the door. "How strange a cousin." Jiyu Fuxin withdrew his smile and said seriously, "It should be. Want to sit in the back row?" "Impossible. The long Bentley's rear row is divided into 2 rows, front and rear, and the interior is spacious. Generally speaking, if you are not driving by yourself, the drivers and assistants are all sitting in the driver's seat and the co-pilot's seat. The back row is reserved for employers and bosses. For this reason, the old butler specially prepared a long Bentley and arranged for a driver to facilitate the travel of the family. When the old housekeeper did this, Jiyu Fuxin couldn't refute in front of Ronyu, so he could only play tricks behind his back. The matter had developed to this point. Jiu Zexi had no choice but to ask the driver to come down and drive. Before getting in the car, I vaguely heard Jiu Fuxian whispering to Ronyu, "This cousin is not sensible, we don't care about it like him. By the way, give the driver a holiday. I'll pick you up after the economic forum is over." Ronyu glanced at Jiu Zexi again, then nodded casually, "Okay." Jiu Zexi, oh, forgive such a big circle, it turned out to be preparations for coming back. Evil sister-in-law, sign up for the game tonight and ask him to look good. At the same time, Luo Zedi also set off. He had waited a long time for this day. Dad's relationship with him has deteriorated a lot because of the car crash and what happened on the forum. Luo Zedi has been a face-saving person since he was a child. He compared other people's shoes in junior high and high school, and he always stood taller than others. So he prefers to stay with people whose family background is not as good as his to show his sense of superiority. He made an appointment with Duan Dai's mutual friend to go to the Economic Forum conference, and the other party's family background was not as strong as Luo Zedi's. The key point is that Luo Zedi came to participate in the Economic Forum with the idea of being angry. He just came to look for investment to show himself like others and his parents. He didn't go through rigorous market research. His friends didn't dare to make trouble with him, and he didn't have the capital to make trouble. Excuses to shirk. As a result, Luo Zedi was left alone. He actually doesn't have much principal now. He sold all the stocks, plus Puxian's loss of principal of 1.8 million. There is only more than 4 million in cash in total. He has to convince someone to come with him. Luo Zedi has a general investment direction, the film and television industry. He didn't understand this industry, but because Ronyu was on the list of people who made him lose face, he deliberately chose the industry she had worked in, and made an investment for her to let her understand the insurmountable gap between celebrities and wealthy families. He is the boss, and she is a worker in the entertainment industry. He thinks this way mainly because of Ronyu's **** abuse of resources in the entertainment industry in the past 3 years, absolutely without any background. As for the luxury car with tens of thousands of configurations that he had seen before, Luo Zedi did not believe that it belonged to her family. It's normal to find someone to borrow a car to drive. Friends often borrow his car to go out and pretend to be aggressive. What good can a person who spends hundreds of dollars on a bicycle do? The only thing Luo Zedi couldn't understand was Jiu Zexi's attitude. Because the young master couldn't sign Ronyu and her brother, did he vent his anger on him and Duan Dai? Luo Zedi has done this kind of thing, subconsciously thinking that others will do the same. Jiu Zexi is the only bigwig he knows that is related to the entertainment industry, and to cooperate with him is to cooperate with the Jiu family. Chapter 23. Luo Zedi went crazy, so it has nothing to do with Jiu Zexi. Jiu Zexi explained in a panic, and was so sincere that he almost ran to Luo Zedi, pointed at his face and howled, "Go away, mourn me in silence. He is really sick. I never said what artist I want to sign. The brain circuit is abnormal, and I can't listen to his one-sided words. I don't even save his mobile phone number, so it is impossible to contact him. He asked for my friend's contact information again. I will block them later, and block both of them." Ronyu chuckled twice and got out of the car. Anyone with a little IQ would not get involved with Luo Zedi now. Ronyu looked at the phone screen just thinking it was funny. What time is it? Luo Zedi still treats her as an unwarranted enemy. Jiu Fuxian's voice was light, "Go down." Jiu Zexi glanced at Ronyu outside the car, quickly opened the car door, and retracted when he bent to leave. He was so sincere that he wanted to show his heart to them. "Cousin, you have to trust me." As he said that, he handed back the keys of the Maybach car to Jiu Fuxian with both hands. "I have absolutely no intentions. Go down." Jiu Zexi got off the car, ran behind Ronyu and entered the venue with her. "My cousin and sister didn't say anything, so it should be fine, right?" Thinking of that text message, Jiu Zexi was so angry that his teeth itch. "Stupid Luo Zedi, you and I are sworn to death." Jiu Fuxian watched their backs disappear into the parking lot, and asked Song when to drive over. In WeChat, Li Jin sent a lot of news bombardment. "Jiu Chen, why are you such a dog? Yesterday, Ronyu was not at home to eat hot pot. I went there but did not meet. You asked me to come today. Say how could you be so kind, but let me blow cold wind at your door. Ji Fuxian glanced, the corners of his lips twitched. He hadn't read it yet, watching Lu Jin anxiously. Song Wen's driver drove the Bentley back home, and Ji Fuxian turned around and boarded the Maybach. It's scheduled until 5 o'clock. He has to come to pick up his sister. Clear. Song Wen sighed and showed him the revised itinerary. He had already expected the idea of Sister Demon. In the hotel, at the entrance of the venue, Ronyu handed the invitation letter to the waiter at the door. After noticing the dark lines on it, his eyes froze slightly, and he nodded respectfully to Ronyu, welcome. He took out a light blue card similar to a postcard from the small black box on the long table. Here are the speech times, themes and speakers for each hall. Those related to the film and television industry are in Hall 8. When Ronyu was about to walk there, she noticed Jiyu Zexi who was walking behind her. Aren't you going to take care of your own business? Jiyu Zexi, Luo Zedi hasn't come yet, said by his dog friend. Ronyu turned around and went up to the 35th floor, and walked around hall number 8. There are not too many people inside, because it is a special session of the film and television conference. There are many posters of movies and TV dramas posted at the door, as well as celebrity columns and investment plans for the first quarter of next year. In the poster, there is a campus variety show We Are Youth in which the hero and heroine of the novel participated, and now, let's study hard. Ronyu wants to vote for. I didn't even have a chance to reach the top of the poster. It's a bit miserable. A proper comparison group in the variety show industry. Before the speech in the banquet hall started, Ronyu went to sit in the cafe next door, and Jiyu Zexi followed. Games are the best pastime when you are bored. Glory has released a new skin. Ronyu has obsessive-compulsive disorder and was about to buy it. After seeing the new skin, she frowned. The new skins are ugly, the modeling is hot-eyed, and the special effects of skills are not shocking at all. She ran to Weibo to search around, and she was scolding without exception. Invisibly, the game harvested another wave of leaks. Ronyu hated this feeling very much. She wouldn't be angry because of dozens of dollars, it's just, game companies know better than anyone whether the skin is ugly or not, and if they know how ugly they are, they will release them, so who should they be afraid of? Jiyu Zexi was very surprised. He didn't expect Ronyu to also play games. He excitedly took out his mobile phone to log in, and pointed to the game interface. Cousin, shall we hack? I'm versatile and I'm great in every position. When Jiyu Zexi was 16 years old, he had a dream of esports, but unfortunately games, including extended esports, were not allowed in the Dinghao family. Jiyu Zexi's mother was the second child in the previous generation, and Jiyu Yuchen, the father of Jiyu Fuxian and Ronyu, was the youngest and the third child, but he was the strongest. The three received elite education from childhood to prepare for inheriting the Jiyu family in the future. In the end, Jiyu Yuchen stood out, and Jiyu Zexi's mother and Jiyu Yuchen's eldest brother got a part of the shares. Under the joint leadership of Jiyu Yuchen and Jiyu Fuxian, the Bojin group grew bigger and bigger, and the two received more and more dividends every year. The grievances and dissatisfaction left over from the succession battle of the previous generation gradually disappeared. Although the wealth of Jiyu Zexi's mother's family is not as good as that of Jiyu Yuchen, for ordinary wealthy families, their wealth is still unmatched. Naturally, Jiyu Zexi shouldered the burden of inheritance with his brother. He was scolded many times by his mother because he was naughty and mischievous since he was a child, and he didn't want to make money. No one supported his dream of esports when he was 16. Mother's principle is that she doesn't expect Jiyu Zexi to make a big name, as long as he doesn't hinder the family, and the job of esports is embarrassing to them. As a junior, Jiyu Zexi is already the boss of 3 major entertainment companies and has made a lot of money, but he has never dared to set foot in the esports industry, and he can only play games secretly. The last time I was able to play games above board was because Jiyu Fuxian sent a game invitation in the family group. In the family, everyone listens to Jiyu Fuxian. Jiyu Zexi didn't want to think about it. He opened the game panel and pointed to a row of gold badges of jungle heroes. I'm the strongest jungler. Ronyu glanced at her head and said in surprise, have you been playing for so long? On Jiyu Zexi's homepage, there is a small commemorative medal for winning the championship in the first season. It is golden and very eye-catching. Now it is the 13th season, which shows his deep experience in the game. I've been playing this game since it first came out. Ronyu sighed softly, recalling Jiuzex's game invitation just now, and shook her head. I won't play anymore. I'm not in the mood for now. Jiuzexi was puzzled. The new skin is so ugly, I want to boycott it, and you don't want to buy it either. Ronyu opened WeChat and found the RG team group that the team manager had invited her to. There were 53 people including her in the group, and she and her little assistant were also in it. Ronyu bought this team for a few days, and has not cared much about it. The only requirement for the team is train hard and get better results. When the team manager pulled her into the group 2 days ago, Ronyu was watching a drama and had no energy to reply. Everyone in the RG team generally understood that the new boss was a rich woman who was a little cold. Chun regards esports as a hobby, and because the club's performance is too poor, she has to buy it for Aiden. At the moment, the group is chatting, and everyone is very active. When the boss's message appeared on the chat screen, everyone froze for a moment. Fat Cat, I have something to say. Team manager, you said. Weibo Operation Xiao Li, Boss Mao Mao. Don't hesitate, please say. Fat Cat, it may have an impact on the team. Xiao Wang from the competition training group. The players have performed very well in the training competition recently, and they have obtained the right to be free from scolding from fans, and it is not a problem to be scolded. Team leader, haha, it's okay, it's not the first time they've been scolded. Jungle Op. The employees of the RG team were very excited when they saw the boss bubbling in the WeChat group for the first time, and it was the first time to make a request to them. This is a good time to retain Bodhisattva bosses, and let Bodhisattva rich women see their value. Anyway, the first time the boss speaks, no matter how difficult it is, they will do it. Fat Cat, it's not a big deal. That is, the skin released this time is so ugly. As a consumer, I feel the anger of being played by them as a fool. Boycott this skin. You are not allowed to buy it, especially the support. You must take the lead. Generally speaking, when a game releases a new skin, there will be overwhelming publicity and momentum, so that people who have the right to speak in the game circles such as anchors and esports players will buy it. As time goes by, more and more people will buy it. Even though the game has an ugly skin, some people will still buy it. Ronyu can't control others, but she can control Jiuzexi and her esports team. Resist ugly skins and reject poor game teams. Everyone is responsible. Auxiliary Yanshin, understand the boss. The boss of the rich woman spoke, and the RG team would not listen. At the moment, not to mention the boycott by the staff and players in the club, the official blog of the RG team was operated with the permission of the team manager, and implicitly posted a Weibo. At RG, today is also a day to listen to the boss picture. The picture is a simple Q-version portrait hand-painted by an artist, just a line draft without coloring. A cute cat dressed in the god of wealth frowned, crossed its 2 fleshy paws in front of its chest, and looked to the right with its black eyes disdainfully. On the right is the ugly auxiliary skin that has been criticized since the official announcement 2 days ago. What it means is clear to everyone. This is the inner boss also thinks this skin is ugly. Ha 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 RG, you are so crazy now. Fuck, the skin of my natal hero was released, but the legendary skin of 168 is not as good as the accompanying skin of 28. Do you think it's funny? This wave of mad station boss, official. The fat cat now has 2 words written on his face, ugly and rejected. Although it's very funny and cool, I'm really scared. If you directly connotate the game, will it be sanctioned by the Alliance in the future? I was also worried at first, but then I thought about it again. A bad company makes money by doing bad things. The young lady in the company who hides her status as a rich man bought junk products. When she got angry, she madly ranted against the bad company. By the way, I would like to remind netizens not to be fooled. The company cheated. This is not called bullying, it is called supervising the company's good operation. She is only doing it for the good of the game. Sisters, don't panic. I remember that Bojan has shares in a game company. The eldest lady hates her own business. What's wrong? Ha ha ha. The eldest lady is stern and selfless. and even scolded her own property when she became ruthless. Ronyu didn't expect the team to draw pictures and post on Weibo so quickly. The process was beyond her expectation, but the result of resisting ugliness was achieved. 2 days ago, when the ugly 168 legendary skin was officially announced, it sparked a lot of discussion. Many gamers are scolding, complaining about unscrupulous companies treating everyone as leaks. What's more amazing is that this is the first set of 168 legendary skins released by the assistant Choo-Choo. The price of the customized version is 168 yuan, but the workmanship is the same as 28 yuan. This is not because of the player's love for the character, playing the game player as a fool. At that time, many people said that they would boycott it, but the officials still did not change after cursing and going online as usual. Today, the RG Esports Club suddenly posted on Weibo to openly stand on the side of the gamers. The dissatisfied players seemed to have a backbone, and every minute they poured into the entry ## to curse and scold. Officials, do you want to show some face? The esports team can't stand your ugly skin. What are you noble about? The consumer is your father, do you understand, Nizi? Don't try to force the RG team to delete Weibo, the team boss is not afraid. If you dare to wear small shoes for RG, I suggest that the eldest lady raise the league together and rebuild the esports competition. I will definitely watch it. I didn't eat all the melons. Who is the eldest lady? The rich woman who bought RG seems to be someone who takes care of her family. You are all complaining about your ugly skin. The official will not repent and cancel the trending search and play the game, right? Netizens guessed right. 10 minutes after the RG team's Weibo was posted, the team manager posted a chat record in the small group. It means that the game official side asked the alliance to deal with the RG matter here, and asked the RG team to delete the Weibo that made complaints about the ugly skin of the month. Team managers and operations expected this. After all, they are just an esports team. They are very unprofessional in operation and handling of public relations crises. They don't have a complete set of coping methods like a brokerage company. They did this with sincerity to the boss and passion for resisting ugly skin. People in esports are straightforward and have a bit of a temper. It's not been a day or two since the game has been bad. Sometimes players are asked to bring skins and post some promotional Weibo about new skins, and they will always be scolded by club fans, but the officials let them do it again. They expected the game's official reaction, but they didn't expect things to turn out so big. Now the RG team is on the same boat as the boss, everyone is watching. If the official blog of the team deletes Weibo, won't this be a slap in the face of the rich woman boss? Ronyu saw this message and hesitated between deleting it or not. At first, she only planned to boycott in private, but she didn't expect the RG team to post a Weibo post, and it was nothing. If you dare to have ugly skin, you don't dare to be scolded. Ronyu has been in a wealthy family for a few days and has been used to a little temper. She must be happy in her retirement life. Now that the officials made it clear that they wanted to cover their mouths, she was still angry with them. She replied in the group, "Wait." Ronyu first contacted Shi. "Can I contact the game official now?" Shi was probably busy and didn't reply. Ronyu thought for a while, then raised her head and asked Jiyu Zexi, "Is there anyone in the Jiyu family who can contact the game? My assistant hasn't called me yet." Jiyu Zexi didn't know what happened, and suggested, "I don't know about this, cousin, you can ask cousin directly, although it is only a small matter, but with the temperament of the cousin, it will definitely be handled as a big matter." At first, Ronyu felt that Jiyu Fusion was very busy and it was a trivial matter, and she didn't want to bother him, so she subconsciously excluded him. She calculated the time a little bit. Brother BA shouldn't have arrived at the company yet, so he won't disturb him. Clicking on WeChat, Ronyu subconsciously sent an emoticon, Fat Cat, Kowtow and Kneel Down.jpg. There is absolutely nothing wrong with saying thank you sweetly before asking someone to help you. Jiyu Fusion replied quickly. Ronyu was taken aback, thought of something, and immediately sent the moving picture that Jiyu Fusion asked her to save before. Quickly kowtow and point to Miss Ben.gif. Well, what? Ronyu. It's really a question of emoticons. Fat Cat, does Bojan have shares in Glory Games? Yes, want. Ronyu thought up her speech early in the morning. No, they released a new skin in the game. It's so ugly, I asked the team to resist buying it, and the team's Operation Weibo caused some public opinion that is not good for the game. Now the official asked my team to delete the blog. I contacted Shiashi, but she didn't reply to me. I wondered if I could ask the authorities to withdraw this request. Their skin is so ugly that they don't let people say that the puffer fish is full of gas.jpg. In order to make her request seem reasonable, Ronyu complained very schemingly. Gee, wait. Ronyu sent a gif of Mao Mao nodding quickly. Yeah, just tell them not to make such requests. It's better to improve your skin. Jiyu Fusion was not as calm as he showed in WeChat. He was about to explode now. The perfunctory products produced by the bad company made Ron angry, and it was fine without an apology, but Ron's team deleted the blog instead. Is there anything Ron can't say in this world? Jiyu Fusion directly went to the Weibo that is not commonly used, found the RG team, followed it, and then clicked on the Weibo of the game company that the operator just posted. Ugly. RG fans. Am I hallucinating? Fuck, is this that person? Long Aocean of the business world. Here he comes with his short comment. Chapter 24, 1. Ronyu was stunned when she saw it. She just wanted her brother to relay her thoughts, withdraw the request to delete the blog, and then improve her skin. Wow. The game players were so excited that they went crazy because of this one word. Ha 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 ha. The shareholders are all coming out to scold you. So cool, so cool. He only said one word. Why am I so cool? Miss must be from the Jiyu family. It's real. Why did the boss suddenly comment? Could it be that he really wanted to cover his mouth but did not expect to cover the head of the shareholder boss? Annual drama in the game circle. Ha 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 ha. How dare you offend the boss? Fat cat rich woman. Today I was sanctioned by my own industry. The news that the RG team is the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family quickly spread throughout the esports circle. For this reason, many people paid attention to the RG team, and it gained a large wave of fans invisibly. Soon, the game official who was scolded as a street mouse posted an apology on Weibo. I'm very sorry for the bad game experience brought to all players. The new skin of Monday is a new attempt by the team on the cyberpunk style skins. All players who have purchased skins will receive a refund within 3 days. In order to express our apologies, when the new skin Haoyu of Yuyu is adjusted and released again, it will be given back to the players as a free skin. At the same time, the game interface has issued 18 skin exchange coins as compensation, thanks to the players for their supervision. I wanted to scold you before I calmed down, but I will stop scolding you when I saw you sending skins. Ha ha ha, there is a big lady to supervise. Let's see how you will continue to behave badly in the future. It will be uncomfortable to be scolded by shareholders. Don't waste money, play games well, you can still be saved. The whole process lasted about half an hour. The name of Weibo user became an instant hit, and within half an hour her fans soared, and some people called her a new generation of game quality inspectors, and Amway invited her to play other games. Rich woman, come to try Wang Yi's game, ha ha ha, the kind where thieves spend money, fight together and have fun together, and by the way, criticize the artists who are getting worse and worse. Woo.com. Ronyu turned off Weibo. A trace of confusion and astonishment flashed in her almond eyes. Why did her small act of simply resisting the ugly skin develop into this step? During this period of time, Jiyu Zexi watched the whole process on Weibo. Words such as Jiyu Fusion's comments, RG team, and Fat Cat Boss all entered his mind, and he received a lot of new knowledge. Turn out to be, cousin, you are the Fat Cat, the boss of the RG team. He should have thought of it earlier. Ronyu lowered her voice. I am, but keep it secret. I know. Cousin, I'm a passerby fan of this team. Jiyu Zexi looked excited, his eyes bright, but I love fraternity, and I like quite a few teams. He knew it wasn't a good thing, but he said it honestly. The predecessor of the RG team was called PG, and later changed its name to RG after being bought by Chubby Cat. For Jiuzexi, this team is a bit more special. The team has been playing from the first competition of the league until now, and the only veteran team that is still there is also a team that has not won the championship after playing for so long. Hearing that PG was going to sell the club's seats and disband, Jiuzexi was heartbroken for a while. To him, this team meant his passion and memories of esports, and the joy of secretly chasing them. Later, it was rumored that Pang Pang Mao, who was working hard to spend money, bought the team, thinking that Jianguai or Jiu Fusion were the investors behind it. At that time, he thought that the fat cat was the cat raised by Jianguai, and he used the name of the fat cat just to create a character for the cat and prepare for entering the cute pet industry. It's funny, he even bought it for raw new million followers. I like to play wild, the rhythm is very good. The manner in which he spoke was suddenly close, and the polite respect he had previously shown for raw new and the lack of contact suddenly diminished, not disrespect, but the sense of familiarity among relatives increased. Ronyu noticed this. Before, Jiuzexi was respectful and polite to her, and he was a little cautious when he saw an idol, but he walked over alone in the shopping mall with a careless appearance, a little cynical, and no one cared. He is a young master who is lazy outside but respectful and obedient at home. Ronyu, I don't know them as well as you do. From this point of view, she is not a very good boss. Well, she doesn't want to be a good boss either, tired. When it comes to the team, Jiuzexi is radiant. I have watched the game for several years, almost every game. RG has a lot of internal problems, not to mention the training. The whole team has developed from a small workshop, and many things are immature. The previous management always save money and don't buy newcomers. If it were me, I would definitely strengthen the competition training this year, and their version will always be behind. Jiuzexi said a lot in one go, and his state was completely different from when he mentioned other things. Ronyu couldn't help asking, do you like to manage the team? Jiuzexi, it's not that I like management, I just like the atmosphere of esports. Everyone is moving in the direction of winning, and the reckless struggle and enthusiasm will give him a thrill of being alive. Now his life is very boring, he is in the third year of junior high school, and there is not much homework. Jiuzexi spends most of his time watching gossip online, besides getting together with friends, having a drink and dinner, or going somewhere for a trip and spending some money. He invested all the money his parents gave him in the entertainment industry, not because he likes this industry, but purely because the entertainment industry is more exciting, reversed, very interesting. It doesn't matter if the company makes money or not, and parents don't care about it either. The only request his parents gave him was not to do strange things and embarrass the family. Ronyu nodded. The RG team's home site is in Heiress City, and I will take you to watch it after the start of next season. Jiuzexi was very excited. Okay, there is a request. Cousin, tell me, I haven't paid attention to this team for a long time. I don't understand a lot of questions. You can go to the RG team and ask Shioshi, my assistant, for your suggestion, and discuss it with the team manager. After buying this team, I naturally hope to win a championship. Jiuzexi's expression became more and more excited. It's absolutely fine. After sitting in the coffee shop for half an hour, Ronyu didn't drink a sip of coffee, and was all watching the team and the skin. The coffee was already cold. Hearing that the speech in the film and television hall had already started, she asked Jiuzexi to wait for coffee here and take a walk by herself. There were more people in the banquet hall. Ronyu wandered around inside and asked the waiter. Wu Wei didn't come, but she ran into another person she knew very well, Director Wu Weisu. Director Wu Weisu had a brilliant past. The TV series he filmed ranked first in the ratings for 18 consecutive days. It was his third work after his debut, but in the entertainment circle for 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, no one will always stand at the top, and no one will always sink to the bottom. A drama can turn a little unknown lead actor into a popular star, follow-up resources keep up, and reach the top of the new front line of the entertainment circle. Coincidentally, Wu Weisu annoyed the two new front lines, coupled with his bad temper and arrogance. No one was willing to cooperate with him afterwards. His talent is fading, and his temper is not small. This is the evaluation of him in the circle. Won Yu starred in a low-budget web drama half a year ago, and the director was Woo Wai-soo. During the 50 days of filming, the 38-year-old Woo Wai-soo seemed to be in a manic state, and there was not a single day when he did not stop swearing. A director who once worked with a big actor and had a big investment came to shoot an online drama, and it was a joke when it got out. The anger and ridicule he received outside was all spread to the crew. Everyone in the crew hated him to death, and did not dare to fight back due to work reasons. Won Yu has been scolded more than once by him, and every sentence is stinging, implying that she is not famous. Won Yu didn't go back during the filming stupidly. On the day of the filming, she gave him a cake with 4 big characters of small belly and chicken sausage and AMV. The most famous person carried out the connotation to the end, and the whole group laughed to death. Scolding others is not famous. Yes, you are right, but why does the big director still stay with them? In the distance, Woo Wai-soo also saw Won Yu. She is in a corner with no one there. Woo Wai-soo snorted lightly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were crowded together, and his slightly narrowed eyes revealed his disdain. Won Yu admired the process and was so far away. After the incident was exposed, she had to explain bluntly in the live broadcast room and announced her withdrawal from the circle. A female star with no manners and a love brain, if she can't get along, it will be a matter of time before she quits the circle. What is she doing here? Won Yu didn't wear eye-catching jewelry, not even shining diamonds. Today's collocation is mainly low-key and luxurious black, which doesn't let the clothes overwhelm the guests, and makes everyone's eyes turn to the person wearing the clothes. Barbie, the delicate face like a doll, is less immature and more unattainable. There are no valuable accessories, but it gives people the feeling that she is a rich and noble girl. Woo Wai-soo's smile paused, and his eyes swept around. It shouldn't be a wealthy family. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Other rich second-generation investors and corporate executives have long worn small square cards symbolizing investment side on their chests, but Won Yu did not. A gleam flashed in Woo Wai-soo's eyes, and he walked slowly towards Won Yu, and sat down in a row in front of her. Yuan, why are you here? Woo Wai-soo, do you regret announcing your retirement? Won Yu didn't want to talk to someone she didn't like, and when she was about to leave, the phone in her pocket vibrated a few times. It was from Ji Fu Chen. Ji, remember to wear the small square card. Woo Wai-soo sat obliquely, patted the back of the seat with the script in his hand, and there was a very rhythmic the sound. Won Yu found the small square card given by her brother just now from her bag. There are dark lines printed on the dark black card, and the banquet hall is brightly lit. With Won Yu's slight movements, the light and shadow of the black card flicker, and the stream of light is fleeting, which is obviously different from the small cards of other investors. Woo Wai-soo didn't pay attention, sat on the side, still self-serving and preaching in the attitude of the older generation. I said earlier that you have a bad temper, and you insist on challenging me. If you have no background, you should be obedient. Gotta back off. Is it useful for you to find investment here? You have no contacts, no resources, no level of creation and director, so seek investment as an actor. Woo Wai-soo smiled, don't even think about it. After waiting for Won Yu's answer for a long time, Woo Wai-soo turned his head with a stern face. Won Yu was arranging his coat, and he didn't care about him and what he said just now. He got up, and tapped twice in the air with the script in his hand, with an arrogant attitude. I don't know how to listen to seniors, and arrange your clothes. Woo Wai-soo's eyes touched the small square tag on Won Yu's coat, his voice stopped abruptly, and his face turned green instantly. After a while, his voice came from the air, are you an investor? Won Yu straightened her fluffy curly hair, and answered casually, it's none of your business. Inadvertently glanced at the script in Woo Wai-soo's hand, she raised her eyebrows slightly, want to invest? Woo Wai-soo's face darkened. Before he could speak in the future, Won Yu got up and said in a calm tone, I won't vote for bad films and bad directors. Before he finished speaking, he had already stepped away, and his dislike for Woo Wai-soo reached its peak. Suddenly there was a chuckle from the corner. Won Yu looked over. A man in a black windbreaker sat 2 or 3 meters away from her, with curly hair reaching the ears, and wisdom in his long and narrow eyes. he sat casually obliquely. A small plaque symbolizing investment hangs on his chest, and he is probably in his 40s. He seems like a very humorous and smart man. Seeing Ronyu looking over, he waved his hands in the air. "I'm not laughing at you." He lifted his chin in the direction of Wu Waisu. "It's him." From Ronyu's clothes, it can be seen that the status is definitely not low. It is understandable that Wu Waisu doesn't know fashion and doesn't know the brand, but there are a few who are qualified to enter the economic forum. Leaned on the door. Wu Waisu was indeed as irritable, impulsive, and arrogant as the rumors in the circle said. His career was ruined by himself. Wu Waisu gritted his teeth and dared not speak. No matter how impulsive he was, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of investors. Facing Shang Chenkin's playful smile, Wu Waisu put away his emotions and smiled apologetically. Veins appeared on the back of his hands, and he gritted his teeth and left. Ronyu turned her head, her pretty eyebrows frowned. "Who are you?" "My name is Chengshin." Chengshin took out a business card and handed it over. Ronyu took it and looked at it twice. Film and TV drama investment consultant. Worked in a leading domestic film and television company. Ronyu had a little impression of this person. When the company's leaders and agents held a summary meeting before, they would more or less mention the film and television dramas invested by Chenkin, saying that the products he invested in had a high rate of return, and every film he invested in was a hit. The business of the company is required to make every effort to join the film and television dramas invested by Chenkin. It's funny, the company's leaders can't see the potential of a drama, and can only rely on other people's investment to speculate on the results. Later, there was a saying in the entertainment circle that success equals making money and being popular. Ronyu stared at the business card and Chengshin's face. He voted for her first film, which made a lot of money for investors after the film was released. Ronyu, who had only a small role in the film, even got some bonuses. At that time, the number of fans increased a lot. The outside world spread him like a charm, and this was the first time Ronyu saw Chengshin's real person. It turned out to be an uncle in his 40s. Chengshin shook his index finger. "Your business card." Ronyu blinked, returned Chengshin's business card, and replied generously, "No." Chengshin raised his eyebrows, knowing what he knew. It is common sense for investors to bring business cards when they go out, and Ronyu is obviously not a professional investor. Chengshin was quite interested in Ronyu, and the female celebrity who announced her retirement suddenly appeared in an economic forum as an investor, overturning all the online rumors about her having no background, focusing on the top process, old family background, and ruining her career after retiring. One's point of view. Are you also the kind of wealthy young lady who wants to go home and inherit the family property if she doesn't develop well in the entertainment industry? The speech in Hall 8 has already started, and Ronyu randomly chose a seat to sit down. No. Being an heir is exhausting. Seeing that she didn't want to talk to anyone, Chengshin sat 2 seats away from her indifferently. On the stage, the speaker talked eloquently. Ronyu was bored, looking at the blue diamond picture that Wei Wen sent her. Last time she said she wanted to buy blue diamonds, Wei Wen has been shopping around for her. She wanted to make a small crown with diamonds and precious stones to fulfill her childhood dream. Youth We is an annual campus live broadcast variety show, attracting 300 million investment. Not only has double top streamers to help out, but also has an experienced production team. It has produced 3 phenomenon-level variety shows with a score of 9 points on the Daoki app. The youthfulness of the campus, nostalgia, and resonance, these themes have received strong feedback from netizens as soon as they were launched, and I personally think that this live variety show will become the first hit in the campus live broadcast industry. It's also a campus variety show now. Start learning. Ronyu stopped sliding her finger on the screen, raised her eyes, and looked straight ahead. The idea of this team is too utopian. 5 silly and violent artists appearing on the screen will only make people disgusted and want to fight. Ronyu frowned. It's okay to praise We Are Young, so why would you still take her favorite variety show? Fankwon's push and step strategy is indeed understood by them. From the corner of his eye, Chengshin caught a glimpse of Ronyu's reaction after hearing the live variety show on campus, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you vote for us of youth?" The double top stars of this variety show are Cheng Gaiwan and Yu Kai, One is Rongyu's rival in love, the other is Rongyu's love object. Chenshin looked at her again and again. She can't be in love with her head, and she wants to be the father of Cheng Gaiwan's sponsor in the variety show for additional investment, right? Judging from the aura emanating from Rongyu's body, Chenshin didn't believe it, but judging from his actual behavior, he dared not believe it. Now, no one will vote for now. Start learning. This variety show team has little experience, and the theme they set is also very risky. If you are watching 5 top performers quarrel with each other, this show will be popular, and the live broadcast room will be crowded with people who eat melons. Few people really care about the struggle and study among the 5 scumbags. Even he is temporarily on the sidelines for this variety show. Want to vote, but the action is really risky. Ronyu didn't answer, but instead asked, "What are you going to vote for?" Chenshin didn't expect that Ronyu would not suffer at all, so he smiled helplessly and answered speciously, "I'm hesitant." Ronyu typed on the mobile phone, and said calmly, "Then we are competitors now." Chenshin was astonished. "Do you know which one I voted for? Choose one of the two. There is always half the error rate," but Ronyu's answer is very firm. "Except for the reason that you want to make a big fortune with a small one, you have no reason to hesitate. If it was Youth of Us, a variety show that everyone admires and is still investing more, how could Chenshin have the leisure to come to the Economic Forum and use various means to fool the program team into abandoning other people's investment and go to his thief ship?" Chenshin looked at her a few more times. "It's not a brainless vase. With this kind of appearance and acting skills, why hasn't it become popular after 3 years in the entertainment industry?" "Chenshin, why did you vote for now? Start learning. Ronyu, now we are competitors, please keep a distance." While talking, Ronyu replied to Wei Wen, "Let's talk about the gem later. She is busy protecting variety shows." Ronyu felt very uncomfortable when her favorite variety show was used as a control group. As an investor, Ronyu was very uncomfortable. Sentences of provocative words came over, as if pointing at her forehead and wantonly criticizing how blind she was. "Isn't it just that there is no publicity and no popularity? Simple, pay money to the program group when the time comes. The variety show she likes must have a face. The most sloppy coffee should be paired with the most wanton publicity, not only online, but all subways, buses, and hot air balloons in the sky must advertise for me. Oh yes, the private jet I bought last time has arrived. Well, just print the name of the variety show. Anyway, she doesn't want to fly in the sky with her name on it." After being discovered by Jiyu Fuchen to invest, the matter is easier to solve. After spending so much money to promote a small variety show, no one would think that she has a good eye. The subsequent popularity was completely accidental, and the ability to hide her clumsiness is 100%. After planning everything, Ronyu recorded the 1 billion that her brother called her when buying the plane into the accounting book. Okay, the 500 million of the second operation is about to be wiped out, and the 1 billion starts to rush. Ronyu was immersed in the joy of spending money for the first variety show, and regarded investing in variety shows as a card-making competition, completely forgetting that her original purpose of coming here was to make money. There is no original intention, but happiness is always there. Ronyu also noticed this. Subconsciously, she seems to have no desire to worry about her future retirement life and work hard to make money, because the family won't give up on her. This thought flashed by. Ronyu didn't think about it anymore, and instantly figured out the logical line. Her own 7 million was used as the principal for investing in variety shows, other happy publicity expenses, and the money for homework that her brother asked for. In this way, she can happily fulfill her brother's request to spend money. At the same time, she can use the money to make money for herself. This is the legendary saying of spending money and making money. She's good or bad, but she doesn't want to change a vow. Chenshin was a little dazed by her operation, thought for a while, and reminded politely, "If I want to invest in now, start learning, you can't beat me." He has a background in a leading film and television company, and he has a high say in the company, with almost no limit on funds, and the company trusts his judgment. Ronyu didn't know what her identity was. She was probably a second-generation rich man with no investment experience. She was new to the industry and didn't even have a photo shoot. So the two of them are not competitors at all. Ronyu glanced at him. It's good to have self-confidence. Another large group of people entered Hall 8, and the speaker smiled at them. Most of them are investors, and a small number of entrepreneurs and directors hold proposals. Ronyu found that Luozedi was also inside. Luozedi was talking to one of his father's juniors. The junior is now the CEO of an entertainment company, and his future is boundless. After the two met at the door, they entered together. Luozedi didn't look away, and concentrated on talking to his junior brother. A group of people gathered together and chatted about a few stocks in the film and television industry recently. Chengxian felt that Ronyu was really difficult to deal with, and he was a little arrogant, so his remaining curiosity about her faded. No one likes to have a hot face and a cold ****** all the time, especially Chengxian. But now he doesn't even want to talk to the group who just came in. No common language, a group of small upstarts. Ronyu's arrogance and indifference made Chengxian hold his breath just now, and he deliberately asked tentatively, "If it were you, which stocks would you buy?" "Ronyu, I told you, you won't compete with me for variety shows." Chengxian, the obsession with variety shows is quite deep. "You have the same point of view as I do, I'll consider it." Ronyu immediately said, "They don't like Bowl Entertainment, Jaksu Film and Television, and they like Shenhua. The three stocks are exactly the same as the three stocks Chengxian bought last night." At this moment, the speech on the stage had just ended, and Ronyu's voice just reached the ears of Luozedi's group. Luozedi was speechless. He just wanted to ask Ronyu how he knew about investment. In the investment world, people often show that strangers don't get close. He only talks to those who are interested. Gao Chenqing quickly got up and sat next to Ronyu. "How do you know this?" Ronyu didn't intend to reveal her identity. She just said, "My investment advisor." "Chengxian, are there any investment advisors with the same high returns as him in this world?" He doesn't believe it. "Who?" Ronyu answered fluently, "An initial player of an investment website." Luozedi's face instantly became darker than coal. He knew who it was, an initial user named 4388320. The ***** who made him humiliate in public. "Fuck," Luozedi said indignantly, "that novice must have guessed what he knows." Ronyu frowned. "The mouth of a dead duck is not as hard as yours." She not only mentioned these three stocks, but also said that Dongfang and Sweet Orange will fall. When the price was at the lowest 2 days ago, Ronyu bought a lot of stocks that would rise sharply, and threw all the principal into it. Doubling in a few days is not a dream. During this period of time, she experimented, and every time the stocks she predicted were going to rise, they all rose. The junior who came in with Luozedi frowned, subconsciously defending Luozedi, but his tone was very good, and he kept smiling. "Stocks are fickle, and no one can be sure." Ronyu didn't want to battle with them. She just wants to take this opportunity to tell other financial professionals that Ronyu and the initial user are two people, so that her vest identity can be more stable, and she must take the initiative to attack. This is the conclusion that Ronyu came to after being almost discovered by her brother twice. Daifang must introduce the identity of the initial user before anyone notices. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling face. Chengxian wanted to say something, but he didn't care when he saw Ronyu, and he didn't want to communicate too much with this group of people. It's just a junior player with a small broken website. Can the level be similar to him? Chengxian was hit successfully. A minute later, the latest news came from the official account of the financial community. The two film and television companies Dongfang and Tiancheng were exposed to large-scale layoffs, and their stock prices plummeted. Face slaps come too fast like a tornado. At that moment, Luozedi was so startled that he couldn't hold the water steady, and splashed it on his junior brother's clothes. The faces of both of them almost turned the color of a pig's liver, so dark that they were reddened. Luozedi completely lost the opportunity to perform in front of his father's junior. The younger brother angrily went out to change clothes, leaving Luozedi alone. Luozedi stood there in a daze, obviously shocked by a series of events. Chengxian doesn't care about camels, he just wants to know one thing. "Can you introduce that investment consultant to me?" "Ronyu, no, she is my own investment consultant, and I bid a lot. Chenshin, my strength is not inferior to hers. Let me talk to her. I can be your investment consultant for free for a month, and I promise to make you a lot of money. Don't want. How is it possible not to? I can really make money for you. Chenshin thought that Ronyu didn't believe in his strength, and he was a little anxious when he said this. This was the first time he begged for investment, and he could only say that the world is a good reincarnation, God forgive who. He used to be invincible, but now he has fallen into the hands of someone even more invincible than him. Chenshin focused on persuading Ronyu, but did not notice Jiuzexi who suddenly appeared. When Jiuzexi was waiting for coffee, he heard that Luozedi was coming, so he ran to see that there was no one there, and then hurried back to buy a cup of new American, which wasted a lot of time. Seeing Jiuzexi, Chenshin was stunned. Little Mr. Jiu. Jiuzexi has a status in the entertainment industry, and the Jiu family behind him should not be underestimated. Jiuzexi was confused. What are you doing? When he came, this man leaned in front of his cousin to talk. Chenshin's tone was polite and respectful. I want to cooperate with Miss Ron. Jiuzexi, what is the cooperation? After finishing speaking, he remembered to pass the Americano to Ronyu. Cooperate to teach Miss Ron how to make money. Chenshin's eyes paused, and they fell on Jiuzexi's hands that were giving Ronyu the coffee. Sorry, he's thinking about shit. The big boss who asked Mr. Jiu to deliver the coffee himself, needs to make money. How dare he say something like you can't beat me? He was just a joke. Jiuzexi realized something and frowned. What should be said and what should not be said, you understand? There is nothing that Chenshin doesn't understand about this old fritters. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiuzexi was only talking in the direction of Chenshin. The place Ronyu chose at first was very remote, and no one could see it nearby. Others only thought that the two of them were talking about investment and didn't think much about it. Ronyu took 2 sips of the coffee, but it didn't taste good, so she handed over the coffee cup to Jiuzexi. Jiuzexi ignored Chenshin, who was petrified, and held the cup with both hands. Chenshin, the 3 views have been refreshed again. Mr. Jiu also sometimes serves other people. Ronyo, you are awesome. The way you direct Mr. Jiu to do things is really awesome. The others didn't see all of this, but Luozedi, who was in the corner, saw it, and his face was ashen. Is there anything more frightening than the fact that the person you are cursing is cursing your enemy? There is none left. All his previous flattering remarks will be regarded as a joke, and all countermeasures are going further and further on the road to death. Luozedi left in disbelief, realized that a catastrophe had been caused, and immediately went home. After returning home, he learned that the company's cooperation with a major project had suddenly been cancelled. For this reason, the son of your company's CEO is too presumptuous, and the heir is like this, so he dare not cooperate. After losing billions of dollars in projects, Luozedi was beaten up by his father and thrown abroad to fend for himself. In the venue, after the speech, the blind date meeting between investors and entrepreneurs officially began. There were more people. Ronyu put on a mask. A large number of investors and entrepreneurs went to the small room to discuss the feasibility of the plan, market research, audience favorites and other things. Ronyu knew that some episodes would be a big hit, even making more money than live variety shows on campus, but she didn't want to go. It's tiring to talk to that group of people so much. She just wanted to send them money and leave. Among so many investment projects, the one that everyone is least optimistic about is the campus live broadcast variety show Now, Let's Study Hard. When an investor who looked like a young lady walked into the small chat room with Wu Wei, everyone was stunned. What kind of god of wealth is this? She came to give money, right? Chenshin smiled and said nothing. These people know shit. Wu Wei's contact information was changed very early. During this period of time, she devoted herself to preparing for the variety show for the investment of the economic conference. She didn't have the opportunity to chat with people, so the new contact information was naturally not disclosed. Knowing that Ronyu was going to invest in her variety show, Wu Wei silently opened her lips and closed them tremblingly, unable to say anything due to excitement. She clutched her chest to try to calm herself down. I'm sorry, Director Wu Wei tried to calm down. I can't help being excited. The house has been mortgaged as preparation funds, and the salaries of the 5 guests have been reduced to the minimum, but the cost of live variety shows is still frighteningly high. The rented equipment is expensive, and the real-time editing in the late stage every night requires a lot of manpower, but Wu Wei still feels that live broadcast is the most perfect way to present the theme of this variety show. No one can imagine what the guests can do under the guidance of the masters. This is the excitement brought by this variety show. Every guest in it has shortcomings and shining points, and they are no different from ordinary people in front of the screen. Most high school students spend their lives working hard, without the sensational love in school dramas, but this still doesn't change the fact that everyone's youth once bloomed. There will always be a beautiful side. This variety show is to show everyone's imperfection and shining side. The irascible actor can make mistakes on impulse, but is also the first person to help his teammates when they're hurt. It took Wu Wei a long time to find guests, and she paid too much for this variety show. Ron Yu said, "In 3 days, I will give you 10 million yuan to do the first 3 live broadcasts. I will promote it. Don't worry about it." She wants to let Yu see what top-level publicity is. The two chatted back and forth for no more than 3 minutes. In a row of small rooms for discussion, it was Ron Yu who came out the fastest, neat and tidy, without even thinking about it. When people in other rooms heard that someone had finished discussing, they all opened the door and cast envious glances. No one was seen, only a black figure from the back. This asterisk is too straightforward. It's called to make money, do nothing, even settle the investment hastily, give a sum of money and start to live an idle life, and really lie down and make money. Look back at the documents and research reports on their desks. Ha ha, have to see tonight. They are also investors, why can others be so leisurely? This unscientific. Some investors were relieved to find out that the mysterious person had invested in Wu Wei's project. She will never make any money. After Ron Yu finished her work, she sent a message to Ji Yu Fusion. "Ji, wait for me for half an hour. Fat cat, alright. Ji, Mom and Dad can make a video call with us at 8 o'clock tonight. Besides, I'm going to class with me tomorrow." Ron Yu paused with her fingers and replied okay. After Luo Zedi disappeared, Ji Yu's ex's mission ended, and Ron Yu drove him away mercilessly. Ron Yu had nothing to do, so she ran to other floors to see if she could see some senior academics who wrote textbooks. Hall 1 has the most people. There are no neat rows of chairs in the banquet hall, but a bunch of people standing in front of a small round table, not speaking, listening quietly, which shows how big the speaker in Hall 1 is. Ron Yu raised her eyes. No wonder, the speaker is a bigwig who writes college textbooks. Ron Yu came by accident, and 5 minutes later, the boss's speech ended. When the predecessors talked about the entertainment industry, they talked about IP creation and branding operations. Whether this thing is big or small, many entertainment industries will be involved. After the speech, 3 or 4 investors were talking about the speech of their predecessors. Ron Yu pricked up her ears and listened for a while, trying to hear what she said when she didn't come. However, they only talked for a while, and soon moved on to other places. Speaking of IP, YZ Entertainment has made a lot of money secretly in the past few years, and its branding is the strongest. This company made a lot of money silently. It's a bit outrageous. Last time I wanted to participate in their IP creation, I didn't give it a chance. I don't know who the boss is. The 4 investors were chatting, obviously familiar with each other's identities. Ron Yu wore a mask when she came down, and they couldn't see her face, but it seemed a little familiar. Seeing such a beautiful girl as Ron Yu coming over, I thought it was the daughter of some family. One of the female investors smiled and asked, "May I ask which daughter it is?" "Still a boss." Another investor added with a smile when he saw the small black card in her hand. Chapter 25, 1. Ron Yu finally understands what self-inflicted means. When the 600,000 principal of buying Shirue was sold, it brought her nearly 6 times the income. Coupled with the existing deposits, the 7 million principal in the stock market has risen a lot in recent days, and after promising 10 million to Wu Wei, only the last miserable 500,000 is left. The recording capital of the campus live variety show is 10 million yuan. But Ron Yu doesn't want the variety show to be too shabby, and plans to use the remaining 500,000 yuan to make money, and then invest in the fourth live broadcast. Now the plan is all in vain. Wu Wei promised that she will be the exclusive investor, and there will be no other investment. In the novel, due to the protection measures that cannot record the screen during the live broadcast, after the live broadcast ends, the edited version of the recording is launched on all major platforms. Due to the popularity of the variety show, many platforms want to buy out the price at a particularly high price. Calculated in this way, she can earn about 8 times that. Rongyu's mood has changed a little now, and she focuses on making money easily. There are many investment projects that make more money than campus live broadcast variety shows, but either the process is too complicated, and the money is earned but the effort is more, or the return on investment is high and the waiting time is long, or the return on investment is high and the waiting time is short and the process is simple. But it's a pity that Ronyu dare not be interested. She just wants to participate in some projects that are interesting and easy to make money, and she doesn't want to be too tired. As for the pension, Ronyu thought it through very clearly. Taking a step back, even if she leaves the wealthy family in the future, as long as she has enough principal, she can still buy stocks to realize the freedom of wealth. At this stage, buying stocks is a way for her to save when she has no investment interest. It is similar to putting money in the bank. If there is a project she likes, even if the income is not as good as stocks, she will choose what she likes. In short, how to be happy. But Ronyu's heart ached when she thought of the 500,000 yuan that was about to go to waste. It hurts more than spending hundreds of millions to buy an airplane that day. This is her precious money earned through hard work in the entertainment industry. Report: Jiyu Fuxian, the heir of the Dinghao family, cheated his sister of 500,000 private money online. However, facing Jiyu Fuxian's extremely serious expression, Ronyu could only pull out a smile. Okay. After dinner, about 6:30, Ronyu went up and changed into a thick set of clothes, planning to cycle around the manor twice. It was dark earlier than usual in mid-November. The blue sky in the daytime seems to be covered with a layer of ink at this moment, black and blue blend, with a somewhat hazy beauty. Ronyu put on her gloves and hat, and supported her precious bicycle. When Jiyu Fuxian heard that she was going to ride a bicycle, he deliberately went to the balcony on the 6th floor to look down, holding the unfinished documents in his hand. The Western-style building is a bit dark at night, with only a few dozen lights. Jiyu Fuxian frowned, and vaguely saw the small figure of Ronyu under the balcony. He called the old housekeeper. Turn on the light. The lights outside the manor are designed to be continuous, and when lit, they are as bright as fireworks. Generally, they are automatically turned on at 7 o'clock. It gets darker and earlier these days. According to the habit, the lights will be turned on for half an hour in early December. No one cares before the date arrives. The old butler immediately went to the control room. Ronyu wore a pair of soft pink and white wool gloves, and her curly and dense black hair was tied into a ponytail. Most of the manor was dark, but there were street lights as well. She got on the bicycle and stepped on the pedals. When I was about to start a 2-week happy trip around the manor, the hazy midnight blue night scene was suddenly brightly lit. The light and shadow illuminated Ronyu's cheeks, and the beautiful scenery in front of her was reflected in her almond eyes. The fountain in front of the Western-style building burst into the sky with water splashes. Lights were on at the splash points, and the water droplets rushed towards the light, creating a spectacular scene. Ronyu has seen the night view of the Western-style building at night. It is very beautiful. She has always felt that the design of the manor is very beautiful, and so is the lighting. But this is the first time she stood downstairs and witnessed the shocking moment of changing from black to bright. She seemed to be standing in a shadow, and with a splash, countless lights lit up around her, and the fountain splashed into the water, exploding in the night sky like gorgeous fireworks, and the dark black embraced the bright light. It's more beautiful than seeing fireworks. Ron Ron. A male voice sounded from upstairs. Ronyu raised her neck and looked up. Jiyu Fuxian was wearing a black coat, standing sideways on the balcony. Come back early, it's a bit cold at night. It's like the scene when an ordinary brother sees his sister going out and can't help but ask a few more words. Ronyu blinked. After a while, she nodded heavily. Okay, I'll be back after 2 laps. After finishing speaking, Ding dong rang the car bell and left in the distance. Ji Fuxian stood on the balcony to feel the temperature at night, and made sure that his sister would not be frozen, so he went back to the study and continued working. After sitting down, he got through the internal line, prepare ******* for Ron. Okay, Mr. Jiu Xiao. After Ron Yu came back after 2 laps, Wei Wen repeatedly persuaded her to drink ****** Ron Yu waved her hands again and again. After riding for a few minutes, she didn't feel any coldness, but now it's a little hot. Don't make a fuss. It's been cold before. She wanted to say it, but Wei Wen and the old housekeeper stared at her seriously, especially the old housekeeper, as if looking at a disobedient child. The old housekeeper, Miss, your body is very important. Wei Wen, yeah, Mr. Jiu Xiao personally ordered to watch you drink ****** Ron Yu felt bitter. She wrinkled her face and took a few sips of spicy food. When the ****** bottomed out, Wei Wen and the old housekeeper smiled happily. After drinking the ******, Ron Yu went to the 6th floor to answer the video call from her parents. Ji Fuxian was ready. There was no one else in the small living room on the 6th floor. The LCD TV screen was dark, and Ron Yu was sitting at the other end of the sofa. Just sat down and the screen just happened to light up. The time is so accurate that Ron Yu can't help but wonder if there is some kind of control device installed under her seat cushion, and she feels that the gravity TV can automatically turn on. At the same moment, Ji Fuxian turned his head and asked, "Is the ****** finished?" Before Ron Yu could speak, several exclamations came from the LCD TV. "Ginger tea? Yo, what's wrong? Is it a cold? Have you called the family doctor to check? Have you taken any medicine? Ginger tea is useless, let Lao Song call a doctor to check it first." Jiu Yuchen talked a lot by himself, seeing that ordinary trivial things were about to become a serious illness in his eyes, taking injections, taking medicine, and drawing blood. Ron Liu frowned and interrupted, "Stop, let them talk." Jiu Yuchen glanced at his wife, snorted softly, folded his hands on his knees, and looked like "You don't understand me." Ron Liu curved her lips into a gentle smile, and ignored Jiu Yuchen. If it wasn't for the video call, Ron Liu would have let Jiu Yuchen stay cool long ago, taking care of the 2 children. Jiu Fuchen didn't speak, and gave the time to Ron Yu. Ron Yu smiled mischievously, "I just cycled around the manor twice tonight and drank some ****** to keep out the cold." Then, Jiu Yuchen had just opened his mouth, and subconsciously glanced at his wife subconsciously, seeing that she didn't interrupt. He continued, "Then I still need to drink 2 more bowls of ****** It's winter in the city recently, and the temperature difference between day and night is a bit big." Ron Yu nodded. I don't know if she remembered it wrong, but Dad seems to have lost weight by 2 circles. Ron Liu spoke at the right time. "Recently, I've been too busy with work. After you finish your work, it will be night at your side, and the time won't match." Jiu Yuchen asked again, "You like riding a bicycle?" Ron Yu is not used to being called that. She waited for a while before realizing that she was talking to her. She nodded. "You can see the scenery of the manor by riding." She especially likes the feeling of moving around the manor. Cycling is a way to realize this desire, but it is really tiring to ride 2 laps. Electric cars are fast and very cold. If you wear a windproof cloak, it will block the beautiful scenery and feel heavy. If you just drive, it will feel too exaggerated. Choose only the bicycle is suitable. It's too cold to ride in winter. Let the driver drive you around. Jiu Fuxian explained for his sister. Ron doesn't like driving at home. In the following period of time, Jiu Yuchen and Jiu Fuxian had a series of discussions around how to make my daughter/sister comfortably enjoy the scenery in the manor in winter. Ron Yu thought the content of the discussion was weird and bold, but Ron Liu, the only normal person in the family, also felt that there were a few feasible measures. For example, build a circle of glass houses on the outermost circle of the manor, and Ron Yu can ride a bicycle all the way in the closed path made of glass, or go back to live on the southernmost island in winter, and enjoy the magnificent sea and sky around the island. As Ron Yu listened, she felt that the plan was getting more and more outrageous. She doesn't have to look at the manor view, really. The plan I'm going to say next is the best. 5 minutes later, Jiu Yuchen made a final decision. Jiu Fuxin, who had been rejected more than one suggestion, did not want to be as knowledgeable as his father. He is already a mature boss, how could he care about such things with the old naughty boy? Jiu Yuchen's tone was firm. You must like it the most after listening to it. Jiu Fuchen immediately focused on Jiu Yuchen, very unconvinced. Dad, if you say that, I disagree. Ron Liu nodded. Say it. Seeing that his wife was very interested in this, Jiu Yuchen was a little excited, but he endured it. Build a small ornamental train around the manor. You can design the train in whatever style you like, and you can put fruit snacks in the train. You can watch it for as long as you want. Ron Yu thought of the childlike train that cost 25 yuan per person in the amusement park, and had nothing to say. It's very overbearing to bring the amusement park project to the home. Why not make a merry-go-round around the manor, let her enjoy the scenery while spinning? Bushy. Jiu Fuchen chuckled. Dad, this kind of small train is a must-have item in the amusement park. Jiu Yuchen was silent for a long time. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were so serious that he said, they must have stolen my idea. Jiu Yuchen didn't know that these circumstances were justifiable. He didn't go to amusement parks when he was young, and there were no such programs at that time. And he never took Jiu Fuchen to this kind of place. The toy train is far away from his world, at least in Jiu Yuchen's eyes. The entertainment should be horse racing, racing car, plane, cruise, and buying gold. Neither Ron Liu nor Jiu Fuchen wanted to talk to him. Yes, they got into your brain and stole your thoughts more than 10 years ago. Ron Yu suppressed a smile, and her impression of her father became clearer. An old urchin. Before entering the wealthy family, everything about the biological family was vague, like a blank drawing paper. Now there are more and more images on the paper, and the colors are also gorgeous. The video call didn't last long, and Jiu Fuchen hung up the video after a few minutes. On the way to send her to the elevator, Jiu Fuchen couldn't help telling, if you catch a cold, you must tell me. Ron Yu, I know. Also, Jiu Fuchen looked at her, remember to ask Xie to help you buy a pension company, and send me the name of the company. Ron Yo. He still remembers it. It seems that the 500,000 yuan is bound to go to waste. If you don't have it, you can make it later. Ron Yu took a bath, changed into her pajamas, and wrote a diary at the desk. The diary is a simple black style, the inner core is pure black, and it should be written with a white pen. The 14th of November. She wrote the date first, her fingers paused. I don't know what to write, and there is no logic between the lines, so I write wherever I think. Jiu Zexi is a young master who likes esports. He is very obedient. He is very different from Lu Ming's cousin. Lu Ming always said that having a younger brother was a disaster when he was a child, but having a younger brother is a disaster when he grows up. A stinky brother doesn't do anything, will only ask my cousin for money. Jiu Zexi is well bred. I don't have this kind of trouble. I rode a bicycle after returning home. The wind was a bit cold at first, but I was very happy. Mom and Dad are lovely people. They look very busy, and their faces are not very good, especially Dad, who has lost a lot of weight. Brother inexplicably asked me to invest my own money in the pension industry, which is very strange, but I still do it. Ron Yu stared at the last sentence. This should be regarded as unconditional trust, or unconditional willingness. Ron Yu threw the miscellaneous things aside, locked the diary and put it back in the bookcase. Lie on the bed and try to fall asleep, but you will not fall asleep. Turn on the giant screen to watch the drama. The lights on the 7th floor were flickering, but the bedroom on the 6th floor was brightly lit. Jiu Fuchen locked the bedroom door, sat down at the bedroom table and opened the cardboard box that Song Wen had delivered half an hour ago. It is full of various Playhouse dress-up game dolls. When Jiu Fuchen had dinner with Ron in the morning, he was impressed by Ron Yu's clothes, and developed a wonderful hobby of wanting to dress up his sister. Proved to Ron Liu with practical actions that their exquisite boys can also play with dress-up dolls and dress-up dolls. Jiu Fuchen was very disappointed. These dolls are not pretty. The eyelashes are black and long, and they all look the same. Jiu Fu Chen frowned and put the doll back into the cardboard box for Songwen to deal with tomorrow. Jiu Fusion did not give up, and randomly searched for some dress-up games and the like on the internet. After searching and searching, a message related to Cotton Doll appeared inexplicably, and the explanation was very vague. After reading it, Jiu Fusion sent a message to Songwen, "Ask Jiu Zexi, what is a cotton doll?" Songwen let out a long breath when he received the news. The sister devil is going to pretend again. Songwen's younger sister is 18 years old and also a star chaser. Under the influence of her sister, Songwen has a little understanding of cotton dolls. Generally speaking, they are miniature star dolls with a height of about 10 to 20 cm, which is a kind of peripheral form. You can also match the cotton doll with different kinds of cute little clothes. What is the implication of the sister devil asking this question? You can know it without using your brain, but the question is why the sister devil doesn't ask it herself. His image in front of Jiu Zexi had already collapsed during the Amway class that day, but the boss Mimo still wanted to maintain his overlord persona. I cried to death. Songwen heartily sent the news to Jiu Zexi. Jiu Zexi's reply was not far behind his understanding, but this little Mr. Jiu asked one more question. Are you chasing stars? Jiu Fusion has done this to maintain the high cold bully boss. Songwen naturally wants to protect the face of the boss, and sighs back, "My sister is a star chaser, please forgive me." Fine. Songwen sent the chat screenshot to Jiu Fusion. 3 minutes later, he received an unexpected message. "Tomorrow at noon, I want to see Ronyu's cotton doll." Songwen, okay. If you have anything to do by yourself, I have very important things to do, so don't send messages to disturb me. It's 11:53, the boss is still busy at this late hour. Songwen suddenly felt embarrassed. He may have misunderstood Mr. Jiu. It's still busy at this point, probably some kind of international video conference is going to be held. Songwen checked Jiu Fusion's itinerary for today and the next few days, but couldn't find any relevant itinerary. Songwen immediately turned on the computer to check the schedule for the past few days. The project related to the international video conference has been completed without any omissions. As the inquiry deepened, his expression became more and more dignified. Even he deliberately concealed it. Could it be that Mr. Jiu is plotting something big? Mr. Jiu still has work in mind. At 11:55, the lights of thousands of houses were extinguished, every corner of the city was quiet, and countless people were sleeping soundly. Raw News Weibo chat was very lively. The fourth sign in first competition is in full swing. Keohua's first post is, "Don't miss it when you pass by, sisters, don't sign in later, leave the competition venue to them both. Ha 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 ha, I have been waiting for tonight's game for a whole day, I'm bored and I'll say it first. Our Yayo super chat has never been this lively before. Laughing to death. If other fans see a group of people staying up late at night to sign up for the first competition, will they call us crazy? They don't understand, this is Yayo Keohua's only entertainment. Yes, there are no new materials, why don't we hold a competition and build a team? Signing in first is very important, today is the final scene to decide who is Raw News No. Active male fan. If you do Raw News number 1 true love female fan, it may be a bit difficult. Chatting and chatting, the time came to 11:59. Jiu Fusion stared at the seconds behind the minutes on the computer. 12:13. The screen of the mobile phone has entered the Keohua page, and the sign-in button in the upper right corner is grayed out. When a new day comes, it will light up there instantly. What Jiu Fusion had to do was to click the sign-in button one step ahead of Lu Jin. Lu Jin is a star, and he also knew Jiu Fusion's identity. So when he found out that Ronyu was the lost daughter of the Jiu family the night before yesterday, he was half shocked and half flattered by Jiu Fusion, so he abstained from the registration contest that night. 25:26. In the consecutive days of signing competitions, Jiu Fusion had mastered the trick perfectly. When he mentioned 2 in his heart, this second had passed. Therefore, he only used to press the button at the moment when 5 appeared in his heart when 58 appeared. Jiu Fusion knew that he was not only facing Lu Jin, but also a lot of unidentified fans who were also waiting for the first place in the competition. To win the first place in the competition of hundreds of people is more difficult than his first meeting with shareholders and executives after inheriting Bojan. Help, why am I so nervous as an outsider? A passerby accidentally clicked in. What are you nervous about? This super talk is so active. We are holding the 4th sign-in competition. What the asterisk is this? Unknown fans or passers-by who are watching now. Why are there so many fans of Raw New? Do you still need to hold a competition when you sign in first? Our Medal of Honor is Raw New's #1 true love male fan. Oh, the supreme honor. Now it's the same as playing chicken and entering the finals. 98 people outside the arena watching the 2 solo players in the finals. Ha ha ha, you guys are really funny. Yayo fans are bitter. There is no way. Other super chats can share and upload new photos and videos of idols. And their yo-yo fans have watched all the public activities of Raw New before leaving the circle more than once, and they are still watching. After a long time, there is no new thing, and it will inevitably be boring. And the sign-in contest started inexplicably by the only brother and star became a topic for their own entertainment. 56, 57. Jiu Fusion touched the screen lightly with his fingertips, and then retracted a little bit, always keeping a distance of 1 mm from the screen. 58, 5. Jiu Fusion quickly pressed the sign-in button, and a white-orange dialog box popped up on the main page, with the avatar of Jiu Fusion's trumpet-only brother in the middle, and the text below was clear and clear. Consecutive sign-in for 4 days. The slightly smaller grey words read, #1 today. Jiu Fusion. Immediately take a screenshot and post it in the chat. Soon. Star sent him a private message. Jiu Chen, you have to be pissed. If one day you lose your horse, the hearts of the sisters who call you national husband all over the internet will be broken. It turns out that the bully you like is always a childish ghost. You didn't participate in the sign-in competition. I don't feel bad. Because you are not qualified to show. Jiu Chen, I will never lose to you tomorrow. It's late. The little host has already awarded me the honor of Raw News #1 true fan. Don't come to the investment class tomorrow, let Yayo come alone. Jiu Fusion turned his head and replied to the host under the post he sent out, thank you. Li Jin was beyond recognition with jealousy. The passers-by who accidentally clicked in watched this scene and thought it was quite interesting. It was very suitable to mobilize the enthusiasm of Keohua fans, and turned around to carry forward this sign-in competition to their own Keohua. Soon, when the sign-in competition sprung up in the Keohua world, Raw New Keohua's fans realized after a while that they had invisibly driven a new trend. Stand tall and proud.jpg. After Jiu Zexi watched the sign-in game, he was moved by Jiu Fusion's sister-in-law behavior. Cousin Raw New was very kind to him. After knowing his love for esports, let him communicate with the RG team and express his thoughts. At that moment, Jiu Zexi was very moved and excited. Even the dream that parents and elder brothers don't care about, even in their eyes, is a competition that cannot be staged. Raw New, as someone who has only seen 2 sides of him, fully accepts and respects it. He also invited him to watch the game offline together in the future. When Jiu Zexi started his esports dream at the age of 16, he told his parents about it for a long time, but they insisted on going their own way, thinking that the constant vulgar behavior in the esports industry was not worthy of their Dinghao family tradition. But it's ridiculous. When Jiu Fusion posted the game link in the group, his parents took the game as a way to curry favor with Jiu Fusion. They are not pure about anything, they only have interests in their eyes. Parents lost their relationship long ago. The news of the divorce 5 years ago was all read by Jiu Zexi in the newspaper. The remarriage 2 years ago was only due to the need for cooperation between the 2 parties. Jiu Zexi didn't like to go home, and his friends secretly said behind his back that he didn't understand the sufferings of the world after they knew about his plight. The young master eats and drinks so comfortably every day, what he wants to dream about. Jiu Zexi once thought that life was like this, eating, drinking and having fun was not a serious business, but the first time he drank the 82-year-old Lafite, he would be excited, the 3rd time he would be happy, and the 5th and 10th times he would be dull. His life needs a fulcrum, and esports is the stimulus and fulcrum. He told his parents so many times that no one listened, but he said a few words to warn you, but she understood. Not only understand, but also let him be brave to do it, to try. Jiuzexi urged the program team again. There is not much he can do for his cousin, except to help her clarify the negative impact of garbage variety shows on her. The program team is rushing to edit in the later stage, but there are too many materials, and what Jiuzexi wants is all the parts about Ronyu. In addition, he also needs to compare sections of the variety shows that have been broadcast, and explain the rhythmic editing in it clearly. There is no way to give Jiuzexi all of it in a short time. Seeing that Jiuzexi was in a hurry today, the management quickly sent the edited part to Mr. Jiu. Jiuzexi saw it at 3 o'clock in the morning, and chose a section he thought was the most representative and saved it. It was only 3 minutes before and after, but in the broadcast version, Ronyu rolled her eyes at another guest, but in the actual version, she just hit a yawn. Using this kind of material to be black is outrageous. We must find an opportunity to post it on Keohua, so that everyone can see the truth. He fell asleep immediately after watching it, and he has to go to the team tomorrow. Next morning, Ronyu slept until she woke up naturally and stared at the ceiling in a daze. She watched the drama a little late yesterday and her eyes hurt. She sent her 2 text messages, both related to the matter of the pension company. Ronyu typed the last 500,000 yuan, and then transferred some money from the 1 billion bank card. After finishing everything, he threw the mobile phone aside, hugged the pillow and lay on the bed with closed eyes. In the early winter, the heating was already turned on in the room, but Ronyu still didn't want to get up, and enjoyed the happiness of staying in bed under the quilt. The phone screen lit up. "Wei Wen, miss, are you up yet? Do I need to bring breakfast to your bedroom?" A bunch of dish names are attached at the back, successfully making Ronyu hungry. She looked at the time. It was 9:30. "The investment class is at 8 o'clock in the evening, and my brother said that we will go there after dinner at home." Ronyu was a little excited to meet the overlords and heiresses described in the official account. After confirming that she wanted to attend the investment class, Ronyu looked through the official accounts that focused on the wealthy heirs, and read many stories related to these few. It has to be said that the heirs of the Dinghao family are significantly different from the ordinary rich second generation in terms of self-cultivation, self-discipline, and personality. They don't even have gossip news, and all they talk about is their business experience. Crowds of wealthy sons and daughters who compete with each other for scheming. This is also the reason why Ronyu is willing to read this official account. In the stories about the heirs of the Dinghao family, they are all true stories written after collecting and consulting various business district materials. Ronyu put on a facial mask after waking up and washing up. She watched the drama at 3 o'clock last night, and she was not sleepy when she woke up. Instead, she felt exhausted and powerless after waking up, and her head was groggy. It is the sequelae of going to bed late. She was sitting on the sofa waiting for breakfast, with her legs crossed and hugging the plush pillow, drowsy, her head pointing down like a lucky cat's hands, and she squinted her eyes from time to time to see if breakfast was coming. Ronyu's desire for food made her retain the last trace of reason, and she fell asleep without leaning on the sofa, but she didn't last long, and she fell asleep again after 10 minutes. When Wei Wen came in, Ronyu's head was shaking to the left, her body gradually lost her center of gravity, and there was a dull bang in the room. Ronyu fell on the sofa in a daze. Her long messy hair covered most of her cheeks, revealing a pair of ignorant apricot eyes, blinking slowly, not realizing what happened. Seeing Wei Wen, he returned to his senses and immediately sat up, and carelessly smoothed out a bunch of curly hair on his forehead, pressing the curly hair with one hand and tentatively tapping the corner of his lips with the other. Really drooling. Just now she dreamed about the breakfast that Wei Wen brought. She ate a lot. Wei Wen was afraid that she would take away the paper shumai with food, so she fell heavily on the sofa when she was anxious to chase after it. "It's a shame." Wei Wen suppressed her smile and asked softly, "Should you bring in breakfast now?" Ronyu blushed a little. "Well, bring it in." The domestic helper put the breakfast on the small round table in the bedroom. Ronyu tore off the mask and washed her face with water. When Wei Wen came out, Wei Wen was arranging the bowls and chopsticks. Ronyu coughed lightly, pointed to the meals on the small round table and said, "Eat together." Wei Wen was puzzled. Hush money. Ron Yu's cheeks were flushed. She moved the paper-covered Tsuyumae to Wei Wen, and coaxed, if you eat this, you will forget what happened just now. She can't drool. Wei Wen smiled and imitated her tone. Okay, miss. Ron Yu. Hateful. The personal butler is no longer afraid of her, and is still teasing her. After breakfast, Wei Wen knew that Ron Yu was going to catch up on sleep, so she cleared the table and left immediately. Ron Yu slept until 12 o'clock, and when she got up full of energy, what was waiting for her was a warehouse of shopping bags and shopping cartons, all of which were big brands, stacked one by one, and the scene was spectacular. Wei Wen explained, Mr. Jiyu Xiao bought these for you at the shopping mall last time, and they were shipped to Jiyu's house today. Do you want to tidy them up and put them in your cloakroom? From Wei Wen's point of view, some ready-made garments are not yet qualified to enter the little lady's cloakroom. Ron Yu, you pick and put some. Ron Yu didn't go out today. She responded to Wu Wei's message on the internet, rejected Cheng Xin's friend request, and watched a few more episodes. When it was time for dinner, Jiyu Fuxian came back in a good mood, with an obvious smile on his face. When Ron Yu walked to the door of the main restaurant, she accidentally received a call from Lumming. What's the matter? She asked. Ron, hurry up and watch your super chat. Ron Yu was stunned. Jiyu Fuxian, who just came over, took a look at Ron Yu, opened the door for her and turned around and asked, what's wrong? Ron Yu hung up the phone strangely. I don't know, Lu Ming asked me to watch my own super chat. Keohua? What can Keohua do? Ron Yu muttered to herself. Her super talk is nothing to anyone tilde. Jiyu Fuxian paused, with a stiff smile on his face. Before today, there was really no problem. Ron Yu asked Wei Wen to bring the tablet over, propped her chin with one hand, and clicked into Keokero suspiciously. Seeing the prosperous scene inside, Ron Yu undoubtedly retracted her left hand that supported her chin, and brushed wildly with her right hand while holding the tablet. Her almond eyes stared like copper bells. Shocked and stunned. JPG. On the homepage of Keohua, a post was forwarded more than 100,000 times. Someone designed a cotton doll, which was paired with 2 pieces of clothes. By the way, Ron Yu knows little about cotton dolls. She only knows that they are miniature dolls of celebrities, and many fans will make this kind of peripherals, dozens of dollars each. But the problem is, which celebrity's cotton doll will wear clothes customized by top domestic designers? So why is the big exclusive logo printed on the clothes of the cotton dolls? Is it driving the involution of the cotton doll world? The astonishment didn't stop there. The fineness of this doll is amazing. It is completely scaled down version Yayo. Vero is indeed our super talk Ron Yu's #1 true love male fan. You really love her. I'm so jealous of the only one. Why can he put Yayo in his pocket and hide it? Girl goose, mom loves you. We yo-yo big stars are the ones who are the most worthy of luxury clothes. It's so beautiful. Brother, where did you find the designer and factory? Why is the precision so high? It completely beats other cotton dolls. Don't call the blogger brother, call him the only one. He only has one younger sister. Don't let others call him brother. It is speculated that it should be made by hand, and it is not of the same order of magnitude as the one produced by the machine before assembly. Rounding up, what are we wearing? High definition? Dog head. This purely handmade cotton doll, not to mention the dolls for domestic entertainment, is scaled down in proportion, and the facial features and hairstyle are similar to Ron Yu's. It can be called a model in the cotton doll world. However, it is not entirely due to the quality that makes Ron Yakero completely out of the circle and gains tens of thousands of fans a day. Fans of Ron Yukeo who retweeted Weibo and attracted passers-by and other celebrity fans to watch. When there are too many people, it is easy to cause disputes. Passers-by watched with joy. Fans of other celebrities saw Yayo fans saying that their cotton dolls were very upset after hanging and beating other people, and they all barged their bodies, which gave Yayo fans a headache. No way, printing a logo is a luxury. Fit, they're already crazy. Can handmade dolls be called haute couture? Is the sweater your mother made for you considered high-end? Come on, haute couture has a set of standard procedures. Okay, what is made by a garment workshop with dozens of people is haute couture. Okay. Gowding is obviously just joking, adding a dog head. What are some people jumping around? After arguing for about 10 minutes, Dujan, a well-known domestic designer, parachuted into Ron Yukio and commented on the microblog at, "The two small clothes were designed and made last night, and the products are from me." In a word, it made many people boil. He. Dujan's studio meets the high-definition requirements mentioned by Knowing the King earlier. Are there still jumpers tilde? Apologize to us. Only, you have some background. Only, please keep it up. As a member of Yayo Kaohua fans, I am very satisfied with your recent behavior. Raw News #1 true love male fan can only be you, and will always be you. So far, Raw News Kaohua has successfully left the circle. What's more out of the circle is that everyone in the entertainment industry knows. Now the best cotton doll in the entertainment industry comes from Raw News, an unremarkable retired artist. Not only did she have custom-made dolls, but the little clothes she changed into were extravagant, hanging over the entire interior. On the hot search list, ## and ## have been hanging there for a long time. Raw News was very complicated. Why do fans want to make her a little girl and put it in their pockets? Lu Ming called her again. Have you finished reading? You have a fan of local tyrants. He is so powerful. Lu Ming's voice was excited and sharp, and Jiyu Fuxian, who was sitting opposite Raw News, pretended to read a magazine. Most of his face was hidden under the magazine, and the corners of his lips raised silently. But his name in Kaohua is so strange. Could it be your brother? Raw News was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Jiyu Fuxian. Jiyu Fuxian's whole body was tense, his fingers holding the magazine turned white. He put down the magazine slowly, and asked in a calm voice, "What is Kaohua?" The tone is 3 points calm, 3 points doubtful and 4 points calm, and there is a natural noble temperament in the whole body. Raw News shook her head again and again. "My friend thinks too much." She covered the phone with her hand, and said softly, "It can't be him. My brother can be very childish sometimes, but not so childish that he ran to Kaohua to make her a cotton doll. And what a weird check-in contest." Raw News was shocked when she saw this game. Don't they sleep? Raw News clicked into Kaohua again and posted the first post in her life. "You don't need to do data and check-in for me anymore. I won't go back to the entertainment industry. I'm sorry. Sleep well, eat well tilde. Woo my treasure, don't say I'm sorry. Thank you very much. If I hadn't entered the pit, I wouldn't have met so many interesting people here. Right? We are very happy to participate in the signing competition together, because..." Chapter 26. Lu Jin wanted to die already. Jiyu Fuxian didn't want Lu Jin to show his presence in front of Ron, so he took Raw News to Fujisan, Jianhuai, and Qi Jian. Looking away from Lu Jin slowly, Raw News changed into her slippers and followed Jiyu Fuxian. Fujisan, Jianhuai, Qi Jian, Wenjuki, and Luke Swan all looked past Jiyu Fuxian and landed on Raw News behind him. Wenjuki's gaze carried a bit of inquiry. Jiyu Fuxian didn't want Ron to be too nervous, so he gave Luke Swan a wink. Luke Swan understood in seconds, took 2 steps forward, and leaned close to Raw News' ear generously. Her voice was small but her mouth was very sweet. "Sister, my name is Luke Swan. We both are so pretty, we must have a lot of common topics." Raw News. "Not necessarily, right?" After meeting for 30 seconds, Luke Swan seemed to regard Raw News as a good sister in our camp, and she said loudly, "Sister Yo, the one in the black suit is Qi Jian." Raw News looked over subconsciously. Qi Jian stood on the far left. A black suit, a large wine-red lapel, and rusty, short slightly curly hair shoulder length, neat and elegant. On the first floor of the villa, there were 7-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows on the courtyard side, and the curtains were not closed. Qi Jian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, her face reflected in the glass. Hearing Luke Swan's introduction, Qi Jian raised her eyebrows inadvertently. The slightly raised eyebrows revealed 2 points of laziness, and after meeting Raw News' eyes, Qi Jian tapped his chin lightly as a greeting to her. Luke Swan covered her mouth and murmured to Raw News in a low voice, "This sister is very attractive. I still dare not take the initiative to talk to her. Of course, if you say it, you may not be taken care of." Qi Jian would stand at the door to greet Raw News, which was purely a courtesy among heirs. As the heir, she is impeccable perfect. Qi Jian, Luke Swan, What kind of small report are you making? Her voice was clear and cold, like the tick, 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 tick sound of raindrops falling to the ground in the forest. Luke Swan subconsciously hid behind Ronyu, poked her head out and explained, "I'm telling the truth." As she was talking, Luke Swan felt that she was very reasonable, and she raised her head and retorted proudly, "I'm telling Sister Yayo in a fair manner. Who cares about making small reports?" Chi Jian didn't pay attention to her anymore, and gave her a faint look, letting her experience it for herself. Ronyu especially likes cool and beautiful women, because she doesn't match this style. She secretly glanced again, but unexpectedly, she was caught straight by the person concerned. She looked away calmly and continued to listen to Luke Swan's explanation. "My sister is so cute." Luke Swan, the one wearing the orange sweater, is Wenjuki. Wenjuki extended his hand friendly. The one on the far right is Fujizhan, the one next to him is Jiankuai, and the one standing in a daze at the entrance is my brother Lu Jin. Ronyu remembers Jianguai. She was very impressed with him. A down-to-earth boss who doesn't even buy skins when he plays games. Ronyu nodded and greeted each other. Jiyu Fusion raised his wrist to check the time. "It's time, go up." After finishing speaking, he turned to Ronyu and said, "The one who shared his experience today is an investor in the film and television industry. He brought Ronyu here, first to cultivate her self-confidence, second, to make it easier for Ron to enter the social circle and get acquainted with Chi Jian, Luke Swan, and Wenjuki. Goal 2 can be achieved a few more times. What needs attention is Goal 1. Considering his sister's previous job, Jiyu Fusion specially asked Lu Jin to arrange investors in the film and television industry. Ronyu suddenly thought of Chengshin, who she met at the Economic Forum yesterday. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Ronyu was led up the spiral staircase by Luke Swan's arm. With something hidden in her heart, she completely forgot about Lu Jin, who was still petrified at the entrance. Luke Swan also forgot her brother. Like Ronyu, she is taking an investment class for the first time, and all the new things around her always arouse her curiosity. After Jiyu Fusion, Ronyu, Luke Swan, Chi Jian, and Wenjuki went up, Jianhuai and Fujizhan walked to Lu Jin's side. Jianhuai patted him on the shoulder, holding back a smile. "It's just the same hands and feet, no shame." Jianhuai glanced at the empty stairs, leaned close to Lu Jin and whispered abnormally, "Gossip, is your fangirl Ronyu?" 2 days ago, Lu Jin was still saying that his idol was the best in the world, but now seeing Ronyu nervously at the same hands and feet, it is inevitable that people will not doubt it. Fujizhan also said that Ronyu used to be a star in the entertainment industry and recently retired. Not only that, but Jiyu Fusion's evaluation of his sister is a living bodhisattva who is noble and doesn't love money, and Lu Jin also has similar evaluations of his idols. After a little push, the answer is clear. Lu Jin's heart was ashamed, and he didn't have the strength to speak. How could he have such a cheating sister? Fujizhan looked at Lu Jin thoughtfully, and went upstairs first after a long time. "Let's go." Jianhuai patted Lu Jin's shoulder reassuringly, and couldn't hold back his laughter. "Are you going to stay here all night and be a doorkeeper? It's not like you haven't lost face before." Lu Jin argued weakly, "This is different. First impressions matter." But he just showed an extremely embarrassing side in front of Ronyu, and Ronyu must be deeply impressed by this. No matter how he behaves in the future, having the same hands and feet will still become synonymous with him. It's depressing just thinking about it. "Go up." Jianhuai pulled him. Lu Jin went upstairs like a walking corpse. Second floor. Classes are held in the study room. There is a large conference table in the study room, which is placed horizontally, facing the big screen in front of the study room. It doesn't look like a class, but rather like an investor coming to apply for a job, or report to the business owners. For several heirs of the Dinghao family, the weekly private lessons can only be regarded as an exchange of experience between investors and heirs, without imparting knowledge. If Jiyu Fusion and the others didn't have important matters, they would usually not be absent. Regardless of whether the investors who come to share are involved in fields or industries that they are familiar with, everyone will listen to and understand the news of other industries. Maybe one day the company will expand into this field. Ronyu chose a seat by the window and sat down. The location is in the corner, And you can see the stars outside when you turn your head slightly. Ji Fuxian pursed his lips slightly. That seat has never been occupied. The younger sister was really not confident, so she chose a seat quietly in a corner where no one else could see. Ji Fuxian made up his mind to help his younger sister build up self-confidence as soon as possible, and the matter of the pension industry must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Ji Fuxian naturally sat next to Ron Yu. Luke Swan went out to answer the phone just now, and when she came back, she saw that there was someone sitting beside Ron Yu, and stared blankly at Ji Fuxian. Luke Swan's attitude towards Ron Yu now is the sympathy of the two new students when they went to the tutoring class together. Both she and Ron Yu are novices who have just taken the investment class. Of course, novices should sit together and communicate a lot. In Luke Swan's eyes, Ron Yu is a novice in the investment world just like her, and may not even be as good as her. Ron Yu has been in the entertainment industry for 3 years. She has learned something from her brother's side since she was a child. No matter how you think about it, she should know more than Ron Yu. In this way, she should sit next to Ron Yu. You can ask her questions that you don't know. Don't ask, it's the experience of someone who has been there. If you ask Ji Fuxian and Fu Jizhen, the answers you get are more difficult to understand than the questions. When she was young, she and Lu Jin went to Ji Fuxian's house to do homework together, but she couldn't understand one subject, and neither could her brother, so she could only ask Ji Fuxian for help. Ji Fuxian gave her 5 ways to solve an equation that seemed to be easy to solve. The problem that could be solved after a little effort was completely impossible after listening to it. Although Yuiao is half a year older than her, she has stayed in the wealthy family for a long time, and everyone present knows each other. When Ron Yu came here for the first time, she didn't know anyone. Just now, Ji Fuxian motioned for her to introduce you to Yao. Luke Swan found that Ron Yu was sitting in the farthest corner, and she was a little bit more self-assured. Her judgment was absolutely right. Yao just saw that she didn't know how to communicate with that group of strange overlords and sisters, so she deliberately chose a position where no one would notice. Luke Swan suddenly realized that she stood there with a sense of pride that the whole world is drunk and I am alone. She see through Yao's truest side. Luke Swan stared blankly at Ji Fuxian, her eyes burning. Not only the person concerned felt it, but also Ron Yu, who lowered her head to think about the problem, also belatedly noticed the gaze coming from behind her. Ron Yu and Ji Fuxian turned their heads at the same time. Luke Swan was still staring at Ji Fuxian. Her round eyes stared like copper bells. If she participated in the staring contest, the current Luke Swan would definitely not lose. Ron Yu looked at Ji Fuxian, pursed her mouth, and asked a little fiercely, "Did you bully her?" Her first impression of Luke Swan was good. There must be a reason why the little cute princess is so angry. Ji Fuxian, no. She touches porcelain. Ji Chen was wronged, but he didn't say anything. When Ji Fuxian felt Luke Swan's burning gaze, he vaguely noticed what she wanted, but he pretended not to notice, and sat firmly beside Ron Yu. Joke. Brothers and sisters are of course to be at the same table. Luke Swan couldn't help but said, "Yao, your brother is taking my place." Ji Fuxian, we came up together, of course we have to sit together. The little sisters in college held hands, and they all entered the classroom and sat together. This is an unwritten rule between little sisters. If the boy doesn't understand, Ron Yu can get it. Ron Yu subconsciously looked at Ji Fuxian. Ji Chen was so wronged, but he is not so childish as to grab a seat with his friend's sister in front of his sister and others. He glanced at Luke Swan lightly, and said suddenly realized, "So I wanted to sit here." After finishing speaking, Ji Fuxian stood up casually and sat next to Fu Jizhen. Luke Swan happily put the bag in place, and took out a pink pen and a pink hardboard from inside. There were a few A4 white papers sandwiched between the hardboards, which can be used for taking notes. And then, pink thin notebook, pink post-it notes. After arranging all the school supplies, Luke Swan smiled brightly at Ron Yu. "Look, she has all the preparations. If you don't understand anything, remember to ask her." Ron Yu sighed a little in her heart. The little princess was so serious about her private lessons. They are all role kings. Luke Swan found that Ron Yu's school supplies were not complete enough, so she tore off half of her pink post-it notes and gave them to her. Ronyu held the post-it note, her almond eyes were full of puzzlement. Luke Swan came to her side and whispered, "It's for passing notes in class later." Ronyu, "Thank you," she takes it back. "The little princess is here to experience the high school classroom." Seeing her shocked face, Luke Swan realized something, took the post-it note from Ronyu's hand, and put it back into the bag together with half of her own. "Ronyu, has the little princess reformed?" The next second, Luke Swan approached mysteriously again. "You're right. It's not good to pass a note in the first class. Let's pass it in the next class." Ronyu, "Where did she say this? Where?" These are all Luke Swan's true thoughts. After deciding to make money, Luke Swan applied for private lessons. Knowing that Ronyu would join her as a freshman, Luke Swan was very happy. She and her brother grew up under the aristocratic education of 1 to 5 teachers. They were all heirs of wealthy families, and the campus experience was tedious. Luke Swan knew that Ronyu had lived outside since she was a child and grew up in a public school, so she wanted to see how public school students were in class. After watching 2 school dramas, she accidentally opened up a new world. It turns out that in other people's high school classrooms, they secretly use notes to convey information in class. There are also school bullies, gangsters, and fights. In short, life is colorful. Luke Swan didn't dare to pass notes to Chi-jian and Wenjuki, but Ronyu must have had this kind of experience and was the best candidate to pass notes. She gave Ronyu a bright smile. Ronyu understands that this is the message to pass the note in the next class. Seeing how cute the little princess is, Ronyu nodded helplessly. Okay, up to you." After Ronyu had a friendly and strange exchange with her desk mate Luke Swan, she pointed to her chin with one hand and looked sideways at the moon outside the window. "The view is not bad." When Li Jin came in, the first thing she saw was Ronyu, who was seated by the window. The dark green coat she was wearing was hung on the hanger, and the heater was turned on inside. She was only wearing an off-white sweater, which was in stark contrast to the dark night outside the window, like an independent fairy. "Li Jin, it really was her. Do not fight or grab, be independent from the world." Li Jin recovered from the brief embarrassment, and sat down next to Jiang Huai excitedly. After the group was done, the investors who had already arrived knocked on the door. Chen Xingsheng breathed out. Compared with other industries, the film and television industry has a large volume here, and its profits are not so high. Hearing that there was this class and sharing experience with a group of top heirs suddenly, Chen Shen found it interesting and at the same time felt a little nervous. But the emotion is fleeting. Chen Shen believes in his own strength. A low voice came from inside. "Come in." Chen Shen adjusted his suit slightly, pushed the door open and entered. He copied the prepared documents to the computer, and when he was about to start speaking, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure in the corner from the corner of his eye, and suddenly swallowed what he wanted to say. Ronyo? For the first few minutes, Chen Shen was out of state the whole time and was very shocked. Rao had vaguely noticed that Ronyu's status was not low at the Economic Forum, but he didn't expect that she could sit with the top heirs now. Although it is not a C position, the threshold for private lessons is here, and those who can participate have hundreds of billions of assets under their hands. What he was going to say was already familiar, and it was also an idea in the professional field. Chen Shen gradually concentrated his attention, and the explanation was getting better. During the process, there were questions from time to time, and he answered them in detail. After an hour and a half, the class came to an end. While Chen Shen was packing up the materials, he carefully observed Ronyu's movements from the corner of his eye. Mr. Jiyu treats her so respectfully. Could it be that she is the young lady of the branch of the Jiyu family? According to what he knew about the Jiyu family, Jiyu Fuxian, who is now in power in Bojan, has a daughter as the elder brother of his father, Jiyu Yuchen. Could it be Ronyu? Wrong. Why is Ronyu surnamed Ron and not Jiyu? Jiyu Fuchen put away the materials, and made sure that Ron had no doubts or understanding, secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the time. It was 10 o'clock. Li Jin has prepared some snacks, let's eat some before going home. Because the course time is in the evening, the afternoon tea time for the girls to socialize is regrettably broken. Li Jin also knew what it meant to have Ronyu come to attend the small class, so while Luke Swan, Wenjuki, and Chi Jian were all there. He arranged a game for them to chat. Luke Swan clutched her stomach. Your brother is right. I'm hungry, Sister Yao, let's go together. Jiu Fu Chen was very satisfied with Luke Swan's address. Your brother? Yes, he has only one sister. Li Jin arranged this snack very carefully. A total of 8 masters were invited to prepare this refreshment, both Chinese and Western styles. Red wine, drinks, and bartenders were all prepared for the ladies. Ruan Yu is also a little hungry. She has no plan to lose weight, and eats as much as she wants. So she went to the first floor with Luke Swan. Chen Shen took the materials, his head was like a paste, walked out of the villa and sat in his car in a daze, took out his mobile phone to call his assistant for a long time. I'm in the entertainment circle, haven't I done anything to make Ruan Yu angry? She turned out to be Jiu Fuxian's younger sister, a real wealthy young lady. Chen Xingsheng breathed out. If he hadn't signed a non-disclosure agreement and couldn't disclose any information, he would have called his friends one by one in the address book to share this amazing news. Miss chasing dreams in the entertainment industry. If the entertainment didn't keep her, she directly lost hundreds of billions. As for Chen Gaiwan, who was praised by the whole network as if he doesn't become a top class, he will go home and inherit the family property, Chen Shen scoffed, this top class is nothing. There will be times when they cry. The living room on the first floor of the villa has been carefully arranged. The small table is full of various meals. Chi Jian didn't move, and leaned on the sofa expressionlessly, holding the goblet in her right hand, and the deep red wine swayed with the slightly shaking glass. Wen Juki ate 2 mouthfuls of red bean cake and sat on the sofa opposite Chi Jian. Ruan Yu and Luke Swan chose a long sofa, and shared their food experience while eating. On the table is the almond tofu that Ruan Yu likes very much recently. She holds a small white porcelain bowl and sips continuously. The almond tofu is springy in the mouth, and the surface is sprinkled with crisp almonds and sweet-scented osmanthus. It is fragrant, smooth and tender, and has an excellent flavor. Chi Jian had eaten this and didn't think it was very delicious, but the faint scent of osmanthus wafting from the air at this moment, coupled with Ruan Yu's focused way of eating, couldn't help but whet the appetite. She took a sip of her red wine and forced herself to look away. Ruan Yu and Luke Swan ate happily. Chi Jian was thinking about her own affairs. Only when Juki felt embarrassed that no one was talking, she took another bite of red bean cake and took the initiative to break the deadlock. Luke Swan, why do you suddenly want to come to class? Luke Swan took a sip of strawberry mousse and said frankly, I want to learn to make money. Chi Jian raised her eyebrows, glanced at Luke Swan, and inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ruan Yu, who was eating like a little hamster and her cheeks were bulging, and then looked away after a pause of 2 seconds. Ruan Yu put down the empty bowl, and when she moved her hand to the sweet-scented osmanthus popped moshi, she heard Wen Juki's voice. Who can make you realize this? Ruan Yu withdrew her hand, wiped her hands and looked at Luke Swan curiously. I met a sister on a forum and wanted her to take me to make money together, but she never returned me. Luke Swan poked strawberry mousse angrily. I decided to make money by myself and prove it to them. Not only for parents, brother, but also for the initial users who ignored her. It was the first time she had been neglected for such a long time when she grew up so big. Thinking about it is still very angry. He poked at the strawberry mousse with an iron spoon and lost his temper. Ruan Yu adjusted her sitting posture unnaturally, and silently moved a little further away from Luke Swan. Obviously, it was her that Luke Swan was talking about. Ruan Yu couldn't accept such shocking news for a while, and her head was a little dazed. Swan really wants to get rich in the forum. First bought Shirui with the last bit of pocket money for her brother to earn star chasing fees, then suddenly wanted to cooperate with her to make a lot of money. Ruan Yu later said that she could consider it. There were too many things going on during this time. Ruan Yu completely forgot about the forum and never went to it. But that's not the problem. The question should be, why does Luke Swan help her brother Lu Jin earn money for star chasing? No matter how you look at it, Lu Jin doesn't look like a star chaser. Thinking of the 2 brothers and sisters sneaking into the small forum and earning 1 or 2,000 yuan of star chasing pocket money, Ruan Yu's wealthy filter for the heirs of the Dinghao family directly collapsed. What is expensive, low-key, and calm are all lies fabricated by novels and TV dramas. Even so, Ruan Yu still couldn't believe it. Could it be that Luke Swan wanted to make money by herself, so she first used the Heiress stock incident to investigate and find a suitable investment consultant? Earning star-chasing fees for her brother was just her excuse. To be honest, if little Princess Luke Swan had so much insight, she wouldn't be surprised to repeat in front of everyone, "Brother, you really had the same hands and feet just now." Not to mention what others would ask, she would just say what she said honestly. She's just a straight ball princess. Rongyu's head is in a mess. With so much money already, why go to forums to earn star-chasing money? These heirs of the Dinghao family are so strange, I'm not sure. Wait for her to have a look. 15 minutes later, dessert time for the evening was over. Jiu Fu Chen came down from the second floor and handed Rongyu's dark green coat to her. "How is tonight?" When walking out of the villa, Jiu Fu Chen asked. Ronyu answered pertinently, "Very good. Delicious desserts, thought-provoking courses, and the Odlu family. In short, it is a night that needs digestion. The stomach needs to be digested, and the head and the three views also need to be digested. It's 11:30 when I get home." Ronyu made an important decision while washing. She wants to make money with Luke Swan. Chengshin already knew that her investment advisor was the initial user on the forum, and now he just needs to disclose this news to Luke Swan. Ronyu logs into the forum. In the private message, Swan wanted to get rich and sent indiscriminate bombardment. "You heartless girl, the one who promised to give me a chance, didn't show up for several days. HMPH, it made you feel guilty and regretful for your cold and violent behavior, and you were so uncomfortable that you couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. Curse, you can earn money, but not spend it." Ronyu, there is really no normal person in the Lu family. Even the way of cursing is unique. Ronyu replied, "Sorry, I already have an employer. She is a forum user, ID is a cat." Perhaps Luke Swan was heartbroken by the initial user, so she didn't go to the forum, and Ronyu didn't receive any reply the next morning. She is not in a hurry. After the initial user's vest is released, she can come forward to complete many things. There is no restriction. The cooperation with Luke Swan is purely straight. "I guess I lost sleep in the middle of the night." Always be responsible for the sleep of the straight ball princess. Make money and make it happy. Spend it and spend it happily. Wu Wei will now study hard. When the variety show planning case of was sent to her, this sentence flashed through Ronyu's mind. She took a rough look and absolutely believed in Wu Wei's ability, but there was one thing she wanted to do by herself. "Fat cat, let me do the promotion of variety shows." Director Wu Wei, after spending so much money, let the team do this kind of painstaking work. Wu Wei was very moved. "It was the first time I met a fairy investor who was not satisfied with the investment, but even had to take care of the publicity. Sure enough, ball is hard to find. Fat cat, let me do it." Director Wu Wei, thank you for your hard work, Rose. The variety show started 7 days later, giving Ronyu a chance to spend money. There is plenty of time to spend money, and there are 7 days and 6 nights to play. Ronyu is very satisfied. She made a video call to Xiaxi and had a brief meeting with Xiaxi's assistant. "Miss Ron, I don't know much about the publicity methods in the film and television industry, and I need to do some homework." Xiaxi whispered. "Ronyu, no, just follow what I said." Xiaxi's little assistant quickly opened Word and began to take meeting minutes. The more I listened to Xiaxi, the more shocked I became. The little assistant was so shocked that he even forgot to take the minutes of the meeting. After the 15-minute meeting ended, Xiaxi looked at the half-written minutes of the meeting and hadn't reacted from the shock for a moment. She has only one thought about Ronyu. "Miss Ron, you really hate money." Miss Ron is not happy when she has money in hand, so she must try her best to spend it and contribute GDP to the society. Saint, a true saint. At the same time, the variety show Team Our Youth, which also started live recording 7 days later, is stepping up its promotion strategy. There are Cheng Gaiwan and Yukai Shuang Dinglu sitting in the town, and the relationship between the two is now ambiguous. People who eat melons love to watch the love gossip of celebrities, so don't worry about the popularity of the live broadcast. Even in order to make the campus live broadcast variety show Youth We more topical, the team also found a target to pull on. Now, let's start learning. The two campuses broadcast variety shows with the same theme and live broadcast on the same day. There are many topics, and when the time comes to slow down the rhythm a little, passers-by who don't know the truth will flood into their live broadcast room. There is no comparison and no stimulation, so how can it attract passers-by? The variety show team of Youth We has contacted many marketing accounts, and wrote marketing soft articles, insinuating that the opposite variety show has no traffic and no investment, and the five fools can't make any waves. First build the foundation of pulling and stepping, and then the rhythm will be easy to wait for. The team thought well. At 7 o'clock the next morning, belittle now, start studying. Marketing soft articles have sprung up on major social platforms like Mushrooms After Rain. Title names include but are not limited to. Right now, let's start learning why we are not as good as our youth. We Are Young on the 22nd of November launched another movie with no reputation. 5 little goofy stars want to become popular. Really dreaming. Investment is now. Let's start learning. The mysterious figure caused ridicule in the industry. There are countless related manuscripts. The highest marketing Weibo has over 10,000 retweets. At the same time, Youth We became popular again. When fans heard that a little-known variety show also came to touch them, and started the live broadcast on the same day as them, they all came off the stage to ridicule. The other side is poisonous, you must rub our heat. The small workshop without announcement is like this, live broadcast with your father for a day with a straight face. You guys are not worthy. There is also a girl who doesn't have a good relationship with you Kai. Why? Do you want to buy a wave of popular searches on the day the show is broadcast? Protect protection. Protect Yachi. #s Weibo entry was hung up for 2 hours. When Ronyu woke up at 9 o'clock, she summarized what happened on Weibo in the morning to her. Ronyu was shocked by the brain circuits of these fans and was speechless. The ability to fight back and make something out of nothing is as amazing as the paparazzi's ability to talk through pictures. Among the two variety shows, We Are Youth obviously has the right to speak. Whether it's connections, resources, or strength, they seem to have crushed now. Start learning at this stage. Wouldn't the team of Youth We learn about the live broadcast time of another variety show through the network? Ronyu felt that there was a high probability that they would be clear, but they still chose this day, clearly because they wanted to be popular and have a topic. There is no real value at all for pulling and stepping on a small variety show that is not well known, but through the comparison of resources, environments, and guests after the live broadcast of the two variety shows, the Youth We team can have many directions to show. For example, 2 TV series of the same type are released on the same day. One is well served and has excellent acting skills. Come up. Generally speaking, us of Youth doesn't care whether another variety show is famous or not. They just need to be sure that their variety show can outperform the other in the comparison of strengths. In this way, they not only have the topicality of the promotion can also show itself during the promotion, allowing the audience to serve as tap water for them. Ronyu shook her head and closed Weibo, not going to read it again. She did think of something. In the novel Now, Let's Start Learning variety show became popular after the first few episodes. A female star became popular. After the female star had a conflict with the heroine and was beaten in the face, this variety show became a stepping stone for Youth We Stone. Ronyu sent a text message to Wu Wei, asking her to send the list of several guests. At the same time, earth-shaking changes took place in some parts of the country. At 9 o'clock, in the 3 cities with the most dense population and the highest economic development, Merishu City, Jiksu City, and Longgaoshan City, all the subway station advertisements were replaced with Now, Study Hard, slogan. Not only that, but the advertising spaces at bus stops and high-speed rail stations are all covered with a promotion. On the 22nd of November, let's watch Now, let's study hard, click to enjoy a different learning life. That's nothing. At 9:30, the opening screen advertisements of Douchi app, Weibo, Xiaoshu, several major shopping platforms, music software, and any app with more than 10 million daily active users have become Now, Study Hard. Blue and white poster. The time and live broadcast platform are printed on the poster. The whole network was shocked. Make sure now, study hard. Aren't the propagandists hackers? Have you really not hacked the opening screen advertisements of so many apps at once? You tell me that all these riding horses are bought. Ha ha, only dogs believe it. At 9:40 a.m., the number of reporting calls on various app platforms exploded, and there were countless reporting emails. They all said worriedly, "Programmers, wake up, your open screen advertisements have been hacked by hackers." Staff who know the truth. Outrageous, right? When we received this promotional content, we also felt that it was outrageous. 99% of the people on the internet don't understand now. Let's study hard. What is it? At 9:48, the Baidu index of this entry has skyrocketed by 1,000 times, and the information found is even more surprising. And now, study hard. Related web pages are all demeaning and mocking marketing articles, and almost every article mentions that this variety show is a small variety show that can't find investment. The 5 guests are all little-known scumbags, and they are not worth watching. Netizens fell silent when they saw the news. They are all people who have to go to work or school, and when they read these news, they are either on their way to work, in the office, or in school. Can look up. The blue and white posters on the bus stops are too bright to be ignored, and the advertising spaces in the subway stations are all filled with blue and white. The promotional slogan "Let's Study Hard Now" is scrolling on the large LED screen in the opposite square. What's even more amazing is that when the students in class are absent-minded, a publicity hot air balloon was floating in the sky. The 22nd of November, "Let's study hard now." The big words made people's eyes hurt. Look down at the articles written by marketing accounts. Right now, study hard. How far can a short drama without investment go? Netizens on the internet, you tell me this is called Xiaopozong. Redefine the 7 words no investment and small break. The internet has been turned upside down. Variety show related entries occupy 3, each of which has an astonishing degree of discussion, and is definitely not a hot search for buying. I haven't heard of this variety show before. Why there is so much publicity all of a sudden? Generally, before the announcement of a rich variety show, there is one hot search a day. Why is there no such variety show? I'm completely shocked. The most confusing celebrity and variety show, with the top publicity. Awesome, investors have something. There are a lot of people who ridicule this variety show on the internet. One look at it is a marketing campaign for us of youth, which is really good. Laughing to death, their team just posted a wave of rambling articles in the morning, saying that there is no publicity for learning this variety show, and the reservation is confused. Remember to close the private message, or the double top fans will come. Afraid of a hammer, learning variety shows has spent a lot of money, and the investors behind it are rich, so are you afraid of being hit by the other side? I would like to call it, "This is crazy propaganda," commendative term. Ha ha ha, mad dog propaganda, don't mess with me, or I will make your world full of my advertisements. Help! Which investor gave the money? Come out and let me worship. At this moment, the number of fans on the official blog of director Wu Wei and Now Study Hard is skyrocketing, and there are countless comments. Most of them asked questions like whose strategy is the mad dog propaganda, who is the wronged investor who paid for this propaganda, can you really make money for the donor father like this? At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Wei had a live interview event. It was an invitation sent by a small entertainment company before, and there were not many people in their live broadcast room. But at 2:30 this afternoon, the number of online viewers exceeded 5 million. The barrage flashed crazily. The small reporter from the entertainment company knew that this was a good opportunity to expand their popularity, so they performed well and never asked any strange questions. Finally, she was going to ask 2 questions that netizens on the whole network have been paying attention to for a long time. The first question, who is responsible for this thought-provoking publicity strategy? It is reasonable to guess that what the reporter originally wanted to say was crazy propaganda. Laughing until I beat the bed, this wave of variety show promotion is perfect. The most ignorant star is equipped with the most top-notch publicity. I want to see this all the time. Wu Wei was shocked all day long. Before answering the question, She took a long breath and smiled politely at the screen. The publicity is done by our sole investor. Fuck, how much does it cost to ride a horse? After the rich woman who bought the plane and the fat cat who bought the team, there is another rich man who takes "Don't mess with me, or I will make your world full of my advertisements" as his principle. Reasonable suspicion that this is a person. The fat cat's name is the fat cat who works hard to spend money. If it's really a person, I've seen her trying to spend money. You see, those who floated on the sky and those who ran on the ground were all the fruits of her hard work. Family members. Chapter 27, 1. The little reporter was taken aback for a long time before recovering. He clenched the microphone in his hand tremblingly and asked the second question: on what basis did the investor make such a decision? She held the microphone tighter, for fear that she would be too shocked to hold the microphone when she heard the answer. Wu Wei shook her head heavily. She couldn't understand the rich woman's world. Rich people don't need a reason to spend money. After the live broadcast, this interview quickly appeared on the hot search terms. Topics are at an all-time high. Wu Wei didn't understand why investors would follow the crazy publicity route, but the majority of netizens who watched did understand. The double top stream lineup of youth we has attracted the attention of the whole network. It claims to be the ceiling of the variety show industry. The investment in the variety show exceeds 300 million. I'm going to explode soon. Follow me quickly was posted on the profile of the official blog. It's no problem to pull it off with the little guy in variety shows, but how dare you pull it off in front of rich people? Investors probably can't understand the overwhelming soft texts and arrogance of "We are young, out of love for now, let's start learning." Xiao Po Zong's pity and sympathy taught the arrogant variety show an educational lesson. You are crazy and let you be crazy. I am not going crazy. This time Xiao Po Zong successfully got out of the circle. The most discussed is not the variety show itself, but the mysterious investor who triggered this frenzy. Some sand sculpture netizens have already applied for a Baidu entry for crazy propaganda. The explanation is as follows. Crazy publicity, the 16th of November, 2023. Now, start learning. The mysterious investor created a new way of publicity in the entertainment industry by himself, Mad Dog Publicity, also known as crazy publicity. As the name suggests, it refers to promoting a certain drama, movie or variety show like crazy regardless of the cost. This kind of publicity implements the principle of "don't mess with me, or your world will be filled with my advertisements," and it will deal a heavy blow to the opponent's variety shows and film and television dramas. However, the scope of this propaganda method is narrow, and it only supports top tycoons who don't treat money as money. It is recommended that ordinary small crews or big crews who think they are rich should not try this method. Crazy publicity has a far-reaching impact on the entertainment industry, and the mysterious investor behind it is the focus of attention on the entire internet. It is the same as the fat cat rich woman who bought the RG team for Aiden, and the rich woman who spent 400 million to buy 3 private jets in the live broadcast room. What is the relationship between the rich woman on the plane and whether she is the same person has become a big mystery. In any case, the aggressive behavior of the mysterious investor dealt a heavy blow to "We are young, now, let's start learning." Realized a headwind in publicity. This text was moved to the hot search, and the whole internet burst into laughter. Discussions about who the mystery investor was continued, and someone started a thread on a gossip group. 80% of the people are inclined to believe that the mysterious investor, the fat cat, and the rich airplane lady are all alone. The host who opened the post agrees with this. My reason is very simple. Since Pan Mao bought the team for RE, there have been more and more incidents that shocked the whole network. On the 3rd day after buying the team, the wealthy airplane lady made her grand debut. About 10 days later, the mysterious investor appeared again. If it is not a person, it is not clear why there have been so many such things in a series since the appearance of the fat cat. And Pan Mao's Weibo is called Pan Mao, who spends money hard. Buying planes and investing in Xiao Po Zong is very likely to be her efforts. Of course, there are more efforts that we can't see. Another point, now that she has been confirmed as the wealthy eldest lady of the Jiyu family, the first-time Jiyu fusion, the heir of Bojan, left a message on Weibo to support Pan Mao's esports team. It's not easy to have a relationship with Jiu Fusion, let alone Jiu Fusion treats Pang Pang Mao with a protective attitude. This status is worthy of her goal of spending money hard. There's no way, if you don't work hard to spend money, you won't be able to spend it all. I really want to have the pain of the young lady. On that day, the fat cat, who spent so much money, dominated the hot search all day. Someone took out a calculator to calculate how much she spent for the eldest lady. Among the several shocking spending items that came out, everyone speculated Fat Cat seemed to be more special to the RG team. Before buying the team, he not only refuted the attacks of black fans, the day before yesterday Jiu Fusion also deliberately used the word ugly to express the same point of view as Pang Pang Mao, and supported Pang Pang Mao and her team in disguise. What does this mean? RG is the favorite of Chubby Cat. The RG team instantly became the envy of the entire league. Some players from esports clubs came to gossip about their bosses, wanting to know the true face of Chubby Mao. It's a pity that all the staff and players of the RG team don't know the true identity of the boss at all. Laughing to death, boss Bodhisattva doesn't seem to love them so seriously. Chubby Mao, who has been looking for all over the internet, is talking to Wu Wei about the development of Xiaopozong. Wu Wei finally got in touch with Ronyu in the afternoon. Wu Wei didn't understand Ronyu's approach very much. She felt that if the publicity funds were so abundant, more funds should be spent on content upgrades. For example, let 5 guests go to popular live broadcasts and variety shows to make their fame popular, and there will be many fans watching the live broadcast at that time. Live streaming is different from recording. The recording and broadcasting only takes 2 hours through editing, and the live broadcast usually lasts for 7 or 8 hours. Passers-by can't last for such a long time. Only very sticky fans can persist. If you want to improve the effect of the live broadcast, increase the ratings of the live broadcast and the number of online viewers, it is definitely the best choice to start with 5 guests. Ronyu's overwhelming publicity has indeed caused a sensation on the internet, and the topic is very hot, but passers-by will only come to watch the fun, and leave after watching. Of course Ronyu knew. Director Wu Wei, how long will this promotion last? Do you want to put more publicity costs on how to increase the popularity of guests, such as buying some popular searches? Fat Cat, no way. Absolutely cannot buy hot search. Every time she sees some strange hot search entries on Weibo, Ronyu clicks in and realizes that she has been scammed by the entries. For example, when someone passed away, Ronyu thought that she would mourn the old drama with a heavy heart, but it turned out that a certain character in a drama passed away. Doesn't the publicity team have a conscience for buying such an eye-catching hot search? Ronyu knows that placing subway advertisements and buying open-screen advertisements is not the best way of publicity, and cannot attract the most people to variety shows, but she doesn't care how much popularity and online viewers the publicity can bring. She just wants to experience it, the joy of publicity. Give some credit to the variety show you invest in. In the end, it doesn't matter whether the audience buys it or not. Ronyu is confident. I'm not an agent, why should I help them increase their popularity? Besides, she was here to see the 5 guests being taught a lesson by a bully, not to make them popular as a bodhisattva. Thinking of this, Ronyu's thoughts suddenly widened. Fat Cat, I don't interfere with the content, but some things can be changed. Director Wu Wei, tell me. Fat Cat, there are still 5 or 6 days before the live broadcast, right? Find a weekend to replace the school desks and chairs with brand new models. The students, sisters and brothers are working hard, and the winter is very cold. We must protect the flowers of the motherland, and the cafeteria will send free hot soup. The 5 guests used the old tables and chairs and left them alone. Don't ask, if you ask, they are not the flowers of the motherland, so they should be self-reliant when they are so big. What hot soup do they want? Study hard for me. Ronyu didn't actually do anything. The 5 guests still kept the treatment she received when she came, neither increased nor decreased, but the treatment of the students improved by more than 1 degree. Wu Wei finally understood Ronyu's intentions. She didn't want to make money, and she didn't want to promote the 5 little stars to make more money for the variety show like other investors, just for the original content of the show. The amateur Xuba taught the 5 imperfect celebrity guests. In other words, Ron, you came here purely for fun. A very nonsensical reason. But this was exactly Wu Wei's initial thought. After finding investment in the past 2 days, she desperately wanted to upgrade the content of the variety show and improve the environment like We Are Young. But she lost her original intention. Wu Wei understood. Thank you. Ron Yu tilted her head and did not reply. She didn't do anything. Online, discussions about her publicity methods are still ongoing. This time, careful netizens discovered a very important point. Pan Mao spent so much money on the publicity of Xiao Pozong, and the methods are all kinds of strange and various. When it comes to publicity, she will definitely think of hot searches, but she didn't buy it. I seem to get what the blogger means. This is the pattern. No matter how much you put your head on Amway, you won't use weird titles to attract everyone's attention. The offline and online advertising posters are simple. You can watch what you want, and don't watch what you don't want. This kind of impression is very good. Yes, my sister is my internet mouthpiece, and I have experienced being respected as an audience. I want to pay attention to the immortal fat cat. I feel that she must be a very gentle lady. The fans of Chubby Cat soared, and so did Xiaopo Comprehensive Official Blog. The crazy publicity is not only funny, it looks crazy but also contains real reason and respect. Nothing is mentioned in the publicity, but the crazy and rational publicity has made many people's favorability soar, and they decided to support it after the broadcast. At 5 p.m., TV drama bloggers held a voting event. We were youth supported by double top streams, and now, let's study hard. Which one to choose? The number of votes for the Xiaopo variety show is overwhelming, and the variety show team of We Are Young is furious. The management team of the original heroine and heroine of the novel remained silent and did not make a fuss on the cusp of this kind of storm. The biggest influence was the program group and the management, who proposed the strategy of dragging down. Countless investors sent questions and directly scolded them for being brainless. The self-proclaimed ceiling variety show satirizes Xiao Fuzong without any promotional expenses, but was beaten up by the other party's investors, and directly became the laughing stock of the entire network. This is the blessing of latte Xiao Pozong tilde. In the novel, We Are Youth initially aroused the dissatisfaction of passers-by because of this kind of publicity strategy, and it was really fragrant after the live broadcast started. The hero and heroine of the novel were scolded by passers-by at the beginning, so they purified their abuse fans and harvested a wave of diehard fans. After appearing on variety shows, they harvested a wave of passers-by again. Their active fans entered the peak period, which is very important for their future. After that, the performance of the male lead and the female lead in the entertainment industry was finally seen by their parents, and soon they retired and went home to inherit the family property. The family power grew day by day, and then they ran into Bojan. Xiao Pozong's momentum is very good now, and they have no chance to come back and harvest fans. At the same time, Ron Yu boarded the investment forum. Luke Swan didn't call her back in the morning to see if she was there in the afternoon. There are a few more messages in the private message column. You actually found someone else behind my back. A cat bought 20 million Shirue shares last time. How much money she gave you? I can do it too. Ron Yu replied, my investment principles are similar to hers. After the initial users said so, Luke Swan got angry and didn't pester her anymore. At the end of the investment class, Ron Yu and Luke Swan became friends on WeChat. 10 minutes later, Ron Yu took the initiative to contact Luke Swan. Fat cat, dog waving.jpg. Luke Swan replied quickly, confident and unhappy. GIF. Fat cat, what's the matter? I was dumped twice by the same person. She said she would take me to make a little money, and brought another cat. Why your name is also a cat, it brings back bad memories for me. I don't want to chat with Mao Mao online. Fat cat, you wait. Ron Yu logged onto the forum user 1cat, and then took a screenshot of the name and sent it to Luke Swan. Plump cat, I'm also on the forum. Yesterday I heard that you were provoked by forum users. I think it's because of this. I want to invite you to make a little money together. Luke Swan was stunned by the pie that fell from the sky. In fact, Luke Swan was not unhappy after being rejected. The reason for her wanting to make money was not pure, not only for wealth and freedom, but also to get angry with her parents and brother. During this period of time, the anger has almost disappeared. I have also experienced in the small private investment class. There is no urgent need or regret in terms of making money. When the initial user rejected her, Luke Swan even had the idea of giving up on this matter. The 100 million check received from Lu Jin is still in the bag. Knowing that Ron Yu invited his younger sister to make money together, Lu Jin raised his hands in favor of it. He didn't have the idea of letting his sister use this to get close to Ron Yu. Even if he did, it would only take a small part. In the face of business and family problems, Lu Jin can maintain absolute rationality in most cases. After graduating from university, Luke Swan didn't do any serious business. Her only life plan was to raise a puppy, which sounds like a headache. Now she has finally developed a little interest in making money, so she can't kill it in the cradle. Lu Jin doesn't have any hope of making money from her younger sister's business plan. As long as her younger sister can take her mind off raising a puppy, she can use any amount of startup capital she wants. Even if the first stop of their entrepreneurial journey is to hold a handful of diamonds and sprinkle them in the sky, it is okay to study and observe the expressions and psychological states of passers-by. As long as there is no puppy, everything will be easy to handle. Under Lu Jin's persuasion and urging, Luke Swan successfully boarded Ron Yu's entrepreneurial boat. To celebrate their cooperation, Lu Jin gave Luke Swan another 100 million venture capital. Of course, there are also selfish desires to show yourself in front of idols. Ron Yu expressed a general investment philosophy in WeChat, and invited Luke Swan to Jiyu's family to discuss future development plans. Plumpcat, when I consult with an investment consultant about a project, I don't pay much attention to the rate of return on investment. I just want to invest in a happy and profitable project. It doesn't matter if I earn less. Swan, do you think so, Tilda? Lu Jin watched from the side, a little moved. Ron Yu still doesn't fight or grab, and doesn't care about fame and fortune. Going back to the Jiyu family, who was so poor that they had only money left, but they didn't rely on the family's guilt. An investment consultant who wants to make money and wants to play with Luke Swan. The same thing happened at Jian Huai's house. Compared with the two, Ron Yu and Jian Huai's younger brother are completely different. He is a good idol, and there is no couch room for close contact. Tonight's signing game, he must work harder. Lu Jin personally drove Luke Swan to Jiyu's house. When they arrived, Jiyu Fusion had just gotten out of the car. Seeing the two of them through the windshield, Jiyu Fusion asked the old butler, "Why are they here?" Miss invites Luke Swan to have dinner together. Jiyu Fu Chen frowned. "Is there no invitation to drive?" The old housekeeper smiled sheepishly. "Mr. Lu Jin is not on the invitation list. Don't prepare his dishes tonight. He's just a spare driver." When Lu Jin got out of the car, she happened to hear this innocuous instruction, and knew what Jiyu Chen was having a temper without listening to the context. Lu Jin signaled Luke Swan to go up to find Ron Yu. He walked slowly to Jiyu Fusion's side, and said with a smile, "Jiyu Chen, don't be angry, there will be more opportunities to see me at Jiyu's house in the future. I'm afraid you'll get sick from anger." Jiyu Fu Chen. The old butler took a few steps back when the two were talking, giving them space to talk. Lu Jin murmured in a low voice, "You invited my sister to do some small investment to pass the time. Let me solemnly introduce that my sister and your sister are now investment partners, and there are many opportunities to meet each other. I am Vu Hao brother. I will send my sister. It's only natural to come to Jiyu's house." The implication is that Jiyu Fu Chen will be able to see him every day after get off work. Jiyu Fu Chen's face darkened 3 points. Seeing Lu Jin's proud back disappear from sight, Jiyu Fusion contacted Song Wen. "In addition to the matter of the pension industry, there is an urgent matter for you to do. You say." Song Wen feels that Mr. Jiyu has been very career-minded recently. He stays up in the early hours of the night every night and has implemented the work 007. Not to mention, he suddenly entered the elderly care industry recently. 2 days later, the news is bound to bomb the entire financial circle. There are many problems in the elderly care industry, and the major shareholders did not agree at first, but several targeted measures proposed by the boss perfectly solved the problem of thunderstorms, and the shareholders were eager to announce the project quickly. As long as Ji Fusion wanted to do it, there was nothing he couldn't do. Song Wen was overjoyed. Ji, investigate Li Jin's itinerary plan, and make sure that he can't leave work before 7 o'clock every night. Song Wen, what's this? Could it be that they are competing for the same industry with the Lu Group? I didn't hear from Li Jin's special assistant that he wanted to enter the elderly care industry. It makes sense to think about it carefully. How could the other party tell him about such a highly confidential matter? Song Wen responded immediately. This must be an exclusive business strategy for friends. Realistic business wars, dragging down the opponent's boss, making him unable to go home on time, exhausting him with work, entertainment and troubles. Ji Fusion put away his phone with satisfaction and followed Li Jin. Ron is willing to make some happy small investments and pass the time with Luke Swan. She must have basic confidence in investing, and everything is developing in the direction he planned. Ron Yu and Luke Swan exchanged investment plans in the study on the 7th floor, and Ron Yu talked most of the time. I don't want to be too tired. The initial user has the same philosophy as me. Every time I find a project I am interested in, I tell her that she will tell me whether she earns or not, and how much she can earn. When not investing, money put it in stocks or banks. Don't worry about using the money. I just want the initial users to recommend me a stock with a stable growth rate. During this period of time, Ronyu paid attention to the stock market every day because she wanted to make money for now. Let's get started. Luke Swan didn't understand investment, and she wasn't in a hurry to make money, so she listened to what Ronyu said. After Ronyu finished speaking, Luke Swan told her what Li Jin asked her to discuss. We now make money from the initial user's investment direction, and I should bear part of the cost of hiring her. No thanks. Luke Swan shook her head, very persistent. Ronyu thought for a while. Swan, you just said that you have 200 million in your hands. Yeah, my brother gave it to me. I don't want the investment consultant's fee. I don't pay the principal. How about you? All the money she earned from work has been invested, and the last 500,000 yuan was left for her brother to send to the pension industry for nothing, and the startup capital was zero. Luke Swan can solve the urgent need. She provides the brain, and Luke Swan provides the money, just like what Luke Swan said in the initial forum. Luke Swan felt that she still made money. 200 million is nothing in the GU family, and the profit is 50 to 5 cents. Ronyu insisted on this, but Luke Swan couldn't compete with her, so she nodded heavily. Yayo elder sister takes her to make money. What can she do for Yayo? Luke Swan, let's go to class together next time. Yuya first came back to the wealthy family, and she didn't know anyone, so she wanted to introduce all the little sisters to Ronyu. Carry the banner of the social circle for Ronyu. When Luke Swan and Ronyu took the elevator downstairs together, Ronyu's delicate white porcelain face was reflected in the elevator. Although they haven't said anything yet, Luke Swan feels that they will become good friends in the future. As Ji Fusion wished, Li Jin was so busy in the next 4 days that he was dizzy, and the important task of sending his younger sister Luke Swan to Jiu's house was handed over to the driver. Ronyu and Luke Swan's investment journey was 180 times easier than others from the very beginning. There are tens of thousands of investment projects, and the first step in investment is to establish the investment direction for a short period of time in the future. Ronyu wrote down entertainment-related industries such as film and television, games, short videos, music, reading, food, etc. on white paper. She and Luke Swan figured it out and decided that the first stage would be mainly film and television entertainment. The items they pay attention to go to games, food, music, reading, and short videos. Luke Swan unswervingly took the film and television entertainment industry as the first step of investment, but it was actually because of her own selfishness. She knew that Ronyu had been in the entertainment industry for 3 years before, and it seemed that her life was not very good. They were regarded as migrant workers in the entertainment industry. Now that they entered the entertainment industry as bosses, the high-level executives who ignored Ronyu must regret it. Snort. Let them bully you. Now, she is taking Yayo to sweep the entertainment industry. The investment direction was decided after a completely thoughtless decision. Ronyu showed Luke Swan the recent investment project documents in the entertainment industry compiled by Xiaoxi. Take a copy each and put a check mark next to the item you are interested in. On the first day, the two of them watched a very unpromising web drama at the same time. According to the initial user feedback, this modern interactive web drama is very likely to lose 10%. Not much to lose, they want to be happy. This web drama is the first web drama in the history of web dramas that is filmed and broadcast at the same time. Interactive options are added to the drama. Different audience choices will lead to different plots. For example, if you choose cold water or cake for a small plot, if you choose cake, you can see the plot in which the hero and the heroine have a good impression of each other, which is not sweet. The boy who delivered the cold water rolled his eyes. Sometimes 3 options also appear. Each episode is 15 minutes long, with multi-line scripts in parallel, and it is very difficult to shoot, but because of the unique interactive method, it may become a dark horse in the online drama, and the investment cost is about double that of other online dramas. The pros and cons of web dramas are clearly stated in the list sent by She, and Ronyu doesn't care about them. What she likes is the remarks above. If investors are willing, they can modify follow-up options and plots according to investors' ideas. Ronyu. For privately customized interactive dramas, the high investment price is no problem at all. Luke Swan thought the same. She hasn't watched this kind of drama yet, and she is particularly interested in high-intensity interactions. The investment is 10 million yuan, which is not low for a web drama. Therefore, in the film and television industry, no investor is willing to take the risk of investing tens of millions in a web drama. The positioning of web dramas has already shown that its audience will not be too many, and there is a high probability that it will lose money. Ronyu didn't care about the little money lost. She just felt that it was unlucky to lose money on the first project at the beginning of the investment journey. The two discussed and came up with a solution to move the web drama to the second project. They are really clever. It's okay to lose, but you must never be the first to lose. Investment also needs to have a face. Pay attention to a good start. The first project they chose became an investment in a literary film. For the new work directed by Pei Yinan, Ronyu chose this film with the attitude of supporting old acquaintances. Its shortcomings are written in detail in the document, and no investors have seen its charm and value for the time being. Literary films are not popular among the minority, and Pei Yinan seems to have conflicts with a big company. He has not made a movie for 2 years, and people in the industry question his ability. The previous film was blocked and could not be released, but no investors dared to vote for this film. Pei Yinan's budget was priced at 50 million. Ronyu realized that the movie could make money back, but not too much. Just be able to maintain a good start. Luke Swan also chose this literary film, purely because of its nice name. 9 Summers, brief introduction, the 9th summer spent with her. In 3 days, Ronyu and Luke Swan invested in 5 projects in a row, spending 100 million. I don't know if their hobbies are very different from other investors in the entertainment industry. The projects they are looking at are all the kind that investors are unwilling to invest in. When the news of the successful investment reached Pei Yinan, the web drama director, the music variety show director, the film festival planner, and the short film director, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Have someone voted for their project? How can this be? How risky their projects are, how difficult they are, and how small the market is. There are several people who count. When they tried their luck to participate in the investment promotion, they never expected to succeed. Now that their wishes come true, it feels like a dream. They asked the person in charge of the project and learned that an individual organization codenamed Optimist voted for their project, and they all wanted to come to thank them personally. Ronyu only urged them, don't be polite, do things quickly. She is still waiting to play an interactive web drama. When this urging reached the ears of the 5 recruiters, it became a spur to concentrate on doing things and realize their dreams. She must be a wonderful person, everyone understands, and is very moved. They knew how difficult this money was, and they cherished this hard-earned money more than ever. They didn't waste a single dollar and used it wisely. What you did sparked discussions in the film and television circles. On the 4th day of cooperation between Ronyu and Luke Swan, an industry expert in the film and television investment circle expressed his opinion on Weibo. The optimal approach completely violates the laws of the market, and these few investment projects have no potential to become popular for the time being. I really want to know what kind of attitude I chose these projects for. Chenkin, the wind vane of the film and television investment circle, has been paying attention to optimization for the past 2 days. The investment philosophy of optimist is very similar to the mysterious investor who created the crazy publicity. In Chenkin's opinion, the 5 projects invested by Yuya are roughly the same as the return of putting money in the bank. At this stage, Ronyu has invested in now. Let's start learning. Of course she was the one who promoted it. Chengshin speculates that the preferred may be Ronyu. You are the same. As for word choice, Chengshin recalled Luke Swan, the youngest daughter of the Lu family, who was sitting next to Ronyu in the investment class a few days ago. The two of them won't join together to invest, right? A big lady, chubby cat, has already shocked the entire entertainment circle, and a little princess. What kind of fantasy direction things will develop? Chengshin dare not even think about it. Goosebumps all over his body. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to have them in domestic entertainment. At's statement on Weibo resonated with many investors in the film and television industry. Most people think that optimist is silly, while a small number of them agree with the approach of optimist. In addition to profit and business, the entertainment industry should also have human touch. I feel that I can't make much money in the few projects I invested in, but it is conducive to the flourishing of the entertainment industry. Chengshin naturally sided with Ronyu and Luke Swan, posted on Weibo, which I haven't seen for a long time, and replied at. In addition to profit, the entertainment industry should also have human touch. The few projects that are preferred to invest in, although they will not make much money, are conducive to the flourishing of the entertainment industry. Soon, a marketing account in the film and television industry moved the conversation between Dongqing and Chenkin. I heard that an investor spent 100 million to invest in some unprofitable projects. Passers-by clicked in to watch, wondering which idiot made such a decision with his toes. After seeing the preferred investment projects, the attitude immediately changed. Before I clicked in, I thought it was a brain-dead decision-making process. After I clicked in, I found that I love all 5 items. Interactive web drama listening for the first time. I feel very interesting. I've been looking forward to Director Pei's new film for a long time. Speechless, a group of investors said that these projects are not profitable and there is no need for them to exist. The replies from the group of investors were filled with a sense of arrogance. I went to look it up. I recently invested in several bad dramas with less than 6 points. I don't know what I'm proud of. This is what I want to see in the entertainment industry, where 100 flowers bloom, without bad dramas and bad stars getting together just to eat at. Chengshin supported Ronyu and Luke Swan, and posted another Weibo. It's not bad to revitalize the entertainment industry with one's own strength. The entertainment industry has been bored with bad dramas and bad actors for a long time. The idol who can't even remember the lines can still play the leading role. The ugly plot, the ugly actors, and the ugly capital are 3 in 1, giving the audience an ugly performance. The world where viewers get hurt is reached. The preferred things are exactly what the entertainment industry does not have and what they need, but profit-seeking investors don't care about these things, and they don't want to face in order to make money, which makes many people rebellious. A few days ago in the entertainment circle came a chubby cat who was crazy about publicity. A few days later came an investor who doesn't care about making money at all. With the joint efforts of the 2 rich women, many people suddenly felt, we have internal entertainment, really, save up. According to insiders, the 2 preferred to spend money for their love and only invest in projects they like. Netizens thought of a nickname for them, Happy Sisters Flowers. Others invest, see the market and focus on profits. Happy Sisters spends investment, you can earn less money, but the content must satisfy me. This is similar to the crazy propaganda of Chubby Cat. Fat Cat is very famous now. When it comes to rich women or young ladies, the first word that flashes in people's minds is definitely her, and she has also been named the new top star in the entertainment industry. Of course the lady doesn't care about this. Optimal investment inherits the essence of Pang Pang Mao. The whole network is very interested in optimal and optimal projects, and wants to see if they are as crazy as Pang Pang Mao's crazy publicity. At 7 p.m., the first episode of the detective interactive online drama Invested by Yuyo Investment was broadcast on the video website. Within 5 minutes of its launch, the number of hits exceeded 100,000. That night, the clicks and comments increased exponentially, and the audience watched the interactive online drama more than once, and some obsessive-compulsive disorder asked themselves to try all 3 lines in the first episode. Every time the choice is different, the protagonist gets different information during the decryption process, which is more interesting than offline script killing. At the same time, Ronyu was also playing. She got carried away playing. The first episode lasted more than 20 minutes, and she played for more than an hour, and there were more than 3 lines in it. There are 3 choices in one episode, and each choice has 3 options. Each option can extend a different plot. It is very interesting, but it is not brain-intensive. As long as you follow the plot, you can always choose the right option. Very good. That night, the number of views of the online drama exceeded 1 million, making it the most popular drama on major video sites. This online drama, which invested tens of millions, made money back from video advertisements on the first day it went live. Dongqian, who is not optimistic about this drama, is particularly embarrassed. He does not go out for a few days and does not post on Weibo. The same is true for the investors who satirized the best investors on Weibo. They not only made money, but also won the praise of the majority of netizens. Fuck. How could they not encounter such a thing? Ronyu was a little confused. She is sure that the show will lose a little bit, but the actual situation is a little different from what she feels. Could it be because her influence can change the change of an investment now? The project that originally planned to lose money could earn 50 million yuan. Ronyu and Luke Swan felt a sense of excitement of wealth falling from heaven. The two of them clearly only wanted to invest happily and earn a small amount of money, but in the end they made a lot of money, and the internet praised the two of them as the only ones in the world, and Ronyu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. You can still make money while lying down, and you can also be farted by others. This kind of life is so happy that it is unbelievable. Ronyu and Luke Swan sent each other screenshots of comments that they praised very interestingly on the internet. Some netizens asked Happy Sisters to compete with Pang Pang Mao to see whether it is crazy publicity, or we are paying for happiness. Happy Sister Flowers, happy flowers together. Plump Cat. Some people suggested that Plump Cat and Yuya 3 people form the best Plump Cat together, and make their debut together to stir up the entertainment industry. Fit, the netizens are so cute, and some people asked, why don't you bring the cat to play with? She has created a top-notch cat to promote the new era. You can't take her away just because she is fat. Fat cat, I'm not fat. Could it be that the fat cat is unhappy spending money alone, and found a sister to be with her? This netizen is so smart. When Ronyu swiped Weibo, the smile on the corner of her mouth became brighter and brighter. Netizens are all jokers, and their ability to tell jokes is first-rate. Swiping, I saw a Weibo post from my former manager. I found a female star who is sure to become popular, even better than my last one. There were a lot of comments, and they all scolded him, saying that he was not worthy of being Ronyu's manager. Ronyu didn't feel any fluctuation in her heart. Her manager is irritable and weird, with 3 views and no morals. He often directs others to do things arrogantly, and few people like him. Ronyu didn't give him a look, and quickly swiped over. Her eyes paused for a while on the next Weibo. It was a Weibo post from a marketing account. Yukai actually rejected an S&TV series, and took on Phoenix. Chapter 28, 1. God of Wealth. Jiang Huai likes these 3 words very much. His mobile phone screen is the God of Wealth, which can bless him to make money again and again. There are no feudal superstitions. Jack understands the truth, but when it comes to money, Jack will attach great importance to metaphysics. Jiang Huai tried including but not limited to praying to God and worshipping Buddha, fortune-telling, tarot cards, and horoscope. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. When bad luck comes and there is no fortune in life, Jiang Huai immediately beats people into a row of magic sticks and carries out the metaphysics of selection to the end. Ronyu has the ability to turn decay into magic. It is amazing that the playful investment method can recover the cost, and what is even more amazing is that through this nonsensical method, while making money, it has also won praise from everyone. That's tantamount to Ronyu, the Bodhisattva's younger sister, was sitting on the lotus platform and throwing banknotes to all sentient beings. The people around cheered and jumped for joy. After seeing that it was a Bodhisattva, more banknotes were thrown over. The others dispersed happily, leaving the Bodhisattva alone with his head full of banknotes, silent and at a loss. It was so outrageous that Jianguai was very envious. The real version of being thrown with money, his dream life. Jianguai had just arrived at the company when he called Ronyu. Unfortunately, the VIP elevator was being repaired. He could only wait at the elevator door, took the tablet from the special assistant and browsed carefully, and discussed cooperation with Ronyu on the phone. 200 million is very little, and Jianguai wants to see how far Ronyu can go. On the phone, Ronyu asked, "Are you sure you want to give me 200 million yuan? First of all, I don't guarantee that I can make money." There were quite a few employees at the elevator entrance, and seeing the workaholic boss get stiff, no one dared to speak. The 8 elevators on the first floor of Jiang's building were full of people, and everyone kept quiet with a tacit understanding, not daring to disturb the workaholic boss to make phone calls. A very light laughter suddenly came from the quiet hall, like the spring breeze blowing in March, calming everyone's tension in an instant. Jianguai laughed and teased, "Sister Bodhisattva, you don't know anything about your abilities. Ronyu, he should be the one who knows nothing." Whenever she invests in a project with a premonition of high returns, Jianguai will give her more than 200 million yuan. "Sister Bodhisattva," Jianguai said in a good mood, "I will send the check to Jiyu Fuxian later and ask him to pass it to you." Someone rushed to her door to raise money to give her money. Ronyu didn't refuse again, and emphasized again, "It doesn't matter if it's profitable." Jianguai imitated her tone, "Okay, Sister Bodhisattva." His vision of seeing people can't make mistakes, and Ronyu can't lose. The employees waiting for the elevator in the lobby all cast their gazes at Jianguai, curious as to who the workaholic boss was calling, and his attitude was so amicable and relaxed. Needless to say, the other party must have made a lot of money for the boss. Before hanging up the phone, Jianguai thought of something. "I have a question. Ronyu had a good attitude towards the person who gave her money, say it." Jianguai hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Jiyu Fuxian said before that his sister doesn't love money. In order to keep the noble sister who sees money like dung, Jiyu Fuxian had to force Ronyu to spend money and assign her homework for spending money. From buying a team, buying an airplane to promoting a small variety show like crazy, Ronyu completed her homework very well high. From this series of money-spending actions, it can be seen that Jiyu Fuxian assigned her a lot of homework. She was under a lot of academic pressure, and the way of spending money became more and more crazy. It perfectly interpreted the whole process of a normal student starting to collapse under heavy homework. Poor Bodhisattva, who obviously doesn't love money so much, but is forced to spend it. How nice it is to give it to him directly. Jianguai felt very unbalanced. He also wanted someone who would force him to spend money. Ronyu's fun and investment projects have earned her so much money, and the more money she spends, the more she spends. How sad Ronyu must be. Jianguai was also very sad. Ronyu doesn't love money, and even if she hangs the sign "I don't love money" on her chest, someone will give her money with all her heart. He wants money, but earning it is so difficult. Why is there such a big gap between people? Jianguai, which has hundreds of billions of assets, sighed. After a long time, he solemnly asked, "Sister Bodhisattva, don't you feel sorry if you don't appreciate the beauty of money?" Ronyu, who can't experience the happiness of money? Don't spread rumors, I understand. Ronyu was about to refute, but Jianguai had an important call and had to hang up. She stared at the finished call page, and after thinking for a long time, she finally had an epiphany. Jianguai said so, 80% of them are advancing by retreating, giving her a high hat of not loving money, and taking away her small money in a fair manner when dividing profits in the future. This overbearing boss probably has 800 minds. She called Luke Swan and discussed how much of the profit she would give Jianguai. In the end, it was decided to split 50-50. Jianghuai, as the capital, naturally wanted to take more profits and monopolize 50%. More importantly, Jianghuai paid them to enjoy investment or lose money. No matter how you look at it, he was miserable. Ronyu simply sent the profit-sharing principle to Jianghuai. After Jianghuai chatted with the shareholders, he was stunned for a while when he saw the message from Ronyu. He didn't want to split it in half. Ronyu and Luxuan, the two young ladies, were working as laborers for him. It was polite not to ask him to pay a commission of tens of millions. Now they still share half with him. It can be seen that the Bodhisattva sister, who has unparalleled investment ability, really doesn't love money. It's like letting him squeeze the wall. Since the two eldest ladies decided so, Jianghuai has no plan to return the money and persuade them to share more money. The two ladies don't like it. In the future, he will serve Sister Bodhisattva and Sister Luxuan a lot, and playing games with Sister Bodhisattva can be regarded as a small help. 200 million is a drop in the bucket for Jianghuai. Even so, he usually adheres to the principle of loving money. If he earns more, he spends less, saves more, and earns more. He is not far from the richest man. Jianghuai was very happy. After a while, he received a text message from his father, and his smile faded a little. Jianglin and I are in your office. When the elevator reached the 36th floor, the little assistant stepped forward quickly. Mr. Jiang and Mr. Jiang are waiting for you in the office. They have been here for about 10 minutes. Jianghuai, send me a cup of coffee. The first thing Jianghuai does after work is to drink a cup of black coffee. The assistant has just joined the job for a month, so he responds nervously. When he arrives at Jianghuai's private tea room, he realizes a problem. She doesn't know what Liao Jiang and Xia Jiang want to drink. I was so nervous that I asked my sister, the secretary who had been working for 2 years, but I didn't get an answer. Mr. Jiang has hardly been here since he abdicated 4 years ago. In desperation, she brought in 3 cups of black coffee. The atmosphere in the office was gloomy. Jianghuai sat at the desk and read the report, while Liao Jiang sat on the leather sofa, clasped his hands, and stared deeply. The little assistant shivered and put down the 3 cups of coffee, took a long breath and nodded with them to leave. Xiao Jiang, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the scenery, scoffed dissatisfiedly. Brother, your assistant doesn't even know what I'm drinking. Why don't you open it? The little assistant shivered. Jianghuai's voice was faint. Go out. The little assistant nodded repeatedly. When he closed the door and was about to leave, he vaguely heard Jianghuai's unsalty voice. My employee, what do you know about your hobbies? Mr. Jiang reprimanded. Jianghuai, he is your younger brother. Mr. Jiang's words were mixed with threats. You only have 9% of the shares, and I have 5% in my hands. Jianghuai put down the report and looked up, fell back on the office chair and raised his eyebrows. You are right. He is indeed subject to them. You can tell me why you're here. Jiang Wei, the general manager of Xiao Jiang, looked at the CEO office of 36 carefully like the owner of the office. His eyes gleamed with the pride of winning, as if he was sure that this place would become his place in the future. Mr. Jiang, Bojan Automobile Company, Limited is planning to acquire Yaya Automobile. I know. The financial report started discussing this topic a week ago, saying that this is another important move Jiu Chen made after Shirue. In the past 2 years, domestically produced cars have produced many high-quality cars whose performance and configuration are not inferior to those of foreign brands. However, consumers advocate brand culture and sales are not large. Bojan car companies acquire well-known foreign brands to make up for the shortcomings of Bojan car companies and expand brand influence. Mr. Jiang smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were slightly visible, and he seemed a little kind. It is said that Bojan Automobile Company is looking for a partner. Jianghuai raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand this, so he didn't have the right to sit in this position for so long. In terms of intelligence, Wen's family has done a lot better than in the past 2 years. Bojan car companies use self-developed products for most of their accessories, but Bojan has done a good job in producing cars, but it is not as thorough as Jiang and Wen's research on autonomous driving. Jiang's and Wen's both have mobile phone and computer businesses. They have more chips and software designs, and their automation design level is more sophisticated. Bojan car companies are looking for partners in wireless car modules, car audiovisual systems, etc., and they first selected Wen's. It is undeniable that the Wen family has done a lot better than ***** in terms of intelligence in the past 2 years. The Wen family started with this, and the Jiang family made even more achievements in the aviation field. Their partner has already chosen Wenjia. Jiang Huai frowned. Mr. Jiang, the partners need to fight for themselves. The relevant cooperation documents are on GU Fusion's desk. If you want to use favors to persuade him to give up the best option, you can find him in person. Jiang Huai picked up the report and continued to browse, holding a pen to tick off a few points worthy of reflection, but is not a human being. The profit-grabbing nature of a businessman will not change, no matter how good the relationship is, it will be businesslike. Moreover, Bojan is not GU Fusion's business alone, he is responsible for the shareholders. Mr. Jiang chuckled. I heard that GU Fusion dotes on his younger sister who just came back. Jiang Huai accidentally applied too much force, the pen slapped on the document, a hole was made, and the black ink was smudged. The weakness of a businessman. Mr. Jiang added meaningfully, I heard that you are taking some classes together now, and spend a lot of time together. We have a normal relationship, indeed. Except for the investment cooperation in the morning, most of the time it is a nodding acquaintance, and we meet and say a few words, keeping a friendly distance from our friends and sisters. You should know how much Uncle Jiu and Aunt Ron care about this daughter who has been lost for many years. Jiang Huai couldn't help asking, are you still good friends with them? Jiang Huai, love is love, profit is profit. Mr. Jiang frowned. Jiang Huai's younger brother, Jiang Wei, couldn't help complaining, it's perfectly normal to play tricks in business. It's just to let you make friends with his sister, and through her to make GU Fusion change his mind, and he didn't do anything to hurt her. Small means no harm. Using a friend's sister to achieve business cooperation, is this an insignificant trick? Can it be counted as wrong when it hurts? What a fallacy. Jiang Huai laughed angrily. For you, anyone can use it. He likes money, but he likes money earned in a fair manner. Mr. Jiang, the cooperation between car companies is still under discussion. At least after the acquisition of Heiress Automobile, the partner will be determined according to the other party's situation. You still have time. When Jiu Yuchen comes back, he will hold a dinner party for his daughter and give her something to make her happy. Your Uncle Jiu and Aunt Ron will also be happy, and Jiang Wei will also go there. At that time, he will personally come forward to mention the matter of the car company, so there is no difficulty. It is also important to maintain connections and strength. When Lai Jiang talked about this, he didn't want to mention it again. When he got up and left, he said to Jiang Wei, you take a good look here. In the words, I can't hear any meaning that this is Jiang Wei's private office, it seems to be saying, shop here in advance, maybe this will be yours in the future. Jiang Huai heard the implication of his father's words and did not speak. Jiang Wei put his hands in his pockets, nodded lazily, and smiled provocatively at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai didn't even give him a look. Younger brother, whispering sound, just an illegitimate child. Talking to him is not as important as making money. Jiang Huai got up and went to find materials on the bookshelf behind him. Looking back, Jiang Wei was sitting on his office chair carelessly, with his hands resting on the armrests with a relaxed expression. Brother, if you don't try to please the old man, this position will be mine. Jiang Wei smiled, but it's useless to please the old man. The old man is willing to let you sit here now, just because I haven't graduated from college, and when I graduate, where is your place? He flipped through a few documents at random, felt bored and threw them back. Working for me to earn money, I usually have no friends. Except for GU Fusion and those few, there is no one else around. I don't even want to let you get close to GU Fusion's sister, TSK. The heart of friendship is earth-shattering. I understand, GU Fusion fell out with you, I'm afraid he doesn't even have a friend. Jiang Huai was still a little angry at first, but the more he listened, the calmer he became, and he even wanted to laugh. He called the security guard and looked down at Jiang Wei. The illegitimate child also wants to be in this position. You haven't even met Jiyu Fuxian's younger sister, you haven't even had the chance to enter our small circle, and the qualifications to take small classes are even more delusional. What do you think? It's okay to get dad's support. Jiang Huai retorted word by word. Shareholders, the board of directors agree. Will Bojan, Lu, and Fu be willing to cooperate with you? Dad is right, connections are very important, and you have none. Jiang Wei gradually put away his smile. When being dragged away by the security guard, he gave Jiang Huai a hard look. This is what your Jiang family owes me. Jiang Huai loosened his tie, a little annoyed. I wanted to go to the balcony to smoke, but when I took a cigarette from my pocket, I touched a piece of paper. I took it out and saw that it was a 200 million check that hadn't been sent. Jiang Wei quickly browsed the documents on the table, picked up his coat and car keys and went to Bojan. Seeing Jiang Huai during working hours, Jiyu Fuchen was quite surprised. Give this to Ron Yu. Jiyu Fuchen took it and lowered his head to glance, frowning. Jiang Huai took a sip of his coffee and said calmly, Ron Yu agrees that I join her investment plan, that is to say, your sister will be one of my migrant workers in the future. Jiyu Fuchen. Jiang Huai smiled triumphantly. I support your sister's career. If you lose money then, remember to make it up to me. Jiyu Fuchen, go away. Sitting in Jiyu Fuchen's panoramic office, Jiang Huai has a wide view, and the beautiful scenery always makes people feel happy, so he feels more comfortable. Jiyu Fuchen stared at the 200 million check, feeling panicked. Whoa! My younger sister doesn't like money, so she's probably too embarrassed to refuse. After all, it's all Jiang Huai's fault, taking advantage of Ron's innocence and kindness. Go away after drinking. He now finds Jiang Huai very unpleasant. Jiang Wei was not angry either. The last time Jiyu Fuchen played games, he got a piece of land at a discount, and the resold land would be developed by the government, earning an extra 100 million. Another small sum of money was added to the private account. Jiang Huai took another sip of coffee, saw that Jiyu Fuchen was still staring at the banknotes, got up and sat opposite him. Sister Bodhisattva hasn't called your brother yet. He and Ronyu took investment classes twice, and the brother and sister got along well. Jiyu Fuchen didn't say anything, and he was probably a little sad in his heart. Sadness can't be held back, and I feel uncomfortable if I bear it too much. Jiyu Fuchen is embarrassed to mention to others that Jiang Huai, as a good friend, has the obligation to help him relieve his emotions. Besides, Chen Chen's elder brother earned him 100 million yuan, and Chen Chen's younger sister is his migrant worker, so both brothers and sisters are his little treasury. Always be nice to them. Jiyu Fuchen's eyes changed slightly. He folded the banknotes and put them in his inner pocket, and said in a low voice, "Why don't you mention it to her?" Jiang Huai suggested, "You have been so kind to her recently, if you mention it, she must shout." Jiyu Fuchen, she will always shout. It's just that he hasn't fully accepted it yet, and he doesn't want to force her with emotion. I don't want my sister to call him brother, because my brother is very good to me. He mentioned this matter. It may not be good for me not to do so. He didn't want Ronyu to be entangled, not even a little bit. His sister should be the happiest and most freewheeling person in the world. This is the task he set for himself after Ronyu got lost. It doesn't matter whether you have the title of brother. Ron can call it whatever she wants. Jiang Huai took another sip of his coffee. The interaction between her and you is much more natural. Jiyu Fuchen nodded, a little proudly. Last time she made me laugh. Is it so happy to make you laugh once? Jiang Huai chuckled. From now on, the Bodhisattva sister will call your brother, me 50 to celebrate. Jiyu Fuchen became serious. No, the money I earn will be given to Ronhua. There are still plenty of places to spend money for my sister. Can save 50 is 50. Jack, you are so petty. Compared with you, it can be considered generous. Do you want to find the problem from yourself? Jiang Huai didn't want to talk to him anymore, and went back to the company to make a lot of money. When Jiang Huai left, Jiyu Fuchen took out a check of 200 million again, with a heavy heart. Ronyu and Lu Xuan invested together and spent money every day. Jiyu Fuchen was very happy at first. The The younger sister not only met new friends, but also established confidence in investment, and her resistance to money became less and less. Everything is going in a good direction. Until Ji Fusion found out that Ronyu and Luke Swan had an investment advisor who was the initial user that Ronyu mentioned last time, he couldn't be happier anymore. Jealousy made him unrecognizable. As the CEO of Bojan, his leadership ability, investment vision and ability to control the overall situation are better than that of the initial user. Why should my sister find it as an investment consultant instead of him? This unscientific. Feeling that Ronyu still has a long way to go on the road of investment, Ji Fusion became alert, searched for a few articles in the WeChat official account that praised him as a business legend, and sent them to Songwen. Transfer these to your circle of friends. Songwen, have you added Ron's WeChat? She liked and commented and told me. Songwen, understood. Co-authored and forwarded it for Miss Ron to read. What a man. In order to maintain the boss's high-cold boss who doesn't care about world affairs, Songwen melancholy retweeted 8 articles praising Ji Fuchen. Asterisk. Ronyu did not disappoint Ji Fusion. She happened to be browsing Songwen's moments. After hanging up Jianguai's phone, Ronyu asked Xiaxi to find out who was financing, and at the same time she discovered a very important problem. Her company seems to be getting more and more. The esports team, the entertainment company arranged by my brother at the Economic Forum last time, and the pension company this time, each company is not small. For the time being, the entertainment company will not be managed by her. Xiaxi will handle the team, the new pension company, and the investment project preferred plan from time to time. Xiaxi and her little assistant obviously can't handle it. Ronyu has no interest in squeezing employees, so she asks Xiaxi to start recruiting. To be honest, if she comes to a few more companies, her career will surely spread all over the country in various industries, and the number of assistants will tend to be close to that of Ji Fusion. Invisibly, he was about to become the type of person he feared most, the heir. Ronyu hurriedly stopped and asked Xiaxi to remind herself that if she wants to buy a company next time, she must try her best to persuade her to give up the idea. Now that there are few companies, she doesn't need to deal with things. When the empire is built, things will definitely not develop as she thinks. No, absolutely not to build your own business empire. This is the first principle of Xinyu's retirement life. Hiring a capable assistant is a top priority. Ronyu only knew Songwen as a special assistant, so she ran to check his circle of friends to see if he had sent any news about introducing friends. After searching around but couldn't find it, 8 official account articles praising Ji Fusion came out inexplicably. Ronyu was stunned. He really loves his boss. Special assistants who regard their bosses as idols are rare these days. Brother must be helped to bring down this loyal special assistant. Ronyu was also bored. She read the 8 articles verbatim, and her admiration for Ji Fusion reached its peak, and she did not forget to give Songwen a thumbs up, expressing her praise for his loyalty to Ji Fusion. Brother must not lose such a loyal right-hand man as Songwen. Having made a small contribution to her brother's career path, Ronyu was in a good mood, washed up and had breakfast, and started her busy time. Today, I will join Luke Swan, Chi Jian, and Wen Juki to participate in the C family's 110th anniversary special haute couture autumn and winter fashion show. To choose dresses, jewelry, accessories, as well as makeup and hairdos. The designer, dressmaker, and outfitter are waiting for her in the living room on the 7th floor. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when she was leaving for the show, she received a WeChat message. Gee, after the evening, I will pick you up and go home together. Fat cat, okay, I finish at 7 o'clock tilde. Gee, okay. The haute couture dress worn by Ronyu is a classic little black dress haute couture dress from CS Family 30 years ago. This kind of dress is usually placed in CS clothing workshop and displayed in the closet like an antique collection here. It will not be shown to others at will. If others want to see this suit, they can only go through the manual of the C family several years ago or the information circulated on the internet. In order to show the importance they attach to the GU family, the C family specially airlifted this decades-old high-end gown, along with 5 other pieces, waiting for Ronyu's choice. Ronyu took a fancy to this one at a glance. Elegant and simple classic little black dress, with 3 circles of pearl necklaces around the neck, and the waist style is retro and beautiful. In autumn and winter, it is not cold to wear this body. There is heating everywhere, and there are very few opportunities for her to wear a coat. A row of luxury cars were parked at the entrance of the fashion show, and the spotlights were constantly shadowing. The show was held in a century-old castle surrounded by a wrought iron fence to keep reporters out. I don't know when it started to drizzle outside, and it was hazy outside the window. Ronyu is playing with the black wide-brimmed hat boldly. The wide-brimmed hat with wavy outline and slightly drooping edge is classical, exquisite and elegant, suitable for today's little black dress. A small pearl is embellished on the wide-brimmed hat, which adds a bit of agility and interest. The car slowly drove into the castle, which was covered with a red carpet. The ladies in front of her probably knew each other. After getting off the car, they chatted side by side and walked inside the castle. The road to the red carpet is not long, about 15 meters. Ronyu put on her coat, picked up her wide-brimmed hat and got out of the car. The accompanying bodyguard got out of the car behind and quickly opened an umbrella for her. Just as Ronyu was about to go in, Wei Wen stepped forward at the right time and said, Miss Chi is here." Chi Jian got out of the car and nodded slightly after seeing Ronyu. "Together?" Her voice is cold. Ronyu nodded repeatedly. Chi Jian didn't wear a suit today, but she wore an evening dress like her. I couldn't tell what style it was, and there was a coat on it, but whatever clothes she wore would have a confident radiance of "my sister is so attractive." When Chi Jian walked towards Ronyu, there was a sudden commotion from behind. "Yu Kai, look this way." Ronyu subconsciously looked over when she heard the name. There are quite a few female stars invited to tonight's event. Yu Kai is one of them, and there are 3 actresses who are more famous than her. Yu Kai wore an earth-colored coat, and ignored the reporters who insisted on stationing outside. He got off the car gracefully, and the entertainment reporters immediately uploaded the pictures on the internet. Ronyu's hand holding the wide-brimmed hat tightened. She remembered that in the novel, Yu Kai came to the scene in a backless evening dress with a slender figure. She was on the trending search that night because of her good looks. She was wearing clothes from the C family, and the gifts became popular, and because of this, she became a brand of the C family ambassador, to make her showbiz career shine again. However, the purpose of her career in the entertainment industry is to show her talent and prove herself to her parents, and at the same time use the public opinion to force her parents to let her participate in the succession battle. Later, after retiring from the circle, this part of the backless and charming red carpet road was often ridiculed by her elder brother and mother, who didn't like the entertainment industry, thinking that she had lost her rich heritage by greeting reporters with such a smile on a cold day. The real young lady would not bother to compete for the camera. Therefore, Yu Kai also awakened his novel consciousness. "What?" Chi Jian asked suddenly. Ronyu withdrew her gaze and shook her head. "It's nothing, let's go." Chi Jian nodded behind her with his chin. "I can't go, your little sister Luxuan is here." Ronyu slightly covered most of her face with her hat, and when she turned her head to look out, the spotlight came on for a moment. Wei Wen frowned and looked over. A reporter climbed onto the wrought iron fence on the side, but there was no one there, so he took advantage of the loophole. From this angle, what he photographed should be Ronyu's profile. Wei Wen said anxiously, "Miss, I will deal with it right away." Ronyu nodded. "She doesn't worry, her outfit today is completely different from when she was in the entertainment industry, and she put on makeup, with a lot of highlights, making her profile more 3-dimensional. It's completely different from what she used to be." Luxuan smiled and came over with Xie Yuan. Knowing that there were others, she didn't call Ronyu's name, and said politely, "Sister Jiyu, Sister Chi." Xie Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then fixedly looked at Sister Jiyu in the long coat. "So you are the one from the Jiyu family?" Xie Yuan was startled. It was already rumored in the circle that Miss Jiyu had returned home, and the fat cat on the internet was probably her. Think highly of her. After she came back, she acted too locally rich, blindly spending money, like a little poor who had never seen the world. With this kind of person in the same wealthy family, the self-proclaimed elegant ladies were not very happy. "I don't really hate it, but I just want to see the fat cat jokes." Xie Yuan is also one of them. Hearing that Miss Jiyu will participate in the brand event, Xie Yuan specially went to find Luke Swan to come with her today. Luke Swan's brother Lu Jin has such a good relationship with Jiyu Fu Chen. Luke Swan should have met Miss Jiyu a few times. Xie Yuan knew that she could only see Miss Jiyu's face before the show started, and after entering the show, Qi Jian, Luke Swan, Miss Jiyu and Wen Juki would be invited to the VIP lounge. Although the people who came here today are all people with status, there is still a gap between the rich and the top. There are also upper-level people in the circle of the rich. These four are undoubtedly the current top-level ladies. But how can the fat cat who spends a lot of money and has strange brain circuits be in the same class as the other three? Xie Yuan changed direction and wanted to stand in front of Miss Jiyu to see her face clearly. Ronyu turned her head and lowered the brim of her hat. Miss Jiyu, let's make friends. My name is Xie Yuan. Ronyu didn't want to deal with her. She waved her hands and walked forward, expressing her silent and straightforward rejection. Light rain fell in the air. The bodyguards did not dare to interfere with the affairs of the ladies, and followed Ronyu obliquely behind to hold an umbrella for her. Xie Yuan stepped forward in 2 or 3 steps, and said with a smile, Miss Jiyu, we will all know each other in the future. Luke Swan was dying of anxiety. She brought him here, and when she wanted to hold Xie Yuan's hand to stop pestering her, Qi Jian snorted softly. Ronyu looked over strangely. Qi Jian stood in front of Ronyu, the corners of her lips raised. Her voice was cold, with a rising end. No. She chuckled, not in the same circle. How could she know you? Qi Jian studied with her father since she was a child, and she has never seen anyone before. She can see Xie Yuan's little thoughts clearly, and said slowly, put away your little thoughts. She is from the Jiyu family, not your delusions. One who belittles or clings to. Qi Jian's gaze skipped and fixed on Luke Swan, who was as cowardly as a little chicken. Don't bring anyone here from now on. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Ronyu, who was blinking and blinking, with a dazed expression, and left on her own. One is heartless and a bit dull, the other is a foolish and innocent boy. It's really urgent to be with these 2 little fools. No wonder the ways of investing are so stupid. Qi Jian frowned, walked away quickly, and vowed not to care about such things next time. Let their own brother worry about it. Xie Yuan was stunned by Qi Jian. Her face was so red, she stood tremblingly with her head bowed. Ronyu didn't care about her at all. She grabbed Luke Swan's hand and left, and they could still hear their discussion after a long distance. She's so fierce. Luke Swan was aggrieved. Ronyu thought for a while. She's also doing it for you. For my own good. Luke Swan, she's right. I will definitely not bring those weird people here in the future. Xie Yuan's face turned even redder, and there were quite a few famous ladies onlookers. When she heard Luke Swan's words, she was so anxious that she burst into tears. At night, no one has seen Miss Jiyu's true face. There is no way, because her status is there. Most people who want to go to the VIP lounge will be persuaded to come back. What Qi Jian said was right. Even if Miss Jiyu who came back from outside was ugly, they still had to support her respectfully. But 5 minutes later, they saw Miss Jiyu's true face. He couldn't see his face. It was a side face that went viral on the internet. In the photo, in the hazy fog and rain, the young lady wearing a wide-brimmed hat turned her head to listen to the people next to her. The lights in the castle were flickering, and the light and shadow fell on her elegant swan neck, which went up along the perfect jawline, and her helices were white. The slender shadow fell gracefully on the ground. The temperament is outstanding, and the rain curtain adds a bit of charm to this photo. But 10 minutes later, the reporter who posted the photo deleted Weibo. Even so, this godlike exquisite profile quietly climbed into the trending searches. Even though it was in the back row, the crowd and discussions were very high. This is our fat cat. Sure. Sister is so beautiful, screaming and twisting. This heavenly temperament is woo woo woo. My eldest lady. Is it okay for me to just say hello to my wife? Missy is rich, handsome and temperamental. This dreamlike life makes me envious. When the ladies saw this profile, they were instantly speechless. Chubby Mao spends money recklessly on the internet, while the offline aristocratic aura is heaven-defying, and the face is very good-looking, incomparable. Those who wanted to see the fat cat's joke stopped thinking for a moment. In the field, Yukai also saw this photo. Miss Jiyu. Yukai frowned. The novel didn't mention that the Jiyu family found their daughter, and another thing happened that was different from the plot of the novel. It should be fine. She and Cheng Gaiwan knew the plot of the novel at the same time. As the protagonists, it would be difficult for them to surpass the four major families. Now the novel has only reached 1/3 of the development, and there are many places for her to play and change the original garbage plot. The sought-after Miss Jiyu, like the Jiyu family, is just a background board in this world. The real protagonists, the shining characters in the novel, are her and Cheng Gaiwan. Yukai raised his lips with a confident smile. The most urgent task is to find Ronyu, complete her cannon fodder ending in the plot, and push the whole novel to continue. The system explained that the supporting role of tall people in the novel who should be slapped in the face must complete their mission of being slapped in the face. The annoying thing is that she and Cheng Gaiwan used a lot of manpower, but they didn't even see Ronyu's shadow. As a last resort, they cooperated with Ronyu's manager, Duxing, to see if they could lure Ronyu out. It is necessary to slap Ronyu in the face. Her ending can only be cannon fodder. If not, the plot of the novel may change. In the fashion show, Ronyu, Luke Swan, Chi Jian, and when Juki came out of the lounge and sat down in the infield, there were no people around, giving them plenty of space. The audience area is shrouded in darkness with no lights, and all the light sources in the venue are focused on the catwalk. The layout of the show inside the castle is both mysterious and elegant, emphasizing the sense of nobility and low-key that celebrities like. The catwalk route is very long, with several turns. The position where Ronyu sits has a wide view, which is an excellent viewing point. The discussion on this haute couture show is extremely high on the internet. This is a century-old brand event of the C family, with a huge momentum. Several half-retired actresses also attended the event. The beautiful profile of Chubby Cat made everyone really feel the meaning of the word miss for the first time. Beauty. Our Chubby Cat is not a bad guy who only knows how to spend money. She can spend hundreds of millions with a flick of a finger in front of the screen. She is super beautiful and has a temperament. This is the real young lady. Woo woo woo. Elegance never goes out of style. Elegance is really too elegant. Ronyu, who has been named the spokesperson of Elegant Miss, sits and watches the show. The slender model has an outstanding temperament. Vivi will give her the album. If you like it, you can tick it off now and wait for it to be customized before delivering it to your door. Vivi is a staff member assigned by the brand to Ronyu to serve her and introduce the brand features of this season. Haute couture.